Upgraded flow invincible at the same tier-high martial arts multiple female leads. This is a world besieged by the invasion of the Shujia, where exotic beasts roam freely. Humanity has retreated into the colossal city of the Lighthouse, with the inner city indulging in a life of excess, while the outer city suffers in silence. Outside the city walls, the lives of those who dwell there are akin to that of ants. Cheng Zhuo is an ordinary high school graduate living in the outer city. After awakening the lowest grade F-level source card, he is unexpectedly stopped by a stunningly beautiful girl from the neighboring class. Ruan Qinghe. Cheng Zhuo, would you like a wife? When she suddenly posed his question, Cheng Zhuo thought she was joking and turned to leave. To his astonishment, the following day at the official matchmaking event hall, he encountered Ruan Qinghe once again. She genuinely wished to find someone to marry. Chapter 1. Cheng Zhuo, would you like a wife? Cheng Zhuo. Summoning type, Sand Dune Cat. Source card potential, F level. Biological strength rating, 5.2. Gene secondary unlocking potential, 0.00007. Does not meet the advancement training standards of the Card Repair Academy. Entering vocational. Placement process. Given the daily comprehensive performance evaluation, assigned occupation, sewer rat catcher. Cheng Zhuo gazed blankly at his palm. There was a fluffy, palm-sized, round-faced kitten staring at him with curious, amber eyes, looking both inquisitive and endearing. This little creature was smaller than a rat, who was supposed to catch him. After stowing away the cat, he exited the awakening chamber. Cheng Zhuo could feel dozens of gazes fixated on him, some filled with sympathy, others with schadenfreude. But mostly, there was relief that this top-performing class leader had finally fallen from grace, becoming a waste. Like the rest of them, Cheng Zhuo silently walked to a corner of the hall. Leaning against the cold seat, he stared blankly into space. Was he destined to remain a lowly individual for the rest of his life? He had thought that as a transmigrator, in this cataclysmic world endowed with extraordinary powers, he would awaken a formidable ability, akin to those male protagonists who slaughter their way to the top, marrying wealthy beauties and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Little did he know, despite his 18 years of diligent study and training, he remained a mere F-level waste. Cheng Zhuo, a soft voice called out to him. Cheng Zhuo raised his head to see a tall girl approaching him against the light, her light blue dress accentuating her fair skin, which appeared as pure as snow. It was his girlfriend, Su Wantong. Her eyes reflected concern and complexity. Cheng Zhuo, I plan to sign with the Thunder Guild. What are your plans moving forward? Cheng Zhuo scrutinized her, noticing her evasive gaze, and sighed. So you have agreed to him? I haven't agreed to be his girlfriend. I'm just signing with their guild. Su Wantong blurted, her ears reddening instantly. With your D-level potential, yet you receive a B-level contract, the condition being to leave me. Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm and self-mockery flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the first sword on land always slays the one it loves first. Even though he felt a sense of calm acceptance now that he had lived a second life, a wave of frustration surged within him. How did you know? Su Wanong was taken aback. Could he not know? Others had already blocked the school gate for him. Cheng Zhuo hesitated momentarily, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Let's break up. Su Wantong hurriedly grasped Cheng Zhuo's hand, her voice filled with panic. Cheng Zhuo, we can pretend to be apart for a while, and when the contract expires, I will. No need. Cheng Zhuo gently extricated himself, feigning nonchalance as he smiled. You need not feel guilty. Consider my suggestion. If others inquire, do not say that you dumped me. Su Wantong bit her lip, averting her gaze, her voice hoarse as she changed the subject. The Thunder Guild lacks attendance for several new teams, and the compensation is quite decent. Why don't you? Please spare me some dignity. Cheng Zhuo interrupted her with a smile, standing up to leave. I have some matters at home. I'll be going now. Cheng Zhuo. Su Wantong watched his lonely silhouette, her mouth opening slightly, yet the words of retention lodged in her throat like a sour, citrus fruit. The words she yearned to say lingered on her lips, yet she swallowed them back. She understood very well that from the moment Cheng Zhuo's awakening results were revealed, their life trajectories diverged like two lines that crossed and then rapidly veered apart, never to intertwine again. As soon as Cheng Zhuo departed, Su Wantong's friend, Nuo, approached her side and advised, Tong Tong, actually, Cheng Zhuo is quite reliable. With his intellect, even if he cannot become a card repairer, he will not fare too poorly in the future. Have you considered this? Su Wantong resolutely shook her head. Once I obtain the B-level contract, the gap between us will only widen. It's better to endure short pain than prolonged suffering. Nuo furrowed her brow with concern. although Zhao Shichong is the son of a Thunder Guild shareholder. Whether he can truly offer a B-level contract is uncertain. Even if he can, he will undoubtedly have ulterior motives. What of his ulterior motives? Su Wantong's voice unexpectedly elevated, laced with inexplicable resentment. I am tired of this miserable life. I want to go to the inner city, to become someone of importance. I refuse to live like my mother, enduring a life in the filthy sewers. Tong Tong, I know you're not that kind of person. And Nuor reached out to touch her shoulder, but was evaded. Having D-level potential is not a disadvantage. You can fully rely on yourself. Enough. Su Wantong clutched her head tightly, curling up in the seat. I don't want to hear anymore. Seeing this, and Nuor felt a tinge of helplessness. She fell silent, merely accompanying her in quietude. As Cheng Zhuo exited the school gates, the sky had darkened. The old solar-powered street lamp at the entrance flickered weakly, ultimately failing to illuminate completely. Cheng Zhuo's gaze pierced through the haze of gray fog in the air, the outlines of the inner city skyscrapers appearing faintly, contrasting sharply with the vibrant neon lights, and the incessantly moving hover cars, making the crowded, dilapidated outer city seem as if it had been forgotten in a bygone era. 200 years prior, the mysterious interdimensional Shuji descended. Countless portals emerged, and if not closed in time, a multitude of disastrous exotic beasts would surge forth. Fortunately, at the same time, mysterious towers with extraordinary powers appeared around the globe. They could isolate the effects of the Shujia and assist humanity in awakening their sources, enabling them to condense a card imbued with extraordinary abilities within their bodies. Humanity huddled within the cities sheltered by the lighthouses, relying on the mysterious source power of the cards to combat the apocalyptic crises that arose from the Shujia. On the surface, the colossal city maintained human civilization and rule of law. In reality, power dictated respect, and hierarchies were stringent. For instance, the splendid inner city could only be inhabited by high-tier card repairers and those with superior genes. He understood that Su Wantong's dream was to go to the inner city. He could not provide that. So, perhaps it was better to part on decent terms than as for the legitimacy of her contract with the Thunder Guild. It had little to do with him anymore. Cheng Zhuo exhaled deeply and stepped toward the subway entrance at 8T that moment. An urgent call echoed from behind him. Cheng Zhuo, he halted in surprise. Turning around at 8T the school gate, a striking girl was running towards him, her long legs beneath her denim shorts gleaming brilliantly. Ruan Qinghe? Cheng Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment, regarding the girl before him. Ruan Qinghe was the class beauty from the neighboring class, and during their 3 years of high school, their interactions were few and far between. What could she possibly want from him? Ruan Qinghe reached Cheng Zhuo. Her breath quickened, causing her white t-shirt to gently sway with her rounded contours, inexplicably captivating. Cheng Zhuo cursed himself internally for being a lecher and quickly averted his gaze, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Ruan Qinghe raised her delicate hand, her fair fingertips smoothing the wind-tousled strands of hair, her ears tinged with a faint red as she lowered her head. "I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation earlier. Please don't be upset." "Thank you. I'm fine." Cheng Zhuo forced a smile. "Don't mention it." Ruan Qinghe appeared somewhat anxious, gripping the hem of her shirt, casting a quick glance at Cheng Zhuo before lowering her head again, her words tumbling out. In a disjointed manner, "I am an E-level healer. Although I am too timid to enter the Shujia, I can still work in some medical systems or as part of the logistics team in a squad to earn money. I am quite diligent at home, and I enjoy taking care of children." Classmate Ruan Qinghe. Cheng Zhuo interrupted her, somewhat befuddled. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Ruan Qinghe took a deep breath, raising her fair, rosy cheek, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering with a hint of hope as she gazed at Cheng Zhuo. "Cheng Zhuo, would you like a wife?" Cheng Zhuo was taken aback, even doubting if he had misheard her. "What did you say?" "I realize that this may be rather abrupt," Ruan Qinghe admitted, appearing somewhat flustered, "but I fear that if I do not express this now, there may not be another opportunity. Would you be willing to register for marriage with me?" This. Cheng Zhuo's mind became a bit muddled, and he remained perplexed. "Why me? I mean that we are not particularly close, and you possess considerable talent, so there is no need to fulfill the breeding tasks mandated by the authorities. You even have the chance to enter the inner city. Why the rush to marry?" Her priest origin card was indeed a rare healing type. Although her E-level healing ability was not particularly strong, it was highly sought after in lower-tier hunting teams. Cheng Zhuo instinctively suspected that perhaps she had lost a game and was now playing a dare. After all, setting aside her talent, Ruan Qinghe's beauty and stature were remarkable, and there was no apparent reason for her to eagerly seek marriage with someone considered a failure like him. Ruan Qinghe bit her rosy lip, hesitation etched on her face. I have been paying attention to you for quite some time, that I find you mature and reliable, and also, I wish to move out of my home sooner rather than later. I'm sorry, but I am not in a position to consider marriage at this moment, Cheng Zhuo replied. His tone growing more subdued, he noticed two girls at the school gate, peering curiously in their direction. It seemed most likely to be a prank. The notion that someone would admire his maturity and reliability was laughable. In his previous life, he might have believed it, but in this harsh world, family background and personal strength were the true currencies that I have things to attend to. I shall take my leave, he stated, turning and heading towards the subway entrance without awaiting Ruan Qinghe's response. Ruan Qinghe watched his departing figure, a sense of desolation washing over her. Her eyes reddened, and she instantly lost the courage to call out to him again. By the time Cheng Zhuo returned home, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. He resided in a housing complex for factory workers, where his father Cheng Qingshan was employed. The drab gray buildings were tightly packed together, each balcony adorned with rusted iron railings, resembling pigeon coops. Currently, 7 people lived in his home, including his alcohol-dependent father, his calculating stepmother, 2 younger siblings, and 2 half-sisters. Cheng Zhuo once had an older brother who perished in the hunting grounds and an older sister who had been married for 2 years in an effort to awaken as many extraordinary individuals with high-level origin cards as possible. The various beacon cities offered numerous incentives to encourage childbirth. For instance, in the city of Xingtia, families received a one-time subsidy of 50,000 city coins for each additional child. Due to the number of siblings, they had been allocated an extra single room. 7 individuals squeezed into approximately 90 square meters, barely managing to coexist. As he approached the door, a rare scent of meat wafted through the air, surprising him. The last time he had eaten meat was quite some time ago. Son, you're back. Come eat. Cheng Qingshan's bloodshot eyes peered out, unusually devoid of the scent of alcohol, and his voice was more amiable than usual. Cheng Zhuo felt a pang of unease. His father, typically a hot-tempered drunkard, was known for his impatient demeanor and sharp tongue, often lashing out at his children with harsh words. He had expected his father to be even more irritable today, given the news of his origin card awakening. Yet, this unusually cheerful demeanor sent a chill down Cheng Zhuo's spine. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly, Cheng Zhuo said. Cheng Qingshan's eyes darted around before he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, there's no rush. Let's eat first. Aunt Wang made your favorite braised pork ribs. You must try some. Cheng Zhuo glanced at his stepmother Wang Xiulan, who wore a similar forced smile, and the 2 younger sisters who were eagerly salivating. He frowned and said, Please, just tell me. With the 2 of you acting like this, how can I eat? Oh, you silly boy. It wouldn't harm you, Wang Xiulan chided playfully. Your father is worried about you feeling down after your awakening turned out poorly, so he specifically asked me to make this for you. You must try it. Ha ha ha. That moment, the half-open door was abruptly pushed open with a loud bang. The portly neighborhood committee member, Old Lu from District 13, swaggered in with a jovial expression. He slapped Cheng Zhuo's shoulder with a greasy grin. Congratulations, Xiao Zhuo. What a fortunate coincidence, isn't it? Your card was reported at the last moment. Otherwise, you would have had to wait until next month. Cheng Zhuo was left utterly bewildered. Uncle Lu, congratulations for what? Old Lu paused, taken aback. What else could it be? The marriage bureau is pairing you up. Cheng Zhuo pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? Paired up? Of course. Old Lu laughed even more heartily. The authorities are assigning you a wife. You'll soon bid farewell to being a little single man. Aren't you excited? Chapter 2, Encountering Ruan Qinghe. Although the invasion of the Sujie has led to a significant decline in the human population, the major tower cities are not lacking in inhabitants. On the contrary, the outer cities are often overcrowded. Nevertheless, the Tower City Federation has implemented various mandatory policies aimed at population growth, with the ultimate goal of producing a greater number of high-tier awakeners. The Federation still retains the freedom to marry, yet it has established explicit regulations concerning reproduction. Couples must marry before the age of 22 and must have children within 2 years of marriage. Newlyweds receive a subsidy of 50,000 city coins, along with a housing allocation. Furthermore, the institution of monogamy has been abolished. Naturally, individuals with E-grade or higher source cards, or those who have ascended to the ranks of Caxiu, are exempt from these regulations. Had it not been for research revealing that lower-tier source cards and individuals with low genetic unlocking rates could also produce high-tier source offspring, the Reproduction Bureau might have imposed a limit of 4 wives, effectively depriving the lower class of their reproductive opportunities. To facilitate marriages for those who have failed in love, the city's Reproduction Committee organizes an official matchmaking event on the 15th of every month. Interested individuals can register and have 3 chances to participate. In the first 2 rounds, participants are free to choose from one another. In the final round, those who remain unsuccessful are grouped together and matched based on age. This official matchmaking process might be beneficial for those unable to find partners, but for Cheng Zhuo, it is undoubtedly a source of distress. At just under 19, while his source card is of the lowest tier, he has performed admirably in his studies and possesses an acceptable appearance, making it seem premature for him to be participating in official matchmaking. Upon hearing the words of the rotund old Lu, Cheng Zhuo quickly grasped the situation. His irritation directed towards his drunken father was palpable. "Did you sign me up?" Cheng Qinghe averted his gaze, appearing somewhat guilty as he replied, "I was worried about you awakening a worthless source card and having trouble finding a wife in the future. Uncle Lu mentioned that there will be many beautiful young ladies for you to choose from." Indeed, old Lu chimed in. Cheng Zhuo shot a fiery glare at Cheng Qinghe, unwilling to engage in further debate. He turned to old Lu and said, "Uncle Lu, please help me cancel my registration. I do not wish to marry at this time." Old Lu's expression faltered. "I cannot cancel it." Cheng Zhuo, taken aback, demanded, "Why not? Isn't personal confirmation required for registration?" "It's because your father was in such a hurry that I had to pull some strings with acquaintances at the Reproduction Bureau." Old Lu reproached Cheng Qinghe with a sidelong glance. "Old Cheng, how could you make such a significant decision without discussing it with your son?" Hearing this, Cheng Zhuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, it is his own marriage. How could they not even consult him? Sensing the tension in the air, old Lu awkwardly smiled. Xiao Zhuo, don't be angry. Your family is in a difficult situation, and your father's desire for some subsidies is understandable." This only fueled Cheng Zhuo's anger further. With a gambling drunkard like this, it's a wonder we're not destitute. Cheng Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you speak like that?" "Yes, I'm talking about you. What of it?" Cheng Zhuo bellowed, fixing Cheng Qinghe with a cold stare, articulating each word. "Listen closely. You shall not lay claim to a single coin of my matchmaking subsidy. You." Cheng Qinghe raised a finger in anger, but recoiled instinctively under Cheng Zhuo's icy gaze, feeling a mix of indignation and trepidation. The young man's demeanor belied his age. He certainly did not resemble an immature lad of 18. "I'm done eating. You all go ahead," Cheng Zhuo grumbled, retreating to his bedroom. "Xiao Zhuo, remember, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, do not be late. Violating the reproduction regulations is a serious offense." Old Lu's voice called after him. "Understood," Cheng Zhuo replied, collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion. What a vexing day it has been, awakening a worthless source, being forced into a breakup, and suddenly being told he must marry tomorrow. To an outsider, it would seem he is heartbroken, sealing his heart against love and hastily seeking a spouse. What a wretched state of affairs. Cursing under his breath, Cheng Zhuo lifted his wrist, summoning a holographic screen. This was a smart wristwatch, akin to a smartphone from past life, albeit with more advanced features. He opened his messages and, as expected, found a notification from the Reproduction Bureau. Clicking the link, he was met with a list of names and photos, profiles of those participating in the matchmaking event the following day. He perused the female section, examining each entry. Most of them were difficult to describe. Finally, he encountered a few who were reasonably attractive, yet their notes read, "Divorced with 2 children, but still a fairy. Hoping for a true soulmate. 30-year-old widow, demanding a bride price of $300,000, with a marriage property solely in my name. I am 20 years old. Source card F grade. A federal employee earning $3,000 a month, standing at 160 centimeters, seeking a partner with a source card no lower than E grade. A public servant earning no less than $30,000 a month, and a height of over 180 centimeters. As he flipped through several pages, his irritation only grew. He began to realize that those participating in the official matchmaking event generally fell into 3 categories. The first being those under 22, unattractive from poor backgrounds, unable to find partners. The second being relatively accomplished individuals with high standards, compelled by age to participate, and the third being divorced or widowed individuals seeking companionship or struggling to make ends meet. He found himself dismissive of the first group, unappealing to the second, and still hoping to find someone younger among the third. Overall, if he were to seek a partner among these individuals, identifying someone to his liking would prove exceedingly difficult. He resolved to wait until the event tomorrow to see what unfolded. The following morning, Cheng Zhuo declined his family's offer of accompaniment and arrived alone at the Reproduction Bureau's event hall. Upon approaching the entrance, an automatic recognition device beeped, and his personal information instantly appeared on the large screen. Identity confirmed. May you find your ideal partner, a gentle electronic voice intoned. Let us hope, Cheng Zhuo sighed, inhaling deeply to suppress his mounting frustration as he stepped inside. The venue was a vast square hall, with cold white lights embedded in the dome illuminating every detail. The Reproduction Bureau had clearly put thought into the lighting. Such brightness would expose heavy makeup or poor skin. The hall was already teeming with people, with numerous couples mingling and getting to know one another. "Young man, are you here for matchmaking? My, you are quite handsome." A shrill voice suddenly piped up beside him. Startled, Cheng Zhuo turned to see a middle-aged woman, resplendent in luxurious attire and adorned with jewels, her face resembling a canvas of thick white paint. Smiling at him with evident interest, she licked her lips instinctively, circling him and squinting her eyes with a glimmer of desire. "How about it? I'm wealthy and can buy you a commercial apartment, plus the latest iPhone 1988 wristwatch and a luxury car." Cheng Zhuo hurriedly waved his hands. No, thank you. I'll just browse a bit more." "Ah, youth, you don't know what you're missing. Little one, if you change your mind, remember to call me." The middle-aged woman chuckled heartily before giving him a suggestive pat on the chest and sauntering away. Cheng Zhuo felt as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Just as he was about to turn away, he found himself face to face with a woman so rotund she resembled a tank. The portly woman blocked his path, gazing at him with a coy smile. "Your eyes are telling me you've fallen for me. Haven tea you? Huh? Kiss me now." What is wrong with her? Cheng Zhuo glanced at the formidable mouth that might as well devour him whole and hastily fled. After awkwardly wandering about for a while, Cheng Zhuo's striking appearance drew some attention, although, as anticipated, most gazes held a hint of peculiarity. Rarely did he find someone whom he considered satisfactory, and the conditions they set were often beyond his reach. No wonder online discussions often mention that most people end up attending the third round. Everyone desires their ideal type. Yet how many of those ideal types find themselves in the predicament of official matchmaking? Here, apart from me, who else can afford to support these two burdens? And yet you complain about my age. Look at those boys who haven't even fully matured. Who has the capacity to support all three of you at once? Suddenly, a voice of reprimand emerged from the crowd behind. Cheng Zhuo curiously pushed through the throng. Upon seeing the timid girl encircled in the middle, he could not help but be taken aback. "Oh, Ruan Qinghe?" Chapter 3. Marrying three at once? What brings Ruan Qinghe to the marriage matching event of the UC? Cheng Zhuo was somewhat surprised. He suddenly recalled how Ruan Qinghe had stopped him at the school gate yesterday afternoon, inquiring about the matter of wanting a wife. Could it be that she was not merely jesting? Was there indeed some unspoken hardship prompting her to hastily seek marriage? What was this business about marrying three at the same time? Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell upon Ruan Qinghe's side. A pair of twin girls leaned against her, appearing to have just reached adulthood, dressed plainly, yet possessing an innocent charm. However, they seemed somewhat unusual. One girl had mismatched eyes, one gray and one blue, with a vacant expression, while the other had a head full of silver hair, remaining silent. Beside them stood a rotund man, who impatiently remarked, "I'll give you one more chance. If you refuse, I am leaving." The onlookers urged, "Young lady, you should really consider this. You mentioned registering as a trio, but those two disabled girls won't receive any assistance. How can an ordinary family support them? You young men are so picky. When you have money, you still complain about age. Just because she has some beauty, you think you can choose? You want to attend the 4-year card repair academy, and if you're after money, she's after looks. What are you pretending for?" Ruan Qinghe blushed and denied, "I'm not after money. I only need my share of the marriage subsidy to pay for tuition. I can support myself with part-time work. My origin card is E-level priest." "How ridiculous!" scoffed the corpulent man, curling his lips. "How much can an E-level priest earn? Even if you can support yourself, how will those twins manage? One blind and the other mute? Who will take care of them? We can work together, The girl with mismatched eyes retorted defiantly. I could be her eyes, and I can help her speak. Don't make me laugh. A woman in the crowd sneered. It's hard enough for ordinary people to find jobs. What can you do? Perhaps the heavenly paradise would be suitable. Twins like you are bound to attract many employers. Another chimed in with mockery. But I wonder if those who marry them can withstand the green hat. As the crowd's remarks grew increasingly harsh, Ruan Qinghe's eyes began to redden. After much hesitation, Cheng Zhuo's heart softened. He pushed through the crowd and stepped in front of Ruan Qinghe. Upon seeing him, Ruan Qinghe was momentarily startled, and then tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head, appearing flustered, as if encountering an acquaintance in a moment of distress. Young man, looking at your faded clothes, your family must not be well off. Don't be deceived by her looks. There are still 2 burdens behind her, advised a middle-aged woman. Then a girl, resembling a kiwi fruit, squeezed in beside Cheng Zhuo, her face alight with excitement. Exactly. Young man, someone like her, just by looking, is not fit for marriage. Someone like me would be more suitable for you. Cheng Zhuo did not believe there was anything wrong with Ruan Qinghe, he being choosy given her circumstances. The remarks surrounding her were mostly from women, lacking genuine goodwill. Instead, they were steeped in jealousy and prejudice. Ignoring them, Cheng Zhuo extended his hand towards Ruan Qinghe and asked, "Shall we go?" The rotund man sneered. "Kid, don't get your hopes up. She won't leave with someone like you." His words were cut short as he was astonished to see Ruan Qinghe merely cast a surprised glance before eagerly reaching out her hand, her expression radiating excitement. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the 4 of them formed a chain, pushing through the throng. That accursed pretty boy, the rotund man muttered bitterly under his breath. Moments later, in a partitioned room beside the activity hall, Ruan Qinghe, her face flushed, looked expectantly at Cheng Zhuo. Among the twins, the silver-haired girl curiously scrutinized him, while the girl with mismatched eyes sniffed around him, wrinkling her nose. "I apologize. I thought you were joking yesterday afternoon," Cheng Zhuo initiated, breaking the silence. Casting a wary glance at Ruan Qinghe. "But why are you in such a hurry to get married?" Cheng Zhuo turned to the twins, his meaning clear. Ruan Qinghe slightly lowered her head, her tone somber as she explained, "After my father passed, my stepmother refused to support my continued education at the Card Repair Academy. She wanted me to sign up for the hunter team of the consortium to earn money in the wasteland, but I'm too timid to go. Later, she even forced me to marry an old man. If I refuse, I'll be kicked out." Ruan Qinghe grasped the hands of the twin sisters and continued, "They're the younger sisters of my neighbor. After my mother left when I was young, my father changed completely, often hitting me. I would hide at Aunt Zhang's, who treated me very well. However, she hasn't returned since she entered the wasteland a year ago, and it has become difficult for the sisters to manage on their own. I can't abandon them." The girl with mismatched eyes embraced Ruan Qinghe and softly said, "Sister if you're struggling to marry, perhaps we should separate." Ruan Qinghe shook her head. "My stepmother has taken over your house. Without marriage subsidies, how can I let you end up on the streets?" Cheng Zhuo inquired, puzzled. "What do you mean by taking over the house?" Ruan Qinghe explained indignantly. "I don't know how my stepmother managed it, but the transfer of Aunt Zhang's house will not occur for another 6 months, and she has already changed it into her name. Recently, she has been looking at the Xiachan sisters with increasingly inappropriate eyes, which is why I hurried to find a good person to marry the 2 of you." "So that is how it is," Cheng Zhuo understood. "Unlike in peaceful times, in the city of Lighthouse, the disabled have little rights. The city periodically cleanses the streets of vagrants, sending them to the slums outside the city. After the twins' parents passed away, they lost their rights to housing distribution. When an owner dies, after the transfer period, the house will be allocated to others. They can only rent or buy a new home. With the outer city overcrowded and jobs saturated, even able-bodied people struggle to find work, let alone the disabled twins. If Ruan Qinghe truly turned a blind eye, the sisters would either become playthings for the wealthy or end up homeless, expelled from city. There was even a possibility they could be captured by underground organizations, have their organs harvested, and be discarded in the wilderness." As Cheng Zhuo was lost in thought, the silver-haired girl suddenly approached him. Biting her lip, her white teeth contrasting sharply with her red lips, she seemed to muster great determination, extending her hand towards Cheng Zhuo. Gesturing, the general meaning was, "If you are willing to accept us, we will strive to support ourselves. We can accompany you at night. Are you not tempted?" Cheng Zhuo, unable to comprehend sign language, looked at Ruan Qinghe in confusion. He noticed Ruan Qinghe biting her lip. Her originally fair and exquisite cheeks flushed to the point of looking like they might bleed. The girl with mismatched eyes laughed heartily. This young man, my sister means. If you marry us, helping Sister Qinghe complete her studies, we will certainly work hard and earn our keep. Moreover, we are in tune with each other, and we have learned many techniques. The experience will be delightful. Do you prefer maids or black stockings? My sister also. As the girl with mismatched eyes spoke, she was abruptly silenced by the silver-haired girl covering her mouth. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Though there were no visible actions, the girl with mismatched eyes seemed to understand her meaning, pulling away her hand and saying, "Oh dear, you didn't say that much, but the meaning is similar. And I can see my sister's hands too, even if it's not as clear as an ordinary person. I mean to say, we want completely drag you down." Cheng Zhuo began to hesitate. To speak honestly, it is impossible not to be moved when faced with three youthful and beautiful maidens, each possessing their own unique charm, all wishing to marry oneself. However, reality is harsh. In the outer city, relying solely on oneself to support a family of four presents immense challenges. Even if he is willing to become a subordinate in the hunting teams and venture into the dangerous realms, opportunities are not guaranteed. Serving as a subordinate entails risking one's life for considerable pay, yet positions are always scarce. As for menial jobs, such as sewer rat catchers, they would merely suffice to prevent starvation. Noticing Cheng Zhuo lost in thought, Ruan Qinghe, though shy and anxious, summoned her courage once more and spoke. "Cheng Zhuo, I only need half the subsidy for my tuition, and I can work part-time to support myself. Would you be willing?" Cheng Zhuo refocused, his gaze falling upon Ruan Qinghe's unadorned, pure, and sweet face. Suddenly, he realized that Ruan Qinghe possessed an E-grade source card, which was a rare healing type. Even if she dared not venture into the dangerous realms, as long as she can ascend to become a card master at the academy upon graduation, securing a position as a medical support in hospitals or hunting teams would be absolutely feasible. These professions offer generous remuneration. Thus, as long as he waits for Ruan Qinghe to graduate, he might find himself living off her earnings. It is merely 4 years. Enduring a bit of hardship would be worthwhile. This wretched outer city could very well draw him into a random dimensional portal one day, leading to his demise. Why hesitate? If he misses out on Ruan Qinghe and the twins, does he truly want to seek out those eccentric individuals in the hall for marriage? With this thought, Cheng Zhuo fixed his gaze on the hesitant young woman before him and said solemnly, "My talents are rather mediocre, and my family's circumstances are poor. Life with me may be arduous." Ruan Qinghe shook her head repeatedly, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. "It's all right. It won't be any worse than before." Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that this young lady before him was not a flower nurtured in the warmth of love, but rather an 18-year-old who had endured poverty, chaos within her family, and the loss of loved ones. She was merely a girl lost in her path, striving to find a way, albeit one she herself was uncertain of. Perhaps this was their destined connection. Cheng Zhuo thought, since they must marry, regardless of poverty or adversities faced, he could promise not to abandon her. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly asked, "Are you willing to marry me? To become my lawful wife?" "I am willing." Ruan Qinghe's eyes instantly reddened. It was not merely from excitement, but rather from the lingering fear of the unknown. After participating in a matchmaking event, she had some regrets. The individual she encountered made her realize her previous notions were overly idealistic. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her, allowing her to meet Cheng Zhuo again. For some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of comfort in this man's presence. "You are willing, so I am willing too." The girl with different colored eyes smiled gently, her vacant gaze fixed on Cheng Zhuo, her delicate nose twitching as if trying to memorize his scent. The silver-haired girl stepped forward, extending her hand to lightly rest upon Cheng Zhuo's. Her hand was cool and soft, hesitantly brushing against his before firmly grasping it, as if she had made up her mind. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed in his ears, causing Cheng Zhuo to feel ecstatic. Ding! The host has acquired a true emotional partner. The Qinzi Ming system has been activated. Congratulations on receiving the newcomer's blessing gift pack. Hearing the system prompt, Cheng Zhuo was so elated that his body trembled slightly. After 18 years of transmigration, The standard equipment for transmigrators had finally arrived. The Qinhe Ming system? It sounded rather serious. Now was not the time for contemplation. He suppressed his excitement and subtly surveyed the three maidens, stating nonchalantly, "Let us proceed with the registration first." The three maidens cheerfully agreed. As they made their way to the registration window of the Ministry of Procreation, Cheng Zhuo suddenly realized he did not yet know the names of the twins. Meeting for the first time and barely exchanging a few words before registering felt utterly absurd. Perhaps this world was too surreal. After the girl with different colored eyes chattered excitedly about herself, Cheng Zhuo quickly learned about the twin sisters. Like Cheng Zhuo, they possessed F-grade source cards. The girl with different colored eyes was named Xia Chan, the younger sister. Her awakened source card granted her the ability of petrifying gaze, akin to that of Medusa, capable of turning anything she gazes upon into stone. The conundrum was that she was born blind and could see nothing. The silver-haired sister, Xia Mo, who was mute, had the awakened source card of Beast Whisperer, which enabled her to communicate with and tame exotic beasts. Ironically, she could not speak due to a language center issue, but could listen. In truth, even if the twin sisters had no disabilities, their F-grade white source cards were not significantly stronger than those of ordinary individuals. In this world, after awakening a source card, one must fuse it with a source card known as Breathing Meditation Card and complete the Lighthouse Covenant to officially become a card master and evolve further. Source cards, also referred to as source power cards, are categorized by rank: inferior, gray; common, white; good, green; premium, blue; epic, purple; legendary, orange; and mythical, red. F-grade source cards, like those of Cheng Zhuo and the twins, initially possess weak abilities and have almost no capacity to sense source power. They must at least fuse with an epic-grade breathing meditation card to absorb source power. However, epic-grade breathing meditation cards often start at millions in value, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. Moreover, even if an F-grade individual used an epic-grade meditation card to become a card master, they would likely reach their limit at the first tier. Thus, within a Tower City, it is generally assumed that only those of E-grade and above may become card masters. F-grade individuals are merely considered slightly more capable than average people, adept at performing during festivals. After a moment, Cheng Zhuo led the three maidens through the activity hall to the marriage registration office. By this time, a long queue had formed at the registration window. This was Cheng Zhuo's first time participating in an official matchmaking event, yet many others were already on their third attempt, indicating that the number of couples registering was quite significant. Among the long line, there were several individuals wearing forlorn expressions. Clearly, these individuals were largely those subjected to forced matchmaking through official AI algorithms. The registration process included a medical examination akin to that of Cheng Zhuo's previous life, primarily aimed at recording hereditary, infectious diseases, genetic issues, and disabilities. Unlike in the past, where some infectious diseases were concealed, here, any issues would be disclosed on the spot. For treatable conditions, the medical examination office would advise treatment before registration. Otherwise, one could not receive housing or newlywed subsidies. Taking advantage of the queue, Cheng Zhuo discreetly opened the system panel. Host, Cheng Zhuo, Realm, 0th tier. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mentality, 8. Constitution, 5. Luck. Number of partners, 03. Qinhe Ming reward, pending unlock. Please complete first contract. Space. Newcomer's Blessing gift pack. Exploration function pending unlock. Please complete pathway authentication. Harmony value function pending unlock. Please complete pathway authentication. The resonance of human emotions and physicality is a unique energy of the race. Your entanglement of desire with each contracted partner will serve as the source of system energy. Through the system notes, Cheng Zhuo understood that 3 was the current limit of his potential contracted partners, which would increase as his realm advanced. The so-called Qinhe Ming reward could only be claimed through the spiritual union with partners. Should a partner's heart waver, the contract would automatically become void, and further rewards would cease. Multiple wives bring multiple blessings, but it is not a mere mechanism for strength through physical encounters. Cheng Zhuo looked forward to the rewards from harmony. Yet clearly, this matter could not be rushed. Although marriages among the poor were not particularly elaborate, it was still necessary to wait until a new home was arranged, accompanied by a modicum of ceremonial significance. Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell upon the sparkling treasure chest within the space, having learned that opening it within the system would not be noticed by outsiders. He promptly murmured, "Open the gift pack. Congratulations, Master, you have received blessings. All attributes 10. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the breathing meditation card. Mythical Dragon's Breath, red. Congratulations. Master, you have obtained the source skill enhancement. Please enter the cultivation system as soon as possible." As a series of system prompts echoed, Cheng Zhuo suddenly felt a surge of warmth erupting from his chest, coursing rapidly through his limbs, bringing waves of sharp pain and a burning sensation. He instinctively clenched his fists. Beside him, Ruan Qinghe noticed Cheng Zhuo's slight tremor and assumed he was nervous. Thus she quietly tightened her grip on his hand. The system's attribute values began to rise steadily, and Cheng Zhuo's body underwent rapid transformation, with his muscles and bones emitting faint cracking sounds. The enhancement of 10 points in attributes was completed in less than half a minute. Cheng Zhuo let out a breath of relief, his heart filled with immense joy. He felt invigorated, the fatigue from last night's insomnia dissipating entirely. Even more astonishing was that he had unexpectedly obtained a mythical-level breathing meditation card. If the history books of the Su Jie did not conceal the truth, such a level had only appeared once in the last 2 centuries. With this mythical breathing meditation card, it meant he could become a card master, no longer just a distant dream. As for the source skill enhancement, he felt it was not the right time to explore it. He was incredibly curious about what the system would transform his sand dune cat into. "Cheng Zhuo, are you all right?" Ruan Qinghe, he looked at him with concern, noticing he was sweating profusely and breathing somewhat erratically. Was it just her imagination? Or did he seem to have grown slightly taller? "I'm fine," Cheng Zhuo replied with a reassuring smile, then teasingly remarked, "Cheng Zhuo, still not going to change how you address me? Huh?" Ruan Qinghe's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, casting a brief glance at her twin sisters beside her. Xia Mo remained indifferent, while Xia Chan raised an eyebrow, her eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. For some reason, even though her heterochromatic eyes were not visible, Ruan Qinghe felt as though Xia Chan could see right through her. Filled with playful teasing, with a face as red as a ripe cherry, Ruan Qinghe lifted her gaze to Cheng Zhuo, her lips pressed together, struggling to utter the 2 words she held in her heart, finally whispering, "Brother Cheng?" This address was soft and delicate, imbued with the unique shyness of a young girl, lightly brushing against Cheng Zhuo's heart like a feather, sending shivers through him. He couldn't help but feel delighted, affectionately ruffling her hair. This gesture caused Ruan Qinghe's face to bloom even more vibrantly. Yet, she did not shy away. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and boldly placed a gentle kiss on Cheng Zhuo's cheek. "Hey!" Xia Chan let out a playful squeal, teasingly nudging her sister Xia Mo, laughing. "Brother Cheng," sister said she wanted to have a French kiss too. Xia Mo's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Glancing nervously at Cheng Zhuo, she shook her head repeatedly. Turning to scold Xia Chan giggled, darting around Cheng Zhuo and Ruan Qinghe to evade her sister. Ruan Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle, playfully chiding, "Lil Chan, you're pretending not to see, aren't you?" Cheng Zhuo instinctively smiled, fondly watching the scene unfold. He felt incredibly fortunate. The surrounding men and women cast envious or jealous glances. A handsome young man with 3 beautiful young women drew many envious stares. Cheng Zhuo could faintly hear snide remarks, such as an empty-headed pretty boy will eventually starve, and he's just average-looking. But he paid them no mind. Only those who genuinely lack something would be affected by ridicule. Cheng Zhuo was clearly not one of them. Next, the mechanical voice from the registration window interrupted Cheng Zhuo's reverie. He and the 3 girls stepped into a detection device in order. Within moments, the results were out. Unsurprisingly, both he and Ruan Qinghe had no issues and could register to receive their subsidies. However, Xia Mo and Xia Chan were flagged for genetic anomalies. They could register, but would not receive the newlywed subsidy unless they underwent cybernetic eye and voice box surgeries, which were prohibitively expensive, costing hundreds of thousands. Clearly beyond their means. Even though they anticipated this outcome, a hint of disappointment lingered on their faces. Even the usually vivacious Xia Chan fell silent. "It's all right. Once I become a card master, I will definitely find a way to help you both," Ruan Qinghe encouraged, clenching her fists. Cheng Zhuo nodded in agreement. Indeed. I will also find a way to help you. With the system at his disposal, Cheng Zhuo felt confident. At the very least, he could earn more money to fund their surgeries. All right. The two girls nodded in unison, not harboring too much hope, yet feeling warmed by his words. Cheng Zhuo pulled the three girls close. Don't be disheartened. Smile. Let us go take our newlywed photos. The streamlined process was swift, including the queue. They completed their registration in less than half an hour. Once everything was settled, Cheng Zhuo raised the key in his hand. District 10, Happiness Community, Building 5, Apartment 501. Let us go check out our new home. Yay! Xiaochan exclaimed. Chapter 5. The new house, the Happiness Community in District 10, was not far from the Ministry of Reproduction, approximately 3 kilometers away. At Ruan Qinghe's insistence, the group chose to walk. It was midday, and the scorching sun hung overhead, yet the three girls seemed oblivious to the heat, playfully seeking shade along the way to escape the sunlight. Cheng Zhuo followed behind, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the trio. Among them, Ruan Qinghe was slightly taller, standing about 168 centimeters. Her figure was curvaceous, with a white t-shirt clinging to her back, accentuating her graceful shoulders and slender waist. Below, her wide-leg pants concealed, yet could not hide her rounded hips, each step exuding a rhythmic grace. She embodied the quintessential hourglass figure. However, her smaller frame and gentle features inspired a sense of tenderness. Though Ruan Qinghe was quite low-key in school, she remained the white moonlight in many boys' hearts, frequently ranking among the top 3 school beauties. Cheng Zhuo glanced at the certificate on his wristwatch, studying their newlywed photo. Even now, he felt a sense of unreality. He remembered how, just yesterday before the awakening ceremony, several boys were discussing how Ruan Qinghe from the neighboring class had awakened with healing abilities and a gentle personality, making her the perfect girlfriend. Little did he know she would become his lawful wife, along with a pair of beautiful twin sisters. Cheng Zhuo's gaze shifted to the still and lively Xia Mo and Xiaochan. The twins were slightly shorter, yet equally well-proportioned. Xiaochan wore a slightly faded, loose yellow t-shirt, the neckline hanging loosely on her shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her fair, smooth collarbone. She loved to skip along with her slender, slightly plump legs, her high ponytail bouncing energetically, radiating vitality. Their features and skin tones were nearly identical, but Xia Mo's gray-white t-shirt and silver hair made her skin appear even cooler, like a piece of jade impervious to sunlight. She often tilted her forehead slightly, concealing her cold, almond-shaped eyes. There was an elegance to her beauty, reminiscent of a delicate maiden, yet she exuded a serene coolness. Most of the time, she was the one being led by Xiaochan. The trio's attire was simple and unadorned, with sleeves and pant hems worn from use, and their shoes bore the marks of repeated repairs. Yet the vitality of their youth infused even the simplest materials with a unique beauty that spoke to their age. Cheng Zhuo quietly observed the three, much like watching flowers struggle to take root in barren soil. A strong resolve welled up within him. In the days to come, he would ensure they remained this happy, always smiling and carefree. Amidst their playful banter, the four soon arrived at the Happiness Community. This community was a renovated area, built upon the foundation of older high-rise apartments. Quite crowded, yet relatively clean. They quickly located Building 5, Apartment 501, before the weathered and paint-chipped door, for pairs of eyes brimmed with anticipation. Open the door, urged Xiaochan impatiently. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, dust cascading down, revealing the less than 50 square meters of the house in its entirety. It was evident that the room had been uninhabited for a long time, empty and desolate. To the right upon entering were 2 small compartments, one a kitchen and the other a bathroom. To their delight, the previous occupants had constructed a half-loft inside, allowing for sleeping above and a small living area below. "Wow, this house is a duplex," exclaimed Ruan Qinghe, peering up over the handrail, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars, clearly very pleased. Xiaochan twirled around with Xia Mo in the house, then spread her arms and cheered. "It's fantastic. Though the grasshopper is small, it has all its organs. It's though the sparrow is small, it has all its vital organs," Ruan Qinghe corrected. Xiaochan stuck out her tongue, close enough. Xia Mo, standing beside her, wore a faint smile and pointed to the kitchen. Xiaochan, with a mischievous grin, translated, "Sister says the kitchen space is quite nice. The stove height is just right. Brother Zhuo, do you like apron uniforms?" Sister said. Ouch, that hurts. Ruan Qinghe laughed at the grimacing Xiachan and turned to Cheng Zhuo, pulling him to a corner. Brother Cheng Zhuo, can I put a flower stand here? Of course, it's all up to you. Cheng Zhuo replied with a smile. Wow. The second floor is also quite spacious. We could fit 2 large mattresses. Hee, one for me and my sister, and one for Sister Qinghe and Brother Zhuo. Came Xiachan's playful voice from the loft above. Ruan Qinghe's cheeks flushed. Mo, don't help her. Let her be silly. Sister said, this is acceptable. The new house wasn't large, and living 4 people might feel a bit cramped. Yet, after entering, the smiles on the 3 girls' faces never faded, especially Ruan Qinghe, who felt immensely content to have such a personal little nest. After a light lunch, the trio bought some cleaning supplies and began tidying up. Within an hour, the fragrance of the cleaning agents overwhelmed the musty odor of the old furniture. The windows sparkled, and even the dust in the floor crevices was meticulously cleared. The 4 of them sat together on the living room floor, chatting about various topics. Cheng Zhuo, through their snippets of conversation, gained a deeper understanding of the 3 girls. As time passed, the sky outside deepened into a dark blue, and the streetlights at the alley's entrance began to flicker. It's time to go. It's not safe to be out late. Cheng Zhuo stood up first. All right, let us return and start packing for the move. Ruan Qinghe said reluctantly. Okay. The nights in the outer city were prone to unlawful incidents. Cheng Zhuo took the initiative to escort the 3 girls home, watching their figures disappear into the hallway before turning to leave. However, instead of heading home, he returned to the new house, planning to spend the night there. Cheng Zhuo intended to complete the Caxiu Path certification during the day and finish the partner contract at night, activating all system functions before contemplating future plans. The Caxiu Path certification required a Lighthouse contract. Otherwise, one could not elevate their realm. Yet, the Lighthouse contract was not granted unconditionally to prevent too many low-potential awakeners, or even non-awakeners, from recklessly rushing into the ruins or wilderness and losing their lives. Lighthouses worldwide were under strict management. Only those who passed assessment and obtained hunting permits had the chance to become true beast hunters. According to official terminology, both hunters and attendants were essentially beast hunters, also known as hunting seekers. They merely had different roles and strengths, but their essence remained the same. This included the academic faction within Caxiu Academy. They all shared a common trait. They were certified professional hunters by the Lighthouse. Engaged in battles within the ruins, they received assistance from Lingzi information, certain rewards from the Lighthouse, and most critically, the enhancement of breathing source power. This was one of the core methods for Caxiu to elevate their realm. The breathing meditation method encompassed both breathing and meditative practices as 2 means of enhancing source power. The breathing technique could be utilized when defeating beasts, akin to gaining experience points in a video game by defeating monsters. The more one kills, the faster the source power improves. Meditation, on the other hand, is generally a static practice, primarily used for source power recovery, deepening comprehension, and breaking through realm barriers. The combination of both constitutes a complete Caxiu practice. This is the mysterious nature of the Lighthouse. It can shield the ruins, providing humanity with protection while maintaining intricate connections with the ruins, seemingly complementing one another. Tomorrow, the school would host a recruitment meeting, and the city would commence the hunting trials for this batch of newcomers. The trial would last for 6 hours. Based on the trial assessment, newcomers would determine whether they became hunters or attendants, or whether they joined the academic faction of Caxiu. Alternatively, they might be directly prohibited from contracting and live as ordinary citizens. At that time, various guilds would also observe in real time, making this the most opportune moment for newcomers to sign with a guild. Cheng Zhuo was certainly going to participate. Missing this chance would mean waiting another 3 months or risking wilderness certification. Besides obtaining a contract opportunity, he needed a reasonable source for his mythical-level breathing meditation card. The city's surveillance was omnipresent. Should his extraordinary strength be discovered, he couldn't claim it was simply acquired through purchasing a few minor goals. The hunting trial presented a favorable opportunity. Thus, he needed a quiet environment to comprehend the system and the changes within himself, ensuring he could perform at his best the next day. Upon returning to the new house, Cheng Zhuo secured the door tightly. Extending his hand with a focused thought, he began summoning his little kitten. Suddenly, the space before him slightly distorted, and he felt a weight in his hand, startling him enough to make him embrace it tightly, nearly stumbling to the ground. When the world was this? Cheng Zhuo was taken aback. The previously palm-sized kitten had now exponentially increased in size, becoming a large kitten comparable to a wolf dog. With its short legs and round belly, the enlarged creature resembled a gas disguised in cat fur. Could it be that the system enhancement merely increased the summoned beast size? Cheng Zhuo sensed it was more than that. He calmed himself, deciding to understand whether the gas can had any special abilities through the unique mental connection with the summoned beast. Meow. After several attempts, Cheng Zhuo reluctantly gave up. Although this little fellow's physique now far surpassed that of an adult sand dune cat, its intellect clearly remained in infancy. No matter how Cheng Zhuo communicated, its responses were solely, milk, milk, milk. I can't even afford milk. Where I get it for you? You look just like a gas can. So from now on, your name is King Can. For summoned creatures, growth primarily occurs through consuming the source core of exotic beasts, and judging by the kitten's current state, the system enhancement might have pertained to its lineage without directly stimulating its growth phase. However, the system's notes on can astonish Cheng Zhuo. Summoned beast, funeral sand dune cat infant. Infant beast growth progress. 0. Realm. First order beast pet. Talent. Eerie spirit hunter. Has a deterrent effect on all eerie spirits, ignoring any soul type attacks. Talent. Night owl. When night falls, the little chubby's speed will double. Description. This is a sand dune cat that has undergone significant power enhancement. Apart from being gluttonous, it seems to have no other flaws. King Can had actually become a first-order beast pet. The distinction between first-order and unranked is not trivial. To put it in terms of human Kaksu, even an S-rank newly awakened Kaksu would hardly surpass a level 300. Once ranked, even an F-rank would start at level 500. Regardless of whether they were human or exotic beasts, the disparity in biological strength across each tier was absolute. The higher the tier, the more pronounced the difference became. A sudden, resounding gurgle emanated from the little creature's belly. Observing its pitiful demeanor, Cheng Zhuo's heart softened, and he descended the stairs to procure a large bucket of milk. The little one drank voraciously, finishing the 1 L of milk in mere seconds, gazing longingly at Cheng Zhuo. Once we earn some money, I shall ensure you have your fill. After indulging in the milk, the creature's communication skills evidently improved, finally offering a response. Cheng Zhuo gently patted its large head and returned it to the source card. Subsequently, he retrieved a mythical level breath meditation card, the Mo Long Ming Shi. Chapter 6. The Naivete of a First Marriage Before the Invasion of the Su Jie. Humanity in this world had already achieved remarkable technological advancements. Various enhancement methods, such as super serum humanoid armor, emerged to bolster individual combat capabilities. However, with the advent of Ka-Xiu, these high-tech products were left far behind. Apart from a continuous enhancement of Ka-Xiu's myriad source abilities, the most critical factor was that most aberrant creatures were virtually immune to non-source attacks. The primary method of enhancement for Ka-Xiu lay in accumulating source power within the source card, which would continuously fortify the body and amplify the potency of offensive techniques, pushing personal combat prowess to its zenith. In the 2 centuries since the Su Jie invasion, while unique cultivation methods have surfaced, the breath meditation method remains the mainstream approach to cultivation. As the Ka-Xiu system evolved, researchers had already developed methods for crafting cards using materials from the Su Jie. The breath meditation card was also the most accessible means of acquisition. The Mo Long Ming Shi in Cheng Zhuo's hand was lightweight, adorned with layers of scales on the front, while the back bore intricate inscriptions. Despite being an inanimate object, a pulse-like sensation could be felt with a gentle touch of his fingertip. In a moment of reverie, Cheng Zhuo felt as though he were grasping the heart of a colossal dragon. Between the breath meditation card and the source card, an inexplicable connection seemed to exist, and as soon as he took it out, he grasped the method of fusion. He sat cross-legged and pressed his palms together, holding the card. The instant the card touched his palm, as Cheng Zhuo activated the source power within him, the card suddenly radiated a dark golden glow, resembling a living dragon that slithered through his fingers. Layer by layer, the dark golden scales began to envelop Cheng Zhuo in rhythm with his breathing. Cheng Zhuo gradually immersed himself in an unexplainable state, akin to a dream or illusion. It felt as if he could watch the dark golden luminescence gradually merge into his white source card, according to the knowledge he had acquired about meditation cards. Upon fusing with the breath meditation card, he would instinctively master the corresponding abilities. Cheng Zhuo patiently awaited the process. Time passed, and he opened his eyes to a fleeting moment when his pupils glimmered like dragon eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Success. A profound sense of understanding surged within him. The breath meditation method, aside from absorbing source power and enhancing one's realm, was generally combined with source techniques to gain additional amplification capabilities. To Cheng Zhuo's delight, this Mo Longming, she possessed two unique abilities. The first was dragon power, which would significantly increase his strength beyond that of an ordinary Kashio as his realm ascended. The second was dragon form, which could simultaneously enhance both his physical body and summon beasts, augmenting their strength and speed while cloaking them in dragon armor for substantial defense. As Cheng Zhuo discreetly invoked the secret technique, his body indeed began to undergo a transformation. A patch of azure dragon scales appeared instantaneously on his chest, and as if a stone were cast into a lake, ripples of light radiated outward, swiftly enveloping his entire form. He could feel his bones and muscles transforming, his height surging by 2 or 3 inches. In an instant, he was clad in a suit of azure dragon-patterned armor, his visage fierce, resembling a formidable beast in human form. Clenching his fist, Cheng Zhuo distinctly felt the sinews of his muscles tauten, a surge of powerful strength coursing through him. He attempted to throw a punch, and the air reverberated with a sharp sonic boom. His strength had increased at least 4 or 5-fold. Cheng Zhuo was astounded and immediately glanced at the system, only to find that his attributes had transformed to strength, 1550, agility, 1550, spirit, 18 constitution, 1550, luck, 18. He was akin to Captain America donning Iron Man's armor, although the defensive attributes were not yet evident with this set of dragon scales. Ordinary blades would struggle to inflict even the slightest harm. With a snap of his fingers, the little cat, Ruan Qinghe, tumbled to the ground with a soft thud. Meow. The small kitten clearly lacked the ability to land gracefully like an ordinary cat, feeling dazed and looking up at Cheng Zhuo with an expression of dismay. Don't feel sorry. Let me show you something fun. Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow with a smile and activated the dragon form again. Ruan Qinghe let out a meow as its round body swelled like a balloon. Suddenly, 2 bulges appeared on its fluffy forehead, followed by 2 sharp, dark azure dragon horns bursting through its fur with a crack. Its once round face elongated considerably, its features becoming more defined, and its crimson eyes widened with an intimidating glint. Simultaneously, its fur bristled and transformed into azure dragon scales, rapidly spreading across its body like a tidal wave. Even its tail gleamed with cold light, sprouting sharp spines. In mere moments, Ruan Qinghe was entirely adorned with tiger-striped azure dragon scales, sporting horns, resembling an ancient beast rather than a mere kitten. Clearly overwhelmed by this sudden transformation, it shook its heavy head, staring at its now thickened forepaws. Its amber eyes widened in confusion, displaying a comical bewilderment. A growl escaped its throat, no longer the soft meow, but a thunderous roar that echoed like a tiger's roar in the forest, laced with a dragon's rumble, enough to tighten anyone's eardrums. Seeing this, Cheng Zhuo quickly covered its mouth. If it roared out loud, the roof might very well be blown off, as both man and cat transformed. The once spacious new home suddenly felt cramped. Cheng Zhuo adjusted to his transformed physique before retracting the dragon form. He had just observed the rapid depletion of source power from the source card, akin to a bucket with a hole, leaking water profusely. Given his nascent source power, it could only last a maximum of 5 minutes. What was the difference from being a fleeting hero, having experienced the monumental changes brought about by the meditation technique? Cheng Zhuo was determined not to settle for being a real man for just 5 minutes. It was imperative to enhance the source power reserves of his source card, whether as a hunter or a companion. The priority was to contract with the Lighthouse and become a professional hunter of the Sujie. The following morning, at 7:15, Cheng Zhuo was jolted awake by the alarm, his breath hitching, nearly succumbing to a heart attack, perhaps due to the transformation last night. He felt utterly drained. In the latter half of the night, he rushed downstairs to the noodle shop, devouring 5 bowls of beef noodles to quell his hunger before curling up on the hard-wooden bed, collapsing into a deep slumber until dawn. However, after a refreshing shower, he found himself in excellent condition. With a physique over 3 times that of an ordinary person, His recovery abilities were remarkable. He consumed a dozen buns and 3 bowls of soy milk downstairs. Following that, Cheng Zhuo sprinted to school at a speed akin to 10 seconds for 100 meters. A light sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. Now in midsummer, the phoenix trees at the school gate were lush and verdant, their green leaves swaying in the breeze. Standing beneath the tree was a graceful young woman, instantly capturing Cheng Zhuo's attention. She wore a light-colored dress, its hem fluttering in the wind, revealing her long, fair legs. With her hands behind her back, she unconsciously fidgeted with her fingertips. Upon catching sight of Cheng Zhuo, her eyes sparkled like fallen stars. First, she tiptoed to peer over, and upon confirming it was him, she joyfully bounced once, her arms raised high in a wave. In that fleeting moment when the young girl revealed her smile, it seemed as if the air had sweetened a few degrees. A few boys passing by were momentarily spellbound, their steps slowing to the point of almost halting, their gazes fixated on Ruan Qinghe. Only when they noticed whom she was waving at did they let out a reluctant sigh and slouch away. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture had added a touch of youthful sorrow to the hearts of several young men. Cheng Zhuo's lips instinctively curled upward as he approached his newlywed wife. "Why haven't you replied to my messages all night?" Ruan Qinghe came forward, her red lips slightly pursed, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and a touch of shyness. After all, they had just recently established their relationship, so they were not overly familiar yet. Cheng Zhuo was taken aback and quickly glanced at his wristwatch, astonished to find over 20 missed calls and dozens of unread messages. Aside from a few from a buddy and a greeting message from Xiaomo, all were from his new wife. From her message at 10 last night, "Are you home?" To one at 1 in the morning, "Is everything all right?" And then to this morning's, "Are you up? Their SA recruitment meeting today. You'll come, right?" Each message was laden with unmasked concern. "I'm sorry," Cheng Zhuo said awkwardly, scratching his head. "I was so deeply asleep, I thought something had happened to you." Ruan Qinghe pouted reproachfully. "You're such a worrywart. I thought you were in trouble." "Em sorry. It's my first marriage and I lack experience," Cheng Zhuo replied, his smile warm and endearing. "From now on, I shall respond to my esteemed wife's messages post-haste." Ruan Qinghe's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. "PSH, who is your esteemed wife?" "We've already registered, haven't we? There's still the ceremony, humph. Don't even think about skimping. I want a grand feast, at least 8 dishes." Ruan Qinghe clenched her fist, feigning a fierce demeanor. "No, 12 dishes. At least half must be meat. All right, let us dine at the Moore Sky Hotel. On second thought, that might be too expensive." Chapter 7. The S-Class Phoenix Power on Wutong Avenue of Xinyi City No. For middle school, cicadas were singing fervently. Today, the school had shed its usual scholarly atmosphere in favor of a bubbling restlessness. On either side of the road, rows of blue awnings lined up, their canvases adorned with a myriad of emblems. The hexagram of the Xingyun Guild, the multicolored badge of the Jinxia Guild, the lightning emblem of the Thunder Guild, and the claw totem of the Holy Beast Guild. Monster hunters are the backbone of humanity's resistance against the monstrous beasts. However, it is the hunters of the major guilds that draw the envy of the citizens. The 4 major guilds are the preferred choice for hunters. After all, being part of a major guild signifies better treatment and resources, a more professional training system, and enhanced safety guarantees. While today's grand event appears to be for selecting hunters, it is, in truth, also a spectacle for the citizens. In this era of struggle for survival, people crave a spiritual anchor. The live broadcast of the new Hunters Trials is one of the topics that captivates the public. The hunting trials do not venture into the realm of the beasts, but take place in a closed, abandoned city on the outskirts, where lower-tier beasts are kept, making it ideal for newcomers to practice. This format also facilitates live observation. People eagerly speculate which team of hunters and their assistants will become legendary pairs reminiscent of Batman and Robin from the old comics. Thus, each trial tends to generate a surge in viewership across the various channels of the city-state's broadcasts. As they strolled along the tree-lined school avenue, Cheng Zhuo and Ruan Qinghe paused before the hexagram banner of the Xingyun Guild. Under the awning, a girl in professional attire smiled and approached them. "Are you here to register for our Xingyun Guild?" "No, we would like to inquire about the Caxiu Academy," Ruan Qinghe replied. "Please go this way for Caxiu Academy registration." The girl maintained her professional demeanor, guiding them to a slender display screen. In Xinyi City, not all awakeners participate in hunting trials. After all, Some possess abilities not suited for combat, while others are simply too timid, like Ruan Qinghe. Caxu Academy has become a haven for such individuals, offering professional development that allows them to leverage their strengths without any risks involved. Ruan Qinghe, E-Class Priest, General Class, Tuition, Fee 25, 600 city-state coins. Verification is required before payment can be made. The screen chimed with an ethereal AI prompt. Ruan Qinghe had already researched Xingyan online, so after a brief review of the enrollment regulations, she decided to register. Once the information was recorded, the attending girl handed her an electronic receipt. Registration at Caxu Academy requires immediate payment. In this era, there is no concept of summer break. After registering, Ruan Qinghe would begin her studies in 2 days. All right. Ruan Qinghe bit her red lip, her expression pained as she confirmed the payment by transferring the electronic receipt to her wristwatch as holographic projection. The half of the marriage subsidy allocated to her by the Bureau of Nurturing was instantly depleted, and she even had to add a bit of her own funds. For a moment, she even contemplated giving up and becoming a hunter instead. Don't worry, our family won't lack for money in the future. Cheng Zhuo observed her apprehensive thoughts and smiled reassuringly. How is that possible? Ruan Qinghe suddenly looked up, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you win a lottery? Not quite, but it's somewhat similar. Cheng Zhuo took her hand and led her onward. A moment later, they navigated through the bustling crowd to the central playground, where a large holographic projection displayed the highlights of the hunters' dazzling moments. Long swords tore through the bellies of beasts, heavy sniper rifles delivered headshots, and the blades left behind echoes of their ferocity, each frame brimming with breathtaking tension. The visuals ultimately settled on a stunning woman clad in crimson armor. Her form-fitting scarlet battle attire accentuated her voluptuous curves. She was Rosa, the captain of the Phoenix team, a celebrity hunter known throughout Xingyi City. Initially, she was an F-class awakener, and after participating in the newcomer trials last year, she spent just half a year as a hunter assistant. Subsequently, she fortuitously obtained a legendary meditation card, and after a brief period of training, she triggered a second awakening. Her origin, having transitioned from F-class Fire Spirit to S-class Phoenix Power, marked a legendary growth trajectory. Do you wish to embark on mysterious explorations in the realm of beasts with me? Do you wish to observe the valiant hunters up close? Do you desire to seize opportunities and rewrite your destiny as I did? Become a professional monster hunter, where life becomes exhilarating. Wealth is within reach. Slay the beasts and protect your homeland. Your life deserves more. Rosa's alluring voice, wrapped in honeyed temptation, echoed across the playground. She raised her hand, brushing past her towering, fiery phoenix spear, flames dancing around her as if breaking free from the constraints of light and shadow. Upon witnessing this, Ruan Qinghe's complexion paled slightly. Are you planning to participate in the hunting trials? Cheng Zhuo nodded, his tone calm. Yes. Could you not go? Ruan Qinghe's voice trembled as she tugged at Cheng Zhuo's sleeve, her eyes brimming with concern. I know you're under a lot of pressure right now, but rest assured, once I graduate, our lives will improve. I've inquired, and even though I'm only E-class, there are still many job opportunities available. Don't worry. Cheng Zhuo comforted her with a smile. I want to venture into overly dangerous realms. I'll only engage in what I feel confident about. All right. Ruan Qinghe lowered her gaze, her spirits dampened. Although they had obtained their marriage certificate, there remained an element of unfamiliarity between them. She didn't want Cheng Zhuo to take risks, yet she was at a loss for words. Observing her distress, Cheng Zhuo gently ruffled Ruan Qinghe's hair. Don't fret. I'm among the top 10 in the survival course for the realm. Ruan Qinghe lifted her complex gaze. You must be especially careful. She ceased her attempts to dissuade him, but a heavy stone felt as if it were lodged in her heart. Had it not been for her and her twin sister, Cheng Zhuo likely would not have chosen to become an assistant. Although assistants do not charge into the fray and are akin to backpackers, the realm is fraught with uncertainties, and unexpected situations can arise. Moreover, the physical demands are stringent. Typically, only F-class awakeners with enhanced physiques can serve as assistants. Similar to Cheng Zhuo, a summoner with merely an F-tier potential possesses almost no combat capability and offers little enhancement to the main body, serving only as a charming mascot. He is risking his life in this endeavor. I must strive diligently to ensure he does not take unnecessary risks, thought Ruan Qinghe, clenching her fists in determination. Sunzai, At last, I have found you. Is your watch malfunctioning? Why haven't you responded? Suddenly, a loud voice erupted beside them. A shadow swiftly approached Cheng Zhuo, who was then seized by the neck. I knew you wouldn't give up. You would definitely come to sign up for the trials. Cheng Zhuo looked at the newcomer in surprise. What brings you here? This individual was his closest friend at school, He-Ho, though that was not his real name. He-Ho's actual name was Ho Wanli, a moniker he acquired due to his dark and slender appearance. After awakening his source card yesterday, he was promptly whisked away by guild recruiters. This fellow was extraordinarily lucky, having awakened with a B-tier potential. His ability as a shadow warrior allowed him to solidify his shadow, granting him double the strength and speed of his main body, as well as the ability to learn various martial arts and replicate all the enhancement effects and skills of his cards. He grinned mischievously. Hey, old Cheng, you didn't think I would forget my brothers just because I struck gold, did you? I've already spoken with the higher-ups in the guild. They'll definitely sign you on. Isn't that honorable enough for you to call me foster father? Cheng Zhuo frowned slightly. Aren't you concerned that using backdoor connections so soon after joining the guild might reflect poorly? Tisich, Ho Wanli smirked broadly, raising his chin. You see, Brother Ho is in high demand. This minor detail is inconsequential. Have you seen that big screen? My promotional video will definitely be featured next year. Seeing his playful yet earnest demeanor, Cheng Zhuo decided against further objections. After all, he wouldn't hold him back. With a resigned smile, he said, Fine, I suppose that makes you filial. You scoundrel, how dare you address me in such a manner? Ho Wanli widened his big, round eyes pretending to choke him, but Cheng Zhuo easily dodged. By the way, which guild have you signed with? Cheng Zhuo inquired. Ho Wanli casually replied, Thunder Guild. Damn it, I initially wanted to sign with Nebula, but Thunder offered way too much. Cheng Zhuo was taken aback. Thunder Guild? Noticing the peculiar tone in Cheng Zhuo's voice, Ho Wanli asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Is there an issue with Thunder Guild? Chapter 8. Newcomer Trials, what nonsense. That Zhao Shishang from Thunder Guild stole your girlfriend? After hearing the reason for Cheng Zhuo's breakup, Ho Wanli jumped up in shock, his voice booming like thunder as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to storm the Thunder Guild's recruitment office, cursing, Damn it, that scoundrel, I'm going to break my contract right now. Keep your voice down. Cheng Zhuo quickly restrained him, casting an awkward glance at the curious gazes around them, and whispered, The penalty for breaching a B-tier contract is no less than 10 million. Are you planning to sell yourself to pay off the debt? Ho Wanli's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Cheng Zhuo patted his shoulder reassuringly. Just chill there. Thunder Guild is not solely Zhao Shishang's domain. Ho Wanli furrowed his brows. So, are you coming or not? Cheng Zhuo waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm not opposed. I'll see which guild offers better conditions. There's nothing to choose from at the moment, but he glanced back at Ruan Qinghe. Not far behind him. If given the chance, I might lean towards Nebula. Ho Wanli followed his gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Old Cheng, you don't fancy that flower of the neighboring class, do you? I advise you to give up. I heard she already has a secret admirer. Saying this, he sneaked another glance at Ruan Qinghe, lowering his voice and winking. Hey, she has been smiling sweetly at me. You don't think her secret crush is me, do you? Dream on. Cheng Zhuo shot him a sidelong glance, and in response to his astonished expression, took 2 steps back and easily pulled Ruan Qinghe to his side. I forgot to introduce you. This is my wife, Ruan Qinghe. Quickly greet her, sister-in-law. Turning to Ruan Qinghe, he softened his tone. King, this is my best friend, Ho Wanli. Ruan Qinghe gracefully extended her hand, a hint of shyness in her smile. Hello. Classmate Ho, I am one of Cheng Zhi's wives. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Ho Wanli looked at the beaming Ruan Qinghe, then at Cheng. Stunned for a moment, suddenly regaining his composure, he pulled Cheng Zhuo aside, his voice cracking. What is going on? A wife? And one of several? This is a long story. Cheng Zhuo sighed helplessly, recounting how his drunken father had secretly signed him up for marriage and how he fortuitously encountered Ruan Qinghe and the twins. He refrained from mentioning that Ruan Qinghe had previously expressed her desire to marry him, fearing it would make this fellow green with envy. You. Ho Wanli's face shifted through shades of disbelief. In just one day, you married 3 wives? And a pair of twins? Casting a glance at the innocent yet alluring smile of Ruan Qinghe, Ho Wanli instantly felt that his B-tier contract was no longer appealing. He truly experienced the feeling of both wishing for his brother's happiness while dreading his brother's good fortune. Cheng Zhuo sighed with a smile. I never expected it would happen so quickly. Ho Wanli gritted his teeth. I was worried you might be heartbroken over your breakup. You rascal. You are truly unbelievable. Turning back, he resumed his normal demeanor in front of Ruan Qinghe, his sister-in-law. Just call me Hey Ho. If Cheng Zhuo ever bullies you, feel free to let me know. I'll help you deal with him. Don't be fooled by his slightly better fighting skills in the past. I can easily crush him now. All right. Ruan Qinghe nodded slightly, glancing at the approaching Cheng Zhuo, her eyes sparkling with stars. But he definitely 1T bully me, right? Of course not. Oh, Hey Ho dramatically raised his hand to cover his eyes, dragging out his words in a mock lament. The plight of a single monkey is unbearable. At 9 in the morning, a deep and resonant voice of a middle-aged man suddenly emanated from the speakers surrounding the playground, cutting through the noise. Good morning, awakeners. The future backbone of the city-state. Cheng Zhuo and the others instinctively looked up. On the screen, their principal, Zhou Dafang, with a belly reminiscent of an 8-month pregnancy, stepped onto the high platform. Adjusting his silver-framed glasses that had slipped down to his nose, he cleared his throat. Ahem. Today's hunting trial marks your first direct encounter with otherworldly beasts and is the crucial first step in your resistance against catastrophe. As the principal, I feel a profound sense of responsibility and immense pride. An hour later, Cheng Zhuo was nearly dozing off as Principal Zhou finally concluded his opening speech and vacated the platform. Cheng Zhuo discerned that the effective information from his speech boiled down to 3 key points. First, the hunting trial lasts for 12 hours. Second, there are a total of 976 participants, divided into mini teams of 4, competing based on the points earned from slaying otherworldly beasts, with a maximum prize of 1 million. Third, the overall evaluation will be conducted by the city-state's superintelligent entity, Ling Shi, which will rate the contestants based on various dimensions such as close combat, defense, range attack, reaction, and stress resistance. Half an hour later, the newcomers participating in the trial began to receive their combat suits and weapons. The combat suits were equipped with Ling Shi's terminal assist device on the right arm, capable of monitoring the user's condition at all times. In addition to ratings, Ling Shi would also monitor vital signs, activating the locking shield and emergency call procedures to ensure everyone has safety. As for the weapons for the trial, they were all cold weapons. However, unlike traditional cold weapons, these were embedded with source cards made from the cores of otherworldly beasts, containing various types of source energy damage to ensure sufficient lethality against the beasts. Cheng Zhuo selected a spear, the weapon he practiced with the most. This entire set of gear must cost no less than 200,000, right? Ho Wanli spun around with a long knife in hand, examining his own equipment. Sighing, this material wouldn't even leave a mark on an unranked otherworldly beast. The clothing may be indestructible, but it 1T protect against shock damage. Cheng Zhuo weighed the gun barrel in his hand, his tone growing serious. Do not be careless. Understood, Ho Wanli replied, momentarily abandoning his usual playful demeanor and nodding earnestly. At that moment, Cheng Zhuo's wristwatch suddenly emitted a rapid ringing sound. The screen displayed the words, Lao Jiugue, connecting. As Cheng Zhuo murmured, a rugged male face appeared on the wristwatch, his unreliable father, Cheng Qingshan. Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow. What is it? Cheng Qingshan's face was ashen. You ungrateful brat. Where have you been all night? Your Aunt Wang is worried sick. Did I not leave a message for Aunt Wang saying I wouldn't be back? Cheng Zhuo replied, perplexed. A message my foot. Cheng Qingshan spat. You didn't even say where you were going. Let us get to the point, Cheng Zhuo said, his impatience evident. I've never seen you care so much before. Are you concerned about the marriage compensation? Cheng Qingshan's expression became strange as he scoffed. Who cares about that little bit of money? Wen and Xiao Mo are looking for you. At that, the camera shifted, and 2 youthful faces crowded into the screen. Cheng Zhuo's younger siblings, Cheng Mo and Cheng Wen, who bore a slight resemblance to him, but looked notably younger. Wow, big brother. You look amazing. Cheng Wen exclaimed excitedly. Are you going to be a beast hunter? Go for it. We're watching the live broadcast. Big brother can only be a servant. Cheng Mo interjected, concern etched on his face. Big brother, being a rat catcher is quite good. You really don't have to risk your life. Don't worry, big brother knows what he is doing, Cheng Zhuo replied softly. Despite their family's poverty, the bond between the siblings was harmonious. After chatting for a while, their stepmother, Aunt Wang, joined in, pushing the 2 little ones forward into the camera. Cheng Zhuo's relationship with her was average, but he felt no animosity towards his younger sisters. The two girls, aged 7 and 5, viewed him simply as their older brother, excitedly cheering on his endeavors to battle monsters. "Let us wrap this up. No more chatting." "Soon," Cheng Zhuo shouted gruffly, snatching the camera. Before hanging up, he shot Cheng Zhuo a sidelong glance and added, "If you're going to die, don't bother coming back. I can't afford to buy you a grave." After ending the video call, Ruan Qinghe leaned in gently, a hint of envy in her voice. "You have such a good relationship with your siblings." Cheng Zhuo nodded. "Yes, it's quite good. I'll introduce you to them as my sister-in-law in a couple of days." "Sounds good." Ruan Qinghe's cheeks flushed slightly, and she curiously blinked. "They call you Big Brother. Why haven't I seen your older brother? He entered the Sujia 2 years ago and hasn't come out since." Cheng Zhuo tightened his grip on the gun barrel, his voice dropping. His elder brother, Cheng Yao, for years his senior, possessed A-level potential. To seek an opportunity to enter the second tier of Caxu, he had recklessly ventured into the 2-star realm. According to his teammates, even his body was never recovered. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qinghe's complexion paled, and she looked at Cheng Zhuo with growing concern. "I'm sorry. You must be extremely careful." Cheng Zhuo nodded solemnly. At that moment, similar scenes unfolded across the playground, where family members or partners offered their words of caution. Cheng Zhuo had already registered through his wristwatch and now awaited further instructions. Approximately half an hour later, the ethereal voice of the super-intelligent entity Lingzi resonated across the playground. "All participants, please proceed to the designated areas to meet your teammates as per the terminal's division instructions. Conventional weapons are ineffective against beasts." 7 years into the Hunter era, Master Moshang has handcrafted the first battle knife embedded with a source power card, marking the official advent of source weaponry. This excerpt was taken from Chapter 9 of Hunter Chronicles, Weaponry. Following Lingzi's announcement, a squad of city guards emerged from an unknown location, clearing out the bystanders from the playground. Cheng Zhuo instructed Ruan Qinghe to return and pack her belongings before parting ways with Ho Wanli to head towards their respective team assembly areas. His team number was 81. The terminal indicated he had 1 D-level and 2 E-level teammates. According to Lingzi's fair distribution principle, this evidently reflected the enhancement of his physical abilities, elevating his strength assessment to above sea level. However, Cheng Zhuo was surprised to find that the team leader was actually someone he knew. As he approached Area 81, he overheard 2 voices filled with complaints. "What is wrong with our team? Even if we can't evenly distribute A and B levels, at least assign a C level, right? What does it mean to have an F level here?" Exactly. This Cheng Zhuo is a summoner, the most useless base skill among F levels. What's he doing here? P.S. Just a burden to his teammates. Is Lingzi's matching system malfunctioning? What a ridiculous smart division. It seems like someone is manipulating things behind the scenes to gather the best candidates together for a shot at fame. Upon seeing Cheng Zhuo approach, the 2 boys immediately fell silent, but their faces betrayed their frustration, and their disdainful glares were unmistakable. Cheng Zhuo ignored them, his gaze landing on a girl with a high ponytail on the other side of the team, and he nodded in acknowledgement. What a coincidence. This girl was none other than Enyo, his ex-girlfriend's close friend. Enyo's expression was somewhat complicated as she nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Team 80. Following her line of sight, Cheng Zhuo noticed his ex-girlfriend, Su Wantong, alongside a boy with a cold smile, Zhao Shishang from the Thunder Guild. What a small world. Cheng Zhuo stood expressionlessly within Team 81. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this Cheng, the class monitor from Class 3? Zhao Shishang didn't miss the opportunity to provoke him. His voice deliberately raised as he turned to Su Wantong. "Wantong, it seems he hasn't given up on you. Did you know? His dark-skinned brother is trying to cling to our Thunder Guild, desperately pushing this F-level waste of space into the guild." "Huh. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the sewers catching rats than to risk death as a servant?" Cheng Zhuo didn't even lift his eyelids, feigning ignorance. Seeing his indifference, Zhao Shishang's expression darkened, revealing a hint of malice in his eyes. Su Wantong furrowed her brows and stepped in front of Cheng Zhuo, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Cheng Zhuo, what is the point of this?" Cheng Zhuo raised his eyes. "Do you believe me when I say this has nothing to do with you?" Su Wantong, seemingly ignoring his words, continued to scold him. "Is it worth risking your life just to prove a point? What are you trying to demonstrate? How childish." Cheng Zhuo felt a sense of helplessness and slowly pulled out a pair of headphones to wear. He truly had no desire for further conversation. Ever since Su Wantong accepted Zhao Shishang's advances, he had seen through it all. Su Wantong was momentarily speechless by his nonchalant demeanor, her cheeks flushing. Enyo quickly stepped forward to pull her aside, providing quiet comfort. There's no need to get angry. Perhaps he genuinely wants to become a hunter. You know how hard he trains. This day has been his goal. Maybe he hopes to achieve a second awakening like Phoenix Girl Rosa. But he's just an F-level summoner. How could he have that opportunity? Su Wantong's voice softened, yet her frustration remained evident. Rosa was able to achieve a second awakening because her second gene unlocking rate exceeded 10. How can he compare? I knew it. He speaks so lightly about breaking up. Yet he can't let go. Enyo, though not particularly close to Cheng Zhuo, felt he didn't seem like that kind of person. She refrained from further discussion on the topic and instead steered the conversation towards their plans for entering B City. After a round of comforting words, Suantong's mood gregwalikamd. With such weak strength in your team, what will you do? Su Wantong grasped Enyo's hand, a hint of worry in her voice. It's all right, Enyo replied with a smile, her tone surprisingly calm. A weaker team might just lead to a higher personal evaluation for me. Su Wantong glanced back at Zhao Shishang and whispered, if you are willing, he could easily help you secure a C-level contract. How wonderful it would be for our sisters to be in the same guild. Enyo smiled gently and shook her head, though she said nothing. The firmness on her cheeks clearly indicated her disapproval. At that moment, a distant humming sound grew closer and louder. Everyone turned their heads upwards, and they beheld a massive vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft, its circular engine spewing a ghostly blue plasma flame as it descended slowly. It was time to depart. The crowd erupted into excitement once more. Soon, the front row began to board the aircraft under the command of a fully armed unit of the city-state S military. Inside the cabin, the space resembled the hollow interior of a colossal steel beast, even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Cheng Zhuo found his designated seat by the window. Two boys deliberately left a space between them and him, and the last to enter, Enyo, had no choice but to sit next to Cheng Zhuo, bringing with her a refreshing fragrance. Cheng Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement and turned to gaze out the window. The cabin was filled with the dull sound of footsteps on metal plates, mingled with the chatter of various teams. However, the row belonging to Team 81 was marked by an awkward silence. The two boys casually flipped through the trial manuals on their terminals, while Cheng Zhuo donned his headphones, still staring out the window. Enyo furrowed her delicate brows and took the initiative to speak. Hello, everyone. My name is Enyo. Her voice was soft yet clear, instantly capturing the attention of the two beside her. Let us each introduce our abilities. Since we are on the same team, we must collaborate to achieve better results. As the only D-level member, and a beautiful woman at that, her words compelled the other two to abandon their silence. One of the taller boys replied first. I am Wei Qingfeng. My origin card is an E-level fire controller with a biological strength of level 83. Pang Wei, E-level beast shapeshifter, biological strength of 91. And 146 when transformed. The other boy, sporting a spiky hairstyle, lazily lifted his eyelids, his tone dripping with reluctance. Beast shapeshifters are quite advantageous in low-tier battles, easily handling unawakened initial-tier mutant beasts shortly after awakening. The mutant beasts of the Su Jie realm can be categorized into 4 types based on their characteristics: initial tier, derivative, enhanced, and dominant. Although these types generally represent a progressive enhancement, it is not an absolute growth system. For example, some small initial-tier mutant beasts remain in their original state even upon maturity. Unawakened initial-tier mutant beasts have a maximum biological strength of level 100, and such initial-tier creatures constitute 80 of the hunting grounds. With a level similar to Pang Wei, as long as one is cautious of the rare derivative and enhanced beasts, the danger is minimal. Enyo nodded in satisfaction and introduced herself. I'm a D-level wind archer with a biological strength of 105. I can handle ranged attacks, though I must admit my aim is still lacking, so I ask for your understanding. After saying this, she turned and lightly tapped Cheng Zhuo on the shoulder. Cheng Zhuo, what about you? Cheng Zhuo's headphones were devoid of music, yet he removed them and replied, Cheng F-level summoner, biological strength. He paused, ultimately stating the assessment result from his awakening, 52. The system only displayed 5-dimensional attributes and did not utilize the city-state's biological strength assessment method, so he was uncertain of the exact figure. Wei Qingfeng let out a heavy sigh. Exchanging a glance with Pang Wei, his eyes glimmered with disdain, as if to say, "See, he truly is a weakling with a combat power of 5. The standard biological strength for a healthy adult male is level 50. And Cheng Zhuo's 52 was indeed indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, the biological strength of an awakener is merely the most basic component of personal combat power. The origin technique is what truly matters." The two boys grew increasingly frustrated with Cheng Zhuo's F-level origin technique, their expressions darkening. Suddenly, the transport aircraft shuddered, and the engine's roar intensified. Cheng Zhuo instinctively glanced out the window. The ground below was shrinking at a visible pace, revealing the towering city walls in the distance. Soon, the aircraft stabilized. Silence. A rough voice erupted from the rear of the cabin, causing a ringing in their ears. The cabin fell silent instantly. The speaker was a burly commander dressed in a black military uniform, his square face set like iron, a robust beard standing upright, giving him an intimidating presence. With a deep voice, he warned, "Listen up, especially those self-important high-potential types. Don't think that just because you possess some extraordinary abilities, you are invincible. Good physical condition and strong origin techniques do not guarantee you can slay mutant beasts. Some cowards wet their pants at the sight of blood. When it comes to life and death moments, your prowess may dwindle to nothing. Your origin card, potential, and biological strength can be quantified." But he suddenly pointed to his head and thumped his chest, bellowing, "Your worthless brains and cowardice cannot be reflected in data. Don't think that by donning combat gear, you are safe. Let me tell you, while few die in trials, at least 30 will incur injuries." He scanned the room with a piercing gaze and sneered now. "For those still willing to proceed, I expect absolute silence. Focus on reading the trial manual and prepare to enter the city." His crude words left the audience exchanging glances. However, those who had decided to participate were naturally prepared for the possibility of injury, and none truly backed down at that moment. About 10 minutes later, the aircraft hummed again, and a strong sensation of descent gripped them. Cheng Zhuo glanced out the window. Below lay a dilapidated city with no visible boundaries. Once, this had been a bustling urban area before the Great Catastrophe, but now it had become a vast nest teeming with low-tier mutant beasts. "All units, jump in order of team number. Go, go, go." Following the commander's roar, the hatch of the transport aircraft opened with a click, and a gale rushed in. The combat suits had automatic parachute deployment and positioning functions, alleviating safety concerns. Yet many stood trembling at the hatch, their legs quaking. The soldiers behind them wasted no time, shoving them out one by one. As they approached Team 81, Anyo's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as she cautioned Cheng Zhuo. "Cheng Zhuo, remember to wear your communication headset when you jump, and quickly regroup with us. Do not act alone." As a close friend of his ex-girlfriend, Cheng Zhuo understood her somewhat, a girl who appeared gentle yet was resolute and ambitious. This warning was not born from deep concern, but rather from a fear that Cheng Zhuo might hinder her overall evaluation. Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow and made an gesture with his hand. Once the team ahead jumped off, he stepped to the hatch, facing the fierce wind, and leapt without hesitation. Chapter 10. Blind Core inside the inner city of Xingtai, in the top-level conference room of the City State Hunting Bureau. Several high-ranking officials sat at the main seats, with dozens of recruitment heads from various guilds seated on either side. At the front of the conference room, a circular holographic screen, occupying an entire wall, was projecting real-time hunting footage of nearly 3,000 newly awakened individuals, with nearly 100 segmented areas tracking images of high-potential newcomers and key bosses. Everyone had a projection screen before them. A finger tap allowed them to access detailed data on any squad. This batch of newcomers is rather underwhelming. There are fewer than 10 with A-level potential, and no S-level has appeared yet. The white-haired elder, Ruan Qinghe, vice president of the Xingyan Guild, nonchalantly swiped through the virtual screen, shaking his head repeatedly. By his side, a sharply dressed Caucasian man smirked with a hint of self-satisfaction, remarking that while it was indeed somewhat lacking, the potential of our Lei Ting Guild's Moro was hardly inferior to an average S. Ruan Qinghe raised an eyebrow and scoffed, stating that the disparity between S and A was far greater than that between A and F, and that one should refrain from exaggerating A's worth. The man, addressed as Ao's, suddenly stiffened at the public ridicule. "Narrow-minded old fool. I merely utilized a little trick to snatch an A level from Xingyan. Must you be so acerbic? Were it not for your position as a city-state committee member, I would have put you in your place. Ao's cursed inwardly, but dared not offend openly, forcing a smile and acknowledging, indeed, Elder Ruan. I cannot compare to a true S-grade. Ruan Qinghe cast a sidelong glance, pointing to the projection before Ao's and grinning at the long-haired elder beside him, exclaiming that the academician Caxu's insight was rather shallow, as he had never been a hunter and could not distinguish between good and bad. Just look, an F-level summoner even made it onto the contract list. Ha ha ha. The long-haired elder craned his neck to glance, and, upon seeing the F-level summoner on Ao's list, erupted in laughter. Ao's, has your Lei Ting sunk to this level of desperation? Ao's was momentarily taken aback, hastily focusing on the list's edge, where Cheng Zhuo, F-level summoner, biological strength, level 52, appeared. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could such a wretch appear on his contract list? Observing the two men nearly gasping for air from laughter, Ao's expression darkened to a near-drenched pallor. He abruptly stood, striding to his assistant's seat, seizing the young man by the throat and pressing him against the display, demanding a satisfactory explanation, or else not even Jesus could save him. The young assistant, pale with fear, hastily scanned the list and stammered, He was added by Manager Liu, who said it was a binding contract request from a B-level awakener. A B-level binding request? Ao's was taken aback. Ah, understandable. Ruan Qinghe wiped away tears of laughter and raised his voice. After all, your Lei Ting is relatively new. It's reasonable to have a binding request. Your manager did the right thing, so don't make it hard for the lad. Though his words were clear, the undertone of mockery was like a needle pricking, fueling Ao's anger. Get out, he spat before turning to exit. Ruan Qinghe, suppressing his mirth, beckoned to a woman clad in a black suit who approached with a cool demeanor, slightly bowing her head. Teacher, obtain evidence regarding the binding contract of that F-level summoner. Ruan Qinghe instructed, casting a sidelong glance at Ao's retreating figure. They want to write it into the contract, so find video or audio evidence first. Then have a word with this Cheng Zhuo lad. The city-state values the rights of high-potential Caxiu greatly, as long as we have audio and video proof. Even if it's not explicitly stated in the contract, it cannot be violated. Ao's was a man overly concerned with his image. He would never accept an F-level. Ruan Qinghe knew this was an opportune moment to snatch someone valuable. Understood, the woman nodded and departed. Such a captivating figure in professional attire, remarked the long-haired elder, appraising the woman's slender legs and swaying skirt until she disappeared at the doorway. He then turned to Ruan Qinghe, Elder Ruan. Do help me persuade her to be mine. Look, my name is Song He, hers is Mu Yinji. What a match. Ruan Qinghe shot him a disdainful glance. Match? You old late chair, you'll die from chasing women. Song He licked his lips. To die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance, you understand? Stop dreaming. Little Mu has no interest in someone like you, Ruan Qinghe scoffed. Why is it that such a charming man as I fails to attract her? Song He mused, running a hand through his flowing hair. Ruan Qinghe rolled his eyes. Does she fancy your old self or your aversion to bathing? Unbothered, Song He inquired. But why did you bring little Ji along to recruit? Is that wise? I sensed she might draw her sword at a mere word. Ruan Qinghe appeared somewhat vexed, shaking his head. If she doesn't interact with more people, I fear she may truly become a killing machine. Indeed, Song He tossed his hair. Such a beautiful person is becoming increasingly devoid of humanity. Even I cannot sway her. Ruan Qinghe once more rolled his eyes, having lost the desire to converse with this old rogue. He activated the holographic projection, casually opening Cheng Zhuo's tracking interface. Yet Song He leaned closer, peering at the screen. Aren't you worried about failing to recruit and ending up with an F-level summoner at home? Perhaps it could be a lucky find, Ruan Qinghe replied with an amused smile, focusing intently on the holographic display. In the image, a youth wielding dual firearms pierced an exotic beast, swiftly turning to deliver a stylish shot that felled another beast behind him. The scene unfolded in a desolate street of the Trial B city, with crumbling buildings and overgrown weeds. Cheng Zhuo, leaning on his long gun, panted heavily as he gazed at the corpse of a beast resembling a wolfhound, feeling the lingering burn in his fingers from exertion. It was his first genuine combat with an exotic beast, and he was understandably tense. The twitching creature on the ground was a Shazang, which bore the body of a rat and the mouth parts of a cockroach, equipped with sharp appendages. As the most common initial form, Shazang were numerous and swift. Though their biological strength hovered around level 50, their claws could easily eviscerate an ordinary person. Cheng Zhuo prodded the Shazang's corpse with the gun's tip, examining it with curiosity. The adage goes that seeing one Shazang indicates a nearby nest. Lacking a source core, the Shazang had little value, and Cheng Zhuo had no intention of wasting time on such trivialities. I must find that creature soon, he murmured, pulling up a map on his wrist device. Within this beast city resided a pig-like exotic beast known as the Dujiao Hezu. Its unique source core could randomly produce a breath meditation card, making it a favorite among novice hunters. This type of source core, capable of transformation, would automatically degrade into a common core if removed from its body for over 24 hours, so hunters typically open the core on site. Jokingly referred to as the blind core Hezu, it was precisely what Cheng Zhuo needed. Kispet, Gun, had transformed overnight from a palm-sized kitten to a first-tier beast companion, an extraordinary leap that could not be explained by mere high-level meditation techniques. He had researched and found that even epic-level cards could not yield such results. He could not admit to having spent several small targets to acquire a legendary breath meditation card. Only by opening the blind core could he somewhat justify the situation. He risked inciting the ire of the city-state's upper echelons for wasting a high-level source card. In a sense, an F-level potential merging with a legendary breath meditation card was a squandering of high-tier resources. However, a similar incident had occurred the previous year, so it was unlikely to provoke overt punishment. As for the actual level being mythical, he would not utter a word about it. After all, the emergence of the only 2 mythical level cards in history would be utterly astonishing. Legendary breath meditation cards were also rare, albeit some existed in Xingyi City. However, they mostly came from high-level exotic beast blind cores. The notion of using an unranked initial form Hezu to yield a legendary card seemed ludicrous. Who cares? Someone has once produced an epic card from a blind core Hezu. What's wrong with me obtaining a legendary one? Humanity remains largely ignorant of the lighthouse and the ruins, and fortuitous encounters can happen at any moment. Luck is inherently capricious. Having pinpointed the location on the map, Cheng Zhuo's gaze swept toward a fork in the street ahead. This is it, Yuda Plaza, the territory of the Dujiao Hezu. Cheng Zhuo grasped his long spear and was about to step away when his peripheral vision caught sight of a drone rapidly descending toward him. What is happening? He paused, a hint of confusion washing over him. Such drones typically accompany high-potential newcomers, yet this one was clearly directed at him. Which guild would be interested in him at this moment? Before he could ponder further, the drone had swiftly approached, hovering before him. A beep sounded, and a holographic projection unfolded. Amidst the dance of light and shadow, a woman clad in a black professional skirt suit appeared, exuding an inexplicable aura of cold detachment. Greetings. I am Mu Yanji from the Xingyan Guild. Let us converse. Xingyan Guild? Cheng Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Mu Yanji's expression remained impassive, her pale fingertips gliding across, projecting another image from the drone. The display revealed a contract for a third-tier hunter's assistant. This is a third-tier assistant contract. Please sign. Cheng Zhuo cast a brief glance at it before dismissing it entirely. This woman was evidently new to the role of recruitment. Her demeanor so frigid that even Lingzi's voice possessed more warmth. He steadied his spear and replied calmly, I would consider signing, but I require a hunter's contract instead. A barely perceptible flicker of surprise crossed Mu Yanji's delicate brows as her gaze swept past the corpse of a rat-like creature at Cheng Zhuo's feet. The wound on the creature's forehead, punctured by a spear, bore even cracks, indicating a clean penetration. She remained silent, raising her hand to tap lightly. The drone emitted a soft beep, and a green beam swept across Cheng Zhuo's body like flowing water. Evidence of temporary cellular enhancement appeared, suggesting the presence of a serum injection. A momentary look of realization crossed Mu Yanji's indifferent face before she stated, I can upgrade the third-tier assistant contract to first tier and cover the serum costs. I have made myself clear. Cheng Zhuo displayed no signs of being swayed. I want a hunter's contract, specifically one with a reward mechanism. A flicker of faint coldness crossed Mu Yanji's eyes. You may not fully grasp the situation. While the serum can provide an advantage during the novice phase, your essence remains at F grade, with no potential for advancement to Kaksu. Any awakened being above E grade could easily overpower you. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let's resume this conversation after the hunt. Cheng Zhuo hoisted his spear and turned to leave. Mu Yanji did not follow. She turned away, and the projection gradually faded. In a narrow alley filled with the stench of decay, Cheng Zhuo navigated swiftly, his spear in hand. Occasionally, rat-like creatures darted out, most of which he dispatched with a single shot. Among these lowly beasts, they crumbled under the might of his weapon, as fragile as paper. With each kill, Cheng Zhuo's initial tension transformed into a sense of ease, and he found a hint of exhilaration in watching the dark red blood gush forth from the creatures he pierced. Is this a sign of some twisted mentality? He mused inwardly, as he continued to slay the rat-like creatures. He swiftly made his way toward the territory of the unicorn porcupine, having long dismissed the invitation from the Xingyun Guild. He surmised that her appearance was likely related to the black monkey. After all, given his current display of strength, he was far from warranting a personal visit from a guild representative. Suddenly, Cheng Zhuo's wrist communicator chimed, indicating an incoming call from an unknown number, though it bore a note stating it was a friend referral. Curious, he wondered who would reach out at this moment. Cheng Zhuo, what is going on? Upon answering, he was greeted by Nio's irate visage, her expression a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Didn't Tiwi agree to regroup immediately upon landing? Why are you heading in the opposite direction? Your communicator was off. I even had to ask Tong Tong for your number. Cheng Zhuo offered an awkward smile, hastily gesturing to the recently slain rat-like creature. I apologize. I've been preoccupied with these things chasing me. Upon noticing the corpse Cheng Zhuo held, and Nio's anger dissipated, replaced by a semblance of seriousness. You need to leave quickly. The rat-like creatures always swarm together. Let us meet at the Unicorn Porcupine-S territory. Let's south meet at Yuda Square, Cheng Zhuo interjected. All right, be careful and remember to stay in touch, and Nio cautioned before ending the video call. Cheng Zhuo retrieved a pair of earphones from his right arm's monitor. After confirming he could hear Nio and her two teammates on the other end, he resumed his sprint toward Yuda Square. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Nio ended the call, Wei Qingfeng, who stood beside her, let out a soft exclamation. Hey, this kid, what is the matter? Nio asked, her heart skipping a beat as she turned to look. Wei Qingfeng pointed at the team's rapidly escalating points. His speed in slaying beasts is impressive. He has something special. Pang Wei approached as well, a strange expression on his rugged face. Is there a bug in Lingzi? That kid summoned beast is just a sand dune cat. It can barely compete with the beasts. Lingzi is a super intelligent entity based on a lighthouse. It doesn't easily encounter bugs. Don't judge solely by appearances. Pang Wei's repeated mockery of Cheng Zhuo finally irked Nio. Though her relationship with Cheng Zhuo was not particularly close, they had met through Su Wantong and were acquaintances. She felt a twinge of anger at the stranger's mockery. With a huff, she retorted, Cheng Zhuo's combat skills rank among the top 3 in our school. He is near the rat-like nest, so it is natural for him to kill quickly. We should hurry to regroup with him. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if you two end up with a lower overall evaluation than an F-grade summoner. Upon sensing Nio's displeasure, the two men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they dared not retort. Compared to their initial meeting, their attitude toward Nio now bore a notable semblance of respect. This seemingly intelligent and gentle woman transformed entirely once she brandished the hunting bow encased in a green halo, especially during their recent encounter. When they faced a 150-level derived beast, she effortlessly dispatched it with a single arrow. Given their current state, they knew they could not have matched it in combat. Clearly, Nio's archery prowess was far beyond the D-grade awakening stage. She must have activated a meditation card, likely of premium quality. Though breathing meditation cards could be purchased on the market at the epic tier, those cost tens of thousands, making them unaffordable for ordinary families. Moreover, their scarcity made it challenging to find a compatible one. The premium tier was the utmost accessible level for most individuals. Even premium breathing meditation cards were not inexpensive, ranging from several to over 100,000, so most would gamble on the blind core of the unicorn porcupine first. Only if luck eluded them would they resort to purchasing one in the market. Nio had already integrated a premium meditation card, indicating her card's impressive quality and high compatibility with her essence technique. As Nio quickened her pace, Pang and Wei exchanged glances, hastily following suit. Their current team leader was indeed their pillar of support. At that moment, outside the conference room of the City-State Hunter-S Guild, Ruan Qinghe, after listening to Mu Yanji's report, tapped his fingers against the railing twice, his expression reflecting a mix of disappointment and frustration. These young people today are always seeking shortcuts. Do they not realize that injecting serums lowers the gene unlocking rate? An F-grade individual completely forfeits the chance for a second awakening. Have they never heard of the Phoenix Woman, Rosa? Mu Yanji stood respectfully beside him, her voice soft. Should we still keep an eye on him? Forget it. Ren Tianxing waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with impatience. It's merely a B level. It's not worth the effort. Leave it to the subordinates. You should focus your attention on those few A-level individuals who have yet to sign contracts. Mu Yanji nodded slightly in agreement. Ren Tianxing glanced again at the projection, where a youthful figure was fiercely battling in a narrow alley. The long spear whirled with precision and ferocity. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, noting that the spear's skills bore a resemblance to his own in his youth. Pausing for a moment, he expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the potential is too low. With that, he raised his hand to turn off the projection, as if brushing away inconsequential dust, and strode back to the conference room. The heavy glass door closed slowly. Almost simultaneously, a drone high above, which had been pursuing Cheng Zhuo, tilted its wings sharply and silently flew toward another airspace. Inside a cramped apartment in the outer city, Xiaochan tightly grasped Xiaomo's hand, exclaiming, "Oh no, Qinghe Jia, your husband is no longer on the live feed. He is your husband too." Ruan Qinghe replied with a smile. Observing Cheng Zhuo's impressive abilities, her previously tense demeanor had relaxed considerably. Xiaochan released Xiaomo's hand, collapsing onto the sofa like a wilted eggplant, her blue-gray eyes losing their luster as she murmured, "Oh dear, these people really lack vision. Your husband is so dashing with that spear, yet they don't stream it." Ruan Qinghe gazed out the window, softly murmuring, "It's all right, as long as he comes back safely." Xiaomo's almond eyes flickered, and suddenly she stood up, tugging at the slumped Xiaochan on the sofa. "Oh, I know." Xiaochan dragged out her words, reluctantly sitting up and pouting her cherry-like lips. "Truly, you forget your sister when a man is involved. When your husband returns, I must tell him how his little wife mistreats the blind, constantly urging me, this poor little blind girl, to work." Xia Mo, as cheeks flushed brightly, and she reached out to pinch her. Ruan Qinghe, folding clothes, looked up and smiled, "Stop fooling around. Let us pack up and move. We aim to tidy the new house today, so that when Cheng Zhuo comes back, he won't have to toil anymore." I know, Xiaochan complained, though her hands were already grabbing a nearby cardboard box to begin sorting through scattered items. Chapter 12. The Blind Core Acquired. After turning a corner piled with abandoned vehicles, Cheng Zhuo's surroundings suddenly opened up. "I've arrived," he thought, feeling a surge of joy as he crouched behind a rusted car, quickly scanning the entire square. Fortune smiled upon him. The square was eerily quiet, and he appeared to be the first to arrive. Cheng Zhuo's gaze swiftly locked onto a spot approximately 30 meters ahead, where a unicorn porcupine was bent over, gnawing on the carcass of an unknown animal, a faint green glow emanating from its brow. That was the mark of the source core. According to the data, an adult unicorn porcupine measures about 2 meters in length. While the numbers seemed manageable on paper, witnessing it in person made Cheng Zhuo feel a bit apprehensive. "It's enormous," he thought. "It looks more like a smaller elephant than a porcupine." Should he wait for Niu and the others? Just as Cheng Zhuo hesitated, the massive porcupine seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head. Its amber eyes filled with alertness, nostrils twitching. This was not good. Cheng Zhuo silently cursed his misfortune. Clearly, this unicorn porcupine had no intention of allowing him to wait for his companions. It let out a roar and charged directly toward him like an out-of-control armored vehicle. The seemingly clumsy creature moved with astonishing speed. Within moments, the 30-meter distance was closed. The unicorn porcupine was among the strongest of initial-stage exotic beasts, likely around level 100. However, like humans, an exotic beast combat capability could not be solely measured by physical strength. Observing the charging porcupine's momentum, Cheng Zhuo feared even if a tank stood before him, it would be obliterated. With no time to ponder further, he abruptly leaped sideways, narrowly avoiding the porcupine's furious onslaught. The deafening crash echoed as the abandoned car he had taken refuge behind was sent flying over 10 meters, colliding heavily against a building, scattering metal debris. The porcupine, having missed its target, became increasingly agitated. As it turned, rusty metal still clinging to its horn, steam billowed from its nostrils. It roared once more, digging its hooves into the ground for another charge. Cheng Zhuo recalled reading an online strategy guide suggesting that when facing a unicorn porcupine, one should fly a kite. These creatures lacked intelligence and would quickly exhaust their stamina. However, after leading the porcupine in circles around the square, Cheng Zhuo noted its speed did not diminish. Instead, it grew more frantic, its attacks becoming more relentless. Is this never-ending? Cheng Zhuo thought, gripping his spear as he glanced back at the enraged beast. Cursing under his breath and deciding to abandon the strategy guide, he tightly held his spear and spotted an overturned truck not far ahead, accelerating toward it. As the porcupine closed in behind him, he suddenly pushed off the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his feet exploding on the ground echoed. He leapt onto the truck's roof, soaring high into the air, the spear tip tracing a brilliant golden arc as it accurately pierced the porcupine's eye. The spear plunged deep, emerging from the porcupine's neck and spilling forth a torrent of hot black blood. The crisp sound of the blade meeting flesh was remarkably satisfying. Yet in the next moment, the immense force of the collision surged back along the spear, causing Cheng Zhuo's hand to slip, and the spear's handle struck heavily against his shoulder. A bone-crushing pain shot through him, and he found himself tumbling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the front of a car, leaving a human-shaped dent in the dented hood. After the intense needle-like sensation in his shoulder, it quickly went numb. For a moment, he could barely feel the right side of his body. The unicorn porcupine, its fangs bared and bloodshot eyes glaring, seemed poised to charge again. However, the spear, forged from extraordinary metal, was lodged within its body, and the source energy it emitted was rapidly consuming the porcupine's vitality. After several heavy breaths, the massive creature finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cheng Zhuo struggled to rise from the car. Damn it, he muttered, rubbing his gradually regaining shoulder, wincing in pain. Which idiot wrote that strategy guide? It said the porcupine was only slightly stronger than a cockroach. Is this what they call slightly stronger? Cheng Zhuo cursed under his breath, but did not stop his steps as he staggered toward the porcupine's lifeless body. Drawing out the spear and shaking off the blood, he unsheathed a short dagger from his waist and forcefully stabbed it into the glowing source core nestled in the porcupine's brow. I've got it. Looking at the source core, smeared with viscous blood, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Cheng Zhuo's eyes. This was what hunters referred to as the blind box. The unicorn porcupine's source core. Hidden within were breathing meditation cards of various ranks, and it was said that someone had once drawn an epic level card. To stumble upon such luck against an unranked exotic beast was indeed a stroke of fortune. Sighing with relief, Cheng Zhuo sat down on the ground, finally able to utilize the breathing technique and test the capabilities of Guan Guan in its dragon form. Recalling the majestic appearance of Guan Guan during its transformation the night before, anticipation filled his heart. That porcupine should be easily dealt with once Guan Guan transformed, right? Wow, Chung Daban, you're quite lucky to have found a lord-level porcupine carcass. Suddenly, a voice filled with mockery and greed rang out. That source core looks quite desirable. Cheng Zhuo's heart sank, and he quickly turned to see Zhao Shishang approaching, flanked by two teammates, striding boldly toward him. The gazes of the two men were like ravenous wolves, fixated intently on the faintly glowing source core in his hand. The arrival of unkind intentions is evident. The Dujiao Hazu, a creature known for its low-tier breathing meditation card and blind core characteristics, is categorized alongside the Bazhua Shu and Ci Shi, forming the trio known as the Three Treasures of the Blind Core. This excerpt is taken from Chapter 13 of the Suja Shilu, focusing on exotic beasts and the disbanding of teams. Cheng Zhuo vigilantly observed the three individuals. However, Zhao Shishang's mention of a lord-level being suddenly enlightened him. No wonder he perceived the prowess of this porcupine as extraordinary. It was no ordinary newborn creature. According to documented information, a lord-level Dujiao Hazu possesses a biological strength of approximately level 150, with its powers significantly enhanced. It appears that my current strength is sufficient to handle the derivative entities among the Tier 0 beasts. Cheng Zhuo contemplated silently. Cheng de Bonzang, there's a share for everyone. Zhao Shishang sauntered a few steps closer, his eyes filled with disdain. You wouldn't want to hoard the source core all to yourself, would you? Cheng Zhuo slowly straightened, gripping his spear firmly, and replied in a low voice, "If you wish to seize it, spare me your idle chatter." "Oh, quite the character," Zhao Shisheng scoffed, pointing a finger at Cheng Zhuo and turning to his two companions with a mocking grin. In the next moment, his expression turned icy. "Take him down." As soon as the words left his lips, the two members behind him could no longer contain themselves. One brandished a long knife while the other lifted a massive hammer, menacingly charging towards Cheng Zhuo. They were fully aware that the Lord-level source core was within reach, with a high probability of yielding exceptional rewards. Perhaps luck would favor them with an epic meditation card. Just as the two approached, whoosh, whoosh, two arrows, gleaming with a faint azure light, zipped through the air, striking the ground mere steps before them. The arrowheads trembled and hummed, embedding themselves deep into the earth. The group turned to follow the direction of the arrows. There stood a slender, graceful figure atop a bus at the edge of the square, wielding a longbow, surrounded by an aura of gentle breeze. Her flowing hair dancing in the wind. "And Zhao Shisheng narrowed his eyes, a disingenuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he called out, "Miss Nyo, your aim is impressive." Nyo gracefully leaped down from the bus roof, her long legs, encased in tactical attire, swiftly landing before Cheng Zhuo. Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei hurriedly followed suit. Upon seeing Zhao Shisheng, their expressions shifted noticeably. Zhao Shisheng, the trial explicitly prohibits mutual slaughter. "Are you unaware?" Nyo spoke coldly. Zhao Shisheng raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I understand the rules." However, he shifted his gaze to the Lord-level Dujiao Hazu's corpse. "There's another rule that permits Team P when it comes to treasure disputes." Nyo's expression changed. "You intend to force AP? Once the Team P is initiated, it mandates that one side must be driven to withdraw from the hunt. In a novice trial, team strengths are generally comparable, unless there exists a deep-seated grudge. No one wishes to waste time in a futile struggle. It would be far more prudent to hunt additional porcupines for blind course." Indeed, Zhao Shisheng smirked wickedly. "A force P, where you can hand over the source core in Cheng de Bonzang's possession. Of course, I am quite reasonable. Should something valuable emerge, I would compensate you." Nyo's almond-shaped eyes flickered with uncertainty as she glanced at Cheng Zhuo. Peng Wei quickly leaned closer to Cheng Zhuo, lowering his voice urgently. "Brother, there are plenty of blind cores. Just let it go. There's no need to provoke a Team P over something trivial." Wei Ji is right. Zhao Shisheng is in B-class sure Fuji. Even Captain Nyo may struggle to breach his defenses, Wei Qingfeng added. "Even if I concede, he will not relent." Cheng Zhuo replied, his expression unyielding as he took a step forward. "If he cannot breach my defenses, then I shall make him break his own." "Are you out of your mind?" Peng Wei exclaimed in alarm. Cheng Zhuo and Nyo also appeared anxious. "Have you had enough of this nonsense?" A voice filled with indignation suddenly rang out from the alleyway. Cheng Zhuo didn't even lift his eyes. He recognized the voice as that of his ex-girlfriend. How had he never noticed her self-righteousness before? Su Wantong strode up to Cheng Zhuo, irritation etched on her face. "You were the one who initiated the breakup. Why do you keep seeking trouble?" "Humph," Cheng Zhuo scoffed. He had lost patience with this self-centered girl. "Are you blind? Who is seeking trouble here? Can't you see?" You. Su Wantong's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe her ears that Cheng Zhuo would address her in such a manner. Since their relationship began, Cheng Zhuo had always been emotionally stable, resolving any disputes with high emotional intelligence. When had he transformed into this? Cheng Zhuo was disinclined to entertain her astonishment. He simply wished to resolve the current dispute swiftly and slay more exotic beasts to improve their rankings. He truly needed money. "The pigs I slay, their spoils naturally belong to me." He raised the source core in his hand, fingers curling around it as a gentle gleam flowed in his palm. "If you wish to take it, feel free to try." "Oh no, he intends to merge," one of Zhao Shisheng's teammates exclaimed in alarm. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Shisheng wasted no time. He propelled himself towards Cheng Zhuo like a cannonball, kicking off the ground amidst a spray of debris. However, in an instant he abruptly halted, a spear tip gleaming ominously mere inches from his throat. How is this possible? How'd he move so quickly? Zhao Shisheng was bewildered, witnessing the surge of source power emanating from Cheng Zhuo's body. He genuinely did not care about a wild boar's Lord-level source core. The chances of obtaining anything worthwhile were slim, akin to winning the lottery. His irritation stemmed purely from Cheng Zhuo's presence. Although Su Wantong had ultimately succumbed to reality, Zhao Xisheng could sense that she had not truly let go of her feelings for Cheng Zhuo. This was intolerable for him. He yearned to shatter Cheng Zhuo's dignity, making Su Wantong realize that a worthless individual was not worthy of her thoughts. Good, good, good. Zhao Xisheng repeated the word thrice, taking 2 steps back, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Is that a challenge? Go ahead, I will allow you to merge. With your pathetic potential. Even if you were to merge an epic grade card, what difference would it make? I await your awakening to reality. Zhao Gongzi. Nyo's delicate brows furrowed as she stepped forward. Since you disdain this source core, why persist in this confrontation? Enough with the chatter, Nyo. Zhao Xisheng barked angrily, his body cracking like stone as his form shifted. Moments later, a layer of earthen armor enveloped him, resembling a stone golem, with his voice muffled. Nyo, as a favor to our friendship, I will give you a chance. You 3 can choose to withdraw from the team, though you will no longer participate in the rankings. You will still receive an overall evaluation of the trial. As for this brat, Zhao Xisheng pounded his fists together and coldly snorted at Cheng Zhuo. Are you considering leaving voluntarily to avoid bodily harm? Zhao Gongzi. Su Wantong, sensing the escalating tension, seemed to regain her composure, but hesitated to speak. Wantong. Zhao Xisheng interrupted her, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps it is a good thing for someone like him to realize his limitations. Su Wantong paused, her expression a mixture of sorrow and hesitation as she cast a glance at Cheng Zhuo. She then silently took 2 steps back, crossing her arms, adopting an attitude of tacit agreement, awaiting the spectacle of Cheng Zhuo's humiliation. Ding! At that moment, a clear and crisp voice resonated in the ears of Nyo's team. Zhao Xisheng's team has initiated AP. You may choose to withdraw and concede, or engage in battle until one side loses the capability to fight and is forcibly eliminated. This revelation left Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei exchanging pale glances, while a flicker of struggle crossed Nyo's fair cheeks. Her slender fingers tightened around her bow, seemingly torn between decisions. Chapter 14. The gamble. Who would have thought that the first P team would emerge so swiftly? In the conference room of the Hunting Ruins General Administration, upon receiving the notification from Lingzi, Ren Tingxing hastily switched to the footage of Zhao Xisheng's team, raising an eyebrow at AOC beside him. Oh, this kid is one of your Thunder team members. Quite audacious, isn't he? AOC awkwardly chuckled. Ah, youth, you know. Ren Tianqing turned around and called out to Song He, who was dozing off. The game has begun. Song He, bewildered, opened his sleepy eyes. So soon? Hurry, hurry. Place your bets. I'll let you choose first, as per our usual custom. For the first round, bet on a B-level contract. Song He clicked to view the team information and, after a moment of scrutiny, exclaimed in surprise, Huh, why is this team so weak? He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must still be drowsy. There's only 1 D, 2 ES, and even an F. What is there to choose? I'm betting on this stone man. Haha. Ren Tianqing was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened the information of the teammates. His usually half-closed, gaunt eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, how did Lingzi arrange the teams? Nearby, Owls, unable to suppress a smirk, remarked, Old Run, I won to be polite then. Our Thunder Guild is definitely betting on our own. Master Run, our Sacred Beast Guild will also bet on Zhao Xisheng. A melodious, ethereal female voice floated in, laced with a hint of languid sweetness. Accompanied by the sound of clicking high heels, a woman in a striking red strapless gown gracefully entered the venue. As her skirt swayed, it revealed a pair of flawless, white legs sculpted like exquisite jade. She twisted her waist lightly, her fiery red waves cascading to one side, with slightly tousled locks hinting at her stunning allure. Upon seeing her, Song He, still somewhat groggy, widened his eyes in surprise. The woman's slightly dreamy crimson gaze swept across the venue screens, and her honeyed lips curled into a smile. Master Run, please don't blame me for taking a shortcut. Last time, you won several contracts from my master. Ren Tianqing shot her a glance, replying curtly, Xiao Luosha, what are you doing here? Where's that old coot Qinjeo? Xiao Luosha is delightful. Why look for that old turtle? Song He grumbled, then turned to Luosha with a smile. Come, sit over here with Big Brother Song. Luosha nodded slightly. not declining the invitation, and walked over while explaining to Ruan Qinghe, my master had some urgent matters, so he instructed me to temporarily represent the Sacred Beast Guild. Ruan Qinghe's eyes shifted. Well, your bet cannot be counted. Who told you to arrive late? Of course it counts. Why would T it? Song, he rolled up his sleeves, appearing ready to support Luasha. Our 4 major guilds are betting against each other. We cannot have any missing pieces. Old man, don't let the younger generation see you make a fool of yourself. With that, he tossed his long hair and raised an eyebrow at Luasha. Don't worry. Big Brother Song has got your back. Luasha covered her lips with a smile. Indeed, I seldom get to act on behalf of my master, so Master Rin, you must bully me. Fine, fine. Ruan Qinghe waved his hand dismissively and turned his gaze back to the screen. At this moment, he could only hope for a miracle, wishing for a bolt of lightning to strike Zhao Shisheng's entire team out of the game. Phaeton Tianing suddenly exclaimed softly. Isn't that the kid? Who? A few of them looked at the screen with suspicion. Ruan Qinghe recognized the long spear and stroked his beard with interest. That's the F-level summoner Xiao Ao's is planning to sign. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Ao's adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, upon seeing the personnel information, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. What is this kid doing? Does he want to die faster? What a disgrace. The members of the smaller guilds had already learned that the Thunder Guild was about to sign an F-level summoner. That young man is quite handsome. Could he be attempting a 1-against-4? Luasha rested her chin on her delicate hand, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. In the outer city, in Xiaomo and Xiachan's modest abode, when Cheng Zhuo's tracking image illuminated, Ruan Qinghe immediately paused her busy hands. Xiaomo was also drawn to the screen. Who is this person? Why does it feel like he is deliberately targeting Brother Cheng? Xiachan asked curiously. He is the young master of the Thunder Guild. Ruan Qinghe hesitated for a moment before continuing. He took away Brother Cheng's girlfriend. Xiachan frowned in anger. What a bad person. Brother Cheng should beat him up. Ruan Qinghe shook her head worriedly. Before awakening, Brother Cheng could easily defeat him. But now, she hesitated, glancing at Xiaomo, who instinctively tightened her grip on Xiachan's hand, feeling a surge of anxiety. Xiaomo had always considered herself emotionally detached. Apart from her sister and Qinghe, she cared little for anyone else. Yet, when her photograph with Cheng Zhuo was printed in that small red booklet, an inexplicable bond took root in her heart. She could not find the words to express that feeling. Only knowing that from that moment on, she found herself irresistibly drawn to his news. When she learned he would be participating in the hunting trial, she didn't show any unusual reaction, but like Ruan Qinghe, she was constantly attentive to any updates regarding him. As she watched the tall figure on the screen, holding a spear with one hand while the other hung limply, she immediately realized that Cheng Zhuo was injured. At that moment, her heart tightened. It was strange. Merely 2 days ago, he had been a stranger. Xiachan sensed her sister's tension and, usually so carefree, fell silent. She noticed Cheng Zhuo's 3 teammates seemed hesitant. Yet, she still looked at Ruan Qinghe with a glimmer of hope. Brother Cheng's teammates will help him, right? They will they? Maybe, Ruan Qinghe murmured uncertainly. The first round of the trial, Team P garnered much attention. The previously sparse imagery was soon inundated with comments. Isn't this a grudge match? They're fighting just an hour after entering B City? One B-level powerhouse over here, yet not a single C level on the other side? Who is that F-level summoner on the opposite side? I didn't notice until now. How can the team compositions be so lopsided? Also, who knows the details? Why is that F-level summoner so arrogant? Because Zhao Shisheng's teammate is that kid's ex-girlfriend. Haha. Love rivals meet and sparks fly. Wow, this is interesting. I love this kind of plot. In Yudao Plaza, Zhao Shisheng flexed his creaking rock joints and issued his ultimatum. And those 2 boys, hurry up and step aside. If you don't, it could get messy. Now that they were enemies, Cheng Zhuo was unafraid of offending him. He lifted his spear and addressed Inyo. Dismantle the team. I'll handle what I've provoked. His action ignited the live comments once more. This kid has guts. But what is the point of attacking a stone with an egg? Just trying to show off in front of his ex-girlfriend. But unfortunately, he picked the wrong target. Go, big spear boy. Hey, you shouldn't be so superficial. Your handsome guy is about to get beaten. Hey, F-level summoners intentionally stirring things up in B City is a great way to gain attention. I'll try that next time. First, you have to be handsome enough. His teammates are also unfortunate. They won T get a chance to compete for rankings. This lineup had no chance anyway, why not withdraw? The comments were all mocking. And no one had faith in this overconfident F-level summoner. Su Wantong approached Enyo and tugged at her arm, urging, "Nyanyo, let us retreat." Enyo glanced at her, raised her arm, and pried Su Wantong's fingers apart. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Enyo's wrist twisted, and a sleek alloy longbow elegantly arced into her palm. With her left hand gripping the bow and her right hand drawing the string, a soft hum filled the air as a shimmering arrow coalesced, aimed directly at Zhao Xisheng. Then let us begin. Chapter 15. The wasted legendary card. This woman truly lacks any sense of awareness. I had no intention of offending Zhao Gongzi. Enyo's voice was gentle, yet resonated with conviction. As the captain, it is my duty to protect my team members. I do not wish for Ling Shi to label me as someone who abandons their post in times of crisis. Sister, you are so cool. The beautiful captain is misguided. The rookie label ISNT, that's significant. Ex-girlfriend's betrayal, best friend's support. How dramatic, I love it. Enyo's choice left everyone, including Cheng Zhuo, astonished. Especially Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei, whose expressions darkened. Damn it, what bad luck. Pang Wei spat, sheathing his long blade and growling. In an instant, his form shot up, hair sprouting wildly, fangs emerging. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering beastman over 2 meters tall. Wei Qingfeng Frusa, Wei Yi. What are you? Pang Wei growled. Though I cannot stand that brat, I cannot be outdone by a girl. Besides, I'm already signed. Wei Qingfeng was on the verge of tears. I haven't signed yet. I just wanted to get a meditation card. Why is this so difficult? He sighed deeply, flames igniting in both hands, standing beside Pang Wei with a mournful expression. Let us be clear, my energy is limited. I can only interfere a bit. Keep an eye on things. Don't let them slap me in the face. I'm currently pursuing a girl, and she is definitely watching the live stream. In an instant, Cheng Zhuo found himself shielded by 3 teammates. Although he understood, they mostly wished to save face before the citywide live broadcast. Their willingness to sacrifice for him still weighed heavily on his heart. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Xisheng was enraged to the point of laughter. Good, good, good. You're all seeking death. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall of a nearby building before falling heavily to the ground. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. The live broadcast had just focused on Zhao Xisheng's outburst, and no one noticed what had transpired. The barrage of comments was equally bewildered. What just zipped past? I didn't catch it. Was another team ambushing? The upstairs team is amateurs. Trial teams cannot interfere. And even those that have completed trials cannot challenge others again. Could it be an aberrant beast? It looked like a furball. A few onlookers gaped in shock at the direction where Zhao Xisheng had fallen, his screams still echoing. Ah, get away. What is that? At that moment, debris scattered. The crowd could only make out a gray, furry sphere pressing against Zhao Xisheng's chest, wildly writhing. The trial had begun, and he was still making a fuss. Cheng Zhuo smirked slightly, muttering to himself. That furball was, of course, his summoned beast, the enhanced sand dune cat, Guangguan. Initially, Cheng Zhuo intended to give Guangguan a dragon form, but Guangguan, who shared a telepathic bond with him, refused. Guangguan asserted that the large stone figure was too weak. There was no need for such a transformation. The increased size would lead to greater consumption. It simply craved milk. Enyo overheard Cheng Zhuo's murmurs and cast him a bewildered glance. A thought forming in her mind that she herself found hard to believe. Could it be Cheng Zhuo's summoned beast? Impossible, right? She had seen that little creature with her own eyes. It was only as large as Cheng Zhuo's palm. Suddenly, Zhao Xisheng's screams reached a new pitch. In the next moment, a rock-like object was hurled high into the air, landing not far from the crowd. It was a piece of stone armor from Zhao Xisheng's chest, still stained with flesh and torn fabric. What are you staring at? Save me. Ah, Zhao Xisheng screamed, frantically yelling at his 2 teammates. He was terrified. The furry sphere on his chest had actually shredded his stone armor. Not only had it torn through the armor, but it had also destroyed his combat suit. Could it be an advanced aberrant beast? An unadvanced aberrant beast could not possess such offensive power. However, how could there be advanced aberrant beasts in the trial beast city? His 2 teammates were utterly frightened by Zhao Xisheng's cries. Yet they still raised their weapons and cautiously approached. The two were still over 10 meters away from Zhao Shisheng when Guan sensed their intentions. It curled up and leaped twice. With two thuds, the duo was sent flying like ragdolls, crashing into several wrecked cars, blood pouring from their mouths, triggering Ling Shi's protective system. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Hunting Ruins General Office, numerous high-ranking officials and representatives from various guilds were equally taken aback. For a moment, the spacious conference room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, as they witnessed Zhao Shisheng being relentlessly attacked. ASC from the Thunder Guild was the first to react, rising to shout. That creature is undoubtedly an advanced aberrant beast. Ling Shi, what are you doing? Why haven't you dispatched rescue? Vice President ASC. This beast is the summoned creature of trial participant Cheng Zhuo. It is not an aberrant beast from the ruins and currently poses no violations. Ling Shi's response left everyone in the room exchanging bewildered glances. This furry aberrant beast, is that F-tier summoner-s summon creature? What a joke. How could that be possible? ASC's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Shi, you must be mistaken. A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table frowned. That Cheng Zhuo is merely an F-tier summoner, correct? Ling Shi immediately explained. In response to Deputy Director Hu Yinsong, the verification is accurate. Cheng Zhuo's potential with his origin card is indeed F-tier, but the flow rate of energy within him is exceptionally high. It is speculated that his breathing meditation technique may possess a 734 potential for legendary status, and it cannot be ruled out that he is deliberately suppressing its flow rate. The summoned beast's essence is the sand dune cat, which has undergone some form of enhancement compared to when Cheng Zhuo first awakened. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. A legendary breathing meditation technique. A mere hedgehog lord could only produce an epic level card. How could it possibly yield a legendary origin card? Almost everyone was dumbfounded. Moreover, a common thought emerged in their minds. What a waste. A legendary card being utilized by an F-tier summoner. He shook his head repeatedly, lamenting the loss. ASC suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up as he asked Ling Shi, what is Cheng Zhuo's potential for secondary gene unlock? 00007. Ling Shi's response sent ASC's expectations plummeting, his face contorting with anger. This Cheng Zhuo is truly selfish. That is a rare legendary meditation card. Wasted just like that. Ruan Qinghe stroked his beard, sighing in regret. Indeed, what a pity. Although the legendary level can assist him in advancing, it only serves to facilitate that advancement. However, his tone shifted as he chuckled. I shall graciously accept your B-tier contracts. Ha ha ha. Cheng Zhuo is quite impressive. Song He, realizing he would need to offer a B-tier contract, was instantly infuriated. He shot ASC a glare. ASC, manage your useless lot. Without my strength, they think they can poach from others. What nonsense. Ruan Qinghe laughed in agreement. Indeed, little ASC, your Thunder Guild-s character is lacking. ASC's expression stiffened, feeling both anger and frustration. Then, as if struck by a thought, he smirked. Did you send someone to approach Cheng Zhuo? I presume it's because you're interested in our B-tier Shadow Warrior. How about this? Since you lost, you can take the Shadow Warrior. But if that kid insists on binding the contract, whether you can manage it depends on your abilities. With that, he wore a teasing expression, gazing toward the head of the conference table. The deputy director, Hu Yinsong, wore a grim expression, suppressing his fury. Ling Shi, bring this Cheng Zhuo to see me. Seeing this, Ruan Qinghe waved his hand repeatedly. If the negotiations aren't settled, I don't want him. Find someone else. Chapter 16. Su Wantung's obsession at Eda Square. The anguished cries of Zhao Shisheng continued to echo, reminiscent of a slaughtered beast. The grip of Guan was precise, systematically stripping away his stone armor, leaving gruesome wounds that never reached the threshold for serious injury, as defined by Lingzi. It seemed Zhao Shisheng had realized that he was being deliberately tormented, and he hastily dispelled his stone armor. Yet, Guan clearly had no intention of relenting. It sprang forth and then came crashing down. Crack! Zhao Shisheng's right leg bent at an unnatural angle. The fabric of his pants instantly soaked in blood, creating a stark, crimson pool on the ground. Guan, come back. Cheng Zhuo stepped forward, gesturing with his hand. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the furry beast tormenting Zhao Shisheng swiftly leapt to Cheng Zhuo's side. Only then did they realize that this fearsome creature was, in fact, a small kitten. It affectionately rubbed its large head against Cheng Zhuo's calf, presenting an appearance that was utterly harmless, save for its size, which far exceeded that of an ordinary kitten, and bore no semblance of the ferocity capable of skinning or torturing a person. Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei gasped in disbelief, exchanging glances. "Bro, that creature belongs to that useless Cheng Zhuo," Wei Qingfeng whispered. "I saw it," Peng Wei replied. "What should we do? We were just disparaging him." "You said it. It has nothing to do with me. I was merely implying something, actually referring to you." At that moment, the live stream's comments exploded with excitement. "What the hell? That creature is from this F-rank summoner? How is that possible? An F-rank summoner's beast can be so terrifying? I can only think of one possibility. He just fused an epic level meditation card. The enhancement from an epic level meditation technique shouldn't he reach this level. It must be legendary." Legendary? Is this guy a paragon of virtue? What kind of outrageous fortune would allow him to summon a legendary meditation card from a porcupine? Luck is also a part of strength. If it were me, I might have given up in the beginning. I can only say this brother is destined for greatness. 666. I am also an F-rank summoner, and I dream of beating up those high-level car masters who used to bully me. But my border collie runs away faster than I do when danger approaches. An ex-girlfriend. Is it too late to turn back now? Waiting online, quite urgent. Cheng Zhuo affectionately patted Guan Guan's head, expressing his approval. The little creature had caused such a bloody scene, yet it remained spotless. Not a speck of blood or dirt upon it. As he had anticipated, it was a complete rout. Cheng Zhuo leisurely approached Zhao Shisheng, step by step. "Yes, it's you, your summoned beast?" Zhao Shisheng propped himself up with his arm, the excruciating pain from his severed leg making him tremble. His eyes, filled with disbelief, regarded Cheng Zhuo as if he were a specter. "How could this be? That thing must have leveled up. Could it be that your blind core just summoned a legendary beast?" "Impossible, impossible. There is nothing impossible," Cheng Zhuo stated, looking down at him from his elevated position. Zhao Shisheng swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sensation, as if he were crawling beneath the foot of an ancient behemoth. "Will you walk away on your own? Or shall I escort you?" Cheng Zhuo remarked casually. I will come by myself." Zhao Shisheng's pupils widened in shock, swiftly activating his Lingzi terminal shield. As the shield rose, Cheng Zhuo stood up, his gaze settling on the only remaining teammate, Su Wantong. "Cheng Zhuo, Tong is already withdrawn." Inyo hastily lowered her bow, stepping in front of Su Wantong. Observing Cheng Zhuo's emotionless, indifferent gaze, she genuinely feared that he might take action at any moment. If Cheng Zhuo were aware of her thoughts, he would surely feel wronged. Earlier, in order to intimidate Zhao Shisheng, he had activated the Dragon Attribute Enhancement, momentarily displaying dragon-like eyes, a mere residual effect of his exertion. He and Su Wantong had parted on peaceful terms. There was no reason for him to engage in a violent confrontation now. "Tong, retreat quickly," Inyo urged, turning back. Su Wantong looked at Cheng Zhuo, a tempest of complex emotions swirling in her eyes. She did not believe that Cheng Zhuo would harm her, yet she could not bring herself to plead for even an ounce of pity. With a crisp sound, a pale shield enveloped her like an eggshell. Su Wantong had actively activated her Lingzi shield. She took measured steps towards Cheng Zhuo, her voice still laced with stubbornness and reproach. "You always manage to surprise people. But even with your high-level meditation technique, you are merely a somewhat stronger ant. Do you not understand? You should not offend him. You must learn to endure." "Perhaps," Cheng Zhuo replied nonchalantly, brushing past her without further acknowledgement, turning instead to Inyo and the others. "Let us go. We've wasted enough time. It's time for us to hunt." Cheng Zhuo wurde no sentiment Su Wantong. He had once been captivated by her vivacity and beauty, only to discover that beneath her cheerful exterior lay a melancholic soul, prone to insecurity. She was both endearing and exhausting. The roots of her character stemmed from her suffocating upbringing. With 3 stepmothers and numerous siblings, her father was an E-rank talent, a first-tier hunter with a decent income. Yet much like Cheng Zhuo's alcoholic father, he was a drunkard and a gambler. To make matters worse, he was also an abusive husband. The family relied on his whims to survive. From a young age, Su Wantong yearned for life in the inner city, a desire that had become an obsession. Therefore, when Zhao Shisheng entered her life, she found it difficult to reject him, despite her lack of affection. She had hoped to escape it all upon awakening. But after achieving only a D rank, her spirit was crushed, especially with Cheng Zhuo's F rank status leaving her utterly hopeless. Though Cheng Zhuo believed a D rank was commendable and that Su Wantong only needed to endure a few years of hardship to enter the inner city independently without relying on others. Aspirations vary, and he could not dictate another's choices. Some would thrive amidst adversity, blossoming towards the sun, while others would be consumed by their suffering, descending into despair. Each choice was understandable in its own right. As the brilliance of the shield intensified, it began to blur Cheng Zhuo's silhouette. Su Wantong bit down hard on her red lip, her teeth almost sinking into her flesh, whether from indignation or something else, she could not tell. Cheng Zhuo, she suddenly screamed in a fit of hysteria, if you truly possess the capability, then continue striding forward with your head held high. Never let me witness the day you kneel before others, begging for mercy, for I shall surely mock you. I swear I will. Cheng Zhuo paused momentarily, but did not stop, nor did he respond. Tong tong. Enyo felt a bitter taste rise in her throat. Only she knew how much Su Wantong had once adored Cheng Zhuo. In countless late-night talks with her friends, whenever Cheng Zhuo was mentioned, Su Wantong's eyes sparkled like stars. Alas, she had succumbed to reality. Enyo understood her choice as a friend, yet could not condone it. Suddenly, a low, rumbling engine sound approached rapidly. A sleek, silver-gray, flying vehicle descended smoothly. Several members of the Hunt Ruins military swiftly escorted the four who had activated their shields away. From the beginning to the end, everything transpired with remarkable speed. Had it not been for the Lingzi notification echoing in their ears, Enyo and the others might still be in shock, as they had initially resigned themselves to elimination but had surprisingly emerged victorious. However, one soldier's actions left them momentarily stunned. He approached Cheng Zhuo with a stoic expression and, in a commanding tone, stated, "Follow me. The deputy director wishes to see you." Chapter 17. First entry into the inner city. My trial is not yet over. Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition rising within him. The soldier's tone grew more severe as he reprimanded. "This is an order. I am not negotiating with you." As the soldier prepared to take Cheng Zhuo away, Pang Wei and Wei Qingfeng, having regained their senses, were immediately displeased. "Hey, what is the matter with you? It was Zhao Shishang who provoked us, and they are the ones who lost. Why should you take our teammate away? Exactly. What shall we do if we lose? Will you compensate us if we do not secure first place?" The word what lingered in the air, when suddenly a cold metallic scraping sound pierced the silence. At that moment, the soldier from the Lai Su army had his firearm raised. The dark muzzle of the gun abruptly flickered with a hint of blue light. Wei Qingfeng choked slightly, and with an awkward smile said, "Let us go. We are not particularly short on money anyway. Just a moment, I will accompany you." Cheng Zhuo stepped in front of Wei Qingfeng and spoke in a gentle tone to the soldier. "I just need to say a few words to my teammates." The soldier grunted coldly, but holstered his weapon, tacitly accepting the situation. Cheng Zhuo calmed the agitated Guanquan and brought it before Nyo, meaningfully instructing, "Leave Guanquan with you. Please make sure to create a bit of a commotion." Rest assured, Nyo instantly understood Cheng Zhuo's intent and nodded earnestly. "I will strive to make it the most dazzling beast companion in the trial, ensuring that certain individuals dare not harm its owner." "Thank you." Cheng Zhuo replied with a slight nod, squatting down to stroke Guanquan's head. "Behave well and listen to this young lady. I will return for you soon." Meow. Guanquan did not quite comprehend why it had to part from its master, but nodded its head nonetheless. Cheng Zhuo took a deep breath and approached the soldier. "Let us go." Upon witnessing this, a barrage of question marks flooded the live stream chat. What is happening? Why are they taking the winners away? It seems they have merged a legendary meditation card, which has stirred some people's interests. What does that mean? In a novice trial, isn't it possible to keep one meditation card for oneself? It is possible, but there is an unwritten rule in Lai Su. If a legendary meditation card is encountered, one typically inquires about its value first, aiming to sell it to high-potential awakeners, as meditation cards are fusion types. Why should that be? Because the city-state is a community of fate. Only high-potential card cultivators can help the city-state conquer higher-tier ruins and expand its territory. But last year's legendary meditation card from the 6-star portal was given to Rosa, who was still in F-tier. Rosa is the mayor's daughter. Those in the know understand. Cheng Zhuo had anticipated such a scenario. However, He did not expect the turn of events to come so swiftly, not even allowing him to complete the trial. Nevertheless, as he glanced over the scrolling comments on the live stream, he suddenly felt that being taken away midway might actually be a fortuitous event for him. The greater the impact, the safer he would be. Moments later, as Cheng Zhuo had just removed his combat uniform and fastened his seatbelt, a powerful thrust surged from behind, pressing him firmly into the seat. The scenery outside the window transformed dramatically, the dilapidated square blurring into a haze of light. Cheng Zhuo recognized the aircraft as a military patrol type, the Fengshuan V. It was powered by source energy and moved with astounding speed. In mere seconds, he caught sight of the silhouette of the star, Iron Giant City. The massive walls spanned the edge of the earth, resembling a slumbering dragon. The Fengshuan V took less than a fifth of the time of a transport aircraft, transitioning the view from the wilderness to the star, Iron urban area. Upon entering the city, the aircraft did not halt. It passed directly through the isolation wall between the outer and inner city, heading toward the skyscraper in the city center, crowned with a colossal sword sculpture. This was Cheng Zhuo's first time entering the inner city, and he had not anticipated this manner of arrival. Unlike the crowded and oppressive uniform concrete buildings of the outer city, the architecture of the inner city was a visual feast. Skyscrapers of varied forms stood tall, their exteriors shimmering with a cold metallic sheen and neon reflections, while countless holographic advertisements flitted like colorful fish among the buildings. Hovering vehicles and aerial trains raced along their designated tracks, leaving behind fleeting trails of light. Only at this moment did Cheng Zhuo truly feel he was in a futuristic world. What astonished him the most was undoubtedly the lighthouse, towering like a massive stone tablet, piercing the clouds. It served as the ultimate safeguard against the expansion of the ruins, the very foundation upon which humanity relied for survival. Moments later, the Fengshuan V landed steadily on the rooftop helipad of the skyscraper. Accompanied by two soldiers from the Lighthouse Army, Cheng Zhuo took the elevator, traversing a heavily guarded corridor before stopping before a somewhat classical wooden door. A plaque inscribed with Deputy Director hung above it. Before the soldier could knock, the door creaked open, allowing him entry. A commanding male voice resonated from within. Cheng Zhuo stepped inside, his feet making soft sounds on the mirror-like wooden floor. The room was simpler than he had imagined, devoid of elaborate decorations, featuring only a long black wooden table made of an unknown material, behind which sat a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform. The man had a square face, broad shoulders, and wore silver-framed glasses as he typed on a projection with a single finger. The somewhat comical action softened his otherwise formidable demeanor. Cheng Zhuo had already deduced. This man must be the deputy director of the Lighthouse Army, Huyen Song. Last year, he single-handedly penetrated the six-star ruins, the foremost combat power of Star Iron City. It was said that he had a volatile temperament and rarely appeared in the media. However, seeing him gave Cheng Zhuo a sense of reassurance. Last year, it was he who brought back the legendary meditation card and entrusted it to Rosa, who was still an F-tier, leading to her legendary rebirth as an S-tier new star. This achievement had successfully elevated him to the position of deputy director. Do you know why I summoned you? Huyen Song's voice was deep, revealing neither pleasure nor anger. Cheng Zhuo replied in a calm tone. It is because of that legendary meditation card. Huyen Song glanced at him sideways. I thought you would play dumb. Cheng Zhuo shook his head. That would be pointless. I did not believe I could deceive the esteemed deputy director. Do you see that knife? Huyen Song gestured towards a window. Cheng Zhuo followed his gaze. 20 years ago, my master used that very knife to slay the seven-star monarch. Otherwise, our entire outer city might have been obliterated. Master Yuan truly was a hero. Cheng Zhuo sighed sincerely. But, do you know, had my master possessed a legendary meditation technique, he would not have had to perish alongside that monarch. Huyen Song's voice suddenly turned cold. Cheng Zhuo remained silent for a moment before replying. I understand your point. The city-state is a community of fate, and you believe I should relinquish that legendary meditation card, shouldn't you? Huyen Song's thick fingers rapped sharply on the table, his gaze behind the lenses sharpening abruptly. Fool! Just to save face in front of an ex-girlfriend, you recklessly waste a legendary meditation card? Do you have any idea how many lives those high-tier portals consume daily? If we had another high-tier card cultivator, how many hunters and citizens could be spared from disaster? You are jeopardizing the future of the city-state. Deputy Director, Cheng Zhuo interrupted, his tone respectful yet unyielding. Perhaps you are right. But you must surely understand that any type of blind nucleus will have its source card level influenced by the origin of the opener. And so, that means, without my fortune, there would be no legendary source card. Chapter 18. Sanctioned. Since this legendary card exists because of me, I possess the right to manage it. Apologies, but I am indeed a selfish person. From my perspective, I also wish to become a formidable hunter. Cheng Zhuo maintained his composure, continuing, if you find this inappropriate, you may alter the trial rules or amend the city-state laws, rather than berate me for lacking a broader perspective. Impudent. Huyan Song suddenly stood, emanating an astonishing aura. Cheng Zhuo felt as though the air around him had solidified, the overwhelming pressure sinking him into the depths of the abyss, making his blood flow sluggish, while a wave of suffocating sensation gradually enveloped him. Cheng Zhuo gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He knew that Huyan Song would never take his life under such circumstances. The city-state indeed values strength above all. However, it maintains the facade of a fair and free society governed by the rule of law. Huyan Song was not likely to lose his position over a trivial matter involving a small fry like him, especially since he had previously faced reproach for handling high-level source cards without authorization. Fortunately, the outcome had been remarkably positive, sparing him from criticism. As expected, moments later, just as Cheng Zhuo felt on the brink of fainting, his body suddenly relaxed and the pressure dissipated. Huyan Song seemed to have a sudden realization, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Are you implying that since I can hand a legendary meditation card to the F-grade Luo Sha, you believe you have the right to use it for yourself? The junior dared not respond. I see you're quite bold. Huyan Song's eyes twitched, suppressing a roar. The potential of F-grade, with a gene-second unlocking rate of only 0.000007. A first-tier card repair is your limit. What gives you the audacity to compare yourself to Luo Sha? The contributions of the city lord to the city-state are beyond the comprehension of a mere insect like you. Cheng Zhuo remained silent, cognizant of the fact that merely mentioning the issue could save his life. The current guild system and stable hunting environment were hard-won through the sacrifices of predecessors, with the city lord being one of the most dedicated among them. Huyan Song's tone again grew calm, yet it carried an indescribable heaviness. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. Since you are so selfish, abandon any thoughts of utilizing the resources of the city-state. You need not have your teammates bolster your standing. No one will touch you. You may survive in the outer city, awaiting your demise at the hands of the Kixing Su Jie. Cheng Zhuo looked up in doubt. Huyan Song raised an eyebrow. You guessed it, didn't you? Cheng Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. Are you suggesting that the Kixing Su Jie is about to descend? The Kixing Su Jie was a calamity for any giant city. Even before the breach, it would attract numerous six-tier disastrous beasts, causing terrifying devastation. 20 years ago, the foremost combat master of Xingtai City had gathered nearly all high-tier forces to barely fend off the peripheral beasts of the Kixing Su Jie until the rescue from Tianji City's high-tier hunting team arrived. In nearly 2 decades, no 7th-tier card repair had emerged in Xingtai City. Should the Kixing Su Jie reappear, it would spell disaster once more. The current foremost combatant, merely at the pinnacle of 6th tier, was a stark reminder of the chasm that lay between tiers. The higher one ascended, the more pronounced the divide became. Within a year, the Kixing Gate would surely manifest again. Mu Yanji from Xingyun Guild was the only hunter with a chance to break through to 7th tier within a year. Yet she lacked a suitable legendary meditation card. Huyan Song glared fiercely at Cheng Zhuo, gritting his teeth. You selfish fool. Cheng Zhuo frowned. You think I gave that legendary card to Luo Sha just to curry favor with the city lord? Huyan Song almost shouted, interrupting Cheng Zhuo. It's because Luo Sha has a unique gene. That card is a fire-type amplification meditation card. Ling, she calculated that she has a high probability of a second awakening to S-grade, which is why I insisted she fuse with it. Regardless, once she awakened, anyone could claim that Cheng Zhuo had acted too late. The high-tier hunting teams of Tianji City were also stretched thin. If the Kixing Gate reappeared without a 7th-tier card repair to hold the fort, the outer city would crumble overnight. Enough of this. Huyan Song waved his hand irritably. What am I doing discussing this with a fool like you? Leave, leave. I do not wish to see you again. Cheng Zhuo bowed slightly and turned to exit. Just as he reached the door, he heard Huyan Song's cold reprimand. I know you have always aspired to be a hunter, but you will not have the opportunity to obtain the Lighthouse contract. Consider this your punishment. Cheng Zhuo hesitated, then heard Hu Yin's song continue. Of course, if you are not averse to a swift demise. You may go to the Wild Town for certification. Perhaps you will then understand the importance of cohesion in a giant city when you encounter those rogue mercenaries. Thank you. Vice Director. Cheng Zhuo did not look back as he continued on his way. This punishment was indeed rather cruel for a typical novice awakener, akin to severing the path for further advancement. For obtaining the Lighthouse certification was essential for a card repair's progression. However, Cheng Zhuo was different. Though he preferred to stay within the city to sign with the Grand Guild, becoming a wild hunter was still an option. Hu Yinsong had blocked his path to a contract, yet his authority was limited to Qinghe City alone. Lighthouses were scattered throughout the world. Large lighthouses were typically surrounded by cities like Qinghe City, while smaller lighthouses, due to their limited coverage, usually formed villages or towns. Cheng Zhuo had achieved his goal of showcasing his strength and concealing the mythic breathing meditation method, and with Guan possessing first-tier strength. He had sufficient capital and confidence to survive in the wild town. In his view, certification in a town or village was merely a greater risk. However, stepping away from the scrutiny of the city-state's higher-ups might prove beneficial. With the aid of the system, he believed his realm would soon elevate. Once he possessed strength, wealth and status would naturally follow. After being left to his thoughts for about half an hour, Cheng Zhuo was escorted back to the flying vehicle by the hunting soldiers, who canceled his trial qualification and returned him to school. As Cheng Zhuo landed, he immediately heard a voice filled with excitement calling out to him. He turned around to see a figure in white rushing toward him. A faint fragrance wafted through the air as Cheng Zhuo instinctively opened his arms to catch the soft body. What brings you here? Didn't we agree you'd go back to tidy up first? Cheng Zhuo gently embraced and patted Ruan Qinghe, who had buried her head in his chest. Ruan Qinghe clutched Cheng Zhuo's clothing tightly, as if fearing he would flee, her voice laced with the remnants of tears. I thought something had happened to you. Cheng Zhuo could feel the fabric of his shoulder gradually dampening with her warm tears. And he spoke softly. I apologize for worrying you. I am fine. I was just called by the officer for a brief discussion. Will you still return to Beast City? Ruan Qinghe's shoulders trembled slightly, her face still hidden against his chest. No, I will return to help you all move. Cheng Zhuo replied with a smile. Ruan Qinghe lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes sparkling with joy. Really? Her eyes were still glistening with tears, her nose slightly pink, and her delicate face glistened with a light sheen of sweat, a few strands of hair sticking to her face, appearing both pitiful and endearing. Gently brushing aside the stray hairs from Ruan Qinghe's forehead, Cheng Zhuo nodded. Really? He was somewhat surprised, not expecting Ruan Qinghe to care for him so deeply. Though they were already officially married, their time together had been fleeting. Ruan Qinghe seemed to regain her composure suddenly, her cheeks flushing red as she sprang away from Cheng Zhuo. A teasing laugh came from behind them. Ruan Qinghe stole a glance back, her face reddening further. Cheng Zhuo had long noticed the twin sisters. Xiaochan had been smirking with pursed lips, standing a couple of steps away, while Xiamo stood half a step behind her, holding Xiaochan's hand, her silver hair stirred by the gentle breeze. Her calm eyes fixed on them, seemingly lost in thought. Cheng Zhuo smiled slightly. Come, let us return home. Chapter 19, Wedding Night, Part 1. The four of them had not yet left the playground when a sharp engine roar suddenly echoed in the sky nearby. A silver-gray Fenghua No. 5 was racing low through the air. Cheng Zhuo immediately stopped to observe, sensing Guangwen's presence. Sure enough, after the Fenghua No. 5 landed, Enyo and the others emerged with Guangwan in tow. Meow, meow, meow. Upon spotting Cheng Zhuo, Guangwan broke free from Pang Wei's grasp, its four short legs moving swiftly, bounding toward Cheng Zhuo like an uncontrollable plush cannonball, emitting a sound of both grievance and excitement. Wow, what breed of pig cat is this? Xiaochan's eyes instantly sparkled as she grasped her sister's hand and hurriedly approached Guangquan. She crouched down and gently rubbed its large head, finding its fluffy fur irresistibly adorable. It was the very creature that had wreaked havoc on that stone man during the live stream, wasn't it? Guangquan seemed to comprehend the mention of Zhu, instantly becoming agitated, its ears flattening against its head like airplane wings, emitting a threatening whimper from its throat, which was laced with expletives. Yet, its round and plump physique lacked any intimidation, rendering it even more endearing. Xiaochan disregarded its protests and scooped it into her arms, exclaiming, "Oh my! Its texture is simply delightful, so soft and tender." Guanquan appeared to understand the unique bond between Xiaochan and Cheng Zhuo. As it flailed its chubby paws in the air, hesitant to escape but gazing pitifully at Cheng Zhuo with its large eyes. Cheng Zhuo's eyes twinkled with amusement as he ignored Guanquan's silent plea and walked towards Nyo and the others, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." "Not all. Not all." Wei Qingfeng grinned, showing his teeth as he waved his hand dismissively. He excitedly held up a source card, glowing with a faint blue hue, saying, "Look, thanks to Guanquan, I received a breath meditation card for the fire spine bird. Of premium quality, and it perfectly matches my source card." Cheng Zhuo glanced back at Guanquan, which was being playfully tormented by the three girls, with an odd expression. "Guanquan, the great deity?" "Yes, Guanquan has been a tremendous help. It has become quite the sensation, with livestream comments dubbing it the F-class top divine beast." And Nyo couldn't help but chuckle. Following Cheng's gaze towards the trio, teasing Guanquan, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. However, she refrained from questioning further and turned back to Cheng Zhuo, saying, "You need not blame yourself. Wei Qingfeng and Pang Wei have both received high-matching meditation cards. And I've received several contract invitations from guilds. In fact, we should thank you." Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. "No need for thanks. Congratulations. By the way, Chengge." Pang Wei suddenly scratched his head, his deep voice tinged with eagerness. "Captain Nyo has decided to sign with our Wolfpack Guild. You must have received quite a few invitations by now. Have you decided which guild to join?" "Yes," Nyo chimed in, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Cheng Zhuo. "If you haven't made a decision yet, perhaps consider joining us." Although Wolfpack is only a secondary guild, it ranks among the top in terms of strength at that level, offering better benefits for those of us with lesser potential compared to larger guilds. Cheng Zhuo wore a bittersweet smile and shook his head. Seeing this, Pang Wei quickly activated his wrist-mounted smart terminal, displaying the homepage of the Wolfpack Guild and pointing out the benefits. "Chengge, look here. Newcomers receive 10,000 in equipment funds each month for the first 3 months and a free set of source weapons. After a year, the profit share can drop to 40%. It's quite generous." "Indeed, Chengge," Wei Qingfeng interjected, "I also plan to sign with Wolfpack. We 3 have agreed to form a newcomer team, so you should join us. It's not that I'm unwilling. Look." Cheng Zhuo swiped his wrist to bring up the registration page for professional hunters, but the application button, which should have been illuminated, was now grayed out. The efficiency of that vice president is truly remarkable. And Nyo frowned slightly. "Is it because you used that legendary card?" Cheng Zhuo nodded in resignation. "Yes. That is outrageous." Wei Qingfeng exclaimed, his voice rising. "The card you opened is for generosity when offered to others, but using it for yourself is a matter of principle. Why should it hinder your future?" Pang Wei shook his head repeatedly, his expression filled with indignation. "It's absurd. They promised newcomers a choice of card, yet this happened. What happened to fairness and justice? What are these officials doing?" Cheng Zhuo shrugged. "Therefore, I can only disappoint your goodwill." Realizing the outcome, both Pang Wei and Wei Qingfeng's spirits dampened. "Don't worry. As you can see, Guanquan already possesses first-tier strength. I plan to venture out of the city on a contract. There may still be opportunities for collaboration in the future," Cheng Zhuo reassured them. Upon hearing this, Nyo was taken aback. "You intend to become a wilderness hunter?" "Yes." Though he had indeed attained the strength to leave the city, becoming a wilderness hunter was fraught with peril. Nyo furrowed her brow tightly. Without a fixed team and access to stable gateways, those in the wilderness are often ruthless, capable of stabbing others in the back for a mere pittance. "It's all right. I will be cautious." Cheng Zhuo was well aware of the dangers. It was the only path left for him. Citizens generally lack channels to other cities, and with Xingtai City having blacklisted him, this was the only route he could take. By the way, Wei Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something. "Non-professional attendants don't need to register, right?" "Yes." Pang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. "Chengge, once we form our team, we can employ you as a hired attendant. It might be a bit of compromise, but we can negotiate your income and such." "Indeed," and Nyo chimed in with a bright expression. "After all, it's all about making money. It might sound harsh, but given your potential, first tier is probably your limit. As long as the income is adequate, you don't necessarily have to become a professional hunter. Besides, Guanquan already possesses first-tier strength. so earning money should be effortless. If there were no system involved, Cheng Zhuo might have genuinely considered it. However, especially after learning that the outer city was likely to be destroyed in a year, he had to focus on enhancing his strength. Whether to prepare for the seven-star ruins or to survive after the destruction of the outer city, he needed to venture out. I appreciate your kindness, but I have my reasons for needing to become a professional hunter. Cheng Zhuo expressed his gratitude to the three. If there are any bounty tasks in the future, please remember to think of me. All right, we definitely will, Pang Wei responded decisively. Seeing Cheng Zhuo's determination, the three refrained from further persuasion. Aside from Inyo, Pang Wei and Wei Qingfeng had only recently met Cheng Zhuo, so they felt it inappropriate to say much more. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the four shared contact information and bid farewell. Before leaving, Inyo turned back to remind him, if you venture out of the city, be sure to be cautious of strangers. I've seen many reports online about people seeking opportunities in the wilderness being captured by an underground organization for organ harvesting. Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. Thank you. I will be careful. As the group departed, Xiaochan pulled Xia Mo closer, gazing at Inyo's retreating figure. Brother Cheng, that young lady seems to have feelings for you. Don't be ridiculous. We are merely friends. Oh, observing Xiaochan's disbelief, Cheng Zhuo felt it unnecessary to explain, especially considering the complexity of being in the same team as his ex-girlfriend's close friend. After lightly chastising Xiaochan, who was still peering after Inyo, Cheng Zhuo called out, let us go, let us move. Ruan Qinghe and the twin sisters lived in the 11th district, not far from the new house. It was Cheng Zhuo's first visit, and he instinctively thought of bringing a gift. However, recalling Ruan Qinghe's description of her stepmother, he abandoned that idea. After a casual lunch, Cheng Zhuo summoned a moving company vehicle, and the four arrived at an old high-rise apartment building. They took the elevator up to the 11th floor. Not wishing to entangle herself further with her stepmother, Ruan Qinghe had already moved her belongings to the twin sisters' home in advance. This apartment was also a small unit, and most of the household items had already been packed. Cheng Zhuo, along with a few movers, made several trips and soon emptied the twins' furniture and packages. Before parting, Xia Mo held her parents' portrait, standing at the door, lost in thought. Cheng Zhuo noticed her reluctance and gently reassured her, don't worry. I will help you reclaim the house in the future. Xia Mo raised her exquisitely sculpted face, slightly pursing her lips, and her eyes became moist. Xiaochan, evidently sensing her sister's emotions, approached her side, gently squeezing her hand and silently offering companionship. From the very first encounter, Xia Mo had always exuded an air of indifference and detachment. At last, unable to contain her emotions, she embraced Xiaochan and softly wept. It was only at this moment that Cheng Zhuo was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of responsibility. From now on, he would become the pillar of support for the two sisters. After moving and decorating their new home, the time had already reached 7 in the evening. Cheng Zhuo had previously arranged for his father, Cheng Qingshan, to book a restaurant where he and his 3 wives, along with family, shared a sumptuous feast, marking the official celebration of their union. Most people from the outer city had little understanding of wedding customs. When survival and sustenance became challenges, any ceremonial observance seemed trivial. During the banquet, the old drunkard surprisingly displayed generosity, gifting each of the 3 daughters-in-law a red envelope containing 666. He had evidently witnessed Guangwen's triumph in the Beast City and realized his son's success, prompting a desire to curry favor. Cheng Zhuo understood his intentions, but refrained from criticizing him on the day of his wedding. The meal unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere. As Cheng Zhuo led the 3 women back, the night had deepened. For reasons unknown, upon entering the newly decorated home, the ambience became subtly charged. Chapter 20, Wedding Night, Part 2. The night grew increasingly profound. When people are anxious, they often appear busily engaged. After a brief and inexplicable period of tidying up, Xiaochan pulled her sister aside for a quiet conversation, then turned to whisper in Ruan Qinghe's ear. The sight of the 3 women gathered together was particularly striking, igniting a sense of yearning in Cheng Zhuo. He was unaware of their conversation, but Ruan Qinghe occasionally stole glances at him, her ears flushed. I'll go take a shower first, Cheng Zhuo declared, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny and opting to escape. In any case, he had resolved to unravel the intricacies of the harmonious reward mechanism tonight. The words of Deputy Director Gao Song had instilled an inexplicable sense of urgency in him. He did not wish to be torn apart by the beasts of the Qixing Su realm a year from now. Even if he could enter the inner city, he might not be able to bring his younger siblings and Ruan Qinghe along. Thus, he needed to elevate his strength as soon as possible. A few minutes later, as Cheng Zhuo emerged from the bathroom, Ruan Qinghe was pushed in by Xia Chan's eldest wife. "Hurry and get freshened up," Xia Chan giggled, her peculiar eyes sparkling with mischief, revealing she was anything but a blind person. Ruan Qinghe dared not even look at Cheng Zhuo, appearing as if she could barely navigate her way, swaying unsteadily as Xia Chan propelled her forward. "Why is there bedding laid out here?" Cheng Zhuo questioned in surprise at the bedding spread across the living room. During the move that afternoon, he had already added a large bed in the loft. And with the distance between the two beds and the wardrobes on either side, it fit perfectly. Xia Chan pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course, it's for you and the eldest wife to consummate your marriage." Cheng Zhuo was taken aback. "You and your sister are sleeping below?" Xia Chan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, we discussed it. Ruan Qinghe and Cheng Zhuo are a couple, while we are merely burdens." "Do not refer to yourselves as burdens." Cheng Zhuo interrupted immediately. All right. Xia Chan beamed and corrected herself. "Since my sister and I are just concubines, we must let the eldest wife go first. As for us, we can wait until tomorrow or another day." At this point, even Xia Chan could not help but feel a hint of shyness. Cheng Zhuo nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. However," Xia Chan's mischievous eyes twinkled again as she added, "but my sister said, if Cheng Zhuo needs it, she will come over, wah. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Mo covered her mouth. "Xia Mo, when you have a moment, please teach me sign language." Cheng Zhuo chuckled, shaking his head. Xia Mo nodded repeatedly, raising her hand and signaling for him to go ahead. Cheng Zhuo ascended the narrow staircase in a few steps. The bedding in the loft was neatly arranged, with a red bedside lamp and a vibrant summer quilt adorning the bed. He had not noticed so many festive items during the move earlier that day. Cheng Zhuo sat at the edge of the bed. From his vantage point, he could see the bathroom door, where warm light seeped out and the sound of water was distinctly audible, mingling with the surrounding crimson hues, gradually creating an atmosphere of subtle allure. Cheng Zhuo's heart began to race inexplicably, his thoughts unsettled. He decided to sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state, fully activating it for the first time. Almost instantaneously, he sensed a warm, drifting sensation gathering within him. Yet he faintly perceived that his absorption of source energy was exceedingly slow. It felt as if a torrent of source energy was rushing in. But the internal passage of his origin card was exceedingly narrow, rendering absorption impossible. It seemed that this was due to the low potential of his origin card. Cheng Zhuo frowned deeply. At this rate of enhancement, within a year, he would be fortunate to advance, let alone contend with the beasts of the Qixing Su realm. Thus, it appeared he could only hope to utilize breathing techniques upon entering the Su realm. Before long, the sound of water ceased. Ruan Qinghe, after some rustling, gently opened the bathroom door. Xia Chan's laughter echoed from downstairs as the three women engaged in conversation, and after a considerable time, the sound of slow footsteps ascending the stairs could be heard. Upon hearing the commotion, Cheng Zhuo exited his meditative state, raising his gaze just in time to see Ruan Qinghe making her way upstairs. She had her hair loosely wrapped in a towel, droplets still dripping down, staining her white nightgown with blush-colored marks. It was evident that the nightgown was new. Though loose, it was quite sheer, barely concealing her secrets, yet failing to obscure her alluring curves. In particular, her long, fair legs were entirely exposed, glistening like warm jade in the dim light, utterly captivating. Ruan Qinghe noticed Cheng Zhuo's unwavering gaze, her ears turning as red as ripe cherries. She dared not meet his eyes, gripping the hem of her dress tightly, her speech stumbling. "They said you should help me dry my hair." Just as Cheng Zhuo prepared to respond, he caught sight of Xia Chan stealthily approaching. She crept up behind Ruan Qinghe, playfully revealing her little tiger teeth. "Qinghe Jia, this is how you should wear this dress." With that, she tugged gently at the neckline of Ruan Qinghe's nightgown, causing it to slide down to her arms and reveal her smooth, fair shoulders and collarbone. A stunning curve emerged, tantalizingly elusive. Ruan Qinghe gasped, instinctively reaching out to playfully swat Xia Chan, who giggled and darted away. Ruan Qinghe, he subconsciously tried to pull the neckline back up, but upon noticing Cheng Zhuo's heated gaze, her fingers lingered at the neckline, hesitating for half a second before retracting. "Come here, I'll help you dry your hair," Cheng Zhuo said with a light chuckle, patting the edge of the bed. "All right." She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and she sat sideways at the edge of the bed. A fragrant mist mixed with the steam enveloped the space. Cheng Zhuo felt his heart skip a beat. His gaze fell upon her damp collarbone, instinctively drifting lower, causing his throat to tighten slightly. He exhaled softly, attempting to calm himself, then picked up the hairdryer from the bedside. His fingers gently wove through her inky black hair, his movements delicate, occasionally brushing against Ruan Qinghe's neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily, lowering her chin further, her breaths becoming soft and shallow. As her hair gradually dried, Cheng Zhuo's motion slowed. When the sound of the hairdryer abruptly ceased, the small space fell into silence. In the loft, they could clearly hear each other's breaths, as a potent atmosphere of intimacy began to permeate the air. After a brief silence, Cheng Zhuo leaned forward, his arm encircling Ruan Qinghe's waist, his fingertips lightly resting on her flat abdomen. The gesture was gentle, as if fearing to startle her. Through the cool, loose nightgown, Cheng Zhuo could distinctly feel her skin's delicate warmth and the tension radiating from her taut spine. Ruan Qinghe's delicate fingers clutched her nightgown tightly, her knuckles turning pale, and even her shoulders were tinged with a rosy hue, as if anticipating the events that were about to unfold. She felt so anxious that she did not know where to place her hands. "Cheng Zhuo Gij," she spoke in a flustered tone, unable to discern whether her feelings were of nervousness or shyness. Chapter 21. Wedding Night, Part 3. In the tranquil room, tender feelings enveloped them. With beauty cradled in his arms, Cheng Zhuo could distinctly sense the tension in the soft body within his embrace. He did not hasten to take further action, but instead held her hand gently, quietly enveloping her in his warmth. Ruan Qinghe let out a soft whimper, curling up in his arms like a kitten. "Are you feeling tense?" Cheng Zhuo whispered. Let us talk for a while," she replied. Cheng Zhuo reached out to tuck a strand of her long hair behind her ear, revealing her flawless neck, and gently leaned in, teasingly whispering in her ear, "So, why did you choose me, the boy you have been secretly in love with for 3 years? It can't possibly be me, right?" "Yes, it is," Ruan Qinghe admitted boldly. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head in disbelief as he gazed into her charming face. "You must be joking. A stunning beauty has secretly loved me for 3 years, and I had no inkling?" Ruan Qinghe playfully pressed her lips together and chuckled. "That's right. I'm just teasing you. Who would have a crush on you? How narcissistic." "Oomph, I knew it." Cheng Zhuo huffed, yet his arms instinctively tightened around her, securely enveloping her soft form. "Now tell me, who is that guy? I will eventually send him to the abyss to feed the beasts." Ruan Qinghe turned her face slightly to steal a glance at him, a hint of smugness showing. Upon realizing she had tricked him, Cheng Zhuo playfully tickled her belly. "So, you've learned how to tease me, have you?" Ruan Qinghe burst into laughter, pleading for mercy. I was wrong, please forgive me." She nestled deeper into his embrace, resting her head on Cheng Zhuo's shoulder, tilting her head back, pouting her rosy lips, displaying a look of entreaty. The dim yellow light scattered behind Cheng Zhuo, illuminating her eyes like 2 sparkling springs, lively and enchanting. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily mesmerized. She turned slightly, her fingertip poking at Cheng Zhuo's solid chest, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "Who told you not to believe it? I came to you asking if you wanted a wife, and you still say I'm teasing you." Cheng Zhuo, feeling a ticklish sensation from her touch, grasped her mischievous hand. "When did this all start?" Ruan Qinghe did not answer, instead changing the subject. "Brother, let me tell you a story." "All right, go ahead." Ruan Qinghe's expression turned reminiscent. 3 years ago, I transferred to Suzhou. I don't know why, but the girls in my class didn't like me. They would encourage some mischievous boys to stuff dead mice in my bag and even secretly ruin my assignments. "Who did that?" Cheng Zhuo's anger flared. "I will send him to the abyss to feed the beasts." "Oh, come on, let me finish my story." Cheng Zhuo calmed down. "At that time, I always felt very insecure. My mother had just passed away, my father ignored me. I didn't dare to tell the teachers. I had to endure everything in silence." Mentioning her mother, Ruan Qinghe's demeanor noticeably dimmed. Cheng Zhuo gently stroked her hair, his voice softening. "What happened next?" "I remember you were also the class monitor in your class, and I heard everyone listen to you. A flicker of something unusual crossed Ruan Qinghe's eyes as she continued. Once I was falsely accused by 3 girls of stealing. They cornered me in an alley, threw mud at me, and even tried to rip my clothes. Gosh! Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow. That was bullying. Ruan Qinghe, however, smiled brightly, looking at Cheng Zhuo with starlit eyes. You were just like that back then. Huh? Cheng Zhuo was somewhat puzzled. Ruan Qinghe grasped Cheng Zhuo's large hand against her chest, her admiration almost spilling over. You happened to walk by, like a divine hero, and with just a few words, you scared them away. Cheng Zhuo pointed to himself in astonishment. Me? Chapter 22, Wedding Night, Part 4. Ruan Qinghe smiled sweetly. Yes. Don't you remember? My Superman. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts drifting back in time. 3 years ago, he indeed had rescued a girl from bullying in the alley near the school. That muddy girl was you? Cheng Zhuo exclaimed. How annoying. You were the muddy girl. Ruan Qinghe playfully punched Cheng Zhuo's chest, not letting up. Cheng Zhuo shook his head with a soft sigh. You were covered in mud and dirt. I truly didn't recognize you. I never imagined I'd saved a stunning beauty. After a pause, he teased, honestly, why didn't you seek me out afterward? Don't you believe in gratitude and repaying kindness? Ruan Qinghe lowered her head slightly, sighing, I did want to, but I felt too insecure back then, and you were just too dazzling. I was dazzling? Cheng Zhuo was somewhat surprised. Yes, Ruan Qinghe reminisced, although you also came from a humble background. You seem far more mature and confident than your peers. You got along well with both delinquents and rich kids, excelled in combat, were tall and handsome, and had great grades. I don't know how many girls secretly had crushes on you. I didn't dare to approach you. Cheng Zhuo feigned self-satisfaction. Wow. I'm so outstanding. Thank you, Cheng Zhuo, Ruan Qinghe said sincerely. Cheng Zhuo smiled, lightly tapping the tip of her nose. I just raised my voice. It was a trivial matter. No need for thanks. No, Ruan Qinghe shook her head slightly. To you, it was just a small act, but to me, you were like a ray of light, illuminating my bleak youth. If it weren't for your vibrant energy inspiring me, my life might have ended 3 years ago. Cheng Zhuo felt a pang of sympathy. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you. Zhuo, she called softly. Cheng Zhuo responded, but was suddenly met with a fleeting softness against his lips. He looked down, seeing the girl before him with a face like a peach blossom and eyes like water. It dawned on him that Ruan Qinghe had stolen a kiss. She shifted slightly, snuggling closer into his embrace, sitting on his lap, her fair, rounded legs curling up onto the bed, slightly bending. This movement caused her already short nightgown to slip to the top of her thighs, revealing a hint of springtime beauty. Cheng Zhuo instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze turning intensely possessive. Ruan Qinghe lowered her head shyly, her neck and chest as fair as snow, blushing with a delightful flush. Yet, she eventually mustered the courage to raise her head, gazing ardently at Cheng Zhuo. My Superman, am I still in time to repay your kindness with my body? Cheng Zhuo could hardly contain himself, suddenly pulling the girl closer and leaning down to kiss her. Their lips met, softly brushing and entwining. The sweetness of her cherry lips ignited Cheng Zhuo's desire, and with his tongue, he sought out the shy yet playful little darling, inviting her to dance. Though initially bashful, she soon succumbed to the enchanting sensation, drifting into a dreamy state of bliss. Cheng Zhuo, lost in the moment, was overwhelmed with a strong sense of possessiveness, as if he wished to consume the delicate creature in his arms. As their deep kiss became more fervent, Cheng Zhuo's hand gently caressed Ruan Qinghe's smooth neck, silently slipping past the loose neckline, boldly exploring. Ruan Qinghe's body tensed suddenly, feeling as though Cheng Zhuo's large hand held magical powers, igniting a fire within her. Before long, her tensed body relaxed, becoming soft and pliable. Just as Ruan Qinghe felt she was about to lose her breath, Cheng Zhuo finally paused, panting heavily, his eyes filled with desire. He suddenly lifted Ruan Qinghe from his embrace and laid her down. Zhuo, Ruan Qinghe called out lightly, her voice tinged with shyness and panic. They were pressed closely together, and she instantly sensed Cheng Zhuo's change, covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. Unable to look at him, Cheng Zhuo leaned down, his voice husky and enticing. Call me husband. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qinghe shyly bit her crimson lip and softly uttered, husband. After a moment of sweet intimacy, Cheng Zhuo returned to gaze into Ruan Qinghe's glistening eyes. Qinghe began your initial source skill, Holy Light Technique. Can you use it now? Ruan Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Cheng Zhuo's downward glance, she quickly understood his intent. Unable to restrain herself, she bit her lip again, swallowed nervously, and with her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed, she nodded shyly. The air conditioning hummed around them. Cheng Zhuo could faintly hear whispers from downstairs, likely the twin sisters sharing secrets. However, he was entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, initially pondering at what stage the system's rewards would manifest. Yet, before long, he forgot these musings. The lights downstairs had mysteriously extinguished, leaving only the small red lamp by Cheng Zhuo's bedside casting soft halos on the ceiling, rippling like water in concentric circles. Gradually, as if under Cheng Zhuo's coaxing, Ruan Qinghe let go of her tightly sealed lips, becoming increasingly lost in the moment. In the living room, the twins initially lay quietly, even their breaths subdued, fearful of disturbing the upstairs. Xiaomo's eyes were tightly shut, her delicate face maintaining an air of cool composure. Yet, the slight trembling of her lashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Xia Chan, with her striking blue-gray eyes, gazed vacantly, but could not conceal her curiosity. As the alluring sounds grew more indulgent, Xia Chan suddenly turned to elbow her sister. "Sister, do you think this platform will collapse?" Xia Mo, initially tense, burst into a laugh, squeezing Xia Chan's hand and shaking her head. "Of course not. Stop talking nonsense." Xia Chan's lips curled into a smile as she glanced upwards. "By the way, aren't summoners typically weaker? How come Brother Zhuo is so?" Xia Mo cut in, recalling how Zhuo had dealt with those cockroaches earlier. "Have you forgotten how he handled those cockroaches today?" Xia Chan's eyes lit up, resting her chin in contemplation. "You're right. When your husband dealt with those cockroaches, his reactions and strength were extraordinary. But is this speed reasonable?" Stealing another glance at the halo on the ceiling, Xia Chan's chatter took on a life of its own. "What do we do? I'm not very familiar with your husband yet. How did I become a younger one? It's quite embarrassing to listen in, you know. I'm not eavesdropping on purpose. Even with my eyes covered, I can hear everything clearly. By the way, Sister Qinghe's voice is truly melodious, far more pleasant than those at the New Daoan." Xia Mo shot her a glare and promptly covered her incessantly chattering mouth. Xia Chan quieted down, her gray-blue eyes blinking as she lost herself in thought. The moonlight lingered, and the night deepened. Over an hour later, Cheng Zhuo finally heard the ethereal chime of the system in his ear. "Congratulations, you and your partner Ruan Qinghe have completed your first resonance. Partner contract reward, 1 epic blind core. Daily rewards for current contract partners have been unlocked. Your gene unlock rate has increased by 0.1. You and Ruan Qinghe have completed 1 resonance, granting 1 random resonance blind core. Partner Ruan Qinghe's daily fortune reward, strength 1. Upon hearing the series of rewards, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Daily gains? He stared at the panel indicating daily random attribute gains, his heart racing uncontrollably. If he could successfully contract with Qinghe, Xia Mo, and Xia Chan, he would receive 3 random attributes each day. It wouldn't be long before his panel would become an enviable collection of data. What shocked Cheng Zhuo even more was the increase in his gene unlock rate. Though it was a modest boost, he believed that 1 could lead to 2. As long as the gene unlock rate continued to rise, it meant he would eventually experience a second awakening, transforming his current F-class potential. Yet, he was uncertain whether this attribute and unlock rate increase would be limited by advancements, as the system remained silent aside from standard prompts. With a sigh, Cheng Zhuo temporarily suppressed his myriad of questions. Now was not the time for such ponderings, especially with his newlywed lying beside him. Ruan Qinghe was still lost in the haze of their earlier intimacy, her eyes slightly reddened, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a water-drenched butterfly. Noticing her state, Cheng Zhuo reached for the prepared tissues and wipes on the nightstand, teasingly asking, "Need some help?" Ruan Qinghe, startled back to reality, blushed fiercely and hurriedly grabbed the cool blanket. "Ah, I can do it myself." She quickly covered herself with the blanket, taking the tissues and wipes from Cheng Zhuo's hands. The blanket barely concealed her waist, leaving her fair shoulders and part of her chest exposed, her long hair cascading down, obscuring much of her form, yet leaving tantalizing glimpses visible, igniting a flame of desire within Cheng Zhuo. Seeing the heat in his gaze, Ruan Qinghe instinctively lowered her eyes, unable to meet his stare. Her gaze inadvertently wandered over his well-defined chest, and her heart raced. In her earlier state of bliss, she had failed to notice how sculpted his physique was, each muscle radiating strength. Ruan Qinghe's ears flushed anew, and she quickly averted her gaze. Fidgeting with the tissues, she awkwardly began to wipe. The beauty's shyness was utterly intoxicating. Cheng Zhuo, reveling in her bashfulness, found his smile deepening. He brazenly admired her. But suddenly an absurd thought crossed his mind. Was the system's promise of daily rewards truly legitimate? Just as this thought emerged, a pale blue screen materialized before him, displaying Ruan Qinghe's partner information. Partner, Ruan Qinghe, Realm, Level 0, Source Card, Priest E-Grade White, Source Skill, Holy Light Healing. Partner Fortune, Daily Random Attribute 1 for both partners. Resonance Healing Effect, can heal any injury or ailment within a host. Enhancing self-healing capabilities for 12 hours. Resonance Effect Unlock. When in an optimal resonance state, there's a chance to increase gene unlock rate. Upon seeing this, Cheng Zhuo understood that the system's daily rewards were indeed quite legitimate. As long as they remained partners, this fortune effect would persist. He was particularly pleased with the resonance effects. The healing capability was undoubtedly invaluable, and it could even continually enhance the gene unlock rate. Thus, with diligent effort, their second awakening would be inevitable. Yet, he mused, if only it were less serious. Gaining a bit more daily would render him invincible. Cheng Zhuo entertained this mischievous thought. What are you thinking about? Ruan Qinghe's soft voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. Turning to face him, she gently circled her delicate fingers on his chest. Her nails tinged with a subtle pink, her eyes still glistening with unshed moisture. Her long hair tumbled to her collarbone, obscuring much of her form but revealing glimpses of her porcelain skin, tightening his heart. Cheng Zhuo grasped her wandering hand, tilting her chin with his fingertips. His voice low and husky. I was thinking of you. With his charming words, Ruan Qinghe's cheeks, still dusted with the afterglow of their earlier encounter, turned a deeper shade of pink. She shot him a playful glare, only to be met with a sudden kiss from Cheng Zhuo. They only parted when breathless, slowly disengaging. How embarrassing! Ruan Qinghe recalled the earlier frenzy, her face aflame with shyness, murmuring, Xia Mo and Xia Chan will surely laugh at me. Why worry? They can't escape. Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Ruan Qinghe's eyes sparkled playfully, revealing a hint of mischief. You're right. Let them dare to mock me. Whoever laughs first will be the one to embarrass themselves. Cheng Zhuo gazed at her mischievously, rolling over to feign indignation. So you wish to embarrass me on our wedding night, do you? Oh no, you rascal, what are you doing? Let me embarrass you again. No, don't. Engaging in such activities is beneficial. Your physical strength will increase, and perhaps one day you may experience a second awakening. You must be joking. Such notions are unfounded. You will come to understand in due time. Chapter 25. The Reward of Harmony, Part 3, Wu. Ruan Qinghe was unable to utter another word before her lips were captured. As their mouths intertwined, she felt her body grow increasingly weak, utterly incapable of resistance, and could only murmur between breaths, no. Cheng Zhuo lightly lifted his head, teasingly asking, can you not endure any longer? I have heard that when a woman says no, she often means yes. So, was your no genuine or merely a pretense? No, Ruan Qinghe replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Oh, is that so? Cheng Zhuo chuckled wickedly, his hand gliding over her smooth, fair skin. Ruan Qinghe blushed deeply, powerless to resist his advances, surrendering herself to his whims. Before long, her pale cheeks flushed once more, her gaze wandering. She became soft and pliant, akin to a puddle of spring mud, melting against Cheng Zhuo's chest, gasping for breath. Cheng Zhuo abruptly halted, a knowing look in his eyes. I shall let you off the hook for now. Good night. With that, he closed his eyes, feigning slumber. However, in the next moment, a warm sensation enveloped him, and he slowly opened his eyes to meet a pair of gentle, water-like eyes. Ruan Qinghe's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lips a luscious crimson, her fair cheeks tinged with pink, exuding a dangerously alluring charm. Brother, do you want? Sister, sister. Xia Chan gently poked the sleeping Xia Mo beside her, her voice barely above a whisper. Xia Mo opened her eyes, casting a dubious glance at her sister. Have you heard about the World War that occurred over 300 years ago? Xiaochan suddenly posed a seemingly nonsensical question, laced with playful intent. Xiao Mo raised her delicate brows and nodded. Xiaochan revealed a pair of small tiger teeth, grinning mischievously. Do you know why World War II lasted longer than World War I? Xiao Mo was initially taken aback, but a few seconds later, she grasped her sister's clever trick, her ears flushing pink as she shot her a reproachful look. Are you thinking of something inappropriate? Xiaochan feigned innocence, batting her eyelashes. Oh dear, you are quite the overthinker. I was merely inquiring about history. Xiao Mo, both angry and embarrassed, hastily shifted away, curling her body away from Xiaochan. Yet, her ears betrayed her, perking up involuntarily. Subtle sounds drifted from the upstairs loft, mingled with faint whispers that brushed against her heart like a feather. She instinctively tightened her grip on the thin blanket, a blush creeping down her neck, even her fingertips tinged with warmth. The night was long and deep, as if it sought to weave the room's enchanting atmosphere into every fleeting moment. In the distance, the tall buildings of the inner city shimmered with neon lights, tirelessly flickering, creating an ambiguous, hazy glow amidst the night. The following morning, when Cheng Zhuo woke, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a pure and delicate face nestled among the pillows. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and the blush from the previous night still adorned her cheeks. Cheng Zhuo gazed at her for a long while, growing fonder with each passing moment, finding her very breath endearingly soft. Suddenly, he recalled Ruan Qinghe's initial restraint from the previous night, when Xiaochan's laughter floated up from downstairs. She had clenched her hands to her lips, biting her fingers until they turned white, stifling even the slightest sound. Yet, as the passion deepened, she had willingly entwined herself with him, her inexperienced yet fervent demeanor surprising him. Xiaochan's earlier words proved true. Her clumsy yet earnest attempts at every position were unexpectedly captivating. Cheng Zhuo, careful not to disturb her, gently moved her long, beautiful leg that lay across him. He treaded softly down the stairs, but upon rounding the corner, he was momentarily breathless at the sight before him. In the living room, Xiao Mo and Xiaochan were sprawled across the floor in disarray, their silver hair cascading over their cheeks. Xiao Mo's cool nightgown slipped from her shoulder, revealing a hint of spring beauty, while Xiaochan lay sprawled, exposing her fair skin. Cheng Zhuo took a deep breath, forcing himself to look away. Given that they had agreed to spend the night, there was no need to rush. Besides, the system required genuine feelings to be reciprocated. The simple harmony of music and laughter was not the source of the system's rewards. Cheng Zhuo understood that they did not so easily accept the situation as it appeared. Entering the bathroom, Cheng Zhuo quickly washed up before heading out to purchase breakfast. Upon his return, the three women remained in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Zhuo leaned against the headboard, opened his wristwatch, and casually browsed the news regarding the previous day's newcomer hunting trial. The headline featured the team that had secured first place in the trial, which included a promising contestant named Yi Chen. Remarkably, he was also from the Thunder Guild, and reports suggested that Yi Chen's potential was perilously close to S rank, boasting a gene unlock potential of 0.7, making him likely to become the 9th S rank Kashi in Xingyi City. Ho Wanli also performed admirably, with his team placing in the top 30. Cheng Zhuo received several messages from him, exclaiming that Cheng Zhuo could choose any restaurant in the city, brimming with pride. Cheng Zhuo attempted to search for information related to himself, but as he expected, there was hardly anything to be found. Only a handful of articles and some comments hinted at the possible emergence of a legendary source card. However, after refreshing the page, it quickly vanished. The trending topics related to newcomers, aside from trial rankings, predominantly revolved around discussions of the new kings of this batch. The semi-annual awakenings and the strongest newcomers remained hotly debated topics. With the Lighthouse as a vessel, Lingzi provided Kashi entering the domain for hunting with various kill data. Thus, topics like newcomer kings, hunting rankings, and the strongest hunters were always of great interest to the citizens, alleviating the anxiety of being surrounded by the domain. With a super-intelligent entity like Lingzi managing public opinion, it was effortless. Closing the page, Cheng Zhuo retrieved 2 goose egg-sized, multifaceted crystals from the system space. One was a light green, stained with traces of dark blood, while the other glowed with a purple-red luminescence, resembling a flowing stream within, immediately indicative of its extraordinary nature. Both of these were source nuclei. The light green one belonged to the Lord Hedgehog from yesterday, while the purple one was the reward from his first harmonious encounter with Ruan Qinghe. Most exotic beasts possessed source nuclei, but only those capable of producing source cards were termed blind nuclei. Source cards, as the name implies, are manifestations of source power in card form, with various types, including the origin cards of awakened beings. The breathing meditation card Cheng Zhuo had previously utilized was one such example. The light green Lord Hedgehog blind nucleus in Cheng Zhuo's hand was typically valued at around 10,000 city coins. Under normal circumstances, producing a quality grade card was assured, with a good quality card being highly probable. As for an epic grade card, that would be akin to winning the lottery. Cheng Zhuo glanced at his luck, which was 13 points higher than the average person, and decided to take a gamble. Chapter 26. Opening the blind nucleus to open a blind nucleus. One must use an origin card to sense it, dispersing or absorbing the source power within the nucleus, causing the crystalline surface to shatter on its own. Moments later, Cheng Zhuo gazed at the breathing meditation card in his hand, which radiated a blue light, and sighed. Indeed, this is somewhat fanciful. The breathing meditation card he held was of good quality, named Mang Shui, with the meditation technique enhancing strength. However, it was not unexpected that he would not draw an epic grade card, and Cheng Zhuo's heart was already prepared for this outcome, so he did not feel particularly disappointed. After all, the legendary grade source card he drew was merely a guise, a blind core from a Lord-level hedgehog, and obtaining a premium grade card was already a stroke of good fortune. From his understanding, even for the Lord-level hedgehog's blind core, the probability of drawing a premium grade source card was only around 2%. Particularly, this man's Shui meditation technique focused on physical enhancement, one of the most sought-after meditation techniques among melee-style card cultivators, could undoubtedly be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Conservatively estimated, it could fetch at least 70 to 80,000 city coins. In cases of urgent demand for such premium cards, it was not impossible for it to exceed 100,000. Cheng Zhuo glanced at the still, slumbering Ruan Qinghe beside him. The youthful and pure beauty of her face bore traces of their tender moments from the previous night, evoking an inexplicable sense of tenderness within him. She was to report to Xingyun Card Cultivation Academy the next day. Cheng Zhuo estimated that after paying her tuition, the money she had would be quite limited. Yet, she showed no inclination to seek financial assistance from him. Her husband, indicating her genuine intention to work and study diligently, perhaps even planning to take out a student loan. Those who could afford to attend the Card Cultivation Academy typically came from relatively well-off families. He could not allow Ruan Qinghe to repeat the misfortunes of 3 years ago, to be looked down upon at her new school. He had promised not to let her be bullied or suffer again, and he must keep his word. With this in mind, Cheng Zhuo promptly opened a trading platform named Dang Dang, which was the official platform for source card transactions in Xinyi City. He took a photo and filled in the card information. The Man Shui type, being a common physical enhancement, had a transparent pricing structure, and Cheng Zhuo opted for a direct sale, setting the price at 100,000 city coins. After completing the procedure, which took 2 minutes, he listed the Man Shui for consignment. After doing this, he retrieved the epic grade blind core awarded by the system. Compared to the Lord-level hedgehog's core, this one was evidently extraordinary. He took a deep breath, focusing his energy, and began to sense it. Moments later, without any surprises, the source card he drew was indeed epic grade. Unfortunately, it was a weapon card, a longbow of epic quality, usable by those below level 4. Cheng Zhuo instinctively thought of Nyo. The image of her wielding a longbow, strikingly heroic, lingered vividly in his mind. However, given their relationship, Cheng Zhuo was not inclined to gift such a valuable weapon card to her. In terms of market value, this card was absolutely worth over 100,000 city coins. After some contemplation, he decided to pursue a trade exchange for a healing-type breath meditation card, which he could reserve for Ruan Qinghe's integration. He similarly took a photo and uploaded the information, selecting the auction option. Epic-grade items were relatively rare, and he intended to choose wisely. After completing all these tasks, he gently lay back down, his gaze affectionately fixed on Ruan Qinghe beside him. A ray of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, illuminating her jade-like cheek with a soft silver sheen. Whether it was due to her restful sleep or sensing Cheng Zhuo's movements, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Cheng Zhuo, a hint of rosy warmth crept onto her cheeks, as if recalling something. After a moment of bashfulness, she nestled her head against Cheng Zhuo's embrace, sleepily calling out hubby. Still sleeping? Cheng Zhuo asked, gently brushing aside her disheveled hair. Would you like to get up and eat something? Okay, Ruan Qinghe replied lazily, clutching her chest as she sat up. Her small hand could hardly conceal her alluring figure, and her languid demeanor left Cheng Zhuo with a heavy sigh. What is wrong? Ruan Qinghe inquired curiously. Cheng Zhuo leaned closer, cupping her smooth chin. Don't blame me. It's your fault for being so enticing. Oh, the day has dawned. An hour later, Ruan Qinghe sat quietly at the dining table, her face resembling a ripe peach as she ate breakfast. The summer cicadas were unusually quiet, while Xiaomo held her hand, her eyes brimming with barely contained laughter. Observing Ruan Qinghe's face nearly buried in her bowl, Cheng Zhuo helplessly commented, Xiaomo, don't let little Chan hold your hand. Let her eat. Huh? Xiaomo pouted at Cheng Zhuo, feigning grievance. Brother Zhuo, you're so biased. You only care for the big wife and bully the little wife. I haven't done anything. If I can't speak, at least let me look. Enough with the banter. Eat your food before it gets cold. Cheng Zhuo urged with a smile. Xiaomo raised her brows. If it's cold, we can reheat it. It's already been heated several times. Finally, Ruan Qinghe raised her flushed face, exclaiming in indignation, Little Chan, with you laughing like that, are you planning for me to record a little movie for you tonight? Intending to threaten her, Ruan Qinghe was taken by surprise when Xiaomo's eyes lit up with mischief. Sure, that sounds great. Cheng Zhuo did not disclose to Ruan Qinghe his intention to become a wilderness hunter. Knowing her disposition, she would undoubtedly worry. After finishing their ambiguous breakfast, Cheng Zhuo excused himself under the pretext of preparing equipment and left the new house alone. He planned to visit the largest card cultivation market in the Eastern District, Bayakaji. It was a bustling street for purchasing source cores, cards, gathering intelligence, and conducting trades. The official card trading center was also located there. Having received buyers for both source cards he consigned that morning, Cheng Zhuo needed to verify the transactions in person. Furthermore, he intended to seek out shops established by wilderness hunters to gain authentic insights into the contract information of the town's lighthouse. After all, much of the information available online was difficult to discern as true or false. Approximately half an hour later, Cheng Zhuo took the subway, traversing a significant portion of the Eastern District, and arrived at Bayakaji Station. Following the flow of people out of the station, he was greeted by a straight avenue paved with light gray tiles, at the end of which stood a completely white building, standing out among the gray concrete structures of the outer city. That was the card trading center of the outer city. The glass cabinets of shops lining the street displayed glimmering source cards, with signs for card restoration, source core purchases, and card customization everywhere. Cheng Zhuo walked while observing, not pausing until he reached the trading center. The expansive hall of over 1,000 square meters was now teeming with people. On the most prominent wall of the hall hung a massive LCD screen displaying a multitude of trading and purchasing information. 10,000 city coins for fire-type premium breath cards. Instant transfer upon verification. Unlimited purchase of three-eyed jackal source cores. Price negotiable custom ice attribute sniper weapon cards. Both premium and good quality accepted. Budget negotiable. Requires viewing of the designer's previous works. When Cheng Zhuo consigned his cards, he chose to remain anonymous with intelligent custody. Though the commission would be higher, it spared him the hassle of negotiating with buyers. Therefore, upon entering the trading center, he followed the guidance of the intelligence system directly into a sealed verification room. Chapter 27. The first bucket of gold. Welcome to Lingzi Intelligent Custody. The breath meditation card has been verified as correct. The buyer has confirmed, and the transfer is in progress. After deducting the 3 consignment fee, the remaining 97,000 city coins have been fully received. Please verify. As he watched his wallet instantaneously fill up, Cheng Zhuo felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. No wonder so many ordinary individuals risk their lives to become attendants. Many low-talent individuals who couldn't meet the city's certification requirements ran off to become wilderness hunters. The allure of sudden wealth was indeed hard to resist. After some reflection, Cheng Zhuo turned his attention to the holographic projection, swiping his finger to bring up another transaction. The exchange information for the epic grade longbow. The screen displayed 3 matching requests. 2 were for sensory-type spiritual cards, and 1 was a premium card plus city coin subsidy. After a cursory glance, Cheng Zhuo found none of them satisfactory, and he casually exited the page, leaving the verification room. He decided to wait a little longer. This transaction involved a staggering sum of 1 million Qingbang coins, particularly as it is intended as a gift for Ruan Qinghe to celebrate her return to school. It is crucial that he approaches this matter with utmost caution. After departing from the trading center, the midday sun bore down with an almost oppressive intensity. Cheng Zhuo did not return to the Xingfu community, but instead followed the navigation route, veering into a side street imbued with a metallic chill. This area, known as Taikai Jia, is dedicated to the commerce of artificial weaponry. Before drawing near, he was already greeted by the clanging sounds that echoed through the air, only to discover that they predominantly emanated from the promotional videos displayed by the street-side shops. Cheng Zhuo's objective was crystal clear: to acquire a suitable long spear. As he was about to venture out of the city for certification, he certainly needed to gather essential supplies. Finding an appropriate weapon was undoubtedly a primary concern. He browsed through several shops, and the offerings were generally consistent with the information he had gleaned online. Ultimately, he settled on a super alloy long spear at a renowned weapon shop, parting with 5,000 coins. This spear, akin to the one he had wielded during his trials, was embedded with a source card, albeit the most rudimentary type of armor-piercing enchantment, lacking any weapon skills and failing to activate even the most basic of weapon card features. From a cultivation perspective, such an artificial long spear could not compare to the weapon cards found within source cards. Weapon cards could be integrated with the primary source cards to unleash more formidable weapon skills, affording greater operational finesse. Moreover, from a standpoint of enhancing one's specialized combat capabilities, weapon cards were also more readily comprehensible. However, during the novice phase, these artificial weapons excelled in terms of cost-effectiveness. For the same 5,000 coins, the materials for a weapon card would not match the quality of this artificial spear. Cheng Zhuo's purchase was indeed inferior to what he had received during the trials, lacking resilience and exhibiting excessive hardness. Yet he felt it would suffice for his urgent needs as a newcomer. It was not that he was unwilling to invest in something more expensive. Rather, he believed the system would eventually provide him with better options. In fact, during the novice phase, firearms classified as source-powered weapons proved to be significantly more lethal. Yet, non-professional hunters were prohibited from privately purchasing firearms, leaving Cheng Zhuo with no choice but to merely window shop in a few stores. To compensate for his insufficient long-range attack capabilities, Cheng Zhuo also procured a source-powered rapid-fire crossbow. A compact, high-velocity, one-handed bow. It could be wielded with a single hand, and each side of the bow was embedded with 3 micro-source core slots, capable of releasing nearly 1,000 source-powered bolts, boasting formidable power. This was the most powerful ranged weapon accessible to ordinary individuals. His wallet was now 5,000 coins lighter. Cheng Zhuo silently lamented that there was a reason why hunters found it easy to earn money. After leaving Taikai Jia, Cheng Zhuo proceeded to purchase 2 sets of combat attire, the most basic type. These offered little in the way of defense, but provided greater comfort and functionality than standard athletic wear. Given his current physical strength, the defensive capability of combat attire priced below 100,000 was not significantly different whether worn or not. Additionally, Cheng Zhuo acquired some essential supplies, such as multifunctional tools for dissecting exotic beasts, lighting equipment, compressed food, and drinking water. Just as he completed his purchases and intended to return to Baeka Jia via a narrow alley, a sultry voice called out from behind him. "Hey, handsome, wait a moment." Cheng Zhuo glanced sideways with suspicion, noticing only 2 rather ordinary-looking boys passing by, and it was unmistakably him to whom the term handsome was directed. He paused, inquiring, "What is it?" The speaker was a woman with an alluring figure. Her skin glowed with a healthy tan, her body was perfectly proportioned, and the signs of rigorous training were quite evident. However, her right arm and right leg were both cybernetic limbs, and her right eye was a cybernetic enhancement, while her other eye sparkled with an enchanting smile. This individual did not appear to be benevolent. She cast a captivating glance at Cheng Zhuo, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "Are you planning to leave the city to certify as a hunter?" Cheng Zhuo was taken aback, his tone laced with caution. "How do you know?" The cybernetic woman smiled coyly, gesturing to her cybernetic eye. "Over 3 million, the latest model from Xingyan Technology, capable of accessing your public information and biological strength. She then scrutinized the superalloy long spear resting on Cheng Zhuo's shoulder, laughing. F-rank, blacklisted by the city. Suspected of having undergone serum injection, and you bought all these items. Surely, you're not just going fishing, are you? You're mistaken. Cheng Zhuo dismissed her and turned to leave. The cybernetic woman hurried to keep pace, her demeanor charming. Don't be nervous, handsome. I'm not interested in why you're on the city's blacklist. I merely wish to recruit some hunters for Angshi Town to earn a small commission. A hunter broker? Cheng Zhuo halted, eyeing her skeptically. Angshi Town? Isn't that quite remote? What isn't it for me? Sensing Cheng Zhuo's slight willingness to engage, the cybernetic woman's allure intensified as she produced a stone engraved with intricate patterns from the side of her cybernetic thigh, waving it before him. Cheng Zhuo's interest was piqued as he exclaimed, Taishi? Ah, handsome, you have an excellent eye. Indeed, this is the Taishi from the lighthouse of Angshi Town. She replied with a playful laugh. Since you recognize the Taishi, you must be aware of its significance, correct? The Taishi allows for a remote contract with the lighthouse, eliminating the need to visit in person. Such stones are quite rare. It's surprising to find one in Angshi Town. Cheng Zhuo observed it with curiosity. He had only encountered descriptions in books before, and now he was witnessing it in reality. The Taishi not only facilitated remote contracts, but also possessed a certain deterrent effect against exotic beasts, earning it the moniker of Mobile Lighthouse. However, the Taishi was considered a consumable. If removed too far from the source lighthouse for an extended period, it could easily lose its efficacy. Thus, aside from being used by various towns to attract population, its other functionalities were somewhat limited. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Zhuo voiced his concerns. Now that every town has designated transport routes for newcomers, the Taishi's function seems somewhat redundant. Furthermore, every lighthouse town periodically conducts extermination tasks, and once contracted, I would inevitably have to go. Why would I seek out the more remote Angshi Town? Chapter 28. The Cybernetic Woman, as if anticipating Cheng Zhuo's skepticism. The cybernetic woman adeptly elaborated. Here's the thing. If you choose Angshi Town, you can contract now, and during the first month post-certification, you will be in a novice freedom period, allowing you to avoid immediate travel. After that, you would only need to participate in an extermination task around the town once a month. We have dedicated transport routes that ensure absolute safety. Most importantly, the hunter tax in Angshi Town is only 13%, nearly half of what it is in the towns surrounding the giant cities. As she spoke, she waved the Taishi again. Additionally, you should be aware of the super distance gateways available during the novice phase, correct? Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly, asking, what does that have to do with this? The super distance gateway was indeed the first lesson he learned in the survival course for the wasteland. Typically, a gateway could only lead to a single wasteland, often with stringent restrictions on entry levels and the number of individuals allowed. However, super distance gateways were different. Each time a new batch of novices awakened, a large number of gateways allowing entry into the same wasteland would emerge within their vicinity. And sometimes several giant cities would even share a super distance gateway to the same wasteland. Only novices who had never entered a wasteland could use these gateways, and the risks were considerably lower. It was akin to a beginner's village, providing newly awakened individuals with an acclimatization period. Of course, this was only relatively small. For ordinary people and low-potential novices, it still posed significant dangers. There had long been speculation that the lighthouse and the wasteland originated from the same higher-dimensional civilization. And this inexplicable phenomenon of interconnectedness served as one piece of evidence. Wasteland invasions and lighthouse protection were akin to some extraordinary force compelling humanity to evolve. The implications were profound. The cybernetic woman chuckled lightly, raising her hand to gesture in the air, and a holographic projection shimmered to life, displaying a route map of Xingyi City and over a dozen surrounding towns. The so-called newbie village of the Kaiju Realm Gate typically emerges within a week following one's awakening. As half of that time has already elapsed, it is understood that beyond the borders of Shoujo, one cannot proceed with their flying vessel. If you were to rush out of the city to authenticate in a nearby town, even the closest Sanhe town would require over a day's journey. Should the realm gate open en route, it would be a lamentable delay. She handed the tower stone to Cheng Zhuo, and the patterns on the stone suddenly glimmered, seemingly resonating with the source power within him. With this tower stone, things would be different. It would enable him to complete a contract anytime and anywhere. allowing access to the Kaiju Realm Gate within the city, thus saving a considerable amount of time. If he could attain a high-ranking reward, it would surely make his subsequent ventures outside the city much safer, would it not? Hearing her words, Cheng Zhuo felt a twinge of temptation. However, this fleeting feeling was quickly suppressed by an inexplicable sense of vigilance. He sensed something was amiss. The cyber girl, thinking Cheng Zhuo was uninterested, retracted the tower stone and projected an image, continuing her pitch. If you find Anshi Town too distant, we also have special vehicles to transport to several nearby towns, though they do not come with a tower stone. The points for these towns are slightly higher. Sandy Town requires 25 points, and Tawny Town 20 points. Cheng Zhuo suddenly shifted the topic, his gaze landing on the cyber girl's cybernetic eye. How much is that cyber eye you mentioned? 320,000. It's the latest model from Xingyun Technology, capable of scanning biological intensity and public information. Does the handsome young man wish to purchase one? The cyber girl chuckled, her red nails lightly tapping the metallic interface of her eye with a hint of mockery. However, I must warn you, it requires the removal of your original eyeball to install, which is quite painful. Cheng Zhuo feigned admiration, responding, being a hunter-broker must be quite lucrative. The smile on the cyber girl's face seemed to pause, and she cleared her throat, chuckling lightly. Oh, the handsome young man is joking. This cyber eye was a gift from my parents. I could never afford one. We runners earn only a meager income. Have you decided which place to visit? Cheng Zhuo masked his false smile and took a step back. Thank you for your invitation, but I have decided to go alone. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave, his hand discreetly sliding to the rapid crossbow at his waist. Not reconsidering, handsome young man, the cyber girl's voice trailed after him, bereft of its charm and tinged with a noticeable chill. Cheng Zhuo continued on his path, replying curtly, no need. Very well, she huffed, and in an instant, Cheng Zhuo felt as though he was ensnared by an eerie pressure, startling him to the point where he almost transformed into his dragon form. You're quite clever. Young man, do be careful with your words, as it could be quite dangerous. The cyber girl's voice echoed with an unsettling resonance, piercing his very soul. In that moment, Cheng Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat and instinctively quickened his pace. It wasn't until he turned out of the alley and merged into the bustling crowd that the ominous pressure began to dissipate. That last threat confirmed his suspicions. This cyber girl was likely a member of the underground organ trafficking organization that Inyo had previously warned him about. A broker adorned in equipment worth nearly 1,000. Aside from organ trafficking, Cheng Zhuo could hardly fathom any intermediary who could afford such luxury. The organs of hunters are indeed valuable, especially to affluent merchants lacking potential for cultivation. Some seek to replace perfectly healthy organs. Certain beast-like hunters, particularly wolf-type, can sell their kidneys for exorbitant prices. Moreover, hunters with self-healing abilities have organs that are highly sought after. Although once detached from a source card, these organs possess no extraordinary powers beyond resilience. There are still those who believe that the organs of a hunter can grant them better health and longevity. Despite the city-state's stringent crackdown on such underground organizations, wealth can indeed wield great influence. Once aboard the subway, leaning against the cold metallic handrail, Cheng Zhuo's heart continued to race. In that fleeting moment, he had felt the tangible threat of death. The cyber girl's strength could easily overpower him, even if he summoned his essence and transformed into his dragon form. Being targeted for his organs left him feeling profoundly uneasy. The dangers of this world extend beyond the beasts. They're underground organizations, wild marauders, and treacherous hunters lurking in the shadows. He needed to grow swiftly and treat the prospect of venturing out as a wilderness hunter with utmost seriousness. For he could not afford to be complacent. Cheng Zhuo closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. The subway sped through the dark tunnel, the clattering of wheels against the tracks providing a stark contrast to his racing heart. The quality of these subways in the outer city was far inferior to those of his previous life, yet the cacophony gradually soothed his frayed nerves. Quick, look at the news. The Kaiju Realm Gate has opened. Just as they neared the station, an excited voice from a young man in work attire caught Cheng Zhuo's attention. His companion gasped, "Oh my, this one is massive." Cheng Zhuo promptly opened the news page on his wristwatch. Indeed, the Kaiju Realm Gate had truly opened. The headline blared a stark warning. This batch of Kaiju Realm Gates has been opened. New hunters lacking experience in the realm should prepare promptly. Ordinary citizens are advised to keep their distance. In the live broadcast, a pale gray luminescence hung in the center of the road. resembling a spatial rift torn apart by some immense force. The edges of the rift trembled ever so slightly, exuding an enigmatic current. That was the Kaiju Realm Gate. A reporter clad in protective gear stood several meters before the gate, microphone in hand, reporting. According to the latest intelligence from Lingzi, this Kaiju Realm Gate is a cross-city gate shared by Guangming City, located 500 kilometers away, with our city for new hunters. Currently, there are 18 Kaiju Realm Gates. Each outer city of the two city-states has 4, while the remaining 10 are distributed among towns in the wilderness where populations are relatively concentrated, namely Sanhe Town and Anshi Town. As Cheng Zhuo listened to the report, he pondered quietly. It seemed that this newbie village would be more challenging than anticipated. According to historical records of the Kaiju Realm Gates in Xingyi City, the beasts within were generally dispersed and mostly of the initial zero-tier variety. However, whenever cross-city sharing was involved, it often led to the congregation of initial forms and even higher-tier beasts. Consequently, the mortality rate for newcomers was typically over 30% higher than that of single-city gates. Furthermore, given that the current gate appeared earlier than usual, most newcomers were likely unprepared, much like himself. Although they had studied survival in the realm, team cooperation, hunting theories, and even undergone simulated training during their schooling, the disparity between theory and real combat was vast. As the bearded instructor in the trials had remarked, many might be so terrified upon encountering a fearsome beast that their innate talents would go to waste. Fortunately, the Kaiju Realm Gate was designated for newcomers, ultimately presenting a lower danger level than ordinary gates. Moreover, the rewards were quite promising. Of course, this was primarily true for ordinary newcomers. For Cheng Zhuo, the Kaiju Realm Gate's sole allure was its potential to help him acclimate to the rhythms of the realm. Thus, he remained unhurried. Knowing he had ample time to first travel to Sanhe Town to complete his contract, he could enter later when the official report analyzing this newbie village was released. After all, the Kaiju Realm Gate would not be breached for at least a week. The term breach signifies that the gate's barrier would fail, allowing beasts to surge forth, and the entrance restrictions would be lifted. At that time, high-level hunting teams would promptly intervene to close the gate as swiftly as possible. The broadcast continued, the camera angle shifting to a wider view. The reporter, microphone in hand, pointed towards the cordoned-off neighborhood behind him. Dear viewers, I am currently situated on Happy Street in District 10. As you can see, this is a densely populated residential area, and the size of the Kaiju Realm Gate that has appeared here is unprecedented in Xingyi City over the past decade. According to Lingzi's real-time calculations, in this particular region, no fewer than 1,000 ordinary citizens were caught in the chaotic spatial currents formed by the boundary gate. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhuo's heart sank, and he swiftly adjusted the projection. The image magnified slightly, just a few meters in front of the boundary gate. A weathered and rusted plaque was embedded in the cracked concrete pavement. The bold letters were clearly visible. Xingfu Zayok. Suddenly, the ringtone of his device interrupted his thoughts. Zhuo, Zhuigij, something's wrong. Ruan Qinghe's anxious voice emerged from his wrist device. I can't find Xiaimo and Xiachan. There's an ultra-distance boundary gate at the entrance. Could they have been swept in? Cheng Zhuo deliberately softened his tone to reassure her. Don't panic, take your time. Did you see them with your own eyes? And no. Ruan Qinghe's voice trembled, but she made an effort to steady herself. They went out to buy something, and it wasn't long before the wind suddenly picked up. I saw the ultra-distance boundary gate appear at the entrance of the community, and then I couldn't get through to them. Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow. Is that so? Yes. Yes. Ruan Qinghe's voice began to crack with emotion. They haven't had much education and know almost nothing about survival in the boundary realm. If they get swept in, I am afraid, don't panic. Stay where you are and don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Cheng Zhuo ended the call, grabbed his bag and long gun, and hurried to the door, focusing on the flickering stations on the screen. As soon as the subway arrived at the station, he squeezed out before the doors were fully open. He ran against the flow of people, his mind racing. Hurry, faster. By the time he reached the vicinity of the community, a circle of hunters from the Lai Su army in black uniforms surrounded the entrance, accompanied by a group of city guards in blue uniforms, who had set up an extensive perimeter. Behind them, the dimly lit boundary gate loomed several dozen meters high, particularly eye-catching. The community's main gate had collapsed into a heap of rubble, and the surrounding high-rise buildings were leaning precariously, with debris occasionally falling amidst a chorus of wails. Zhuigij, A girl's voice called from afar. Cheng Zhuo turned to see Ruan Qinghe pushing through the crowd, rushing towards him. Her light-colored dress was covered in dust, and her hair was disheveled. As she reached Cheng Zhuo, her eyes reddened instantly. Cheng Zhuo quickly stepped forward to steady her swaying form and asked with concern, "What's going on? Have you not been able to contact them?" Ruan Qinghe shook her head vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears. "Dragij, what should we do? Their devices keep showing that the signal cannot be connected. They must have been swept in. Don't panic." Cheng Zhuo tightened his grip on her hand. Speaking in a calm tone, "The ultra-distance boundary gate isn't too perilous. Even if they have been drawn in, they won't be in immediate danger. Keep trying to reach them. Perhaps their devices just ran out of battery. I will fulfill the contract and prepare to enter the boundary realm." Ruan Qinghe, and not one to linger on sentiment, briefly embraced Cheng Zhuo and softly said, "Be careful. Yes, wait here for me. I'll return shortly." Cheng Zhuo ruffled her hair and turned to plunge back into the crowd. He dared not delay, not even to catch his breath, and made a beeline for the subway entrance, heading towards Baeka Street. Moments later, Cheng Zhuo leaned against the corner of the subway car, deep in thought. Every minute wasted increased the danger for the two sisters, especially for Xiaochan. Being swept into the boundary gates, spatial turbulence, most ordinary people would likely be scattered. Without Xiaomo by her side, Xiaochan would be no different from a blind person. In such an environment, her chances of survival were slim. Cheng Zhuo could not afford to spend another day traveling to Sandy Town. Currently, he could only take a gamble. Using the Tower Stone in the hands of the cyber girl, he would remotely complete the contract with the lighthouse in Angshi Town. As for the entry permissions for the boundary gate within the city, he could simply resolve that with the hiring qualifications of other teams, which could be bought. The only risk lay with the cyber girl. However, Cheng Zhuo felt confident. Even if she were indeed a human trafficker, she was unlikely to act within the city. It was more probable that she would wait until her journey to Angshi Town a month later. In a month, he believed he would have sufficient self-defense capabilities. He only hoped that she had not sold out Tower Stones. Upon returning to Baeka Street, he found the foot traffic had diminished significantly. Cheng Zhuo retraced his steps along the previous fork but saw no sign of the cyber girl. He began to inquire with shop owners, searching for nearly half an hour. And just as he was about to give up, a mocking female voice called out from behind him. "Oh, the ultra-distance boundary gate has appeared. Does the handsome young man look anxious?" Cheng Zhuo spun around abruptly to find the cyber girl leaning casually against a metal pipe at the corner. Her titanium alloy prosthetic gleaming coldly as it rested atop her tanned, slender left leg. She twirled a palm-sized stone between her fingers. Precisely the Tower Stone he sought from Angshi Town. Cheng Zhuo was in no mood for pleasantries and stated directly, "I want the Tower Stone. Name your price." The cyber girl halted the spinning of the Tower Stone, feigning nonchalance as she replied, 20,000 city coins. 20,000? Cheng Zhuo frowned, as this item was typically not worth more than 200. In the past, when transportation was inconvenient, the primary purpose of Tower Stones was to attract hunters to various tower towns, and some even offered to pay for them. The cyber girl was simply inflating the price. "Too expensive?" The cyber girl scoffed, taking a step closer, her metallic hand brushing against Cheng Zhuo's chest. "Handsome young man, I can see you've injected serum. You must be eager to grab a reward from the newcomer leaderboard. If you delay a day, you might miss out." In large boundary realms, like the ultra-distance boundary gate, the lighthouse rewarded hunters who ranked high for their kills. Cheng Zhuo was not interested in that. However, he had no desire to haggle with the cyber girl. So he pulled up the transaction page on his wrist device and said, "Just give me the Tower Stone. Aren't you going to negotiate, handsome?" Seeing his straightforwardness, the cyber girl seemed taken aback, then suddenly smiled. "Actually, if you agree to one condition, I can give you this Tower Stone for free." "What condition?" "A stable multidimensional boundary gate has recently appeared in the Heiyun Forest, which produces broken stage source nuclei. Our guild's low-tier team needs a melee fighter. Would you consider it?" "Not considering, just take my money." Cheng Zhuo interrupted her offer, transferring the funds. The excuse of needing teammates was too flimsy. This woman clearly appeared to be at least second tier. Why would she seek a novice like him as a teammate? Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Did she desire his kidneys that desperately? The cyber girl paused for a moment, then said, "I know you've injected serum, so you're likely not considering leveling up. The broken stage source nuclei won't be of use to you, but we can pay you." "I'm not planning to leave the city this month," Cheng Zhuo declined. Seeing his firm stance, the cyber girl reluctantly tossed the Tower Stone to him and sent a friend request. Once you exit the ultra-distance boundary, if you're interested, remember to contact me. Besides refunding you the 20,000, I can also pay an additional 30,000. Cheng Zhuo accepted the Tower Stone without acknowledging her. He focused his energy and began to sense the Tower Stone. Indeed, as described in the texts, a warm resonance emanated from his fingertips, and he instantly felt the connection between the source card and the Tower Stone. Thank you. Cheng Zhuo stowed the Tower Stone and turned to leave. Remember to accept my friend request. The cybergirl's voice called after him. Not a chance. Cheng Zhuo swiftly deleted the friend request and hurried towards the subway. As soon as he sat down, he retrieved the Tower Stone once more. With a slight infusion of his source power, the Tower Stone in his palm suddenly illuminated with a faint red pattern, rapidly spreading like veins. In a vague vision, he seemed to see a colossal crimson stone standing in the void, enveloped in a light red mist, slowly descending a slender beam of light. As the beam of light made contact with the source card, a resonating hum exploded suddenly in his mind. He could distinctly sense a faint shadow of a giant tiger subtly raising its head from the slumbering guanquan within the Benuan card, emitting a silent whimper towards the beam of light. A dark golden dragon pattern quietly emerged within his Benuan card, subtly resonating with the red glow of the Tower Stone. Congratulations, Master, on successfully contracting the lighthouse and becoming a professional hunter. Suddenly, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind. World information is integrating. The Hunter Information Panel has expanded. Biological detection function activated. Harmonic value function activated. A series of system notifications left Cheng Zhuo momentarily dazed. He hastily opened the system panel. Master, Cheng Zhuo, Realm, Level 0, Benuan card. Beast Pet summon F-grade Gray Benuan technique. Summon the infant form of the Zhongyi Shahu cat. Biological body strength rating 165. Gene secondary unlocking rate 0.10007. Strength 16. Agility 15. Spirit 18. Physique 15. Luck 18. Number of companions 13. Harmonic reward. Daily random 1 point to 5-dimensional attributes. Space. The system interface expanded with several pieces of information relevant to the card repair. Yet what intrigued Cheng Zhuo the most was the newly expanded harmonic value section. Harmonic value 167. Daily random blind core 3 can be claimed after each harmonic. Harmonic blind core, epic blind core 10, 000, legendary blind core 100, 000. There truly exists a daily mechanism. Cheng Zhuo suspected that the system had pilfered his thoughts. Staring at the daily annotations, he felt a mix of absurdity and reasonableness. He noted that the annotations for harmonic value included detailed historical records. You and your companion, Ruan Qinghe, completed a contract rewarding 100 harmonic values. You and your companion, Ruan Qinghe, completed a harmonic value 30. You and your companion, Ruan Qinghe, completed a harmonic value 10. You and your companion, Ruan Qinghe, completed a harmonic value 25. It seems that continuous interactions would also decrease harmonic value. Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell upon the last entry, somewhat surprised. Your companion, Ruan Qinghe, feels a longing for you. Harmonic value 2. Is this even possible? It appears that the system indeed relies on emotional connections. The increased harmonic value from interactions might be due to the intense emotional entanglement generated in those moments. Once he understood this, Cheng Zhuo shifted his focus to the blind cores awaiting collection. Collect all. 2 greens, 1 blue. 3 blind cores instantly appeared in the space. After silently activating them, Cheng Zhuo acquired 2 support cards and 1 resource card. Source Energy Supplement Auxiliary Card 2. Quality, good green. Effect, significantly increases source energy recovery speed. Lasting 30 seconds. Usage restriction, none. Diminishing effects above level 6. Description, essentially a concentrated version of the source core. Source energy supplements are relatively common auxiliary cards. However, low-tier hunters typically stock ordinary cards that can fully restore source energy within 15 minutes, without stamina recovery effects. Cheng Zhuo's good quality supplement card would cost several hundred in the market. Using it for a one-time recovery feels somewhat extravagant. The other resource card turned out to be a multifunctional wristwatch. Wristwatch resource card, quality, fine blue. Effect, can release a customized O-phone wristwatch. Usage restriction, none. Description, can detect the user's biological body strength. Perfectly fitting the current world's Lingzi system, capable of releasing a mini-satellite, quickly mapping itself. Play around with it. The described functions dazzled Cheng Zhuo. Just the biological body strength detection feature alone is worth at least $1 million. Meanwhile, over 200 kilometers away in Angshi town, within a spacious stone house, rows of LCD screens were neatly arranged, with a larger central screen displaying a green wave curve. This represented the radiation lines of the Angshi Lighthouse, quietly fluctuating within the safety threshold, akin to the unchanging red stone color of the town. Old Wang, among this batch of contracted newcomers, only one child remains above C grade. If this continues, we may end up like Ping'an Town, relinquishing management to Xingyi City, said a middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the screen, his tone filled with helplessness. The elder known as Old Wang scrolled through the hunter list, sighed. There's nothing we can do. The disaster 20 years ago caused Xingyi City to lose too many high-tier hunters. Their conditions are too enticing. It's normal for the young to succumb to temptation. These youngsters are indeed short-sighted. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat indignant. The ecological richness of the hunting grounds around our town is far superior, and the higher the tier, the greater the rewards from the lighthouse. From a long-term cultivation perspective, our advantages are even more significant. Not everyone is willing to exchange the present for the future. The elder shook his head, shutting down the list projection. Just then, the central screen suddenly crackled. The light green curve abruptly surged, instantly breaking the alert threshold. Outside, the crimson giant stone simultaneously emitted a blinding beam of light, piercing the sky. What is happening? The middle-aged man slammed the table, rising abruptly, his face pale. Has the beast horde gone berserk? The elder hurried to the monitor, his gaze flickering. No alarm. It's a contract fluctuation. Contract fluctuation? Such a level of contract fluctuation. Could be A grade? The middle-aged man paused, suddenly revealing a look of wild joy. No, A grade wouldn't exhibit such effects. Could it be an S grade newcomer contract? Another wave surged. This one is even more exaggerated. What's going on, Old Wang? Is there some other indication? It can't be that 2 S-grade contracts occurred simultaneously. Chapter 31. The Dilemma of Team Formation in the Dim Underground Tunnel. Line 8 of the subway sped through. Cheng Zhuo caressed his new wristwatch, extremely satisfied. This model was quite similar to his previous one, yet the operational speed was vastly superior. Even the latest model from Xingyan Technology might not match this smoothness. Cheng Zhuo casually tested a few features, but his gaze quickly shifted away from the watch's interface. Now is not the time to indulge in a new toy. Leaning against the cold seat, he began contemplating the issue of entering the super distance gate. According to lighthouse rules, the location of the contract of the lighthouse does not affect entry into the hunting grounds. It merely signifies a difference in identity registration and lighthouse core mission. The emergence of regional authority divisions primarily stems from the cataclysm, during which people clustered around the lighthouse for survival, experiencing decades of disconnection between settlements. It was not until TNG City created Lingzi, based on the lighthouse, that source energy technology began to develop rapidly. People successively researched source energy communication unaffected by the hunting grounds and mimetic alloys that could shield human signals from beast detection, restoring contact between settlements and gradually forming city-state alliances. However, various city-states and small towns still maintain control over their local lighthouses and regions, imposing additional taxes on external hunters. Of course, this does not apply to those who voluntarily hire. Not all settlements possess the means to eliminate surrounding threats. However, the super distance gate is an exception, open to all newcomers not yet in the hunting grounds, regardless of contract location. What truly troubled Cheng Zhuo was the team formation rules. After over 200 years of exploration and research, city-states enforce strict rules regarding the number of hunters in teams entering the hunting grounds, aiming to reduce hunter casualties while accommodating the transmission rules of the gate. The hunting teams must adhere to the ironclad rule of 222, 2 melee damage absorbers, 2 ranged attackers, and 2 mental controllers, making up a total of 6 members. This is due to the diverse types of beasts within the hunting grounds. Such a combination can effectively handle complex situations and ensure personnel safety. Additionally, 6 is the maximum number of primary combatants for group teleportation through the gate. Exceeding 6 hunters that comply with the gate rules would lead to separation. Certainly, Some wilderness or irregular teams may not strictly adhere to the 2-22 rule. Yet a 6-member configuration remains the default arrangement. However, there exists a special clause. Attendants are not bound by this rule. Each of the 6 main combatants may couple with a low-tier hunter, ensuring no teleportation anomalies occur, excluding the need for a backpacker. Hunters with a realm lower than the realm gate star level are often overlooked after a high-tier hunter suffers significant injury or is slain. This may stem from disdain or perhaps a certain mechanism. Thus, attendants come into play. They serve as backpackers, tools, material gatherers, and potentially the last hope for dying hunters. More often than not, they're mere corpse collectors. The legacy of high-tier hunters represents humanity's enduring hope. Therefore, even somewhat organized high-tier teams typically feature attendants. To put it simply, for example, in a 2-star realm gate, a team teleporting simultaneously can consist of 6 second-tier hunters and 6 first-tier or unranked attendants. Naturally, newcomers without any star ranking do not qualify under this regulation. Cheng Zhuo requires only a 6-member team. Uncertain whether he can form one with wilderness hunters in the city, he feels somewhat apprehensive. After all, the city's inhabitants harbor an inherent wariness towards those from the wilderness. Labels such as low potential, disregard for laws, brutality, and backstabbing taint the perception of wilderness hunters. Besides the wilderness hunter label, his potential remains at F grade, making it quite challenging. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance to form a team, Cheng Zhuo decides to upload his personal information to the hunting site S-Team Formation Hall. The advantages of his new watch become evident at this moment. The scanning data of his biological entity can be officially verified and directly uploaded, saving Cheng Zhuo the time it would take to update his personal information at the hunting hall. Name: Cheng Zhuo. Identity: professional hunter. Angshi Town. Realm: 0th level. Source card: F-grade gray. Source skill: summon the infant of the burial sand cat. Biological body strength rating: 165. Gene re-unlock potential: 010007. Skill certification: combat skill level 28. Firearm skill level 35. Shooting level 19. Choosing to conceal the gene unlock rate. Cheng Zhuo updates all information and clicks upload. After sending out the free team formation request, he does not place his hopes solely on this and pulls up his contact list. After some contemplation, he ultimately settles on the name Inyo and clicks to dial. The busy tone rings for only 2 seconds before Inyo's voice comes through, accompanied by some background noise, a metallic clatter, and shouts urging for more water. Clearly, Inyo is preparing to enter the hunting realm. After Cheng Zhuo explains his needs, Inyo hesitates, sounding somewhat troubled. Cheng Zhuo, my situation here is a bit complicated. The team members were just finalized, and I'm not the team leader, so I can't add anyone. But don't worry. I'll ask other teams in the guild to see if anyone is shorthanded. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Thank you for your trouble. Cheng Zhuo replies. After hanging up, he ponders for a moment and decides to contact Ho Wanli via voice call. He had initially hesitated to reach out to Ho Wanli, concerned that his enmity with Zhao Shishang might affect him. However, upon reflection, he realizes that among his circle of friends, only Ho Wanli possesses the capability to assist. After the call connects, Ho Wanli's voice quickly emerges. Hey, Lao Cheng, what is up? Cheng Zhuo cuts to the chase. Monkey, I urgently need a spot to enter the city's super distance realm gate. Can you arrange a position for me? Any team will do. A brief silence ensues on the other end, followed by Ho Wanli's lowered voice. Lao Cheng, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm a high-potential newcomer, and there's a strict order from above with substantial rewards for our team to break into the top 10. I'm really pressed for time. Hey, didn't you watch the first live broadcast during your trial? Cheng Zhuo inquires, slightly taken aback. The first P was me, and my summoned beast is now at the first-tier pet level. I can help you with the rankings. Wait a moment, I'll send you my information. Lao Zheng, stop joking around. Ho Wanli responds, somewhat exasperated. Cheng Zhuo rolls his eyes. I'm not joking. Just take a look at the information. Lao Zheng. Ho Wanli raises his tone. I'm currently preparing supplies, and time is tight. I truly can't afford to chat with you. To be honest, your potential barely qualifies you as an attendant. Don't try to join this time. Wait for me to come out, and I guarantee I'll take you flying. I'm hanging up now. Cheng Zhuo stares blankly at the disconnected call, and when he tries to dial back, the other end shows as unreachable. Clearly, Ho Wanli must not have seen the live broadcast during the hunt, and any subsequent information online has been blocked, rendering him oblivious to the relevant details. Cheng Zhuo sighs, quickly pulling up other awakened individuals from his class and prioritizing contact with a few classmates who frequently sought his combat advice and had decent relations with him. Cheng Zhuo, I'm sorry, but our team just filled up with 6 members. This individual had posted 2 minutes prior. We need 3 more. Hurry up. Positions flexible. Cheng Zhuo tries a few others. Sorry, Cheng Zhuo, our guild doesn't allow us to form teams with outsiders. Class monitor, are you still dreaming of being a hunter? Haha, Cheng the class monitor, with your potential, you might as well not bother trying to join the realm. Aside from a girl who occasionally watched the live broadcasts and knew Cheng Zhuo's strength, but had no position available, the others either declined or mocked him. Frustrated, Cheng Zhuo finds it disheartening that, despite being a powerhouse comparable to a ranked expert, he cannot even squeeze into a newcomer's team. He then attempts to reach the twin sisters, but the call still shows as unreachable. Reluctantly, he video calls Ruan Qinghe. King, have you managed to contact them yet? Ruan Qinghe shakes her head, her expression filled with concern. No, the casualty list at the community entrance has been released, and they're not on it. That's fine. Their absence from the list is a good sign. I've completed the contract and will return shortly, so don't worry. Cheng Zhuo reassures her before ending the call. It seems that Xia Mo and Xia Chan's involvement in the super distance realm gate is a foregone conclusion. He hopes they have not been separated. Time is of the essence. Should he seek assistance from Su Wantong? A wave of anxiety sweeps over him, just as Cheng Zhuo feels utterly at a loss. A message suddenly pops up in the hunting site's team formation hall. You have a team formation request. Please check promptly. Cheng Zhuo hurriedly opens the message. The invitation comes from an ID named Super Ability is Super Wealthy. Half an hour later, at Gate 4 of District 11, Target Number 1, I'll take you flying. Are you in? Gate 4. ISNT, that the one near the happy community? Without even checking the member information, Cheng Zhuo replies immediately. I'm in. Oh. See you at Gate 4 in half an hour. Chapter 32. The Homeroom Teacher's Advice in the Inner City of Xingdi. Within the Cloud Mansion, soaring 100 meters in the air, a man clad in a white suit, exuding an air of aristocracy, stands before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, a slight smile gracing his lips. He raises the crystal goblet to his lips, downing the chilled fruit wine in one go, then twirls the base of the glass with a casual elegance. Perfect, he states, his voice laced with a hint of languid nobility. He loosens the collar of his tailored suit, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Lao Gao, gather my new friends. It's time to set off. Young master, are the teammates you've chosen a bit lacking? The man referred to as Lao Gao steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the lineup of team members projected on the screen, his brow furrowing in concern. The young aristocrat's charming eyes twinkle with mischief. Not up to par? Lao Gao nods solemnly. Indeed, this time it's a cross-city super-distance hunting realm, which is more perilous than before. I'm worried those few misfits won't be able to protect you. The young aristocrat shoots him a sidelong glance, then strides toward the door with his hands behind his back. If my father looks down on my modified body, do you too? Lao Gao hastily follows, his tone softening. I would never dare, but the young lord pressed his fingertips to his lips in a gesture of silence before striding towards the glass cabinet against the wall. The cabinet, recognizing him, silently slid open a narrow gap. A cold white light illuminated a combat suit with a deep purple base and golden thread patterns, exuding an air of mysterious energy. Unmistakably extraordinary. He spread his arms wide, and 2 maid-like young women stepped forward, understanding his intent, and carefully helped him remove his suit in preparation for changing into the combat attire. I must rise from the humble beginnings of Angshi Town on my own merit, etching the name of the Shinkai Liexu team at the pinnacle of the newcomer rankings. I shall demonstrate to my father and elder brother the true power of technology. He raised an eyebrow, admiring his flawless beauty in the mirror, and continued, moreover, as you have seen, the strongest newcomer in Angshi Town this year is merely at the C rank. Is it truly worth the effort to sift through them? Perhaps Lao Gao hesitated, suggesting, perhaps we could consider hiring some high-potential newcomers. The young lord curled his lips slightly. Do you think it necessary? Once I bring fame to Angshi Town, I shall not lack followers drawn by my reputation. Suddenly, Lao Gao exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the projection displaying Cheng Zhuo's information. This Cheng Zhuo might have injected serum. He should be your team's second strongest force. If you're in the wasteland, Lao Gao, The young lord interrupted, his tone dripping with arrogance and annoyance. How many times must I tell you? I do not require anyone's assistance. My mech alone can obliterate this novice village. If you prattle on, you might as well return to Tianji City. Understood. I shall refrain from further comments. Do not waste time here. Swiftly arrange their equipment according to the top specifications, especially the combat suits. Ensure the metamorphic suits worth 10 million are ready and that the gravity core is thoroughly checked. There must be no mistakes. At this juncture, the young lord paused, solemnly stating, I certainly do not wish for any casualties in the first battle. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Zhuo had returned to the entrance of the Xingfu community. His mindset had stabilized considerably. In just a brief span of minutes, he had received numerous team requests. It seemed his earlier worries had been somewhat unfounded. Given his current strength level, he remained quite sought after among newcomers. Qinghe, report for duty as usual tomorrow. Do not worry. I will ensure their safe return. He held Ruan Qinghe's delicate hand, softly advising her. Please accept this 10,000 yuan to buy yourself some necessities for school. Do not be thrifty. I do not lack money. Ruan Qinghe instinctively attempted to decline, but Cheng Zhuo grasped her wrist, insisting on the transaction. What I give you cannot be refused. Do you still consider me an outsider? No, I do not think that way. Ruan Qinghe shook her head repeatedly, yet he interrupted. No more objections. Rest assured, we will not be short on funds. Ruan Qinghe obediently replied, turning her gaze towards the ominous dimensional gate not far away, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. You must exercise utmost caution once you enter. I have heard that cross-city dimensional gates possess a danger level significantly higher than the ordinary. Fear not. No matter how perilous it may be, inside are merely unranked beasts. Cheng Zhuo summoned his companion, Guan, stroking its large head. Have you forgotten? This little one possesses extraordinary strength, and it shares a subtle connection with the three of you, making it quite easy for me to locate them. Ruan Qinghe crouched down, gently rubbing Guangwen's round face, speaking in a coaxing tone. Little Guan, you must protect your master well inside, and help her bring back Xia Mo and Xiachan, all right? When you return, Mama will treat you to milk. Guangwen's big eyes sparkled, meow. It insisted on 2 barrels. Cheng Zhuo shot at a sidelong glance. You greedy little cat. Ruan Qinghe smiled sweetly. 2 barrels are not enough. Shall I buy you 5? Meow. Guan perked up its ears, scurrying excitedly around Ruan Qinghe. Wow, this Andun cat has changed so much. Cheng Zhuo, did you truly unlock a legendary breathing technique? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Cheng Zhuo turned to find about a dozen individuals approaching. Among them his former class teacher, Li Xiuwa. Teacher Li. Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly in greeting. He scanned the crowd behind her, recognizing familiar faces from his graduating class, those who had awakened their source cards. Cheng Zhuo, there is something I need to discuss with you, Li Xiaohua said, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at her once favored student. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. Are you here to act as a mediator for Zhao Xisheng? Cheng Zhuo interjected, noticing that his classmates wore matching combat suits, each adorned with the Thunder Guild's lightning insignia, including Li Xiaohua. You could say that, but he did not send me here. Li Xiaohua's smile faltered momentarily, quickly replaced by a facade of professionalism. I have recently changed jobs and now work as a tactical instructor for the Thunder Guild. I only learned about the conflict between you and Zhao through Su Wantong. Cheng Zhuo remained silent, patiently awaiting the true intent behind her words. Therefore, I can mediate and help you resolve the conflict with Zhao. Li Xiaohua adopted a senior demeanor, patting Cheng Zhuo's shoulder with an air of concern. You should proactively apologize, and this matter can be laid to rest. I can arrange for you to join their team. You can look after one another and achieve a good ranking. I heard you were just looking for a team, so this is perfect. Look after one another? Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but scoff. His gaze swept over Li Xiaohua's classmates, who averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze, their expressions betraying their fear. Teacher Li, are you suggesting I apologize to someone who deliberately sought to provoke me and join a bunch of novices in pursuit of rankings? He vividly recalled their mocking tones from the recent phone call. Now that they recognized his strength, they wished for him to become their teammate. As these words slipped from his lips, his classmates erupted in a flurry of indignation. Some flushed with embarrassment, eager to retort. But Li Xiaohua silenced them with a single glance. Tisk, How can you speak like that? We are all classmates. Should we not help each other? Li Ziahua's expression hardened, her voice taking on a more authoritative tone, assuming the mantle of class leader once more. You are still the class monitor. How can you lack such foresight? Not to mention that offending Zhao Gongzi will yield no benefits. Some of your classmates possess greater potential than you. You are merely slightly ahead at the moment. Helping them achieve a good ranking will ultimately benefit you. Chapter 33. Superpowers are super wealthy. Teacher Li, what is there to discuss with such an arrogant fellow? A tall, slender student stepped forward, raising his head defiantly. This individual was the class's deputy monitor, Lu Zixuan. He approached Cheng Zhuo without hesitation, stating bluntly, Cheng Daban, you had better apologize for your disrespectful comments toward your classmates, or you will surely regret it. Oh, Cheng Zhuo cast a casual glance at him, as if observing a mere wisp of air. What? Do you wish to duel? What? Lu Zixuan choked on his words. A life-and-death duel. Cheng Zhuo pointed his gun, casting a disdainful glance at the group of 10 or so classmates. I can let all of you come at me together. Lu Zixuan glanced at the seemingly harmless Guan beside him, instinctively taking a step back, his face turning ashen. Even if they doubled their numbers, they would not withstand a few charges from an evolved beast companion. If you dare, then get lost. Cheng Zhuo barked coldly. Cheng Zhuo, you have gone too far. Li Ziahua's tone turned icy. How can you be so obstinate? Come look at their combat suits. She seized Lu Zixuan's arm, lifting his combat suit sleeve to present it to Cheng Zhuo, her fingernail scraping against the fabric. Look, this is a custom combat suit from a Thunder Guild, worth 100,000 city coins for a set. How long would it take you to save up for one? You're absolutely right. Cheng Zhuo had no interest in engaging with them and glanced at the information on his watch. His sole desire was to swiftly enter the Sujia and locate Xia Mo and Xia Chan, judging by the location shared by that team in the group. They should be arriving soon. Old Cheng, how can you throw shade at Teacher Li? Suddenly, Ho Wanli's voice reached him from behind. He casually draped an arm around Cheng Zhuo's shoulder, speaking in a relaxed manner. I just learned about your situation. You're impressive, managing to secure a legendary rank. Cheng Zhuo cast him a peculiar glance. Aren't you anxious to contend for team rankings? Why are you still loitering outside? Not that it matters a few minutes. We're about to enter. Ho Wanli pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Old Li is persistently lingering around, becoming the tactical coach for my team. Do me a favor and join us to guide them. Besides, she's in that team. Ho Wanli cast a sidelong glance. Only then did Cheng Zhuo notice Su Wantong standing conspicuously across the street, her gaze oscillating between him and Ruan Qinghe. You. Cheng Zhuo regarded Ho Wanli with a scrutinizing look. Don't look at me like that. Ho Wanli sighed, raising his hands in surrender. It was she who reached out, knowing you were eager to find a team. You've misunderstood. She is completely innocent with young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao? Cheng Zhuo's lips curled slightly. His gaze swept casually around, eventually landing on a familiar SUV. That fellow was likely inside. Cheng Zhuo withdrew his gaze, now resting on Ho Wanli's somewhat refined attire. He realized that this individual, who used to follow him around every day, calling him brother, was likely not the same as before. Seeing Cheng Zhuo's expression, Ho Wanli displayed a hint of helplessness. Old Cheng, don't be like this. I still regard you as a true brother. You see, I've never looked down on your potential, right? Things are different now than back in school. They come from powerful families. You Haven T joined a guild, so you don't know the disparity. Even I, being a B rank, have to work hard. Why be so stubborn? Don't tell me you think a legendary breathing meditation card can change your fate? As he spoke, he produced a shimmering blue card, presenting it to Cheng Zhuo. Look, a premium long spear card, worth 180,000. Young Master Zhao said he holds no grudges. If you don't want to join a weaker team, our elite team can make room for you. If you help us secure a spot in the top 10, this weapon card will be yours. I already have a team. Cheng Zhuo replied with an enigmatic tone, patting Ho Wanli. Just do well there and tell them I hold no grudges. As long as they don't provoke me, we will keep our distance. Hey, old Cheng, stop. Cheng Zhuo raised his hand, his voice turning icy. If you keep persuading me, we will no longer be brothers. Fine. Just make your own decision. Ho Wanli sighed, shrugging towards Su Wantong. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted across the street. Clank, clank, clank. 6 dark silver mechas, nearly 3 meters tall, marched in unison around the corner. With each step, The dust from the cracks in the ruins cascaded down. The surrounding crowd was instantly captivated. The gaps in these mechas' armor glimmered with faint blue energy conduits, clearly crafted from mimetic alloy. Their streamlined designs exuded a sense of technology and sharpness. The exaggerated trapezoidal shoulder armor bore various weapons. Some carried cannons, others had Gatling-style heavy machine guns, and some sported chainsaw swords at their waists. "It's a silver, knight-type gravity mecha," a classmate of Cheng Zhuo exclaimed. "I saw them at the mecha exhibition in Tianji City last year. The bare machine costs 600 million. It said that in full weapon mode, its combat power rivals that of a Tier 4 card repairer. Could this be some wealthy individual intending to enter the boundary?" Another student queried. Lu Zixuan sneered, "Cut it out. If you haven't seen the world, don't speak recklessly. The raw power index of this thing exceeds Tier 2. There's no way it can enter the novice boundary." The student he rebuffed stiffened, awkwardly chuckling. The homeroom teacher, Li Ziahua, adjusted his glasses and began to explain. Zixuan is correct. Energy weapons, like individuals, are subject to the rules of the boundary. This Silver Knight is likely new equipment from the Hunter S. Ruins Army. Indeed, it belongs to the Hunter S. Ruins Army, Lu Zixuan replied, slightly raising his chin. "My second uncle is the team leader of the 2nd District of the Hunter S. Ruins Army. I'll ask him to let us try it out for some excitement." "Go, Lugu. Lugu is awesome." Compliments flowed in, and Lu Zixuan grinned broadly, turning to glance at Cheng Zhuo. To his annoyance, Cheng Zhuo was completely ignoring him. "Did you see that, old Cheng?" Ho Wanli nudged Cheng Zhuo with his elbow, his tone earnest. "Such gravity mechas are only operated by the scions of wealthy families, even within the Hunter S. Ruins Army. Offending those people is truly unwise." Cheng Zhuo remained silent, observing the gravity mechas with suspicion. They bore no insignia of the Hunter S. Ruins Army, yet the mark of a red stone looked remarkably familiar. Makabaka. At that moment, his watch suddenly rang, displaying an incoming call from Super Ability, Super Wealthy. "Hello, is this Cheng Zhuo?" A magnetic, elegant voice resonated from the other end. "Come to the mecha." "All right." Cheng Zhuo picked up the long spear and, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, squeezed through the crowd to stand before the gravity mecha. The murmuring crowd fell silent as he approached the gravity mecha. Clank! The hydraulic hatch opened with a sound. As the cockpit cover slowly lifted, it revealed an exceptionally handsome face, almost ethereal. With golden hair and a prominent diamond earring in his left ear, he exuded an air of luxury without being ostentatious, his demeanor marked by an aloof, noble detachment. Once the cover was fully open, he elegantly leaned against the cockpit edge and leaped out in a suave manner, casually flicking his bangs in midair. He landed lightly, his heels making no sound. "Cheng Zhuo?" He extended his hand, palm raised. "I am Huangpu Bai. You may call me Captain Bai." "Hello." As Cheng Zhuo reached out, the other withdrew his hand with a slight brush of his sleeve. "Cheng Zhuo, a good name. It sounds stable. Here's a gift for you." With that, he nonchalantly produced a card radiating purple light, tossing it towards Cheng Zhuo while muttering, "A summoner actually uses a gun?" Cheng Zhuo instinctively caught the card. Upon feeling its surface, he was taken aback. It was an epic-level weapon card. Chapter 34. The Wealthy Captain, Lonely Star Breaks the Formation? Ho Wanli murmured the name of the weapon card, unable to contain his astonishment. "Whoa, an epic-level long spear. Just like that, it's a gift." He took a couple of steps forward, glaring at Huangpu Bai. "Boss, is your team still in need of members? I'm a B-rank shadow warrior, very powerful. I can handle both ranged and melee combat. I excel at rallying the troops. Get lost." A middle-aged man in black beside Huangpu Bai pushed Ho Wanli aside with disdain. "Our young master only recruits from Angshi Town. What is a bumpkin from Xingyi City doing here?" "Ho Wanli, do you even hear what you're saying?" Huangpu Bai didn't even raise an eyebrow. He stood with his hands behind his back, chin slightly lifted, casting a glance at a mecha adorned with black trim. His tone was indifferent. "That one is for you." With that, he waved his hand, instructing his team to equip him with combat gear and prepare for departure. "Can I even enter the gravity mecha?" Cheng Zhuo was somewhat bewildered. These are customized models, with a power index suppressed below Tier 1. Once you enter, the intelligence system will guide you on how to operate it. The middle-aged man in black explained while producing a palm-sized hexagonal alloy disc and slapping it onto Cheng Zhuo's chest. A gentle glow enveloped him. In the next moment, the alloy disc transformed into a silvery purple liquid, swiftly crawling up Cheng Zhuo's body along the edges of his clothing, ultimately adjusting the fit of his shoulders and waist. A combat suit, deep purple with golden patterns, materialized in an instant, fitting him perfectly. Cheng Zhuo barely felt any discomfort. A nanomimetic combat suit? A boy behind Lu Zixuan suddenly exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. My heavens, that suit must cost nearly 1,000. Who on earth is this young master from which consortium? An epic grade weapon card, just given away like that? A nanomimetic combat suit for every team member? Each person even has a customized gravity device. I've always said that the class leader is incredibly strong at this stage and wouldn't lack a team. No wonder the class leader calls us novices. We are not just novices, but mere country bumpkins. A combat suit worth 100,000 has us all floating. Several classmates began to murmur among themselves. Li Xiahua and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. A rookie team actually possesses a gravity device. Is this even supposed to be possible? At that moment, an inappropriate question rang out behind them. Lu Ge, didn't you say this gravity device belongs to the Sunhuan army? Lu Zixuan's lips twitched. He quickly turned his face away, feigning ignorance. On the street, Su Wantong stepped closer to an SUV, her tone filled with astonishment as she asked, Young Master Zhao, do you know this person? Is he part of your affluent circle? In the back seat of the SUV, Zhao Shisheng, with a stiff expression, swallowed hard. He wanted to retort, do you have a misunderstanding about the affluent circle? A mere rookie in the Sunhuan realm deploying equipment worth billions? Not even wealthy fathers could pull off such a feat. He opened his mouth, but could only manage to utter, I don't know him. Just some gravity devices. Young Master Zhao will have them soon enough. One team member sneered from inside the car. At this moment, Cheng Zhuo was equally bewildered. When a head teacher mentioned the 100,000 combat suits, and the Black Monkey presented the premium weapon card, Cheng Zhuo had envisioned many ways to slap their faces back. However, he never anticipated that the first slap would arrive so swiftly and so absurdly. It wasn't until he donned the nanomimetic combat suit, which he had only seen online, and was led to the gravity device while his gaze drifted among the faint blue luminescence of the cockpit cover, that he remained in a daze. Su Yi. A gentle call from Ruan Qinghe brought him back to reality. Cheng Zhuo turned to nod slightly at Huang Fubai, saying, wait for me. After saying that, he walked up to Ruan Qinghe, took her hand, and softly reassured her, I must go now. Don't worry, I will ensure their safe return. You go to the academy tomorrow, as usual, and refrain from overthinking. Yes, but you must be careful. Ruan Qinghe nodded, yet the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. Your partner misses you dearly, with a resonance value of 5. Cheng Zhuo paused momentarily. Suddenly, he understood the sentiment. As long as you are before my eyes, I have already begun to miss you. He gently embraced Ruan Qinghe, nuzzling her ear, don't worry. After a moment of comfort, he turned towards the gravity device. The affectionate exchange did not escape Su Wantong's notice, whose expression darkened to the point of near tears. She stepped forward to confront them, only to be stopped by Ho Wanli, who blocked her path. They are legally recognized as partners. What? Su Wantong looked as if struck by lightning. Her face filled with disbelief. Ho Wanli sighed helplessly, explaining how Cheng Zhuo's father had arranged a marriage for him, and how he had met Ruan Qinghe at the Yanyu office and ended up marrying her along with her twin sisters. As she listened, Su Wantong's face gradually paled. What? How could this happen? Upon discovering that Cheng Zhuo had merged with a legendary-level breathing meditation card, she felt a flicker of hope rekindled. If they could all level up and become true hunters, supporting each other, perhaps life would still be quite good. Yet, she was unwilling to settle. What she desired was a luxurious mansion in the inner city, the benefits of a high-tier car cultivator, not just an acceptable life. But she longed to capture Cheng Zhuo's heart. Torn, confused, and in pain, she had always believed that as long as she turned back, Cheng Zhuo would surely wait for her. Why had it come to this? She raised her somewhat heated eyes, gazing at that familiar silhouette, and in an instant, her throat felt as if it were stuffed with lemons, her chest aching with a bittersweet sensation. The boy who used to patiently comfort her no matter how she threw tantrums. How had he suddenly become someone else's husband? And with his legendary level, breathing meditation card, epic grade weapons, liquid nanomimetic combat suit, and gravity device, Su Wantong realized in shock that what Cheng Zhuo possessed now seemed to be everything she had ever dreamed of. No, that is not right. A voice suddenly surged within her. None of this is truly his. He is merely basking in someone else's glow. Ruan Qinghe, you cannot lose. Chapter 35. The escape with a crash. A blue and white porcelain teacup was forcefully smashed onto the floor of the deputy director's office at the Sunhun General Administration, creating a thunderous sound. Hu Yin-song abruptly stood up, his anger causing him to tear open the two buttons of his uniform collar, his fierce gaze glaring. Are you just sitting idle as an observer? How could an S-rank potential rookie contract in a godforsaken place like Angshi Town? Speak. In front of his desk, his chubby white secretary shrank his neck, his face contorted in a grimace. The data from Lingzi indicates that there were no S-ranks this time. Lingzi, are you a brainless fool? You only know how to rely on Lingzi. Just because we don't have it in Xingyi City doesn't mean no other city does. Hu Yin-song stepped forward, forcefully jabbing his finger on the map. Those large conglomerates that operate across cities. Do you think they don't have personnel movements? Have you been paying attention? The plump secretary lowered his head further, hastily pulling up another set of data, presenting it with both hands. Deputy Director, I've been keeping an eye on this. The flow list of cross-city conglomerates over the past month, as well as the registration information of roaming migrants. I haven't missed anything. There's really no one named Huangfu Bai. Moreover, look at this. He tapped on Huangfu Bai's information column, explaining. This person's public information is under the highest level of encryption in Lingzi. Even the General Administration's authority cannot access it. Hu Yin-song's tense expression faltered for a moment. Highest level encryption? Indeed. All right. Hu Yin-song's expression softened slightly, realizing he had wrongly accused him. He calmly asked, is there any major conglomerate with the surname Huangfu? No, I've checked. The strongest background with that surname is merely a legislator, the plump observer replied. Hu Yin-song sat back down, rubbing his temples. What about the gravity device? The Silver Knight is a model from Kylan Technology, right? The chubby secretary shook his head. When I arrived, I contacted them. None of their directors have the surname Huangfu, nor do they have any models developed that can enter the rookie realm. Perhaps they changed their name. Hu Yin-song hesitated for a moment before asking again. Has his team entered the realm gate? Yes, here is the information for his team. The white secretary projected a 5-person information sheet with photos. Oh, Hu Yin-song's brows lifted slightly, his gaze landing on Cheng Zhuo's profile. This kid again. He really went to become a wilderness hunter. Deputy Director, what should we do next? The round-faced fat man inquired. Should we send someone to Angshi Town to get him? No need. Hu Yin-song waved his hand. People like him won't be swayed by the decisions of a small town. Keep an eye on their team situation. Once he comes out, bring him to the General Administration immediately. He tapped his fingers on the desk, pausing for a moment before adding. Tell him we can offer the highest standard for S-rank rookies, plus a military rank of major in the Sunhun Army, and all city taxes will be exempted. As long as he is willing to remain in the city, everything is negotiable. The fat man quickly took notes and then asked, what about the other temporary teammates in his team? Should we wait for the others to survive? Hu Yin-song waved his hand dismissively. The vast wasteland stretched endlessly beneath the blazing sun. At the edge of the distorted earth, swirling dust formed an endless tide of yellow. A group of individuals was desperately sprinting forward. Hurry, run faster. The city gates are just ahead. The leading man, bare-chested with bronze muscles marred by bloodstains, shouldered a broken iron rod, roaring incessantly, run. For heaven's sake, don't look back. Behind him, dozens of men, women, and children of various appearances were running frantically. In the distance, a few lagging individuals fell behind, soon engulfed by a mass of writhing, grotesque stones. They stumbled and fell, and before they could rise, they were buried beneath the rocky heap. Amidst the cries of despair, they were gradually reduced to mere jerky. Occasionally, through the jagged crevices of the stone pile, one could glimpse humanoid faces embedded within, their skin wrinkled like ancient tree bark, moving solely by the sheer force of their skin. Upon contact with humans, their murky eyes glimmered with a mix of greed and exhilaration as they opened their mouths wide, shrieking and lunging forward. Quickly, hurry into the city. The burly man was the first to reach the city gates, pulling them open, ready to close them at a moment's notice. Among the crowd, 2 young girls in shorts and white t-shirts were holding hands, stumbling through the gates. These two were Xia Mo and Xia Chan, pulled into the realm of distortion. It's all right. Xia Chan gasped, clutching her sister, casting a terrified glance back at the outside world. The monstrous stone faces were surging like a tide. The rustling sound sent chills down their spines. Fortunately, these creatures could not climb. As long as the gates were shut, they would be safe. Close the gates. Two youths with green hair, resembling each other, urged from the side of the gate. Can't you see there's still people outside? The burly man glared back and shouted at the stragglers, hurry up. Don't panic. There is still time. Just then, a young woman carrying a baby stumbled and fell to the ground. The infant in her arms cried out in distress. As the monstrous stone faces drew nearer, the burly man cursed under his breath, tossed aside the iron rod, and dashed forward. He swiftly scooped up the baby and yanked the woman's arm, turning to run. However, as he glanced back, he was horrified to see the gates slowly closing. Don't close them. Not yet. The man bellowed, his eyes wide with desperation. For heaven's sake, don't close them. There is still time. Yet the green-haired brothers, whom he had earlier scolded, paid him no heed. With a resounding crash, the gates shut. Damn it! The man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he pounded on the gates, producing a dull thud. Open the gates. But no matter how fiercely he struck, the gates remained immovable. Hey, why are you locking people outside? Xiaochuan, frantic, attempted to rush forward. But Xiaomo held her wrist tightly, shaking her head to signal. There is no time. Don't open. Please don't open. A middle-aged woman in a nightgown shrieked. Better for two to die outside than for all of us. The younger the green-haired brothers turned back, glaring viciously at Xiaochuan. Anyone who wants to die can try opening the door. No way. Besides the woman in the nightgown, the rest fell silent. Despite the burly man's furious shouts and the baby's cries, the others were too terrified to muster the courage to open the gates. Sorry. We dragged you down. Outside the gates, the young woman's tears streamed down her face as she glanced despairingly at the advancing stone faces. Seeing no hope of opening the gates, the burly man took several large strides to the city wall. Gazing up at the towering stone wall, he swallowed hard and turned to the woman. If I can get up there, I'll throw you a rope. You need to hide. With that, he bit down on the baby's swaddling and roared, his arms suddenly covered in brown fur, claws extending, transforming his hands into massive bear-like paws. He leaped with all his might, his claws digging into the crevices of the wall. However, after only a few steps, the loose stones crumbled beneath him, and he stumbled, plummeting back to the ground. Without hesitation, he planted his feet firmly and leaped again. The young woman anxiously watched as the burly man inched upward, then glanced back at the advancing stone faces. It seemed she had resolved to risk everything. She picked up the man's iron rod, running while shouting, "Come on, you disgusting monsters. Come and eat me." She deliberately slammed the rod against the ground, producing a loud bang. The stone faces' attention was indeed drawn, their murky eyes turning toward her as they writhed and pursued. The burly man noticed her delaying for his sake and dared not lose focus. Even as blood seeped from his clawed fingers, he gritted his teeth and climbed carefully. Upon reaching the top of the wall, he quickly secured the swaddling and turned back. The young woman stood 100 meters away, clutching the now-deformed iron rod, silently watching as the multitude of monstrous stone faces closed in on her. She seemed oblivious to the danger, her gaze fixed on the burly man atop the wall, smiling radiantly. She raised her hand and waved, as if bidding farewell to a child, saying, "I'm counting on you." Damn it. The man turned away, unable to bear witnessing her engulfed by the stone faces. He raised his hand in a similar gesture, waving back. Chapter 36. The endless wasteland. So was you who screamed the loudest just now in the stone city? The young green-haired man chewed on a root, brandishing a stick as he approached Xiaochuan. Taunting, "You think you're tough? You want to put everyone in danger?" Xiaochuan trembled with anger, but remained silent. She understood that arguing with someone like him would yield no positive outcome. The older green-haired man joined in, examining Xiaochuan with a lecherous gaze. "You're not bad-looking, and you have heterochromia. Hey, I just realized they're twins." The younger green-haired man lingered on Xiaomo's long legs, his gaze unabashed. "How about you join us, little ladies? In a place like this, if no one looks after you, you'll soon be devoured by the beasts. You're all still innocent, right? It would be a shame to die without experiencing anything." As their conversation grew increasingly insufferable, Xiaomo tugged on Xiaochuan, turning to leave. However, the older green-haired man blocked their path, sneering, "You think you can just walk away after yelling at us? I was merely pointing out that there was still time for them to get inside." Xiaochuan retorted, unable to hold back her frustration. "Shut up. The older, green-haired man shouted, jabbing a finger at her forehead. You're just a naive little girl trying to get everyone killed. It's us who saved your lives, and you're ungrateful. Bam! Before he could finish, the older green-haired man let out a scream, flying sideways. The younger green-haired man, terrified, turned back, only to be met with a powerful paw strike. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as he too cried out, staggering to the ground. The one who had just scaled the wall was the burly man. He held the baby in one arm and hoisted the younger green-haired man with the other, towering over 2 meters, with a broad back and exaggerated arms. The younger green-haired man appeared like a mere chick in his grasp. He tossed the younger green-haired man onto the older one and leaped forward, shouting, "Damn it! You shut the gates. Do you know you've left this child motherless? You're going to pay for this." The burly man kicked relentlessly, the cries of the green-haired brothers echoing in the air, until the large green creature ceased its movements. It spat a couple of times before turning away. Although filled with trepidation, Xia Imo grasped Xia Chan's hand and followed suit. After a brief hesitation, the others also began to follow. The stone city was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the chaotic footsteps of the group and the whispering wind. This stone city was the place where they had first been transported. The city was not large, and they had thoroughly explored it long ago. There were no living beings, nor any sources of water or food. To survive, they had to venture out. Big brother, an elderly woman in a nightgown, caught up with the burly man, her face drawn with despair. What are we to do next? You can't just abandon us. Look, my grandson is still just a child. With that, she pulled her stout grandson, who stood at about 7 meters tall, in front of the man. The boy's waist was nearly as thick as the burly man's. How did these two manage to follow? The burly man cast a sidelong glance. Skepticism etched across his face. Were you not the one urging others not to open the door just now? No. The woman waved her hands in denial, her eyes darting. You clearly intend to become a hunter, right? Hunters must protect the civilians. Her stout grandson puffed out his chest, declaring, "My father is a lieutenant in the Hunter Corps. You must protect me." The burly man retorted irritably, "Those two just now locked me and this mother and child outside. Where were you when I needed help? I only heard that little girl shout. You all remained silent, and that woman was screaming not to open the door. Those two looked fierce. How could we dare?" "Exactly." Several others chimed in agreement. "Enough noise, it's maddening." The man disdainfully surveyed the woman in the nightgown, noticing the child crying. "You can take care of him?" The woman quickly shook her head. I can't. How can I run with him?" "Then get out of my way." The burly man furrowed his brow in anger, shouting, "If you keep yapping, believe me, I'll slap you dead." "Oh, who are you trying to scare?" The woman shouted back, "I have this recording going. Go ahead and try it. Let us see if the city guards come after you. If you have the guts, kill us all." The burly man's eyes flared with rage, his hand raised to strike. The death of the child's mother had already filled him with pent-up frustration. With the child crying and the woman's incessant chatter, his anger surged. Brother, don't be angry." A bespectacled man in a suit hurried forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Let us see if that other mother over there can help." At his suggestion, the burly man's hand paused midair as he turned to look. Indeed, at the edge of the crowd stood another mother holding a child. She hesitated, glancing at the crying infant in the burly man's arms, seemingly reluctant, but eventually made her way through the crowd. She handed her child to Xia Chan, who appeared more approachable, and said, "Let me give it a try." The burly man carefully passed the infant to her. The moment the child was cradled in her arms, the wailing ceased. Instantly, the burly man let out a sigh of relief. He felt that holding the child for that brief moment was far more exhausting than slaying the stone-faced creatures earlier. "My name is Ruan Qinghe." The bespectacled man introduced himself, extending a hand. "What should I call you?" "Demeng." "Brother Demeng," Ruan Qinghe said, inching closer to the burly man. "Do you think we should still attempt to leave?" "Attempt? What nonsense!" "We wait." Demeng seguid respondently. "Let us see if we encounter new hunters coming in. The city will surely send the Hunter Corps for rescue, but it's peculiar." Demeng's brows furrowed in confusion. "Didn't they say this realm is akin to a novice village? How can there be so many stone-faced creatures? No newcomer could possibly handle this." Ruan Qinghe sighed in agreement. "Who knows?" Meanwhile, in an unknown expanse, a gentle breeze stirred. Suddenly, a strange distortion occurred in the void as 6 massive light shadows flashed and then contracted abruptly. You have entered the superdistance realm, endless wasteland. Ecological distortion assessment, unknown. Exploration progress, 73. Keywords, slaughter. Task, dispel the Pharaoh's resentment. Eliminate the source of evil. Task deadline, 6 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes. As 6 gravity-type mechs landed, an announcement appeared before everyone simultaneously. Cheng Zhuo had no time to examine it closely and immediately summoned Guangguan. Can you sense anything? Meow. Guangguan nodded decisively, perhaps due to the fact that the 3 women were Cheng Zhuo's companions. Guangguan not only shared a telepathic bond with him, but also had a subtle connection with Ruan Qinghe and the others. Guangguan was exceptionally perceptive, and this faint connection allowed it to sense the whereabouts of the twin sisters. Cheng Zhuo, are you sure you can determine the direction and find who you're looking for? Huang Fubai's voice resonated first through the team channel. Absolutely. Cheng Zhuo replied confidently. Good. Make haste and return quickly. We don't have much time to waste. Huang Fubai urged, then commanded, everyone else, follow me for a cleanup hunt. Chapter 37. Crisis. The wind of the wasteland whipped against the mech's exterior, producing a crisp, crackling sound. Guangguan dashed ahead, its short legs moving in a somewhat comical manner, yet it was remarkably swift. Cheng Zhuo sat in the mech's cockpit, pushing the control stick nearly to its maximum to keep pace. Of course, this was partly due to Guangguan's speed, but also because the mech was a stripped-down version, only capable of short-distance gliding. In relative terms, this mech had severely diminished power and defense, yet its firepower remained commendable. After a brief understanding, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but marvel at the genius of the modifier. The source energy enchantment of the mech's weapon was controlled with near-obsessive precision. The synergy between power and firepower was optimized to the utmost, without triggering the critical threshold of the first-tier source energy index. This congruence, once they passed through the boundary, would endow the mech with combat capabilities far exceeding that of a novice. Coupled with the mech's innate, formidable defense and power, even in its modified state, it would undoubtedly dominate in this novice realm. However, none of this astonished Cheng Zhuo as much as the revelation that their leader was, in fact, an S-level novice. Was that reasonable? An S-level novice becoming a wilderness hunter? As time passed, within the stone city of the wasteland, the group found themselves with little to occupy their time, merely waiting in a state of ennui. According to the customary practice of the city, whenever a gate appeared in the outer district, the city would dispatch the Hunter Corps for rescue. Ordinary, non-awakened individuals were not bound by any gate rules, hence the Hunter Corps included specialized rescue teams for novice realms. They could only pray that this realm was not too vast, allowing the rescue team to arrive promptly. As night fell, the blazing sun disappeared completely, leaving only the chilling night wind to wreak havoc. The sounds of the night filled the air, indistinguishable between the wind and the low murmurs of strange beasts. They gathered some dry wood and kindled several fires in the central stone hall. The group was weary and hungry, with no one in the mood to converse. They sat around the campfire, dazed and drowsy. A small room at the end of the hall was allocated to the mother, while the Meng and Luo Qiang stood guard by the door, ready to assist her as needed. Xia Chan leaned against the cold stone pillar, half of her body nestled against Xia Mo, whispering, "Sister, do you think Brother Zhuo will come save us?" Xia Mo sat up slightly, looking intently at Xia Chan, and nodded earnestly, "He definitely will." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Xia Chan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, as she recalled the harrowing image of the stone-faced monsters scattered across the mountains earlier that day, her expression quickly darkened with concern. It seems something is amiss here. Everyone says this place is no ordinary newcomer ruins. Those stone-faced monsters, even the most capable newcomers would struggle against them. If Zhuo were to come, would it not be perilous as well? Hearing this, Xia Mo lowered her chin gently, her silver bangs falling to obscure her equally troubled gaze. As night deepened, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. It wasn't long before the only sound within the stone hall were the crackling of the firewood and the murmurs of those in slumber. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, awakening everyone. They quickly looked up to see a woman, the mother from earlier, stumbling out from the far end of the stone hall, cradling 2 children in her arms. Xia Chan and Xia Mo exchanged astonished glances and hurriedly rose to join the gathering crowd. Yet, before they could even reach the doorway, a potent stench of blood assaulted them. Inside the stone chamber, Blood was smeared across the floor. Meng, who had been helping the mother look after her children, was now slumped against the wall at an odd angle, his skull grotesquely cracked open, revealing the red and white of his brain matter. Ruan Qinghe was kneeling beside the corpse, his fingers suspended in midair, slightly curled as if manipulating unseen threads. Upon closer inspection, delicate strands of glowing light could be seen flowing mysteriously between his fingertips and the exposed brain matter. Several onlookers, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, immediately began to retch. Ruan Qinghe turned his head, a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. To his side stood the small green-haired creatures, previously slain by Meng. Their bodies still marked with bruises. They slowly turned their heads, their eyes glowing with a mischievous light. Xiao tugged at Xiachan's arm, urging her to leave. Understanding, Xiachan clenched her sister's hand tightly and attempted to retreat. "Oh, so late. Where are you two lovely ladies headed?" A figure abruptly blocked their exit. The small green-haired creature leaning against the doorframe, twirling a dagger with a lewd grin. "It's dark outside. Quite dangerous. Let me accompany you." "Mind your own business," Xiachan retorted, pulling Xiao away to retreat into the crowd. However, just 2 steps back, another lean shadow emerged from the darkness. The larger green-haired creature had also exited the stone chamber, brandishing a glimmering dagger, its eyes filled with malice. "My brother is just trying to be nice. Don't turn your back on us." "What? Do you look down on us?" "Hey, don't go too far." At that moment, the tall, thin boy in glasses could no longer contain himself. He pushed his way out from the crowd, scolding the hunting ruins army could arrive at any moment. "Aren't you afraid of being taken as minors? Who does this little brat think he is?" To everyone's astonishment, the small green-haired creature darted like a ghost, almost instantaneously appearing beside the boy. Grabbing him by the back of his head, it forcefully pressed down, delivering a knee strike. Crack! Ah! The sound of shattering glass mingled with the sickening crunch of bone as the boy screamed, his cry piercing the night. The small green-haired creature lifted him. Blood splattered across the boy's face, shards of glass embedded in his eye sockets, a horrifying sight. "You haven't even grown hair yet. And you want to play the hero?" The small green-haired creature spat, delivering another knee strike to the boy's abdomen. The boy doubled over in pain, his groans ascending in pitch. Those who had contemplated intervening were now drenched in cold sweat, shocked by the creature's astonishing speed and ferocity. What was happening? During the day, he had been easily tossed aside by Meng, yet now he was so swift. "Are you insane? He's just a child," Xiachan exclaimed in frustration. "Oh, feeling sorry for him now?" The small green-haired creature chuckled darkly, tightening its grip on the boy's neck and positioning the dagger against his throat. Its bloodshot green eyes glimmered with a sinister hunger as it roared. "You come here too, or else." With a malicious grin, it dragged the blade lightly across the boy's skin, leaving a thin line of blood. Xiachan instinctively took a step back in alarm. Xiao quickly positioned herself protectively behind her sister, her right hand having stealthily grasped a sharp shard of rock, her determined gaze shining through her silver bangs. "Ready to fight." "Oh dear, young lady, why not just concede to them?" A voice from the crowd broke the tension. An elderly woman in a nightgown shouted, her voice low yet filled with reproach. "You provoked them earlier, and now Meng is dead. Don't let anyone else die because of you." Xiachan felt her worldview shatter at those words. "What do you mean we caused anyone's death? They're the ones behaving like monsters. Now, they return from the dead. Can't you see that they're not even human anymore? How dare you? You all have no respect." The larger green-haired creature suddenly bellowed, taking strides toward the sisters, cursing as it approached. "Go die, all of you." Just then, a gray shadow swooped in. With a thunderous crash, the larger green-haired creature was sent flying, crumpling against a stone pillar as debris rained down. Simultaneously, a deafening explosion echoed from outside the stone hall, followed by the unmistakable sound of mechanical footsteps. "The hunting ruins army is here. They've come to save us." The elderly woman screamed with joy, dragging her chubby grandson through the crowd toward the exit, her body jiggling with excitement. The others followed suit, their faces alight with relief and joy. Only Xiachan and Xiao remained still, their eyes fixated on the gray figure that had just dispatched the larger green-haired creature. Upon recognizing its rotund shape, they couldn't help but cheer Guan. "Meow." Guan proudly wagged its tail. bouncing over to the sisters and nuzzling Xia Mo's knee before looking up at her with a soft meow. The sisters' gazes instinctively turned towards the entrance. Sure enough, with a soft click of mechanical unlocking, a tall, dashing young man clad in a purple and gold combat uniform stepped inside. It was the much-anticipated Cheng Zhuo. "Hey, stop right there." The elderly woman in the nightgown charged in front of Cheng Zhuo, her beady eyes glaring at him with an air of entitlement. "First, give my dear grandson something to eat. He is starving. If he gets sick, can you bear the responsibility? I want hamburgers and cola." The chubby boy chimed in. "My dad is a lieutenant in the Hunting Ruins Army. You better serve me well, or I'll have him fire you. Are you out of your mind?" Cheng Zhuo shot them a sidelong glance, ignoring their demands as he continued toward the twin sisters. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The elderly woman reached out to grab Cheng Zhuo's arm, only to be met with the tip of a glowing crossbow aimed directly at her forehead. "Step aside." Cheng Zhuo's voice was as cold as ice. "I am not with the Hunting Ruins Army." The blue light cast a pallor on the woman's face, freezing her in place. Her breath caught in her throat. This action startled the others, causing them to halt in their tracks as well. "Hey, are you seeking death?" "My dad is whoosh." A bolt of crossbow fire shot forth. The chubby boy's words were cut short as the bolt whizzed just above his head, singeing his hair and leaving a straight parting down the center of his scalp, now smoldering with sparks and smoke. "Say another word, and it won't just be your hair." Cheng Zhuo warned coldly. "Oh dear, my dear grandson, are you all right?" The elderly woman hurriedly cupped the boy's face, anxiously patting down his singed hair. The chubby boy stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before bursting into a fit of inconsolable tears, soaking the leg of his pants with an unknown, pungent liquid that dripped down, quickly forming a small puddle on the ground. "Shut up." Cheng Zhuo snapped impatiently. It was indeed absurd to witness a child so spoiled and unruly in this day and age. The elderly woman in the bathrobe hurriedly covered her grandson's mouth, not daring to breathe. "Be careful, Brother Zhuo," Xiaochan suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Cheng Zhuo had already sensed the impending danger before she spoke. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a shadowy figure brandishing a dagger, stealthily lunging towards him from the side. The assailant was remarkably agile, likely possessing a speed-type origin. However, in Cheng Zhuo's eyes, their movements appeared as if in slow motion. With a sharp motion, he swiftly grasped the assailant's wrist, effectively immobilizing the hand that held the dagger. The individual, sporting green hair, froze instantly. Earlier, when the chubby cat had appeared, he had confidently thought that Cheng Zhuo was merely a fragile summoner, but the speed of his reaction and the strength in his grip were anything but that. In the next moment, an excruciating pain shot through the wrist. A sickening crack echoed throughout the stone hall as the green-haired youth's wrist bent at a horrifying angle, the dagger clattering to the ground. My hand!" He screamed in agony, his face turning pale. Cheng Zhuo frowned slightly before delivering a kick that sent him flying several meters away. Only then did he turn to the anxious twin sisters. "Brother Zhuo, you really came," Xiaochan exclaimed, rushing over with Xia Mo, but they halted just a step away from him. Their faces betrayed an uncontainable joy and excitement. Yet there was also an air of shyness, lacking the familiarity and warmth of Ruan Qinghe, who would have embraced him without hesitation. Cheng Zhuo, however, had no reservations. He stepped forward and enveloped both girls in his arms. To his surprise, the usually aloof Xia Mo tightly hugged his waist, burying her silver hair into his chest. And through her soft form, he could feel her evident reliance on him. In contrast, the more carefree Xiaochan stiffened like a steel rod, clearly tense. Cheng Zhuo gently supported their backs and softly inquired, "Are you all right? Not injured?" No, we're both fine," Xiaochan replied, her voice trembling, her nose involuntarily tinged with a hint of sorrow. It was only at that moment that she felt a wave of fear wash over her. Weakening, she clung tightly to Cheng Zhuo. Just then, a pained voice called out from the other side, Hunter, don't let them escape. They were just about to make your girlfriend sleep with them." Cheng Zhuo turned to see a bespectacled youth, blood streaming from his nose and left eye, half of his face swollen, hunched over and resentfully pointing not far away. In the shadows behind the crowd, 2 hunched figures were sneaking away with a limp. Clearly, they intended to slip away while Cheng Zhuo was distracted. He looked back at the 2 girls in his embrace. Is that true? Seeing Xiaochan's pouting lips and tear-filled eyes, he didn't wait for their response and dashed after them. The green-haired brothers felt the tension rise as they heard the commotion. Their backs prickling with fear, they dared not look back and bolted towards the temple entrance. Just as they reached the threshold, a gray figure with a fierce wind suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The two brothers halted, horrified as they beheld the seemingly harmless large cat, feeling their souls nearly leave their bodies. How could this presence be even more terrifying than the stone-faced monster outside? Thud! Thud! Both fell to their knees, pounding their heads against the ground as they pleaded, "Brother, brother, we were just joking with them. We were wrong. We truly were wrong. Please show us mercy." Cheng Zhuo gave a cold smile, looking down upon them as he enunciated each word. "You do not regret your actions. You merely fear for your lives." As Cheng Zhuo prepared to deal with the green-haired brothers, the canister suddenly emitted a low growl towards the far end of the stone hall, drawing his attention. "All right." Xiaochan suddenly recalled the situation in the stone chamber. That strange person, he opened Meng Deji's skull. Unsure if she feared Cheng Zhuo would misunderstand, she hurriedly added, "He was a bit disheveled, but kind-hearted. He helped my sister and me during the day and even saved a baby." "Over there?" Cheng Zhuo asked, directing his gaze towards the stone chamber, glowing with an eerie light. "Yes," Xiaochan affirmed. Cheng Zhuo entrusted the green-haired brothers to the canister, instructing it to play with them for a while before turning towards the stone chamber. As he approached, he felt a chilling, prickly aura emanating from the entrance. "Stay back," he warned, just as a figure clad in a white shirt slowly emerged from the chamber. The man had long, blood-stained hands and an unremarkable appearance. Yet the gaze behind his golden-rimmed glasses was particularly sinister, akin to that of a venomous serpent, radiating an unsettling coldness. Cheng Zhuo noticed a robust man lying in the stone chamber, his skull intact but covered in blood, his complexion pale. "It is him, Luo Qinghe." Xiaochan whispered from behind Xiaomo. "He seems a bit eerie. Brother Zhuo, please be careful." Luo Qinghe fixed his gaze on Cheng Zhuo. A wicked smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, a summoner who distances himself from his beast companions is not very wise." Cheng Zhuo remained silent, swiftly raising a crossbow. To his surprise, the bolt shot directly at Luo Qinghe's face, but the latter merely tapped his toes, twisting his body to evade effortlessly. Cheng Zhuo felt a pang of inadequacy. The cursed human, origin, unknown mental system, current world database, no information, biological body strength. Level 116. Only level 116? How can he be so fast? Cheng Zhuo pondered briefly, his hands not pausing in their motion as he repeatedly fired the crossbow. Simultaneously, he quietly activated his meditation technique, unlocking the dragon attribute. Luo Qinghe moved like a phantom, each of his evasive maneuvers narrowly avoiding the bolts, his sinister gaze fixed on Cheng Zhuo. Suddenly, taking advantage of a moment when the crossbow was reloaded, Luo Qinghe raised his hand, conjuring 5 glimmering surgical knives that hurtled towards Cheng Zhuo. "Kid, farewell." After swinging the knives, he did not look back and propelled himself towards the door. Just as Cheng Zhuo evaded the knives, a thunderous roar erupted from the stone chamber. Boom! The stone door shattered, debris flying as a nearly 3-meter-tall shadow charged forth. The creature, covered in dark, bristly fur, had muscle-bound arms thicker than Cheng Zhuo's waist. Its crimson eyes locked onto him. It was a humanoid bear beast. Its massive frame moved with surprising speed. In an instant, a palm the size of a fan, accompanied by a gust of wind, swung towards Cheng Zhuo, who barely managed to raise his hand to block. Thud! At the moment of impact, Cheng Zhuo felt as if a truck had collided with his arm, staggering backward several steps before regaining his balance, his arm vibrating with numbness. How is this possible? Cheng Zhuo was taken aback. Even with his dragon attribute activated, his physical strength had reached a first-tier level. The power of this bear beast was even greater than his. Just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted from outside the stone hall, mixed with several screams. The previously rampaging bear beast suddenly froze, a flicker of clarity flashing in its crimson eyes before it collapsed heavily to the ground. Its fur visibly receded at an observable rate, its muscles gradually shrinking until it transformed into the form of a robust man. It was indeed the man known as the Meng, who had previously lain in a pool of blood. Cheng Zhuo's gaze swept over him, noting his heavy breathing and the apparent loss of some vital strength, rendering him no longer a threat. Only then did he turn his attention to the outside of the hall, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The gravity body possessed an intelligent program that could be remotely controlled. Cheng Zhuo swiftly made his way outside the stone hall. By the stone wall, Luo Qinghe glared with bloodshot eyes, his chest riddled with wounds, filled with disbelief. Why? Why was there such a mechanical child? Farewell. Cheng Zhuo echoed his words back to him, unchanged. The hand crossbow in his fingers slowly raised, aimed at Luo Qinghe's forehead, and without hesitation, he released another bolt. The crowd at the entrance of the stone hall erupted in chaos. Another death. These were all commoners from within the city, having witnessed the slaughter of alien beasts many times, yet this was their first encounter with murder. It was also Cheng Zhuo's first act of killing. However, in this world of calamity, bloodshed was an inevitable fate. He momentarily froze. It was until a gentle touch on his hand brought him back to reality. It was Xiaomo. She had somehow approached Cheng Zhuo, her silver hair flowing gracefully, and her clear eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Cheng Zhuo took a deep breath, lowering his hand crossbow and patting the back of her hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a piece of yellowed parchment slipping from Luo Qinghe's chest, drawing Cheng Zhuo's attention. He bent down to pick it up, and as his fingertips brushed against the paper surface, the system's annotation panel popped up. Fragment of the Pharaoh's secret cache. Quality. Forbidden object. Effect. Allows the user to learn the initial source skill of necromancy upon use. Usage restriction. None. Description. This is a lost page from an ancient tome, cursed by the Pharaoh, and will automatically bond with the source of the seeker. Detected that the current item is cursed, it costs 100 points and Ming value to purify. Would you like to purify? Cheng Zhuo's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. Source skill. He instantly recalled the knowledge he had learned. Source skills were the foundation of Kashi, only obtainable during ascension. The first level typically had only one skill, which was almost common knowledge, unlike meditation techniques or ascension skills that required the consumption of source power. Initial source skills might have limitations, but did not necessitate any source power expenditure. For instance, Cheng Zhuo could summon Guangguan. He could keep Guangguan out indefinitely without any impact on himself. Thus, initial source skills were indeed the cornerstone of Kashi's power. And this piece of parchment could grant him an additional initial source skill, a most unexpected delight. Cheng Zhuo could not help but feel a surge of curiosity about Luo Qinghe's identity. According to the system's annotation, this parchment was a forbidden object of this realm. How did it end up in his possession? But why bother? Purify. Cheng Zhuo silently chanted. Since the system could purify curses, there was no need to consider the side effects of this forbidden object. He trusted that the system's foundational power was undoubtedly superior to that of this realm. No sooner had he uttered the thought than a faint golden glow enveloped the parchment. Cheng Zhuo noticed that the description of the parchment had already changed. Description. This is a lost page from an ancient tome, cursed by the Pharaoh, and will automatically bond with the seeker's source. However, the curse has been erased by an extraordinary power. Chapter 40. Your husband is so bad. I really like him. After Luo Qinghe's death, Demeng seemed to have fully returned to normal. Apart from appearing pale, likely due to excessive blood loss, he showed no further signs of abnormality. However, for safety's sake, Cheng Zhuo made him lean against a corner alone and provided him with some food. Have something to eat. Cheng Zhuo took out some biscuits and water, handing them to the two sisters and also giving a portion to the bespectacled boy and the mother holding a baby. He actually had quite a bit of food stashed in his space, but it wasn't suitable to bring it out in front of these people. The stone hall was soon filled with the sounds of swallowing. A group of people desired to ask for some food and drink, but hesitated to approach. They suddenly regretted not having acted together earlier. If 30 or 40 of them had joined forces, it wouldn't have been difficult to subdue those green-haired brothers. Had they known they should have made good relations with the twin sisters, they would at least have had the courage to ask for something to eat and drink now. The campfire flickered. Before long, the crowd in the stone hall had split into several groups. Cheng Zhuo's side gathered together, with food and drink, sharing laughter and conversation, while the others leaned against the opposite side. They feared Cheng Zhuo, but also dared not leave. Grandma, I am hungry. The chubby boy tugged at the old woman's sleeping robe, his voice tinged with a whimper. I want biscuits, I want water. The old woman looked at him with pity, hugging her chubby grandson. Then, with a sly glance at Cheng Zhuo's backpack, she turned to the people beside her, lowering her voice to incite. It seems he has quite a bit of food. Why not go and ask for some? There are so many of us. Some in the crowd echoed. Exactly, with so many people, are we afraid of a crossbow? If he refuses, we just need to subdue him for a moment. His fat cat and mech wouldn't dare make a move. Oh, then you go first? Someone unexpectedly interjected. At that remark, the crowd fell silent once again. A middle-aged man with a small mustache seemed unable to hold back any longer, mustering his courage to approach Cheng Zhuo's side, smiling broadly. Brother, could you sell us some biscuits and water? Cheng Zhuo leaned against the stone pillar, casually tapping the biscuit box with his fingers without lifting his head. 1,000. 1,000. The mustached man's voice involuntarily rose. Isn't this just like robbery? Cheng Zhuo shot him a glance. You lock people outside the city. How? Is that any different from murder? Xiaochan had already told him the whole story of the day. Cheng Zhuo felt that not throwing them out of the city was already a tremendous act of kindness on his part. The mustached man choked on his words, attempting to argue. Well, that wasn't us who closed the gates. It was those green-haired brothers. Cheng Zhuo pointed outside the hall at the head of the green-haired brothers hanging from the opposite stone beam. So, it's not you who are hanging there. The mustached man's face instantly turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, pulling out 1,000 city coins from his wristwatch. Here you go. He said this while reaching for the biscuits and water in front of Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo firmly pressed down on the water bottle. 1,000 for the biscuits. 2,000 for the water. You. The mustached man was so furious he wanted to curse, but when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Without any dignity left, he reluctantly threw out another 2,000, seeing the mustached man spending money on food and drink. Several others who were nearly on fire from thirst couldn't hold back any longer. They too had to endure the pain of parting with their coins to buy from Cheng Zhuo. Brother Zhuo, we might have to stay here for several days. Do you have enough to eat? Xiaochan looked worriedly at the backpack behind Cheng Zhuo, seeing there was still a large stash of water and compressed biscuits. Her eyes widened in surprise. Hey, after selling so many, why doesn't tea seem to decrease? As soon as she said this, those who had initially thought they would wait just one more day for rescue could no longer sit still and rushed over. The price has doubled. Cheng Zhuo pointed to the backpack behind him, indicating there weren't many left. Big brother, you can't just raise the price like that. A woman in a floral dress grew anxious. It was just 1,000 before. How could it suddenly double? Do you want it or not? Cheng Zhuo said impatiently. I want it. She doesn't want it. I want it too. The crowd immediately descended into chaos, the sounds of transaction notifications ringing out in succession. They were afraid that if they hesitated for even a moment, they would miss out. The money from the desperate was indeed easy to earn. Cheng Zhuo watched as the income soared into tens of thousands and couldn't help but quietly marvel. However, he felt no burden in earning from these people. The old woman in the sleeping robe ultimately cooed tea withstand her grandson's pleas and mustered her courage to approach. Young man, could you get a discount? Cheng Zhuo shot her an exasperated glance. Are you at the market buying vegetables? The old woman pouted, her face displaying a hint of pride. My son is a second lieutenant in the Hunting Ruins army. Do you know how many people a second lieutenant can command? Once we get out, I'll have him issue you a certificate of honor. It'll be something to brag about for a lifetime. Huh. Not to mention the Hunting Ruins army. Cheng Zhuo was already annoyed. So you want a discount? The old woman nodded eagerly. Cheng Zhuo smiled cryptically. 1,000 for a bottle. The elderly woman trembled with rage, pointing at Cheng Zhuo, struggling to articulate a coherent thought as her complexion shifted from red to purple, then to white. The bespectacled youth beside her cast a disdainful glance at the old woman and remarked, Brother Cheng, do not sell her. She previously sought to have her 2 daughters abandon the Green-Hair brothers. These words struck the old woman like a thunderclap, draining the color from her face. She turned to flee but was seized by Cheng Zhuo. Observing her reaction, he did not need to verify with the 2 women to confirm her misdeeds. Initially, he felt a pang of guilt for intimidating the chubby child, but upon hearing this revelation, a murderous intent surged within him. Where do you think you're going? Cheng Zhuo grasped the old woman's neck. After all, they had yet to purchase the biscuits. The woman's lips twitched, and with a fearful demeanor, she turned back, managing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Bye. Cheng Zhuo surveyed the others and stated in a deep voice, This brave old lady intends to accompany me outside the city to slay monsters and atone for her earlier transgressions. Is anyone interested in joining? The stone hall fell into an instant hush, no one daring to respond. They all understood the old woman's malicious nature and secretly wished for her to suffer. Each person even concealed their watches, fearful of being misunderstood by Cheng Zhuo, as attempting to capture the moment surreptitiously. No, no, I don't want to go. The old woman shrieked in terror, flailing her limbs against the ground, ignoring the pain of stones cutting into her heels. You murderer, let me down. But Cheng Zhuo's grip on her neck was like an iron band, dragging her along effortlessly, preventing her from turning. You lunatic! My son is a lieutenant in the Hunter's army. If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will have you torn to pieces. Please, I beg you. I don't want to go outside the city. Cheng Zhuo tossed her in front of the mech, instructing the two women to wait for him in the stone fortress atop the city wall before leaping into the mech. You dare to touch my grandmother. My father will surely kill you. The chubby grandson rushed forward, adopting a stance as if he were ready to fight Cheng Zhuo, snarling. The girl who mocked my weight was sold by my father. If you don't want to die, kneel and beg for mercy. How commendable of him to display such filial piety. As Cheng Zhuo approached, he beheld the multitude of stone monsters roaming outside the city. It was indeed time to venture forth and slay some beasts. Huangfu Bai had rendered him significant assistance, and Cheng Zhuo felt compelled to reciprocate. The rankings on the revelation were not visible, and they could not connect to Lingzi's network, so they could only strive to hunt. Guan, keep up, Cheng Zhuo commanded, activating the mech's thrusters, which roared to life and propelled him several meters forward, shaking the ground upon landing. Guan followed closely, his rotund form tracing an elegant arc in the air, maintaining an impressive speed. Wow, how cool! The bespectacled youth exclaimed with envy. Xiaochan nudged Xiaomo's arm, her eyes sparkling. Your husband is so bad. I like him. Outside the city of stone, the inky night mist pressed heavily upon the sky. The desolate land outside the city gates resembled a bucket of ink mixed with gravel, with countless stone-faced monsters huddling together, their strange rustling sounds carried by the night wind, sending chills down one's spine. Cheng Zhuo stood atop the city wall, refraining from attacking in haste. He retrieved the earlier parchment and slowly activated his innate source. A faint source energy seeped from his fingertips into the paper, and a chilling aura surged back through the source energy, intertwining with his innate source card. A fascinating sensation of detachment began to emerge. It seemed as though his innate source card had gained an additional one. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind, shattering the silence around him. Congratulations, host, for becoming a dual source awakener. Reward: Harmony Blessing Gift Pack X1. Cheng Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Therefore, the system clarified that the ability to summon the undead was not merely an additional innate skill, but an entirely new source card. Chapter 41. The Reaper's Secret Vault in the outer city of Xingtai, District 10. The old hunter tavern was packed before the holographic screen. Glasses of beer brimmed with froth, mingling with the aroma of roasted rat meat, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and restless. The holographic screen displayed the real-time rankings for the current transcendent realm, Endless Wasteland, each fluctuation in the numbers inciting waves of gasps from the crowd. In a corner of the bar, Cheng Qingshan huddled in the shadows, his half-finished beer resting before him. That little brat really dares to dive in there. He furrowed his brow, gazing at Cheng Zhuo's personal page in the realm's information, muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn it, ungrateful little white-eyed wolf. He doesn't even think to honor me with a share of his subsidies, goes off to the realm without a word. Is he planning to sever our father-son ties? He's becoming more disrespectful by the day." When he opened Cheng Zhuo's team information, his brows knitted tightly, nearly pinching a fly. Wilderness Hunters. What is this team? 3 F ranks, 2 E ranks, and 1 unknown? Has he lost his mind? Oh, my dear old Cheng, have you discovered something? A dark horse, perhaps? Suddenly, a voice, grating like sandpaper, pierced through, accompanied by a sly chuckle. An extravagantly dressed old man, resembling a bacon-wrapped sausage, entered the tavern, heading straight for Cheng Qingshan. This man was Old Fuer, a colleague from the parts factory, considered both a gambling and drinking companion. Although their relationship seemed amicable, they were often at odds. Seeing him approach, Cheng Qingshan hurriedly closed the page, switching to the personnel homepage, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Ah, what a load of nonsense. I was merely lamenting that our Xingtai hasn't produced a single S-rank newcomer this time. It seems the strongest rookie may be snatched away by Guangming City." Old Fuer pulled up a chair and sat down, the bartender instinctively placing a glass of ice-cold beer before him. Who could argue with that? I heard Guangming City has an S-rank heavy swordsman in the novice village, that S akin to a BOSS level presence. He took a gulp, wiping his mouth and grinning. But soon enough, you and I may not be able to drink together anymore. Look here. Old Fuer pulled up a personal information page. My precious grandson. Look. A C rank Earth Spirit Master. He has also entered this transcendent realm. Cheng Qingshan barely lifted his eyelids. Not bad, not bad. Sensing his indifference, Old Fuer prodded further. You always brag about your second son's accomplishments. What was his awakening result? Surely not an S rank, but it must be at least an A rank, right? He can't have awakened to an F rank, can he? Nonsense, how could that be? Cheng Qingshan slammed the table, spilling beer everywhere. My son is strong, very strong. Old Fuer seemed to recall something, exclaiming, then he must have entered this transcendent realm as well. Are you placing a bet on your son? Did he max out? Cheng Qingshan's neck turned crimson as he stammered for words. Before he could respond, Old Fuer was already typing on the page. Pausing, he scratched at his sparse curls atop his balding head, puzzled. What is your son's name again? Cheng Qingshan feigned indifference, taking a sip of beer, mumbling. Don't look it up, that rascal didn't tea. Cheng Zhuo. Zhuo, as in burning. Before he could finish, a passing bartender chimed in, the prodigy from the 4th middle school. I hear old Cheng bragging about him all the time. He is among the top 3 in martial arts. I've memorized that. I found it. Old Fuer exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha. He stared at the screen for a while, before erupting into a fit of laughter that left Cheng Qingshan in despair. Ha, your son. Oh dear. An F rank? And a summoning type. The surrounding patrons, hearing the commotion, began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Several old drunks, familiar with Cheng Qingshan, playfully patted him on the shoulder, their tone laced with mockery. Oh dear, old Cheng. It seems your hopes for your son to achieve great success have gone down the drain. Indeed, another pointed at the screen, laughing uncontrollably. An F-rank summoner daring to enter the wasteland? Isn't that akin to courting death? No matter how much you wish for your son to become a dragon, you shouldn't put him in such a perilous situation. Cheng Qingshan's face flushed crimson, from his ears to his neck, at a loss for words. He refrained from mentioning it was his decision to send Cheng Zhuo there. Bearing the stigma of excessive parental ambition was far better than being labeled as having a foolish son. Hey. Old Ford rubbed his eyelids, indicating the odds displayed behind Cheng Zhuo. The odd for the strongest newcomer, little Cheng, are 1100? Am I seeing things? Shouldn't it be 11,000? My grandson is only at 1180. How can he reach 1100? Did Lingzi make a mistake? A few others gathered around, equally bewildered. One person clicked on Cheng Zhuo's information and exclaimed, Hey, old Cheng, why does your son have the title of Wilderness Hunter? Why are several of his details not public? And his physical quality at level 166? Did your son take some sort of enhancement? Nonsense. Where'd I get the money for enhancements? Cheng Qingshan curiously leaned in, scanning Cheng Zhuo's public information page, and speculated perhaps he joined some guild that offered him benefits. Are guild benefits really that generous now? Hundreds of thousands of blood serums available, even for F ranks? A nearby young bartender marveled. Impossible. Old Ford rolled his eyes. My grandson signed with the Nebula Guild, which is only C rank, and they don't offer such perks. He then wrinkled his nose, adding with a hint of jealousy, Little Cheng looks quite good. He is probably cozying up to a rich woman. In Xingdi City, it was common for affluent women to have several partners, both publicly and privately. You're talking nonsense. Cheng Qingshan slammed the table, pointing an accusing finger at Old Ford. Don't assume that just because your son is with a rich woman, everyone else is the same. My son relies on his own merit. Old Ford rolled his eyes in irritation, retorting, So what if my son is with a rich woman? How else could he have such an exceptional grandson? I'm willing to bet 1,000 on him. Are you brave enough? You're a pauper, he said as he placed 1,000 directly on his grandson's strongest newcomer odds. Bet if you dare. Who is afraid of whom? Cheng Qingshan matched the wager, placing 1,000 on Cheng Zhuo as well. Hey. Gentlemen, don't be impulsive. The young bartender immediately intervened, exasperated. What are you two doing? If you have extra money, throw 'em my way. $1,000 could buy you a month's worth of beer. No need to ruin your relationship over this. Mind your own business. Cheng Qingshan pushed the bartender aside, casting a sardonic glance at Old Ford. What are you pretending for? Everyone knows your son, who asked with a rich woman, never gives you a penny. Old Ford, infuriated, had his curly hair standing on end. At least he is wealthier than you. Raising a bunch of little paupers. You old bald man, say that again, and see what happens. Old Popper. Meanwhile, in the top-level conference room of the Inner City Hunters Bureau, Deputy Director Hu Yin-song sat at the head, his expression grave as he surveyed the leaders of various guilds flanking him. He spoke solemnly. I have summoned you here to inform you of a significant event. Fei Xinin, seated at the front right, twirled his goat beard, alert. Is there an issue in the newcomer wasteland? Indeed, the newcomers in the super-distance wasteland may trigger ecological aberrations, potentially evolving into a Tier 1 wasteland, Hu Yin-song stated. Song He, running his fingers through his long hair, raised an eyebrow. That can't be right. We've been monitoring the gate closely, and there have been no changes. How can you be so certain of the aberration? Undying cursed objects, Hu Yin-song's voice deepened, each word dripping with disdain. The Grim Reaper's secret stash has shown signs of activity. What? At the mention of this term, several faces turned pale. No need to panic. Hu Yin-song lightly tapped the table twice with his fingers, his tone softening. With 20 years of precedent, we are well prepared this time. We will not allow the cursed entities to masquerade as humans. He reassured them. The moment he emerges from the wasteland, we will contain him. He then shifted the conversation. However, this impending aberration must be taken seriously. When the 7th day arrives, you must dispatch your strongest Tier 1 teams to cooperate with the Hunter S army to swiftly eliminate the boss and rescue the remaining newcomers. As for the cursed entity, I will handle it personally. No problem. The crowd responded in unison. Ren Tianxing pondered for a moment, then tentatively suggested, I've heard there's an external S-rank newcomer leading a custom gravity team into the wasteland. With such strength, perhaps our team's 1T even be needed. Old man Ren, you must be mistaken. Song He rolled his eyes. The boss S information has already been transmitted by Lingzi. It's a blind corpse. Ren Tianxing was taken aback. The one that disrupts all signals by emitting a force field? What do you think? Song He shrugged, scoffing. This young master from some consortium has gathered a bunch of F and E rank newcomers and even signed with Mixed Hair Town. He is likely to pay dearly for his arrogance. Chapter 42. The Second Source Card. S rank. In the endless wasteland of the realm, atop the crumbling walls of the abandoned stone city, after absorbing the power of the cursed object and fully completing the condensation of the second source card, Cheng Zhuo promptly opened the system panel. Indeed, the source-related information had increased by 1 entry. Source Card 2. Undead Summoning S-Rank Red. Source Skill. Corpse Summon Note. A forbidden card born from the fusion of a wasteland catastrophe and relics. Aligned with the host's source power, causing the host to gradually become a puppet of the wasteland ecosystem. However, this card has been purified by an extraordinary force. Astonished, Cheng Zhuo could hardly believe it was S-Rank. However, upon reading the note, he felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for the system's extraordinary power purifying it in advance, it seemed he would have ended up as a puppet of the wasteland himself. Perhaps due to the system's purification, Cheng Zhuo also noticed that the upgrade requirements for this source card were quite unique. Rather than enhancing its level through the absorption of source power via breathing techniques, it required the accumulation of resonance points. The initial 3-tier source skills were clearly outlined. Tier 1, Undead Assistance, 05000. Tier 2, Undead Armament, 0. Tier 3, Lich Pact, 0. Currently, his initial source skill, Corpse Summon, could only summon corpses near the host, and at any given time, only one could be summoned, with the summoning level linked to his mental strength. The second source directly boosted his mental strength by 40 points. According to the system's annotation, he could now summon corpses with biological strength below level 60. Impressively, there was no limit to the number. Regrettably, the initial skill only possessed the power of the corpses, lacking the source power of the host, and had a time limit. This skill evidently depended on nearby corpses. When strong, it was formidable, especially in wasteland exploration, as his numbers would grow with each skirmish. Yet, when faced with powerful enemies, it proved somewhat lacking. After all, they were merely corpses devoid of intelligence and source power. Upon reaching Tier 1, he could summon different types of corpses. At Tier 2, he could even arm the undead. Cheng Zhuo stroked his chin in contemplation, his eyes growing brighter. Once he reached Tier 3, this summoning ability would skyrocket. The Lich Pact would allow him to permanently retain a designated number of contracted undead, endowing them with the host's intelligence. No longer akin to those ordinary summoned corpses that fought solely on instinct and command. Theoretically, as long as the undead were willing to submit, He could contract beings of any strength. This undead summoning was initially heavily dependent on the battlefield, but as he advanced, he would become an unstoppable force on his own. He would be a calamity. The skills beyond Tier 4 remained undisclosed, likely possessing some special requirements. Cheng Zhuo temporarily suppressed his curiosity, shifting his gaze to the golden glowing resonance blessing gift pack in the system space. Open, he silently commanded. Congratulations, Master, you have received the blessing. All attributes 5. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained an epic level blind core 3. It feels a bit stingy. I had hoped for another mythical level meditation card. Nonetheless, despite the complaints, Cheng Zhuo felt quite satisfied with his gains. He did not rush to open the blind box, with the stone-faced monsters lurking outside the city. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his S-level original technique. With a burst of energy, Cheng Zhuo activated the thrusters and soared into the sky. The gliding mode was engaged, and the pale blue flames shone brightly against the dark night, drawing the attention of the stone-faced monsters that had been aimlessly wandering in the wasteland, who immediately surged towards him. Moments later, the rustling sounds grew denser as Cheng Zhuo hovered in midair, observing the increasing number of stone-faced monsters below. The corners of his lips curled upward as he abruptly pulled the trigger. Dozens of mini incendiary bombs shot out from the side compartment of his mech, whistling through the air as they descended into the horde of monsters. The instant the pale green flames erupted, a pungent smell of scorched earth mixed with rotting flesh filled the air. These incendiary bombs were not ordinary flames. They contained the scorching essence of source power, which, once it touched anything, burned like a relentless curse. The stone-faced monsters writhed in agony, resembling ants that had been scalded, their shriveled mouths opening and closing, but only managing to emit faint hissing sounds, their murky eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. Clearly, they were terrified of fire. Within half a minute, groups of stone-faced monsters fell into the sea of flames. Cheng Zhuo slowly descended, taking a deep breath as he sensed the source card within him glowing with a faint red light. A spell that seemed to resonate with the heavens suddenly surfaced in his mind. He opened his eyes wide, uttering a series of obscure, deep syllables. In my name, with bones as the contract, I summon the corpses. Boom, boom, boom. As the last word left his lips, he tightened his grip on the spear and struck the ground 3 times. Waves of red light surged from beneath his feet, rapidly flowing into the corpses of the stone-faced monsters around him. Almost immediately, a red mist began to swirl and spread. The once charred and withered corpses of the stone-faced monsters began to sway and rise again. Summon stone-faced monster corpses. Level: 0 stage neonate. Biological body strength. Level 66. Corpse technique. Source quality devour. Description: originally a mutated corpse beetle, commonly found near ancient graveyards. Temporarily restored to mobility through necromantic power, lasting for 1 hour. Cheng Zhuo nodded in satisfaction. An hour was quite decent. With a wave of his hand, countless stone-faced monster corpses quickly mingled with the normal stone-faced monsters, the two sides consuming each other, resulting in more withered corpses. Unfortunately, there were no source cores. Cheng Zhuo sighed, but the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. The source power within his source card had finally begun to stir. The sluggish sensation of the magic dragon's breath still lingered, and the source power flowed into the card at a sluggish pace, akin to a torrent squeezed through a narrow sluice. However, given that it was a mythical level breathing technique, the influx of source power was remarkably rapid, and the increase was evident, making entry into the next stage relatively easy. Particularly, the progress bar on the system panel was clearly visible, its growth boosting Cheng Zhuo's confidence immensely. With a fierce shout, he brandished a spear and called for the summoned corpses, charging into the fray among the stone-faced monsters. On the walls of the stone city, Xiachan and the others had just arrived. Alongside them were Demeng and several curious onlookers. Upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless by the scene outside the city. The pale green flames spread everywhere, making the entire wasteland appear as if doused in toxic waste. Cheng Zhuo's mech rampaged through the horde of monsters, and with each rise and fall of his spear, more stone-faced monster corpses were left in his wake, only to rise again and eerily entangle with the original monsters. The summoned corpses were equally swift, effortlessly swatting down the monsters as if they were mere ants. Brother Cheng is so cool, exclaimed the bespectacled youth, fists clenched and eyes gleaming with admiration. I wonder which guild Brother Cheng joined that provided him with a mech. I want to join too. Demeng, however, watched Cheng Zhuo's actions with a gulp, his tone laced with self-deprecation. So, this really is the newcomer wasteland? At 30 years old, he considered himself an older awakened one. Just 2 days ago, he had awakened his E-level beast transformation ability, and today, after completing the contract, he was swept into the super distance gate. Facing the stone-faced monsters in the morning, he had barely managed to defend himself, even sustaining a scratch on his arm. At that moment, he thought the wasteland had become perilous, but now, watching Cheng Zhuo effortlessly dispatch monsters, he suddenly questioned if it wasn't the wasteland that was too dangerous, but rather himself that was too weak. Outside the city walls, the slaughter continued, and the once seemingly endless stone-faced monsters were visibly decreasing. The army of corpses was gaining ground. Just as Cheng Zhuo was caught up in the thrill of battle, a sudden crackling sound of static filled his earpiece, startling him. He gripped his spear tightly and halted his movements. The mech's thrusters gradually slowed, and he tilted his head to listen. But all that remained in his earpiece was an eerie silence. Cheng Zhuo abruptly realized that he had not heard any sounds from Ruan Qinghe's side for quite some time. Activate Wasteland Revelation, Cheng Zhuo spoke in a low voice. As a layer of misty text materialized, he was horrified to discover that the lights representing his 5 teammates had already extinguished 3. Chapter 43, Wasteland Distortion Ding. Above the city of Xingti, a deep, resonant bell echoed through the streets, lingering ominously. The residents of the outer city were taken aback by the sound. A woman hanging laundry dropped her clothes in shock, the fabric falling onto the rusted iron railing. A homeless man crouching in the corner, chewing on rat jerky, suddenly looked up, his murky eyes staring blankly at the sky. A prisoner bathing in the jail dropped the bar of soap from his hand. Everything within the city seemed to have been abruptly paused. All eyes turned in unison towards the towering halos surrounding the city. In the distance, the 4 super distance gates that had originally emitted a faint gray light now appeared to have been stripped of all their murkiness, glowing pure white like jade. The super distance gates had undergone a distortion. The bells signified that the gates would burst open once the countdown ended. Although this was merely a warning from the Wasteland Hunting Administration, the Wasteland alarm had never been wrong. The gates have distorted. Someone shouted in the stillness of the night, their voice trembling. The alarm has sounded. They are about to break open. The murmurs erupted instantly, panic spreading like a tidal wave. The residents living near the gates quickly began to pack their belongings in a frenzy, with many already preparing to move out overnight. While everyone understood the rules stating that hunters inside the super distance gates had 7 days to defeat the BOSS and close the gates, no one believed that the newly awakened novices could handle the distorted first stage BOSS. Once the gates broke open, a massive influx of aberrant beasts would pour out. And even if the Wasteland army rushed in, they would first need to break through the initial wave of beast tide to enter the gates. They did not wish to remain nearby in a state of apprehension. How could this happen? In a new apartment within the happiness community, Ruan Qinghe, who was washing clothes for Cheng Zhuo, paused momentarily before resuming her scrubbing. It can't be. Zhuo won't get into trouble. He definitely won't, she muttered to herself. But her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her anxious heart. He promised he would bring us all back. The echoes of the bell lingered outside the window. The new apartment was quiet, filled only with the sound of running water from the faucet and Ruan Qinghe's occasional murmurs, as if she were trying to encourage herself, or perhaps praying. Meanwhile, outside the stone city, on the endless wasteland, Cheng Zhuo stared at the updated revelation of the wasteland. Suddenly taken aback, the pharaoh's grievance materializes. Please defeat the derivative Lord Blind Corpse of the first stage. Ruan Qinghe and the others must have encountered the BOSS. This customized gravity body, although its source power index is maintained at the 0 level, boasts a formidable prowess in both defense and offense, making it a top-tier combat force during the novice phase, especially considering that Ruan Qinghe and his companions are 5 in total. The fact that 3 have perished under such immense power indicates that the troubles they face are indeed severe. Suddenly, Guangguan, like a bouncy ball, deliberately sprang past Cheng Zhuo's mech, swiftly capturing a stone-faced monster. He played joyfully, dispatching foes with brutal efficiency. Could this aberrant BOSS truly pose a challenge to Guangguan? Upon seeing Guangguan, Cheng Zhuo's previously anxious thoughts began to ease. Rescuing the trapped individuals was paramount. However, he first intended to activate the 3 epic blind cores gifted by the system to maximize his combat potential. Extracting a blind core, Cheng Zhuo executed a triple activation. Epic blind cores do not guarantee an epic card, but they offer the highest probability of yielding one, and there is even a slight chance of obtaining a legendary card. Cheng Zhuo's luck value of 23 was evidently more than just a number. From the 3 blind cores, he unveiled 2 epic cards and 1 legendary card. Beast Companion Illusion Support Card. Quality. Epic Purple. Effect. Upon use, conjures 5 Beast Companion Illusions, each inheriting the attack capabilities of their true forms. With a defense of merely 30, lasting 30 minutes. Energy Recharge. 24 hours. Usage Restriction. Cannot stack with other support cards. Description. Can you guess which one is the true kitty? Upon seeing this support card, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but feel elated. Although the duration was limited to 30 minutes, he believed that when confronted with a stalemate, 6 Guanwans would undoubtedly resolve the battle instantaneously. Hovering Vehicle Supply Card. Quality. Epic Purple. Effect. Can summon a low-altitude anti-gravity RV. Usage Restriction. None. Description. This is a PR class RV stored using source card capsule technology. Nearly impervious to damage from beasts below the 3rd tier. However, caution is advised, as it consumes source cores at an alarming rate. Neglect could deplete your balance. The RV also greatly satisfied Cheng Zhuo. He had been grappling with the dilemma of whether to proceed with the rescue, particularly because he was reluctant to let Xia Mo and Xia Chan out of his sight. They were the very reason he entered this desolate realm. And if his rescue efforts put them in jeopardy, it would be a grave miscalculation. With this vehicle, he could at least alleviate his concerns for their safety. Finally, Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell upon the legendary card radiating an orange glow. ING Series Card Support Card. 15. Quality. Legendary Orange. Effect. Upon fusion, enters an ING state, augmenting biological body strength and source technique by 5-fold. Lasting 1 hour. Energy Recharge. 7 days. Usage Restriction. No level restrictions. Cannot stack with other support cards. Non-transferable after authentication. Description. This is a support card from the ING series. Strive to collect all series cards, and you shall become the true ING. To his astonishment, it was a series card. Cheng Zhuo had limited knowledge of series cards, but he recognized that their greatest strength lay in their set attributes. Each additional series card significantly enhances combat power. However, just based on the effects of the card before him, a 5-fold increase was already an extraordinarily powerful skill. After dismantling the 3 blind cores, Cheng Zhuo's confidence surged. If he had harbored any doubts with just Guan, he was now certain that with 6 Guanwans, victory was inevitable. Cheng Zhuo wasted no time. After briefly familiarizing himself with the card skills, he turned the mech around and propelled himself towards the city wall. These supplies are for you. Cheng Zhuo handed his backpack to Demeng, advising there is a signal device inside. Stay in the city and await rescue. The hunter's camp should arrive shortly. All right. Demeng accepted the backpack, casting a puzzled glance at Cheng Zhuo's empty hands. My teammates have plenty. Cheng Zhuo offered no further explanation as he hoisted the 2 sisters onto his shoulders, securing them temporarily with straps. Locking onto Huang Fu Bai's position, Cheng Zhuo surged forth into the night-misted wasteland. It was only when the outline of Stone City was completely enveloped by the dark night that Cheng Zhuo gradually landed the mech. Why have we stopped? Xia Chan's voice was tinged with confusion as she clutched the cold shoulder of the mech, unable to reach Xia Mo, and seeing nothing only heightened her anxiety. In Xia Mo's line of sight, it was equally shrouded in darkness. The surroundings were desolate, filled only with the mournful sounds of the wind sweeping across the wasteland. Trusting Cheng Zhuo implicitly, they did not question his intentions, but simply followed him out of the city. Let me show you something amazing. Cheng Zhuo leaped from the cockpit, helping the sisters descend from the mech's shoulder. He then produced the hovering RV supply card. With a gentle infusion of source power, faint purple luminescence rapidly spread across the card's surface. Xiao Mo's eyes instantly lit up. An epic card. She had only seen such things online, having heard that even the most affordable types were worth millions. Unable to resist, she glanced at the man whose face was intermittently illuminated by the purple glow. He was becoming increasingly enigmatic, continuously unveiling surprises, which explained why Qinghe was so captivated by him. As the pale, purple light expanded, It soon coalesced into a translucent vehicle silhouette on the ground, gradually solidifying. Wow, what is this? Xiaochan rubbed her eyes, the pitch-black night slightly obscuring her vision. She tugged Xia Mo closer, her eyes widening in astonishment. Initially, the two girls had considered the possibility of it being a vehicle supply card, especially since Cheng Zhuo was already piloting a mech, making the presence of a vehicle seem quite normal. However, this was simply too extravagant. Chapter 44. All dead. Come out deep within the wasteland, in a vast valley. The night mist was thick with decay, suffocating in its intensity. The scene within the valley was grim. 5 silver night gravity bodies lay askew in a mound of earth, 3 of the Matched alloy shells twisted into grotesque shapes, with broken cannon barrels jutting out from the crevices. The remaining 2, though barely retaining their outline, had their cockpit covers riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Exposed wires sparked with blue flames. Not far away, a group of giant corpses, towering over 2 meters, stood. They wore rusty orange helmets adorned with tattered cloth strips, each wielding a massive bone, pounding on a fortress resembling an iron lump. Huang Fubai leaned against the inner wall of the fortress, his eyes reflecting absurdity. He had never anticipated that the defensive fortress constructed from supply cards on a whim years ago would, under such dire circumstances, save his life. Beside him, the only remaining team member, Li Mo, crouched in front of the communication panel, his brow furrowing deeply with anxiety. Captain Bai, the force field has vanished, but Eva remains unresponsive. They have likely destroyed all the gravity bodies. It seems futile to rely on them for an escape. Should we contact Cheng Zhuo again? He is less than 100 kilometers away from here. No need. Huang Fubai did not even lift his eyelids, interrupting. Sending him here will only lead to needless sacrifice and waste another gravity body of mine. Lima wanted to say more, but suddenly the alloy floor beneath them began to tremble. Watch out. Hold on. Huang Fubai shouted in alarm. But the interior of this iron fortress was empty. What do they hold on to? Boom! The muffled sound reverberated painfully in their ears, and a dizzying whirl ensued. Huang Fubai and Li Mo tumbled within the cabin like 2 sacks of potatoes, their foreheads colliding with the metallic walls, leaving them disoriented and dazed. Huang Fubai's eyes flickered with disbelief. How was it possible? This fortress weighed at least 10 tons. What could lift and hurl it? Before they could recover, another thunderous crash ensued. The two were thrown again. Huang Fubai and Li Mo's foreheads struck together, causing them to gasp in pain. Neither possessed the physical fortitude to withstand such turmoil. They lost track of time until the impacts finally ceased. This fortress was originally a casual creation by Huang Fubai, serving no purpose beyond defense. The two remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Time passed slowly, and the cabin was eerily silent. Li Mo felt a surge of anxiety, growing increasingly restless. Observing Huang Fubai's tense profile, he realized that further delay would lead to inevitable doom. Gritting his teeth, he stealthily reached for his headset and activated the team channel, calling Cheng Zhuo. Can you hear me? Just as Huang Fubai was about to express his frustration, Cheng Zhuo's calm voice came through. I can't hear you. Come out. All the filthy creatures are dead. Huang Fubai froze mid-motion, while Li Mo gaped, doubting his own hearing. What did you say? Li Mo inquired suspiciously. I said all those filthy creatures outside are dead. Come out, Cheng Zhuo reiterated. Huang Fubai's voice brimmed with incredulity as he snatched the headset from Li Mo. How could all the corpses possibly be dead? There are at least 1,000 out there. What is your intention? Not only was Huang Fubai skeptical, but Cheng Zhuo himself had not anticipated such ease in this battle. When he spotted a throng of giant zombies encircling a blind giant corpse towering 4 to 5 meters high, a flicker of unease washed over him. Especially when that colossal corpse hurled a square, iron object towards him, he instinctively summoned 5 avatars. Additionally, he employed a corpse summoning ability, raising a multitude of giant zombies in the vicinity. To his astonishment, these giant corpses bore little distinction from the stone-faced monstrosities before the avatars. Cheng Zhuo recalled the talents of his avatars. Talent: Eerie Spirit Hunter, intimidating to all malevolent spirits, immune to any soul-based attacks. Talent: Night Owl, speed doubles upon the arrival of night. Although these corpses were not spiritual entities, malevolent spirits undoubtedly resided within them, especially under the cover of night. No wonder he felt his avatars were extraordinarily potent this evening. In the inner city, The meeting room of the Hunters Guild was illuminated by cold white light that reflected off the elongated conference table, casting a dim glow on the holographic projections before the attendees. The faint aroma of coffee lingered in the air, unable to mask the pervasive tension. "I told you so," mused Song He, the vice president of the Jinsu Guild, his voice dripping with unrestrained schadenfreude. Leaning back in his chair, he pointed to the name of the Shun Qi hunting team displayed on the screen. "What did I say? This young master will undoubtedly pay for his arrogance. Look, one teammate has already perished. Soon they will all be gone." Hu Yin Song shot him a cold glance. "Vice President Song, please mind your language." Song He quickly clasped his hands in apology. "My apologies." Ruan Qinghe regarded him with suspicion. "Why do I sense your disdain for Huangfu Bai? Have you had prior dealings with him?" Song He hesitated, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just that I happened to be nearby when he was at the gate earlier today, and I offered him the highest contract." To which he retorted that I was merely trying to beg for scraps. Ren Tianxing couldn't stifle a chuckle. "You're only courting misfortune. A young master capable of commanding billions in gravitational force would hardly deign to accept a common guild's contract." As Song He prepared to counter, Hu Yin Song sighed, his gaze returning to the projection. "Regardless of his temperament, I sincerely hope he survives. Every S-class awakener is a treasure for humanity." Before he could finish, a sudden flurry of urgent exclamations erupted from the corner of the meeting room. "Vice Director! Vice Director!" The attendees turned to see the portly white secretary of the Vice Director, hunched and scuttling across the room. Hu Yin Song's brow furrowed, his finger striking the table emphatically. "How many times must I remind you? No loud disruptions during meetings. What could possibly warrant such alarm?" The secretary, barely able to contain his excitement, pointed to the information on his arm. "Vice Director, look, the BOSS from the realm of revelations." Hu Yin Song, already agitated, was losing patience, wanting to brush him aside until he caught a glimpse of the projection. That fleeting glance caused him to freeze in disbelief. "What?" Hu Yin Song exclaimed, abruptly seizing the secretary's wrist. The projection, which had previously indicated first-stage Dominator-level blind corpse surviving, was now visibly fading from crimson. In its place were the words, 3 killed. And at the top of the kill list, the name Cheng Zhuo is shown prominently. Chapter 45. The contractual target. The Vice Director, Hu Yin Song's extraordinary reaction immediately captured everyone's attention. Several guild leaders exchanged glances, hastily accessing tracking features and shifting the projection to the BOSS data monitoring page. Had the freshly mutated BOSS already met its demise? This was intriguing. Rosa of the Holy Beast Guild absently traced her alluring red lips, displaying a keen interest. "It's him again, Cheng Zhuo, an F-class summoner, who managed to slay a first-stage derivative lord. Little Rosa, don't be so curious. Not every F-class has your miraculous abilities." Song He pointed toward the roster of team members. "He and Huangfu Bai are in the same squad." That's the answer. Although the blind corpses can disrupt communication signals, they cannot maintain a force field continuously. Most likely, Huangfu Bai severely injured the blind corpse, and this kid delivered the final blow, merely seizing an opportunity. This statement was met with immediate agreement. Indeed, a kill of such caliber, surpassing typical expectations, entailed more than just defeating a single BOSS. The surrounding hordes of aberrant beasts posed a far greater challenge, making it impossible for one individual to accomplish. It seemed that Huangfu Bai possessed some skill, truly deserving of his S-class title. Who exactly was he, considering that all information aside from his S-class potential was obscured? Unfortunately, the visuals within the realm could not be transmitted. The attendees longed to witness firsthand the battlefield where this novice team had vanquished the BOSS. From a moment the Shun Qi team suffered casualties to the boss's death, nearly 5 hours had elapsed. This BOSS battle must have been a grueling test of wits and endurance. Hopefully, they recorded the footage. It had been ages since anyone had seen a novice-level BOSS battle of this magnitude. This BOSS battle piqued the interest of many. After all, a BOSS of this scale from the realm was not a mere triviality for an equipment-restricted novice team. It was nearly an impossible undertaking. Almost everyone, including Hu Yin Song, believed that Cheng Zhuo merely delivered the final blow using a mech. The true slayer of the BOSS was undoubtedly the enigmatic Huangfu Bai. Even Hu Yin Song, aware of Cheng Zhuo's possession of a first-stage beast companion, held this belief. After all, a beast companion merely elevated through legendary breathing techniques could hardly contend with a large-scale BOSS from the realm. Everyone, quiet down, the vice director's voice, imbued with authority, quelled the room's chatter. His gaze swept across the assembly, his tone grave. The value of an S-class hunter needs no elaboration. Regardless of the methods you employ, you must extend the utmost sincerity to retain Huangfu Bai in Qingtai City. As for his contract with Hongshe Town, I will personally negotiate with Mayor Wang. Rest assured, Vice Director, leave this matter to us at Jinsu. We will ensure it is handled properly. Song, he declared, thumping his chest. Old ghost, such bold claims. Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? Ren Tianxing scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. This lad clearly intends to contract with the town. Whether out of a playful spirit or a desire for recognition, he aims to draw him back for a contract within the city. He will undoubtedly need to sign with the town branch gradually. As for the town's connections, Jinsu is far behind us at Xingyan. Who do you look down upon? Our influence in Hongshe Town is equally formidable, Song, he retorted, somewhat defensively. Is that so? Ren Tianxing leisurely added. I recall last year when Wang Lauda discussed establishing a base at Angshi with you, only to be turned down. You even mocked him, suggesting that the lighthouse at Angshi Wu Ti survived the year. Song, he raised an eyebrow with disdain. Isn't that the truth? Angshi is left with just 1/6 tier. How much longer can he endure in such a perilous ecological zone? Ren Tianxing chose not to engage further with Song. He stood up and exchanged a discreet glance with Mu Yanzi before quietly stepping outside. Mu Yanzi followed him, her voice indifferent. Teacher, should I contact Huangfu Bai? No need. I will handle this matter, Ruan Qinghe replied, swiping his fingertip across the terminal to bring up Cheng Zhuo's information page, turning towards Mu Yanzi. Once he emerges, please reach out and have him sign in at our branch in Angshi Town. Mu Yanzi blinked and inquired, what are the terms? C-tier hunter contract. With a progressive revenue share, Ren Tianxing stated. A hint of surprise flickered in Mu Yanzi's indifferent eyes. C-tier? Do you consider that excessive? Ren Tianxing raised an eyebrow. Then mused, that makes sense. This lad has earned a BOSS kill title, but any discerning individual knows it was Huangfu Bai's effort. Mu Yanzi furrowed her brows slightly. So what does that imply? Do you recall his biological machine level before he entered the perilous realm? Ren Tianxing asked. Mu Yanzi pondered for a moment. 165? Ren Tianxing chuckled, tapping the latest data. Now look at his current level. 268. Mu Yanzi lifted her eyelids slightly. In one day, how did that happen? Clearly, he underwent a second serum injection. Ren Tianxing asserted confidently. This boy is penniless. He certainly cannot afford the serum. The only explanation is his close relationship with Huangfu Bai. Mu Yanzi felt as though she grasped the situation. So, signing him means securing Huangfu Bai. It's not that absolute, but the chances are substantial. Ren Tianxing affectionately patted her shoulder. I entrust this to you. Understood. Mu Yanzi's previously dull eyes brightened. Signing Huangfu Bai should be quite intriguing. Just as Ren Tianxing was about to return indoors, he turned back to remind her, do not threaten him with a sword at his neck. Understood. And do not control others' hands to sign. The electronic document is merely a record. A voluntary primal contract is what holds validity. Understood. Mu Yanzi nodded obediently. Just ensure no lives are lost and find joy in the process. Ren Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. He was not overly concerned about this contract. He was well aware of the arrogance of an S-tier. Moreover, he merely speculated about their relationship. From the footage captured before they entered the realm, it was evident that while they shared some camaraderie, it was not profound. He assigned this task to Mu Yanzi simply to allow her to experience more of humanity. Mu Yanzi's essence was the S-tier slaughter sword intent, and as her realm increased, her emotions had grown increasingly apathetic. Curiously, she developed peculiar habits from time to time. It seemed her instincts were consciously avoiding the loss of her humanity. Last month, she took a particular liking to playing mahjong exclusively with individuals from a mental institution. The month before that, she enjoyed serving as an attendant in the wilderness, solely responsible for gathering materials, unperturbed even when her team perished. This month, for reasons unknown, she became fascinated with signing new recruits after observing the guild manager discuss contracts. However, her methods were rather crude. She lost interest after a few exchanges. resorting to threats with a sword or rendering individuals unconscious to force them to sign. As the only hunter in Xingdi City poised to reach the 7th tier this year, those who understood her were paving her path. Otherwise, should she completely lose her humanity due to her slaughter sword intent, she might not even endure until the 7-star realm, capable of slaughtering the city herself. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her indifferent apricot eyes. I must first secure Cheng Zhuo. That way, I can persuade my teacher to allow me to sign Huangfu Bai. This should be entertaining. Chapter 46. The Tender Realm is the battlefield. Casting a sidelong glance at Ruan Qinghe's retreating figure in the corridor, OS, the vice president of the Thunder Guild, displayed a flicker of unusual intent in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he too rose, rapped on the desk of Lu Changshui, the manager of Thunder's recruitment department, and proceeded towards another exit. Lu Changshui, noticing, promptly followed after him. He bent slightly until OS halted in front of the metallic wall at the end of the corridor, then asked, "Vice President, do you have instructions?" OS reiterated a statement similar to Ruan Qinghe's. After explaining the potential connection between Cheng Zhuo and Huangfu Bai, he spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. "Do you understand? We must secure this Cheng Zhuo." "Understood, Vice President. What level shall we offer him?" Lu Changshui inquired. "Initially propose a C-tier contract. And do not forget, we have 2 advantages," OS instructed. "Advantages?" Lu Changshui quickly glanced at the data, suddenly smacking his forehead. "Are you referring to Ho Wanli? They were close friends at school, and when Ho Wanli signed, he specifically requested to bind Cheng Zhuo. And what is the other advantage?" OS pointed, projecting an image of a young woman. "This girl is Cheng Zhuo's ex-girlfriend, currently in our guild's newcomer preparation team. We shall dismiss her to demonstrate our sincerity." "Understood." Lu Changshui's eyelids flickered, secretly astonished. The vice president, occupied with pressing matters, had even discerned such trivial details. "However, do not be overly eager," OS cautioned. "If he signs a contract on the spot, then so be it. If he wishes to deliberate, let him." Lu Changshui was taken aback. Let him decide? Shouldn't they be more assertive about the contract? It was unlikely they were the only ones considering Cheng Zhuo and Huangfu Bai's unique relationship. Once he realizes that only our guild can offer a higher price, negotiations will naturally become smoother. OS wore a knowing smile. "Why?" Lu Changshui appeared confused. Was this a strategy to drive down the price? Wouldn't they worry about other guilds signing him? After all, he was a rising star with significant value. Just maintain contact. OS smiled slightly. Despite the numerous guilds present, Huangfu Bai can only choose between us and Xingyan. He lacks the ability to alter the Lighthouse contract in the short term. The others are merely envious, with no negotiating power. Lu Changshui still did not fully comprehend and asked, "What about Xingyan? If they offer Cheng Zhuo a better deal?" A trace of derision flickered in OS's eyes as he softly replied, "That old fossil, Ren Tianxing, would never grant Cheng Zhuo a contract above C-tier. Last time he attempted to acquire Ho Wanli, our B-tier offer was deemed excessive, and he immediately switched targets." Lu Changshui nodded. "Indeed, he often emphasizes rules. However, since we are aware he might offer a C-tier, why not directly propose a B-tier contract?" OS smiled slyly. "First, we lower the price, then we raise it." Lu Changshui suddenly understood, creating a disparity in treatment to make him feel our importance. OS regarded him with appreciation. "You truly are a brilliant manager, possessing keen insight." "You flatter me, Vice President," Lu Changshui replied with a slight nod. "Your wisdom shines through. A mere tactic, and Cheng Zhuo will undoubtedly choose us at Thunder. I grant you the authority to offer him the highest B-tier contract. Do not let me down." "Thank you, President. I will ensure it is handled well." In the vast conference room, hushed whispers filled the air as everyone harbored their own concerns. The prospect of an S-tier potentially altering the guild's dynamics prompted some guilds, even without a base in Angshi Town, to begin strategizing, with only 6 days remaining to hopefully complete the registration process. At the representative seat of the Sacred Beast Guild, unlike others engrossed in discussions about Huangfu Bai, Rosa bit her fingertip, fixated on Cheng Zhuo's information page. The adjacent display showcased Cheng Zhuo's kill of a cockroach, alongside his beast companion's frenzied assault on Zhao Shishang. She arched her delicate brows, as if she had made a decision, opening a dialogue box adorned with the visage of a divine turtle. "Teacher, I wish to sign a newcomer. What level? Do you still need to consult me?" The level is not high, but it might violate some signing regulations, so please don't be angry. In the endless wasteland, Cheng Zhuo gazed in exasperation at the immovable iron lump. Huang Fu stubbornly refused to emerge, and Cheng Zhuo, uninterested in disputing further, simply turned around and retrieved a floating lamp from the system space, tossing it onto the ground. The pale glow instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. He then drew a short dagger, crouching down to make a swift incision into the cranium of a giant zombie. With a crisp sound, a first-tier source nucleus, glimmering faintly, was deftly extracted and held in his cool grasp. Though it was merely an ordinary first-tier source nucleus, it held a value of 50 to 60 city coins. Thus it could not be wasted. With the assistance of 6 jars, they dug swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, he had collected over 200 source nuclei. The jars amassed even more, forming a crystalline pile at the edge of a dark pit. A rather frail, giant corpse, known as the Lantern Bearer, also provided Cheng Zhuo with 18 ordinary blind nuclei. Cheng Zhuo opened them directly, revealing 4 gray, 12 white, and 2 green. Aside from the 2 green corpse poison support cards, which had some utility, the rest of the ordinary source cards held no appeal for him, and he casually discarded them into the system space. It was a pity that upon exiting the boundary gate, the lighthouse at Angshi Town would seize them. Just as he felt a pang of regret, Cheng Zhuo suddenly halted. If he placed all his earnings into the system space, would the lighthouse still be able to seize them? Almost instinctively, he dismissed this possibility, given that the system could erase the curse of a prohibited item with merely 100 points in Ming value. It was clear that the system surpassed the rules of the lighthouse by a considerable margin. He even suspected that the system's requirement for purification at 100 points was because he then possessed just over 100 points. Had he only had a mere 10 points, perhaps the purification requirement would have been 10 points. This meant that as long as he deposited all his gains from the wasteland into the system space, he would not need to worry about the layers of deductions like other hunters. As for hunting in the wild, the town's regulatory personnel would surely not notice. Naturally, he still had to leave some visible to avoid arousing suspicion. Almost done, Cheng Zhuo noticed the jars had ceased their actions, now squatting beside the pile of source nuclei, wagging their tails. Considering that Xia Mo and Xia Chan were still separately waiting in the RV several kilometers away, Cheng Zhuo decided to first reunite with them. He then attempted to communicate with Huang Fu by a few more times, but the latter remained adamant about not coming out, firmly believing that Cheng Zhuo was a disguised beast. Helpless, he allowed them to stay put. After all nearby beasts had been cleared, and this iron lump posed no threat, likely ensuring their safety. With this thought, Cheng Zhuo promptly stowed away the short dagger, exerting himself for a few leaps, and soon landed beside the jars. Upon landing, he was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Meow." The jar, with its nearly bursting round belly, was rubbing against Cheng Zhuo's thigh in a display of endearing affection. Cheng Zhuo stared blankly at the gray pile of source nuclei, utterly stunned. "Did you eat them all?" "The kitty only had a tiny bite," the jar replied, lifting its round head, its amber eyes sparkling, unable to suppress a belch. Cheng Zhuo activated the inspection function and focused on the jar. By conventional standards, the tier of a summoned beast should align with that of its master. As long as the source card remained intact, the beast would not perish. However, beasts also undergo growth phases, with differing feeding methods required based on their types. Source nuclei indeed serve as a primary food source. Yet, having consumed over 1,000 source nuclei, was the growth progress not a tad insufficient? Summoned beast, Zong Isha Chio Cat Infant. Infant beast growth progress, 0.053. Realm, first tier beast. Biological body strength, 678. Talent, Yiling Hunter. Instills a deterrent effect against all Yiling, ignoring any soul-type attacks. Talent, Night Owl, when night falls. The little chubby's speed will double. Description, this is a sand dune cat enhanced by tremendous power. Aside from its gluttony, it seems to have no flaws. This was utterly bewildering. However, it also implied that the enhanced jar was far from being an ordinary beast. Cheng Zhuo reassured himself. He then opened his own panel. Master, Cheng Zhuo, Realm, 0 tier, 395. Source card, F tier gray, source skill. Summon Zong, Isha Chio Cat Infant. Source card 2. Undead summon S tier, red stealth state. Source skill, corpse summon. Biological body strength rating, 268. Gene secondary unlock potential, 0. 10007, strength, 24, agility, 20, mental, 63, physique, 20, luck, 23, number of companions, 13, space. Seeing that his progress was barely above 4, Cheng Zhuo felt a mix of surprise and frustration. The delight stemmed from the manifestation of the passive meditation skill, dragon power, for every point of progress. His strength had increased by 1. The frustration, however, arose from the fact that he had just slain a BOSS and the surrounding horde of monsters guarding it. Such a level of slaughter, for an ordinary F tier, could take years to achieve the same. Why had his realm progress only increased by 395? Cheng Zhuo finally understood why F-tier potential was so often scorned. Were it not for his mythic-level breathing card, this progress might have been even slower. An ordinary F-tier would not have the opportunity to formally ascend at all. This wouldn't he do. He needed to strive harder. Cheng Zhuo glanced back in the direction of the RV where the twin sisters were located. Whether for enhancing the level of the undead summon card or increasing the gene unlock rate to gain a chance for a secondary awakening, he needed to cultivate diligently. Hunting was not his battlefield. The realm of tenderness was. Chapter 47. Enchantment of the RV, Part 1. On the way back to the RV, the haze of the wasteland had dissipated somewhat, revealing a clear night sky. An exaggeratedly large round moon hung above them. One could distinctly see some beasts wandering in the distance. Despite the jar's continuous burping, it clearly appeared to be insatiable, frequently scampering forward to hunt. With its innate talent as a night owl, its speed at night was remarkable, and it held a natural suppression over the corpse beasts imbued with Ling in the wasteland. Nighttime hunting was akin to a fish in water. Due to still being an infant, it spent most of its time sleeping within Cheng Zhuo's source card, awakening only a few hours a day. Cheng Zhuo thought that letting it lounge around was also a waste, so after advising it not to wander too far, he permitted it to go. He himself continued to drive the gravity vehicle back. In just a few minutes, the outline of the RV appeared outside the valley. From a distance, the PR-grade battlefield RV resembled a slumbering steel behemoth, its dark exterior glinting with a cold, hard luster under the moonlight. The massive body, coupled with its sharply defined armor, made Cheng Zhuo exclaim once more, "It's absolutely stunning." Cheng Zhuo maneuvered the gravity vehicle to a stop beside the RV. As he approached, the vehicle door slid open with a soft hiss. A refreshing scent of shower gel wafted toward him. The interior was quite spacious, complete with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. The lights were off in the hall, but warm white light spilled from the gap beneath the bedroom door, enticing Cheng Zhuo with an inexplicable allure. "Brother Zhuo, you're back." The bedroom door was gently pulled open, and Xia Chan's head peeked out. She did not take Xiaomo's hand, as she could not see the path, but instead reached out to feel her way toward Cheng Zhuo. He hurried to meet her, supporting her warm, smooth arm, when he caught sight of her cool attire. A wave of heat and tightness surged in his throat. Before leaving, the two sisters had been in disarray, covered in dirt and dust. Cheng Zhuo noticed the gleam in their eyes upon seeing the bathroom, so he reassured them to make use of the water. While heading to Shishan, he had passed by an oasis. The vehicle is equipped with a purification system. However, due to the urgency of their arrival, he did not think to bring a change of clothes for the two sisters. Instead, he could only offer them a few of his own garments for their modesty. Xia Chan ended up wearing just one of his t-shirts, the fabric light and loose, barely covering her hips, revealing a pair of long, fair, and well-defined legs. Cheng Zhuo removed his combat uniform and, with Xia Chan's arms around him, made his way into the inner chamber. "Wow, Brother Zhuo, do you know how amazing this vehicle is? It has a kitchen, bathroom, and bed, not to mention a medical system, a defense system, and even several patrolling drones and robotic dogs." Xia Chan's excitement bubbled over as she detailed the various features she had discovered in the RV. With her small mouth chattering away and her arms tightly wrapped around Cheng Zhuo's arm, he found it difficult to focus on her words. His attention was solely captured by the soft sensation of her embrace. This little girl, remarkably, was completely unadorned. Naturally, the undergarments she had changed out of should have been tossed into the washer-dryer combo. "Brother Zhuo, didn't you say that cards and weapons exceeding the boundary rules can't be brought in? How did you manage to bring in such an impressive vehicle? Brother Zhuo? Brother Zhuo?" Xia Chan touched Cheng Zhuo's cheek in surprise. "Oh my, Brother Zhuo, you're so hot. You're not getting sick, are you?" Coughing lightly, Cheng Zhuo quickly grasped her wandering hand, his ears slightly flushed. Fine. Ahem. As for this vehicle, it was acquired within the realm, so it isn't subject to boundary restrictions. With a soft click, the bathroom door opened, releasing a fragrant mist. Xia Mo emerged, her hair still dripping. Several strands of silvery wet locks clinging to her neck, her fair cheeks shimmering with a dewy blush. She too was wearing one of Cheng Zhuo's white t-shirts, its ample hem barely covering her thighs, exposing her smooth, fair legs and delicate ankles, her small, pinkish feet bare as she stepped out. Upon seeing Cheng Zhuo, Xia Mo paused for a moment, then offered a slight smile, her typically cool demeanor softened by a hint of shyness. Ahem, I need to discuss something with you both. Cheng Zhuo carefully considered his words, delicately conveying the concept of the system's resonance, hinting at his possession of hidden origins that could empower both parties. Moments later, Xia Chan's starry eyes widened in curiosity as she asked, Brother Zhuo, do you mean that as long as we can gradually become stronger? Yes, Cheng Zhuo replied. The more intimate we are, the stronger we become. Xia Chan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Her curiosity mixed with shyness. Is it like the dual cultivation and cultivation stories? Cheng Zhuo responded with an uncertain acknowledging her interpretation. In reality, once the resonance was achieved, both she and he could gradually enhance their attributes daily, not necessarily requiring constant intimacy. However, the more resonance they engaged in, the more blind cores he would receive, and the likelihood of unlocking their genetic potential would also increase, thus making her assertion not entirely unfounded. Xia Chan cast a mischievous glance at her sister and teased, Sister, I'm curious, what constitutes a single instance? Does it have to be formal, or can be any way? Before she could finish, Xia Mo's ears had turned crimson as she swiftly covered Xia Chan's mouth. Cheng Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. He too was uncertain, as his system, though boastful, unfortunately lacked the ability to articulate. The bedroom fell into a profound silence. In a warm glow of the lamp, an intimate atmosphere gradually enveloped the room. Xia Mo leaned against the edge of the bed, mechanically drying her hair with a towel, the slight biting of her lip revealing her nervousness. Cheng Zhuo felt a twinge of worry, not of rejection, but of failing to meet the system's resonance conditions. Xia Mo's demeanor carried an inherent cool detachment, yet emotions were core to the resonance. Meanwhile, Xia Chan's cheeks flushed softly. Even she, typically unreserved, now found her gaze evasive, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on her fair thigh. I'll go wash up first. Unable to withstand the charged silence, Cheng Zhuo decided to give the sisters a moment. Cold water cascaded over him, yet it could not extinguish the restlessness within his heart. Not long after, when he opened the door, he found the sisters sitting together at the head of the bed, their heads close together, seemingly in discussion, both their fair faces flushed. Upon hearing the door open, they both looked up simultaneously. Xia Mo's silver hair had dried halfway, cascading over her shoulders, and her clear eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance. In contrast, Xia Chan, who usually flaunted her boldness, panicked and abruptly pulled away from Xia Mo, burying her head in a nearby blanket like an ostrich. Xia Mo, however, did not shy away. She stood up gracefully, walking slowly to Cheng Zhuo, taking the towel from his hand, and then naturally stood on her tiptoes to help him dry his damp hair. A delicate fragrance wafted into his senses, causing Cheng Zhuo's heart to race uncontrollably. Xia Mo's slender fingers occasionally brushed against his ear, their cool touch betraying her earnestness. The distance that had once separated them now seemed almost non-existent. Cheng Zhuo lowered his head slightly, clearly feeling her warm, quickening breath, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest. A nervous tension enveloped them, yet it radiated a sense of boldness intertwined with courage. Unknowingly, Xia Mo drew closer. A fleeting glance through the wide neckline of her t-shirt revealed the delicate curves beneath, causing him to gulp involuntarily. As he instinctively raised his gaze, he met her expectant eyes. Xia Mo's lips were slightly pursed, her petite tongue grazing her rosy lip line, her balance wavering as she inadvertently stumbled into Cheng Zhuo's embrace. Reacting instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. The exquisite sensation beneath his palm, combined with the warmth of her body against him, ignited a surge of heat within him, causing his breath to deepen. She lifted her face, silvery strands of hair drifting back, her eyes fluttering closed. Her long lashes trembled like butterfly wings, her ears flushed crimson, yet she showed no sign of retreat. Instead, rising onto her toes, her arms encircled Cheng Zhuo's shoulders, the intent unmistakable. Chapter 48. The Enchantment of the RV, Part 2. Beneath the silvery tips of Xiaomo's hair. Her once cool complexion was now adorned with a gentle blush reminiscent of a sunset, captivating in its beauty. A delicate fragrance enveloped them. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Cheng Zhuo leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met softly, the touch tender and cool. Xiaomo shivered, her breath quickening. Her lashes fluttered violently, and after a prolonged moment, her body gradually softened in response. To Cheng Zhuo's surprise, her delicate arms instinctively wrapped around him. The girl's response was shy yet fervent, shifting from coolness to warmth, as though the very air around them had ignited with passion. Xiaochan, who had buried her head, seemed to sense something and instinctively shifted closer to the wall, leaving ample space between them. After a considerable time, Cheng Zhuo exhaled softly, tightening his grip around her waist, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Their lips parted, Xiaomo's chin still slightly raised, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if reluctant to part from that intoxicating connection. Only when she found herself suspended in the air did realization dawn upon her. Perhaps recalling the impending events, her previously rapid breathing came to an abrupt halt, and she clutched Cheng Zhuo's neck tightly, her body trembling slightly. The silvery strands of her hair cascaded down, brushing against Cheng Zhuo's arms, sending a tingling sensation through him, igniting his desire further. Xiaomo raised her delicate hand, pointing toward the ceiling. Cheng Zhuo understood immediately, turning off all the lights. Yet he did open the skylight's curtains, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade down, intertwining their shadows. The occasional sound of cans chasing strange beasts echoed outside the RV, while the terrified howls of these creatures only served to deepen the silence within, leaving only their synchronized breaths entwined in the moonlight. It was as if curiosity had taken hold. Xiaochan sensed the commotion and cautiously peeked her head out. Without Xiaomo, she saw nothing, only hearing indistinct sounds. Suddenly, with a rustle of fabric falling to the ground, the movement beside her ceased abruptly. Out of nowhere, Xiaochan felt an inexplicable heat wash over her, and in a panic, she buried her head under the cool quilt. Just then, a restrained voice from Cheng Zhuo reached her. "Little Chan, don't be an ostrich." Xiaochan froze for a moment, shaking her head vigorously. No. You all continue. I will disturb you." It seemed that there was a hint of intentionality in the way Xiaomo reached out, her delicate hand, lightly moist with perspiration, sought Xiaochan's wrist. In the next instant, Xiaochan was rendered speechless, her body tensing, unable to move. Moments later, perhaps due to the overly ambiguous atmosphere, even the wind outside quieted down. The air conditioning inside the RV was undoubtedly cool, yet a palpable warmth lingered in the air. Xiaochan timidly shifted her cover, daring to reveal only one blue eye. The sight illuminated by the moonlight left her momentarily stunned. The top muscles, seemingly chiseled from jade, exuded both sharpness and wildness, radiating an unsettling sense of aggression that made her heart race uncontrollably, almost leaping into her throat. In a flurry of panic, she retreated to the corner, wrapping herself into a little dumpling. Time seemed suspended in warm water, flowing slowly. The atmosphere within the RV gradually grew intoxicating. After a while, Cheng Zhuo's low voice, tinged with amusement, came through the quilt. "Little Chan, is it stuffy under there?" Xiaochan hurriedly shook her head. "Not stuffy. I'm not stuffy. I didn't hear anything." Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, a tremendous force suddenly yanked her and the quilt upwards. Xiaochan was abruptly lifted, still processing what had just happened when her cherry-red lips were sealed by a heavy breath. She stared wide-eyed in shock, her mismatched pupils reflecting the moonlight through the skylight. An unfamiliar sensation enveloped her, mingled with an electric thrill from her sister, rendering her powerless to resist, and she slowly shut her eyes. Night deepened further. The silver moonlight cast a tapestry of enticement. Xiaochan awoke to a chill on her skin, her fingers interlocked, realizing her t-shirt had vanished without her noticing. A cool breeze from the air conditioning blew against her skin, sending shivers through her. The emptiness startled her into full awareness. She bashfully attempted to escape, but was held down by an irresistible force. Cheng Zhuo's voice, warm and low, laced with teasing, whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Aren't you usually quite audacious?" Xiaochan's heart raced, casting a pleading glance at her sister beside her. Yet Xiaomo lay on her side, her silver hair strewn across the pillow, her eyes glimmering with an unfamiliar allure. Instead of helping, she looked on with an amused expression, as if to say, "It's your turn, let me rest." Xiaochan quickly covered her flushed face, unable to meet Cheng Zhuo's penetrating gaze. "Little Chan, are we not considering the uniform or the position?" Cheng Zhuo teased, tapping her nose playfully, "Always spreading your sister's words." No, Xiaochan hurriedly waved her hands. "Some of it is indeed my sister's idea, like what counts as one time and so on." Cheng Zhuo paused, casting a suspicious glance at Xiaomo. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo bit her lip lightly, revealing a hint of playful shyness, yet she showed no intention of denying it. Earlier, she had appeared somewhat bashful, but had now transformed into a fervent display, leading Cheng Zhuo to think it was merely a fleeting surge of courage. If what Xiaochan said were true, then the sister duo had their private moments, with Xiaomo being the more uninhibited one. What a surprise! The seemingly aloof and silent little flower harbored a playful spirit within. Turning to the now flustered and bashful Xiaochan, who had lost her usual spirited demeanor. Even her neck was flushed. Cheng Zhuo felt his interest peak. This shy side of the girl was a rare sight. The deep night in the wilderness felt interminable. The little can, exhausted from play, stuffed its mouth with a pile of source cores, scratching at the RV door, whining outside. After a while, its owner did not respond. The little can decided to huddle its source cores together, laying on the doorstep, and fell fast asleep. Cheng Zhuo, aware of its return, had no mind to open the door for it, nor did he even consider summoning the intelligent program to do so. His gaze was solely fixated on the gentle rise and fall of Xiaomo's silver hair, which captivated him. Having previously been intimate with both sisters, he knew they lacked the extraordinary healing abilities of Ruan Qinghe, unable to endure the somewhat outrageous physical intensity he possessed. Initially, he thought to let it be. Unexpectedly, Xiaomo took the initiative to tie up her flowing silver hair. It was the first time Cheng Zhuo had seen her with a ponytail. Admittedly, from that angle, if not for the difference in hair color, he might have struggled to distinguish between Xiaomo and Xiaochan. The girl's movements were clumsy yet gentle, and her occasionally uplifted, emotionally charged gaze made Cheng Zhuo marvel at the stark contrast between the two. When fatigue set in, she would pull the bashful Xiaochan, who was too shy to even open her eyes, to his sister. The previously aloof Xiaomo and the vivacious Xiaochan had both transformed into their own versions of pure and innocent maidens that night, one passionate, the other bashfully coy. Time slipped away, and eventually, the soft snores of the two exhausted sisters broke the silence. Cheng Zhuo carefully rose. Xiaomo lay nestled in his arms, her porcelain shoulder glistening like jade in the moonlight, her warm breath brushing against his chest, the gentle rise of her figure radiating a sense of tranquility. Xiaochan sprawled across half the bed, one leg draped over Cheng Zhuo's abdomen, her lips slightly parted, occasionally murmuring in her sleep, returning to her carefree demeanor. Cheng Zhuo cautiously extracted his arm, moving Xiaochan's delicate leg aside. Stepping quietly out of bed, he approached the door, retrieving the sleeping little can and tossing a pile of source cores into a space. The system automatically sorted and counted them. Cheng Zhuo glanced at the data, raising an eyebrow. 712 newly born source cores, 55 derived cores. This little creature had likely cleared the valley of all its resources. Ordinary source cores were merely crystallized energy. Once detached, their energy would rapidly diminish to a stable value and dissipate over time, making them generally not very valuable. First-tier ordinary source cores, apart from the dominant level, typically cost less than 100 city coins. Generally, they were utilized in small energy weapons or everyday machinery. This batch Cheng Zhuo held could likely fetch around 40,000. Adding in the high-priced biscuits and water he had sold earlier, his current funds were nearing 200,000. This did not even account for the source cards he kept for personal use. Who would have thought that just a week ago? He was a penniless wretch unable to scrape together 500 coins? Reflecting on it, he mused that he might very well be a savior for 90% of the newcomers. He couldn't help but smirk at the outrageous thought that perhaps each should give him a gratitude fee of 10 to 8,000, which would directly lead to financial freedom. After the dimensional realm underwent distortion, the growth of strange beasts was gradual. Cheng Zhuo had dealt with the BOSS on the first day of the distortion, effectively cutting off the source for the realm to strengthen further. Leaving the remaining beasts to maintain their current strength, their aggressiveness diminished by half. Of course, whether others acknowledged his actions as a form of salvation was another matter altogether. Amidst the vastness of talent, numerous promising newcomers, aided by supplementary cards and resources, are unafraid of first-tier aberrations. Perhaps some, possessing remarkable strength, might begrudge others for seizing the opportunity and prematurely vanquishing the BOSS. Disregarding such convoluted thoughts, Cheng Zhuo turned towards the kitchen, retrieving a can of chilled beer. With a crisp pop, he tilted his head back, the icy sensation invigorating him further. Subsequently, he reclined on the sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the air as he began to peruse the notifications he had previously dismissed. Your partner, Ruan Qinghe, harbors feelings of longing for you. Harmony value 5. Your partner, Ruan Qinghe, harbors feelings of longing for you. Harmony value 5. Your partner, Ruan Qinghe, is worried about you. Harmony value 10. Contract partner Ruan Qinghe's daily fortune has been dispensed. Both parties gain 1 agility. As he scrolled through the notifications, Cheng Zhuo unconsciously caressed the cool can, his brows knitting together. In such a short span of time, his harmony value had already reached 200. Aside from the 60 points contributed by Xia Mo and Xia Chan, the remainder was entirely composed of the harmony value triggered by Ruan Qinghe's longing. A sense of unease gripped Cheng Zhuo. That young girl, alone in the new house, must be quite anxious. He could almost envision her tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Unfortunately, in this novice's transcendent realm, one must remain for a full 7 days, irrespective of task completion, before they can depart. She should be able to see the notification of his BOSS kill. And if she does, perhaps her worries for her safety and that of her sisters will ease. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Zhuo continued to scroll down. Ding! Congratulations on achieving your first harmony with partner Xia Mo. Contract reward. 1 epic level blind core. Daily rewards for current contract partner Xia Mo have been unlocked. You and Xia Mo have completed your first harmony. Gene unlock rate 01. You and Xia Mo have completed 1 harmony. Harmony value 30. Random blind core 1. Harmony completed. Entering recharge state. Your stamina has been restored. Partner Xia Mo's daily fortune has been dispensed. Both parties gain 1 constitution. Upon reading Xia Mo's harmony notifications, a realization dawned upon Cheng Zhuo. No wonder he felt so invigorated after the prolonged efforts. It was indeed the energizing effect of Xia Mo. Stealing a glance towards the bedroom, his eyes fell upon Xia Mo's flawless form. Partner, Xia Mo, level 0, biological strength, 466, gene secondary unlock rate, 0102. Origin card, Beast Whisper F grade gray, origin skill, Dream Whisper Beast Control. Partner fortune, daily partner random attribute 1. Harmony effect recharge, quickly restores host stamina. Enhances stamina recovery speed within 12 hours. Harmony effect unlock. When harmony state is optimal, there's a chance to increase gene unlock rate. With the energizing effect of Xia Mo, I shall become a perpetual machine, Cheng Zhuo mused. Shifting his gaze, he observed Xia Chan, who was in a deep slumber, and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, except during intimate moments, was blissfully oblivious at all other times. Partner, Xia Chan, level 0, biological strength, 466, gene secondary unlock rate, 0102. Origin card, Petrifying Gaze F grade gray, origin skill, Petrifying Gaze. Partner fortune, daily partner random attribute 1. Harmony effect luck, temporarily doubles each other's luck. Lasting 2 hours, harmony effect unlock. When harmony state is optimal, there is a chance to increase gene unlock rate. Ah, splendid. The ability to temporarily double luck is quite remarkable. Henceforth, before opening any blind cores, I must engage in harmony with Xia Chan, he thought. As Xia Chan softly murmured in her sleep, she turned over, sprawled across the bed, her smooth skin illuminated by the moonlight, blissfully unaware that she had unwittingly become part of a nefarious scheme. Seizing the opportunity while the luck-doubling effect lingered, Cheng Zhuo retrieved the epic-level blind core he had just obtained from the partner contract rewards. May Xiachan bless me with 2 breathing meditation cards, he silently wished, releasing the origin and activating the blind core. Unlike the blind core hedgehogs that exclusively yielded breathing meditation cards, most blind cores have a random nature. Cheng Zhuo hoped to acquire at least 2 epic-level breathing meditation cards to set the sisters on their path to card cultivation. Whether it was the effect of doubled luck or Xiachan's blessing, the 2 epic-level blind cores indeed yielded 2 epic-level breathing meditation cards, one named Hunting Perception. The card's front featured a shimmering falcon pattern, while the back was adorned with scattered luminous particles that flickered gently with the flow of source power. Breathing Meditation Card. Hunting Perception. Quality. Epic Purple. Meditation Technique. Mark Echo. Effect. When activated, it constructs a source power simulated vision in the mind, generating a dynamic mark for nearly 2 hours. During the marking period, allied units approaching the marked target will automatically increase their speed by 15. Usage restriction. None. Description. A tracking secret technique created by mysterious hunter. Cheng Zhuo's eyes sparkled at the thought of the simulated vision on the card. He had previously discussed with Xiachan the possibility of installing cybernetic eyes, but she seemed reluctant, perhaps out of fear. Though this card doesn't perfectly complement her petrifying gaze, it would allow her to become less reliant on Xia Mo as her eyes, effectively addressing the issue of her blindness. The second card was named Abyssal Breath. The front depicted a colossal beast's shadow coiled within a dark purple abyss, and holding it gave Cheng Zhuo an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Breathing Meditation Card. Abyssal Breath. Quality. Epic Purple. Meditation Technique. Intimidation. Effect. When the breathing technique is activated, it can borrow pressure from the abyss, disrupting the target's source power control and inducing a state of chaos. Usage restriction. None. Description. A meditation technique inherited from ancient beast spirit priests, allowing hunters to gain an advantage in spirit during confrontations with aberrations. This card also serves as a commendable auxiliary skill, suitable for Xia Mo. While the meditation techniques of both cards can be considered average among epic-level cards, Cheng Zhuo is still intended for them to use them first. After all, breathing meditation cards are not meant for lifelong use. Superior options will emerge in the future to supersede them. He would no longer have to worry about financial constraints. Just as he stored the cards away, Cheng Zhuo suddenly heard movements from the bedroom, followed by the soft sound of bare feet gliding across the floor. Wrapped in a cream-colored blanket, Xia Mo emerged from the bedroom. She tiptoed, her silver hair tousled and cascading over her shoulders, exuding a hint of post-sleep languor as she approached Cheng Zhuo with her fair, slender legs. "Did I wake you?" Cheng Zhuo asked softly. Xia Mo shook her head, gently kneeling into Cheng Zhuo's embrace, nuzzling her chin against him like a kitten. He could distinctly smell the fragrance of her hair mingled with a subtle hint of her body scent, along with the faint blush still lingering on her skin, which extended from her cheeks to the spring light visible beyond the blanket. It was the charming allure unique to a young girl experiencing her first encounters. She seemed to have grown even more dependent on him, Cheng Zhuo thought, tightening his hold on her. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the blanket. Beneath the silky fabric lay her warm skin. The delicate sensation tugged at his throat, and unable to resist, his hand silently slipped beneath the blanket. Xia Mo softly sighed, her voice laced with the remnants of sleep. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, she slightly lifted her head, her glistening eyes meeting Cheng Zhuo's with a hint of curiosity and anticipation, as if asking, "Are you thinking of something?" Chapter 51. Xia Mo's thoughts unable to resist her captivating gaze, Cheng Zhuo leaned in for a kiss. It was only when a sense of breathlessness overcame him that he slowly released her. His fingertips gently brushed against her lips, which glistened from the kiss. And in a husky voice, he said, "Allow yourself a few days to recover. We shall address matters upon returning home." Xia Mo raised her smooth chin slightly, her lips pressed together as if savoring the moment. Upon hearing Cheng Zhuo's words, a spark of uncharacteristic vivacity flickered in her dark eyes, reminiscent of a kitten that had pilfered a treat, quietly twirling in delight. This playful charm piqued Cheng Zhuo's curiosity. It seemed that this young lady concealed many undiscovered facets of her personality. Suddenly, Xia Mo struggled to rise, clutching the cream-colored blanket around her and cautiously pulling up its sagging edge to conceal herself. She then tiptoed, her delicate, pale feet gliding across the floor toward the other side of the hall where a silver-gray medical pod stood, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Glancing back at Cheng Zhuo, she pointed at the pod, revealing a hint of shyness. Cheng Zhuo recalled certain abilities associated with medical pods, and his eyes brightened. Have you seen the functions of the medical pod? Yes, Xia Mo replied softly, opening the pod's door and slipping inside. As the door closed, a soft blue light emanated from the edges of the pod, flickering with a faint glow. Moments later, Xia Mo emerged, her feet rosy and radiant. Cheng Zhuo leaned back on the sofa, wearing a teasing smile that suggested he found her thoughts quite amusing. Xia Mo, noticing his expression, shyly shot him a glance before biting her lower lip, a hint of allure in her eyes as she tossed her hair, allowing the blanket to fall. Slowly, she gathered her hair into a ponytail. Cheng Zhuo swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the approaching vision of perfection. The silver sheen truly captivated him. Indeed, Xia Chan has been quite wronged. In the bedroom, Xia Chan curled up in a corner, occasionally plugging her ears, only to be unable to resist peeking. She mumbled incessantly. How embarrassing. This little girl has no sense of shame at all. How infuriating. I secretly strive to become a super hunter. Does it make you jealous? Who dares? I would too. But, alas, I do not have the courage. What good is shouting so loudly? I can't even speak properly. Why am I so hot? The living room should be cooler. I'm just stepping out for some fresh air. Outside the RV, the night deepened and the wind grew stronger. Amidst the alluring atmosphere inside the vehicle, Cheng Zhuo had almost lost track of how many notifications he had received from the system. When he finally awakened, a piercing beam of light streamed through the gap in the skylight. He heard soft sounds of slumber beside him. Cheng Zhuo remained still, first checking the gains from the previous night. His harmony value had reached 557. He had randomly acquired 8 more blind cores, but did not rush to open them. When he checked the gene unlocking rate, he was astonished to see a 0.5. Recalling the timeline, it seemed there was a particular event he had encountered. Time passed, and they did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Cheng Zhuo retrieved the epic-level meditation card he had prepared. Xia Chan's mouth formed an A shape, her fingers flipping the card back and forth. This is to help us merge? Cheng Zhuo nodded, affirming, indeed. Epic level? That's worth millions. We should sell it and become rich. Xia Chan exclaimed, her breathing quickening with excitement. Cheng Zhuo lightly tapped her forehead, his tone a mix of affection and exasperation. You little money grubber, this is for the two of you to merge. If you truly wish to sell something, it would be better to sell this RV. It's worth far more than these 2 cards. Xia Chan instinctively glanced around the spacious RV, her cheeks flushing suddenly as she waved her hands. That cannot be sold. After a moment, she lowered her head and added, we lack potential. Using this card would be a waste. Have you forgotten what I told you? Cheng Zhuo pinched her cheek. As long as you perform like you did last night, a second awakening will come swiftly. Really? Xia Chan's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course. Meanwhile, Xia Mo had returned to her usual calm demeanor. She tightened her grip on Xia Chan's hand, understanding their shared purpose. We must grow stronger so that we do not become a burden to Brother Zhuo in times of danger, and perhaps we can even assist him. Xia Chan paused, looking back at Cheng Zhuo. Her face flushed as she leaned closer to whisper, Sister asked me to thank you and said. You may guess what she said. I cannot write it, as it would have to go through review. How could such innocent words be deemed inappropriate? After speaking, she winked at Cheng Zhuo, settled into a cross-legged position, and, imitating Xia Mo, placed her fingertips on the card's surface, slowly closing her eyes. What a little imp. Cheng Zhuo smiled indulgently. He found it difficult to discern whether Xia Chan was being playful or truly conveying Xia Mo's sentiments. After some time, while Cheng Zhuo was engrossed in exploring the RV's functions, he was distracted by the distant roar of engines. He hurried to the window and gazed outside. 6 black single-person hover vehicles were rapidly approaching from the edge of the wasteland, their faint blue exhaust trails casting shadows on the ground, surrounding the RV in mere seconds. Which guild's members are you? Come out and chat. A harsh voice called from outside. Among the hover bikes, a tall, slender man with a somewhat raspy voice was persistently shouting. Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow, intending to step out and investigate the situation. In front of the vehicle stood 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, all possessing at least B-level potential. 2 were examining his gravity body, while the others focused on the RV. One familiar face among them made Cheng Zhuo chuckle in disbelief. Could it be that fate had brought him face to face with Zhao Shisheng once more? His gaze swept over the insignia on the combat suits, confirming it was indeed the lightning emblem of the Thunder Guild. Upon seeing Cheng Zhuo emerge, Zhao Shisheng displayed a moment of surprise. He leaned closer to a white youth at the forefront and whispered something to him. "Cheng Zhuo, is it?" The tall man with the raspy voice called out, his mechanical eye glowing red. "Is there someone else in the vehicle? Get them out." As soon as he finished speaking, he disdainfully spat. "Damn, there are so many useless newbies this year." His left eye had a detector, likely possessing a similar function to cybernetic eyes that could access publicly available information. However, the network within the wasteland was not synchronized. The information he possessed was from before entering the wasteland. Cheng Zhuo felt slightly displeased. It seemed he would have to spend some money to shield public information next time, as he constantly felt exposed. The system scans primarily analyzed biological functions and could not determine the identities of others. Among the 6 individuals, 3 were A-level newcomers with biological body strengths all around 20, while the other 3 were B-level, around 17 or 18. Judging by their weapons and equipment, this team was among the top-tier groups within the newcomer circle. "Speak your purpose," Cheng Zhuo said, ignoring the tall man's taunts and directing his gaze towards the white youth leading the group. The youth crossed his arms, wearing sunglasses, his demeanor haughty. Based on Zhao Shisheng's attitude towards him, he was likely the team leader. Cheng Zhuo's voice grew serious. "If you have nothing to say, then leave." "Hey, you arrogant little brat. You think you're invincible just because you have some serum during the newbie phase?" The tall man retorted, unsheathing a subtly glowing long knife and pointing it at Cheng Zhuo. "Do you believe I couldn't easily take you down? Let us speak civilly," the white youth interjected, pressing down on the tall man's blade, a smirk playing on his lips. "We mean no harm. We simply want to ask a few questions. That vehicle of yours, you acquired it within the wasteland, didn't you? In the novice realm. Is it possible to obtain such a high-grade material card?" After a brief pause, he pointed to the gravitational vehicle parked on the other side. "Is this vehicle like that mech, also from Huangfu Bai? What does it matter to you?" Cheng Zhuo retorted casually. The lanky fellow, infuriated, was about to explode, but was met with a resounding slap to the face from the Caucasian youth. His expression darkened, exuding a menacing aura as if he were ready to kill at any moment. The lanky one staggered back 2 steps, a visible blood streak appearing on his left cheek. Clearly terrified of the Caucasian youth, he covered his face and dared not utter a word, directing a sinister glare at Cheng Zhuo, as if blaming him for the beating he had just received. "I apologize, my subordinate lacks understanding." The Caucasian youth spoke with an apologetic tone, although there was no hint of sincerity in his voice. His gaze swept over the RV and the mech, ultimately resting on Cheng Zhuo. "Allow me to inquire further. The hint from the novice realm indicates that the BOSS has been slain. We have received information that it is nearby. Do you know who I killed?" Before he could finish, Cheng Zhuo blurted out, "There is nothing to hide. Surely the outside world is aware." As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from across the way, except for Zhao Shisheng and the Caucasian youth. Everyone else regarded Cheng Zhuo with expressions of disbelief. The 2 women laughed so hard they nearly doubled over. "Is it amusing?" The Caucasian youth surveyed the group with a cold stare, and the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. "Have you forgotten? His captain is S rank." He indicated towards the gravitational vehicle. "Do you think that recently mutated blind corpse can continuously shield all gravitational vehicles?" Several team members were rendered speechless by his remark, although it appeared he was defending himself. Cheng Zhuo understood that this was merely his arrogant delusion. As expected, he turned his head, revealing a superior demeanor, slightly raising his chin. "I am Molo, a prospective S-rank newcomer of the Thunder Guild. You do not belong to a guild, do you? We have a base in Anxi Town. Refer me to Huangfu Bai, and I can arrange a contract for you." He paused, attempting to appear generous. "How about an E-rank attendant contract?" Cheng Zhuo pointed towards a valley, where Huangfu Bai resided in a fortress. Upon finishing his words, he turned and walked back to the RV, unwilling to engage further with this individual. Seeing his rude demeanor, Molo's face instantly darkened like a scorpion's sting. "Boss, look, twins, your favorites." The lanky one timidly leaned towards Molo's ear, pointing at the window of the battlefield RV and whispering. Molo's expression momentarily faltered as his gaze darted towards the window. His eyes widened in astonishment. 2 beautiful sisters, one cool and aloof, the other lively and spirited, their pure and alluring faces peering out from the window, creating an exquisite scene that was impossible to look away from. He took a step forward, but his arm was suddenly restrained by Zhao Shisheng, who pressed his voice down. Captain, this kid is not to be trifled with. He possesses a first-tier beast pet, and the legendary meditation card I mentioned yesterday is his doing. Is it him? Molo squinted, casting a glance at the now empty window where the sisters had been, revealing a flicker of impatience. He abruptly shook off Zhao Shisheng, displaying a hint of disdain. So what? Zhao, your courage has truly dwindled to that of a coward. The lanky one scoffed. I wondered why this kid's name sounded so familiar. Turns out you were the one who got beaten up by him? Ha ha. Have you forgotten how many first-tier exotic beasts we killed on the way? With so many high-tier auxiliary cards after your contract, are you still afraid of first-tier beast pet? Zhao Shisheng's expression changed. The first-tier exotic beasts on the road were defeated by their combined efforts. Anyone attempting to face them alone would surely meet their demise. Moreover, even if they had enhanced their cards, could Cheng Zhuo's gravitational vehicle and this formidable-looking war machine be mere decorations? He wanted to retort, but swallowed his words. Silently stepping back, every word reached Cheng Zhuo's ears. He abruptly halted, commanding AI to close all doors and windows of the battlefield RV before slowly turning around. The long spear, Lone Star, materialized in an instant, its glinting tip aimed directly at Molo's throat. Take one more step forward, and you shall die. Chapter 53. Ascension, do not be so agitated. Molo raised his lips slightly, shrugging his shoulders. The city-state strictly prohibits hunters from harming one another. We are civilized individuals. I am a wilderness hunter, Cheng Zhuo replied flatly. Molo was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. I have no interest in bullying an F-rank cripple, nor do I wish to offend an S-rank nobleman, though he may not regard you as significant. As he spoke, he blatantly cast a greedy glance at the RV. Raising a finger, 1 million. How about you deliver those two to me? Not satisfied? Noticing Cheng Zhuo's silence, Molo raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of a maniacal grin. How about 2 million? I have several pairs outside. You can choose one, what do you say? The moment his words fell, he was met with a vibrating tip of a spear. Molo's figure flickered, narrowly avoiding the strike, and he retreated several steps. Boss, Captain. The others rushed forward, but Molo raised a hand to halt them, saying hold on. He narrowed his slanted eyes, smirking. It seems Huang Fu Bai is indeed generous. Your body strength must have exceeded 20, right? The lanky one paused, quickly activating the detector, and upon seeing a green glow, he looked at Molo in astonishment. Captain, be careful. This kid's rating is close to 25. It's even slightly higher than yours. Huh? Molo scoffed, his fingertips crackling with electricity. Kashi, the essence is the manifestation of power, biological strength. That is the concern of the weak. With that, he stomped the ground, shattering the stones beneath his feet. His entire right arm crackled with electricity, launching a plasma-fisted strike towards Cheng Zhuo. Keet, D. In that instant, Molo appeared almost like a phantom. The next moment, Molo's sinister smile froze on his face as he looked down in disbelief. The spear had effortlessly penetrated his electric shield, piercing through his chest, and he could feel blood gushing forth from the wound. How is this possible? His voice trembled, filled with incredulous terror. In an electrified state, not only did his attacks carry electric energy, but his speed also doubled. How could a mere drug-enhanced waste be faster than him? Boss! The lanky one shouted in panic. Without a second thought, he swung his long knife, unleashing a pale blue blade shadow several meters long, the blade wind carrying source power, aimed directly at Cheng Zhuo's head. Another bespectacled man pushed forward, frantically unleashing green vines that slithered like snakes. Let our captain go. 2 female team members raised a blue-glowing rifle and summoned a massive red wolf almost their height. Within a flash, except for Zhao Shisheng, all 4 launched an attack against Cheng Zhuo. The 4 strikes reached him almost simultaneously, sealing off all avenues for his escape. Yet in the next moment, everyone froze in place. Their attacks had not even grazed the hem of Cheng Zhuo's clothing. In that instant, Cheng Zhuo effortlessly launched Molo into the air, leaping off the ground and gracefully dodging their assaults. Damn, I knew that legendary breathing meditation card was anything but simple. Zhao Shisheng instinctively took a few steps back. Fear etched on his face as he witnessed Cheng Zhuo's bizarre transformation. Cheng Zhuo's previously modest height of around 185 meters seemed to grow visibly, dark dragon scales rapidly spreading over his body, completely enveloping him. His crimson vertical pupils lacked any warmth, resembling a humanoid beast of ferocity. With a resounding thud, Mo Luo's body was violently slammed back to the ground by a long spear, sending shards of stone flying and creating a pit several meters wide in the sandy terrain. The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible to Zhao Shisheng, even from a distance of several meters. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and fear compelled him to flee back to the hovering vehicle, his trembling hands nearly unable to turn the power valve. After considerable effort, he finally managed to pivot the vehicle, only to be frozen in terror the moment he looked up. Before him stood a peculiar creature, resembling both a black tiger and a Kylan, tilting its head curiously at the hovering motorcycle beneath it. In its maw, it clutched the throat of a red giant wolf, belonging to a fallen teammate, which hung limply, clearly lifeless. How could a mere turn of his body result in the demise of that formidable blood wolf, which had already approached the first tier? Zhao Shisheng felt a shiver run down his spine as he slowly raised his hands in a gesture of non-threat. Suddenly, he heard a few muffled grunts behind him, followed by a deep, raspy voice. "Young Master Zhao, where are you going?" Zhao Shisheng's body went rigid, and he forgot how to breathe. He slowly turned around to meet a pair of cold, glimmering vertical pupils. Cheng Zhuo stood there like an embodiment of death, his spear poised over the slender figure still groaning beneath him. The other three had long since collapsed in a pool of blood, their breaths extinguished. "Zhao, brother Zhao, save me," the slender figure pleaded in terror and agony. Only now did he remember to call for help. Wasn't he just referring to Zhao as old heir? For some inexplicable reason, a thought of deserved retribution flashed through Zhao Shisheng's mind. With a swift motion, Cheng Zhuo flicked the spear, allowing the slender figure to slide down. He then advanced with an air of nonchalance, his spiked feet trampling carelessly over the ground. The sound of bones snapping was jarringly loud as the slender figure's neck was crushed underfoot, the final tremors abruptly ceasing. Cheng Zhuo continued his stride, arriving at the rocky pit where Mo Luo lay like a puddle of mud, a gaping wound in his chest oozing blood, his moans reduced to incoherent syllables. He could not fathom the existence of such a powerful newcomer. Was it reasonable? In his next life, he should remember to humbly accept the advice of his teammates and not covet twins. Cheng Zhuo murmured softly, extending his hand with the spear. The shot rang out, utterly breaking Zhao Shisheng. He fell to his knees, the gravel biting into his skin as he trembled, stammering for mercy. "Cheng, brother Cheng, I haven't really paid much attention to Su Wan Tung since our last encounter, and I've never touched her. She's of no importance to me anymore." Cheng Zhuo replied coldly. "I had no intention of attacking you just now. Can you spare my life?" "Don't beg," Cheng Zhuo interrupted, shedding his dragon-like demeanor. "If you were in my position, would you let me go?" Zhao Shisheng paused, realizing he held the lives of 5 high-potential newcomers in his hands. He too would never allow a witness to escape. After a moment, he sighed despondently. "If I said that even if I leave, I wouldn't report you, would you believe me? What do you think?" Cheng Zhuo had no deep-seated enmity with Zhao Shisheng. The matter concerning Su Wantung was primarily her issue. Without Zhao Shisheng, there would still be Li Shisheng and Wang Shisheng. If blame were to be assigned, it would be more fitting to seek it from your captain below ground. Cheng Zhuo cast a glance at Zhao Shisheng's lifeless body, muttering softly before turning to begin tallying his spoils. To be cautious, he only took the cards and source cores from the packages of the fallen, discarding them into the system space after confirming the absence of any markers. As for the 6 bodies, he left none behind, activating his mech to reduce them to rubble. Once his companion confirmed that no creatures remained in the vicinity, he swiftly maneuvered the battlefield vehicle away from the scene. In the following days, Cheng Zhuo hunted alongside his companion during the day and reveled with the 2 women at night. For reasons unknown, although Xiao Shanshan became exceedingly shy during intimate moments, she insisted on participating every time her sister did. It simply could not be omitted. Under the efforts of the 2 women and the longing and concern of Ruan Qinghe, on the eve of their departure from the Sujia, Cheng Zhuo successfully accumulated a total of 5,000 harmony points. Congratulations! Your hidden source necromancy has been promoted to the 1st tier. Congratulations, you have unlocked the 1st tier source auxiliary technique, Necromancer Assistant. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary spell card, Necromancer Shift. Chapter 54, New partner quota. After a prolonged moment of breath, Cheng Zhuo released the delicate hand of Xia Mo, allowing her to languidly recline against the cushion once more. He too lay back, panting heavily. In the next instant, a chilling sensation surged from his chest, rapidly coursing through his meridians and enveloping his entire body. The harmony effect from Xia Mo indeed felt somewhat like a cheat. After a brief interval, Xia Chan curled up like a small cat, resting her head on Cheng Zhuo's arm, and sweetly asked, "Brother Zhuo, we can return tomorrow, right?" "Yes, by noon tomorrow," Cheng Zhuo replied. A glimmer of joy spread across Xia Chan's face. "That's wonderful. Sister King, he must be terribly worried. These past few days have been so wild. Every time I think of her alone at home, I feel a twinge of guilt." Cheng Zhuo playfully tapped her nose. "And what about you? Your sister just finished." Xia Chan's cheeks flushed. Having just expressed her guilt, it felt somewhat inappropriate. Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow, then let us rest. With that, he deliberately closed his eyes. After a considerable pause, a soft, tickling sensation coursed through him, followed by a warm softness against his chest. He opened his eyes slightly to find Xia Chan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Zhuo lightly pecked her lips, smiling indulgently. "Are you worried about being left behind in progress by your sister? It's perfectly fine if it happens once or twice. Don't overexert yourself." "Well, it's not all like that," Xia Chan murmured. "Mainly it feels nice, and in these days both sister and I have clearly felt ourselves becoming stronger. Brother, look." As she spoke, she raised her arm, devoid of any excess flesh, flexing her bicep into a small mound. "Not bad. Let me test its effectiveness." Slow down." In the stillness of the night, Cheng Zhuo leaned against the kitchen bar, chewing on a piece of compressed biscuit haphazardly. The charging effect from Xia Mo was indeed overwhelming, but the side effects were equally pronounced. He grew hungry at an alarming rate. After swallowing a few bites of the biscuit, he twisted open a can of cold beer, the refreshing sensation coursing down his throat, finally alleviating his hunger pangs. After a brief respite, he opened the system panel to examine the changes following his promotion. Master, Cheng Zhuo Realm, 0th tier, 1221. Source card, F tier gray, breathing meditation technique. Demon Dragon's Breath source technique. Summon the cat infant of the burial dunes, 016. Source card 2, S tier red hidden necromancy. Source technique, corpse summon, necromancer assistant. Gene second unlock rate, 27. Strength, 57. Agility, 53. Mentality, 128. Constitution, 54. Luck, 28. Biological body strength rating, 659. Number of partners, 34. Harmony points, 5025. Daily random blind core, 6. Collectible after each harmony. Blind core exchange. Epic blind core 10. 000. Legendary blind core 100. 000. System functions. Body detection. Mimetic function. Space. The main text following the panel won't be displayed if there are significant changes. I will screenshot and place it at the end of the chapter. Please point out any issues or omissions. The enhancement of necromantic sources significantly elevated his mental attributes. After officially advancing, his strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 40 points, while his mentality surged by 60. Coupled with the improvements brought about by the advancement of his source and the daily random attributes from the three women, his five-dimensional attributes had seen considerable enhancement compared to when he first entered the Sujia. Now, even unarmed, he could easily contend with the blind corpses. Cheng Zhuo murmured softly to himself, his fingertips gliding down to rest on the newly added mimicry feature. This function had the capability to simulate bodily strength, which was indeed fortuitous. He was troubled by how to explain the astonishing surge in his bodily strength to 659 after stepping outside. Such an outrageous enhancement would inevitably arouse suspicion that he had acquired forbidden objects. It is known that any association with the term forbidden would trigger a thorough investigation by the city-state, even for a mere scrap of paper. Not to mention, his mysterious and immortal forbidden object was clearly not of legitimate origin. Without hesitation, Cheng Zhuo promptly reverted his rating from 659 back to 268. The strength he had after defeating the BOSS. If questioned, he would simply state that it was a drop from the BOSS, as the peculiarities of aberrations had historically yielded an array of bizarre items. He raised an eyebrow in exasperation, for the blind corpse had yielded nothing but a first-tier source nucleus. He could only hope that the rewards from the lighthouse would provide something of substance when he emerged. For the past few days, he had been traversing the wasteland in his vehicle, hunting, compared to the colossal corpses near the BOSS Valley. Other areas had noticeably fewer and weaker aberrations. However, with his battlefield RV, he traveled swiftly. After several days, he had amassed over 3,000 first-tier source nuclei and held a collection of low-tier source cards. Among these, the most valuable were the cards he had scavenged from the 6 members of Moro, including 9 epic-level cards, 6 weapon cards, 2 support cards, and 1 supply card. It was no surprise that the top rookie team of the major consortium boasted an epic-level weapon card for each member, all unrestricted by tier. Apart from some consumable supply cards, Cheng Zhuo had no intention of using the other cards, especially the epic ones, which were scarce in the market. Should the Lei Ting Guild discover them, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. He planned to store them in his space for a while, waiting for the storm to pass before seeking out some shady dealers in the wilderness to dispose of them. Having sorted through these thoughts, Cheng Zhuo's gaze finally fell upon the card he received as a reward for his advancement. Undead Teleportation Card. Quality: Legendary Orange. Effect: allows manipulation of corpses within a certain range. Sharing Vision. The stronger the mental attribute, the farther the control distance. When the controller faces life-threatening danger, can expend 30 points of mental attribute to create a false self-detonation for teleportation. Usage restriction: requires the original source of undead summoning. Cannot be used across domains. Fusion Type. Description: a technique from ancient undead for substituting life. Wish to kill an undead mage? First, ascertain how many undead he can summon. This was a divine card. This was Cheng Zhuo's immediate thought. This meant that with the presence of an undead summoning body, he now possessed 4 lives. Of course, the awkward aspect of this ability was that he needed to summon the corpse an hour in advance to utilize it. Currently, he was unable to maintain the summoned body for an extended period. Once he reached the 3rd tier, he could contract a little skeleton or something similar to keep in a safe house for emergencies. However, what to do with the additional contracts? Leaning back on the sofa, Cheng Zhuo stared at the column displaying the number of potential partners, 34, and found himself in a quandary. The number of partners he could contract after ascending had increased by 1. Who should he choose? The system required genuine feelings for partners, and he could not settle for someone casually. He also had to consider the desires of the 3 women. Yet, he needed to elevate his realm swiftly and could not afford to be overly sentimental. The next day at noon, under the scorching sun, the Old Hunter Tavern in the outer city of Xingtai was bustling far beyond its usual capacity. Oily wooden tables were pushed aside, and the space once reserved for dancing was filled to the brim with people, while a few excited gamblers and drunks leaned against the bar, their gazes fixated on the holographic screen at the center. The countdown for the closure of the market was glaringly red, with the numbers ticking down second by second. The dancers had forgotten to solicit customers, occasionally rising on their toes to glance at the screen. Many in the tavern placed bets on Hunter rankings and Team P. At the forefront of the crowd, Cheng Qingshan clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes glued to the screen, glancing left to check the countdown and right at the real-time ranking of the strongest rookie. Beside him, several witnesses to his bet of 1,000 on Cheng Zhuo were silently rooting for the second-ranked rookie, despite the fact that the competitor hailed from Guangming City. 100,000. How could this boastful old drunkard possibly win? Unfortunately, the rankings provided by Lingzi lacked detailed statistics, such as points or kill counts. Had they known the disparity between the top 2, they likely would have given up entirely. In truth, Cheng Qingshan regretted his impulsive bet of 1,000 on the strongest rookie after a heated argument with old Fayard at the tavern. Upon returning home, he felt a wave of remorse. That money was meant for his daughter's tuition, and it was his wife, Wang Xiaolin, who had scolded him for his foolishness. The tuition had not been paid, and Wang Xiaolin had thrown a fit, declaring that life could not go on like this. Yet that very night, he stumbled upon explosive news. F-tier rookie Cheng Zhuo had slain a mutated BOSS. Chapter 55. The strongest rookie Cheng Qingshan was suddenly filled with a glimmer of hope. He believed his son had encountered some fortuitous event. However, a quick internet search revealed that the leader of Cheng Zhuo's team, who had been in a state of concealment, was an S-tier rookie who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Most people online speculated that it was the S-tier Huang Fu by who bore the brunt of the damage, while Cheng Zhuo had merely reaped the spoils. This revelation extinguished the flicker of hope that Cheng Qingshan had just begun to nurture. $1,000. How many days of beer would that cost him? Before long, however, the discussions online shifted direction. Cheng Zhuo maintained his position as the top individual, while his team, dubbed Divine Initiation, held the title of the leading rookie team. Yet, within that team, Huang Fubai and an E-tier named Li Mo had fallen out of the top 1,000 since the very first night. People began to question the legitimacy of an F-tier rookie rising to the rank of best rookie solely by virtue of a downgraded gravity body mech. Why the S-tier Huang Fubai made no significant moves, until a trending post on the Guangming City official website surfaced, revealing the answer. The post was titled, "The strongest rookie is actually an exiled F-tier. Are lower tiers unworthy of legendary cards?" The content detailed the events following Cheng Zhuo's hunt in B City. He had obtained a legendary level breathing meditation card from the Porcupine Lord, only to be taken away by the Xing Tai Hunter Bureau. His contract was blacklisted by Xing Tai City, and he chose to contract with Hongshi Town, where he was selected into the team by Huang Fubai to slay the BOSS, thus securing the title of strongest rookie. Upon reading this post, many citizens who had witnessed the live broadcast recalled the incident and confirmed the authenticity of Guangming City's trending post. The citizens of Xing Tai City erupted in outrage. I watched the live broadcast that day. Cheng Zhuo's beast pet completely overwhelmed that B-tier loser, forcing someone out of the city without voluntarily surrendering a legendary breathing meditation card. This is what the so-called Democratic Freedom City-State stands for. Have you ever seen a democratic and free era that divides people by strength into ranks? I think the city-state acted correctly, an F-tier waste utilizing a legendary meditation card. Even at the pinnacle of first tier, such high-tier cards should be entrusted to higher-tier hunters to protect more people. Why should that matter? I'm out here in the outer city, struggling to survive. Does the end of the world concern me? The one protecting us has always been the Lighthouse. Never some so-called high-tier hunters. Without high-tier hunters, could you have survived this long? Without high-tier hunters, we'd be the ones living in the inner city. And how do you know he can achieve a second awakening? Living in the outer city with uncertainty, and still preaching the city's righteousness? We have lost the honor of the best rookie without justification. Doesn't the Xing Tai City Hunter Bureau owe us an explanation? Xing Tai Cheng Lai Su Zhong Su. Which law do you use to prohibit Cheng Zhuo from contracting within the city? Such a fierce competition over the strongest newcomer. One might think he has become the most formidable Abyss Hunter. How can you be so sure he won't become the strongest Abyss Hunter in the future? Forget about being the strongest Abyss Hunter. If he can survive in the Abyss, I would dare to eat feces while standing on my head. Screenshot taken. The countdown in Su Jie continued to tick silently. At this moment, the hunters and victims within Su Jie were entirely oblivious to the fray occurring outside. The countdown displayed on the revelation was steadily approaching zero. Everyone waited in silence. Meanwhile, outside Boss Valley, on a patch of sandy gravel, a faint sound emerged from beneath the rubble. Shortly after, fragments of stone began to rise, slowly outlining a human form. As the debris fell away and the dust settled, it revealed Zhao Shishang's bare body. Damn, I made it just in time. If I'd been trapped here, I would have been doomed to eternal darkness. Zhao Shishang gasped for breath, his voice trembling with the relief of having survived. He raised his hand to his chest, where an epic disposable support card, the Abyss Tian Sure card, was supposed to be embedded. Crafted by his grandfather specifically for him, it utilized the Abyss Tian Sure to blend his body with the earth and stone, creating a decoy to confuse his adversaries. His origin was still relatively low, and it took him a considerable amount of time to reconstruct his body. What a pity! The Abyss Tian Sure his grandfather worked so hard to obtain is now gone. How could an F-level being be so powerful? He muttered to himself, cold sweat gradually forming on his back. At that moment, a sharp metallic hum suddenly echoed from behind him. Zhao Shishang's heart skipped a beat, and his hair stood on end. It was a gravity entity. He instinctively wanted to flee, but his feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move. He could only stiffly turn around and watch two dark silver shadows rush out of the valley, blocking his escape route. Zhao Shishang's face turned pale. However, upon seeing the damaged cockpit and the missing helmet, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't Cheng Zhuo, the harbinger of death, although he could very well be nearby. If he could just hold on for another 2 or 3 minutes, he would be safe. He quickly donned his clothes. The gravity entity's Huang Fubai tossed him his standard combat suit, and then inquired, "How long have you been here? Do you know who killed the aberration boss?" Halfway through putting on his attire, Zhao Shishang paused. So, what Cheng Zhuo said was true. He really did kill the boss. Moreover, it might not even be related to the Huangfu by in front of him, though it didn't seem that strange. Such a being of that caliber, the scarlet vertical pupil in front of him flickered and vanished, causing Zhao Shishang to shudder involuntarily. I don't know. A little over 10 minutes later, on Happiness Road in District 12, Cheng Zhuo hurriedly led Xia Mo and Xia Chan toward a hotel. Brother Zhuo, are we going home? Xia Chan asked, glancing back at the increasingly distant Happiness community with surprise. The entrance is definitely crowded with people. We want to be going back for now. Cheng Zhuo did not pause, glancing at her. His voice was soft. Reporters, guild members, and even those from the Lai Su Zone Shu. If we return, we will only be surrounded. After a brief pause, he added, I have already sent a message to Qinghe. She will avoid those people and come find us. The trio circumvented the crowd and checked into a relatively luxurious hotel. A moment later, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. It's me. As Cheng Zhuo opened the door, a girl flew into his arms, her soft arms tightly wrapping around his waist, her voice trembling slightly. I missed you so much. I was so worried about you. Chapter 56. This isn't watching a movie. Cheng Zhuo's palm rested firmly on the girl's delicate back, and he could distinctly feel her trembling. It was not fear. It was the culmination of prolonged worry, finally finding an outlet. It's all right. Everything is fine. Cheng Zhuo gently reassured her. After a while, Ruan Qinghe slowly lifted her head, her eyes slightly red, looking skeptically toward Cheng Zhuo's back. Where are they? In the next room, Cheng Zhuo gestured with a slight smile. Xia Chan said to let you go solo first. Ruan Qinghe, he took a step back, glancing to the right. Indeed, she caught sight of Xia Chan's suppressed laughter, quickly retreating from the neighboring doorway. Ruan Qinghe, his cheeks flushed, and she closed the door behind her. As she turned, her gaze met Cheng Zhuo's smiling eyes, igniting an even deeper blush on her ears. Yet, she displayed no hint of shyness. Taking a deep breath, she stood on her tiptoes, her fingers gently tugging at Cheng Zhuo's collar, pulling him down slightly. Cheng Zhuo complied, lowering his head, and their lips met in a warm embrace. The kiss was fervent and profound, as if she wished to devour the person she had longed for. All the pent-up emotions of longing, worry, and grievance found release in that moment. She leaped lightly into Cheng Zhuo's arms, and he turned with grace, leaning against the wall. I still think Qinghe's voice is delightful. Xia Chan pressed against the wall, eavesdropping for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at her sister. Unlike you, who can't help but shout out what you can't say, little yellow person. Xia Mo remained silent, her fingers gliding over her wristwatch. In the next moment, Xia Chan's voice erupted in a series of uncontrollable tremors within the room. When did you film this? Xia Chan exclaimed in horror, glancing back. The image clearly depicting her, though her face was not visible. The skin is so fair, the waist so slim, the bottom so round. No, wait. This isn't watching a movie. You scoundrel. Xia Chan shrieked, attempting to snatch Xia Mo's wristwatch. How could I have filmed it myself? I wasn't even conscious at the time. Delete it, hurry. Not even offline works. Delete it. Upon seeing Xia Mo completely erase the video, Xia Chan finally let out a deep sigh of relief, turning to glare at her. It's all your fault for always showing me those new films. Otherwise, how could I have filmed something like this? More than an hour later, the three girls finally gathered together, inevitably exchanging warm greetings and playful banter. With Xia Chan acting as the lively little trumpet, the tales of Cheng Zhuo and Guan Guan's exploits in Su Jie quickly circulated with animated chatter. While the three chatted, Cheng Zhuo leaned against the side, opening his wristwatch. He had received numerous delayed messages over the past few days from his father and brother Cheng Mo, as well as from teachers and classmates, alongside several invitations from guilds. His drunken father's messages from a few days prior were filled with exasperation, scolding him for seeking death in Su Jie. Later, the tone shifted to one of concern, urging him to give it his all, just like in school, aiming for first place. By today, the messages after exiting Su Jie transformed into those of the world's most caring father, insisting that he bring along 3 daughters-in-law for a celebratory banquet. Cheng Mo's messages were filled with admiration, urging him to spare some time to recount how he had slain the aberration boss. To Cheng Mo, the newcomers in Su Jie should be grateful to their second brother. Those aberration entities that had gained power were beyond their ability to confront. As for the messages from teachers and classmates, they were mere trivialities, lacking the warmth he received before teaming up with Ruan Qinghe. Cheng Zhuo swiftly dismissed them, directly opening the invitations from the three major guilds, Xingyun, Lei Ting, and Shengshou. Xingyun and Lei Ting's invitations contained standard C-level contracts, merely repeating phrases about providing basic training resources and enjoying newcomer support policies, with the restrictions hidden within the terms being evident. Cheng Zhuo glanced through them and promptly closed the documents. However, the message from Shengshou Guild piqued Cheng Zhuo's interest. They could arrange for high-level hunters to guide him into a high-star Sujia. Although he possessed a legendary meditation card and displayed commendable strength, achieving ascendance would require him to endure many years within the low-star realm gates or low-risk ecological zones. The Sacred Beast Guild could directly facilitate his entry into the high-star realm gates, thereby assisting him in ascending sooner. Cheng Zhuo found himself somewhat tempted by this offer. However, upon reflection, he realized that he would soon undergo a secondary awakening, making it unnecessary for him to make a decision at this juncture. It was said that most stable realm gates, or ecological zones, in the wilderness have been divided among various factions, while those without fixed allocations were either newly emerged or classified as high-risk areas. Within the city, a limited number of stable realm gates were controlled by major guilds and were intended for long-term access. Such realm gates, appearing in the outer city, were typically of a lower threat level and were generally utilized for the training of newcomers. Thus, while the guild possessed a resource advantage, it undoubtedly came with various restrictions. The hunters in Qiu Town were referred to as wilderness hunters primarily because most hunters from the town preferred solitude and were generally averse to guilds. The reasons for this aversion were varied. Moreover, Cheng Zhuo was unlike typical newcomers. He had already acquired a rudimentary ability for self-preservation in the wilderness. Considering his future, he felt compelled to venture out on his own, to familiarize himself with the wilderness before making any decisions. At present, he planned to take the young ladies to Baeka Street. The epic-level breathing meditation card he had exchanged for Ruan Qinghe he had already attracted interest, and he needed to address the gains from the market. As evening approached, the four of them boarded subway line 8, heading directly to Baeka Street. At this hour, the street was teeming with people. The three young women were visiting for the first time, and the bizarre source power devices lining the streets left them utterly dazzled. Cheng Zhuo first led them to the trading center to complete the exchange for the epic-level source card. Breathing meditation card. Holy light. Quality. Epic purple meditation technique. Holy light blessing. Effect. When casting healing spells, it can additionally increase the Holy Light Shield's damage absorption and maintain self-repair capabilities for 30 minutes. Usage restriction. Limited to healing-based sources. Description. Allegedly a minor spell created by the goddess of holy light in her youth. Is this for me? Ruan Qinghe, he looked at the card Cheng Zhuo handed her with surprise. Its surface bore the emblem of a holy light staff, surrounded by a distinctly pale purple halo, clearly marking it as an epic-level breathing meditation card, specifically tailored for healing. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. She shook her head repeatedly, her hand tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. I cannot afford this. Cheng Zhuo gently ruffled her hair, his expression tinged with tender exasperation. Little girl, do you even hear what you're saying? Who would you return it to? He understood that Ruan Qinghe, much like her twin sisters, had yet to fully adjust her familial mindset, despite her heart and body already being with him. You and I both have this. Qinghe Jia. Xiao Chan chimed in from the side. We're family now. It's only fair. Ruan Qinghe. Cheng Zhuo lightly tapped Xiao Chan's forehead before turning to Ruan Qinghe, half-teasingly reassuring her. My source is a bit unique. You must have felt the changes in your body. Our bond allows us to grow stronger together. Therefore, when you use the advanced breathing technique, I benefit as well. If you all grow stronger, I can advance too, right? Really? Hearing that it would also benefit Cheng Zhuo alleviated much of Ruan Qinghe's sense of unworthiness. Yes, Qinghe Jia. My sister and I become much stronger these past few days, Xiao Chan affirmed, clenching her small fist. Zhuo Gu even mentioned that we would soon undergo a secondary awakening. Although Ruan Qinghe felt a twinge of anxiety at their explanation, she accepted the card. She pondered whether being stronger would allow her to accompany him to the market, freeing her from the anxious waiting outside as before. Unbeknownst to her, her previous fears of the alien beasts and the market had begun to dissipate. Once She would have preferred a life of poverty rather than risk signing with a guild to become a hunter. After ensuring Ruan Qinghe successfully integrated the breathing meditation card, Cheng Zhuo proceeded to the source core and low-tier card exchange area at the trading house. He retained 500 source cores as backup energy. All other source cores were sold to the trading house. The low-tier cards, including those for the Lantern Corpse and other minor materials and source recovery types, were also sold off. Although this method of selling cards might not maximize profits, Cheng Zhuo was indifferent. The numbers on the screen rapidly fluctuated before settling at 178,600. He casually confirmed the transaction, and his account balance skyrocketed to nearly 350,000. This was merely a fraction of his total assets. In his system space, 31 azure-shelled blind cores lay dormant. The blind cores would not be affected by the time limit for shell removal, each exuding a lustrous sheen. Cheng Zhuo planned to wait until his luck increased before opening them all together, hoping to possibly unveil 1 or 2 epic-level cards. As the funds from selling the source cores were credited to his account, he promptly transferred 666 to each of the 3 young women. Being a hunter is quite costly. Zhuge, you should keep this for yourself. I haven't even used the 10,000 you gave me last time, Ruan Qinghe exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden influx of funds. How could this be? Just a few days ago, she had been contemplating finding a stable healing position after graduating from the Card Repair Academy to support her family, ensuring Cheng Zhuo wouldn't have to constantly venture into dangerous markets. Yet, in a matter of days, he not only gifted her an epic-level breathing card, but had also earned such a substantial sum. Staring at the numbers in her account, her cheeks flushed. A thought crossed her mind. Had she inadvertently become a kept woman? This realization filled her with both embarrassment and confusion. In truth, Ruan Qinghe had been grappling with the issue of the breathing card for several days. As an E-rank healing source, she understood that to ascend smoothly, she would need at least a premium-grade breathing meditation card. However, upon researching the prices, she was deterred by the fact that even the cheapest premium healing card exceeded 100,000. Subsequently, she compromised and spent hours sifting through the good quality cards, hovering her finger over the payment button for 800, but ultimately backing out. The money was what Cheng Zhuo had given her last time, and she had been reluctant to touch it, believing he would need it for various expenses in the future. With the deadline for purchasing breathing meditation cards still far off, she thought to wait a little longer. To her surprise, Cheng Zhuo directly gifted her an epic-level card. The value was something she had never dared to imagine, and even now, her heart felt warm. All right, if I hear anyone say no again, I might get angry. Cheng Zhuo did not give the 3 of them a chance to respond and directly pulled them outside. They had not walked far before arriving at the store where Cheng Zhuo had previously purchased combat attire. This shop only sold ordinary combat suits, each priced around several thousand. Cheng Zhuo avoided the more specialized stores, knowing that Ruan Qinghe would likely be unwilling to accept expensive combat gear. He feared that imposing too much pressure on her might lead to feelings of guilt. I'll help you choose a piece, Qinghe Jia. Cheng Zhuo smiled at Xia Mo and Xia Chan, stopping Ruan Qinghe before she could refuse. Don't say you want need it. Even though I haven't attended the Card Repair Academy, I know you will have mimicry training. Are you planning to wear a little dress for that? Ruan Qinghe paused. Don't worry, this store is quite affordable. It's not even worth a fraction of your card. Cheng Zhuo spoke with a gentle insistence. Hurry and try it on. This is the first piece of clothing I'm gifting you. After some coaxing, Ruan Qinghe finally stepped into the fitting room. Although she felt it was a waste to wear such an expensive combat suit, she was genuinely delighted by the gift from Cheng Zhuo. Emerging from the fitting room, Ruan Qinghe jogged to Cheng Zhuo's side, smiling softly as she twirled around. Is it beautiful? Cheng Zhuo's gaze brightened momentarily. This was a white, slightly elastic combat suit that perfectly embraced the curves of the young girl's figure. Although it was a crisp combat outfit, it lost its cold and hard demeanor when worn by her, instead accentuating her soft and delicate curves just right. With a voluptuous chest line leading down to a captivating narrow waist and shapely hips, the fit was enticing in a way that transcended mere provocation. Cheng Zhuo felt a surge of warmth in his heart, yet his brow furrowed slightly. Ruan Qinghe looked at him with suspicion and asked, "What is wrong? Is it not good looking?" Cheng Zhuo pouted, "Let us change to another outfit. Wearing this out makes me feel a bit at a disadvantage." Ruan Qinghe chuckled softly. standing on her toes to gently scratch his chin with her fingertips. So, my husband is rather feudal. Her teasing words, laced with humor, made her heart feel as if it had been bathed in honey. His unmistakable possessiveness brought her more joy than any compliment could. Tisk, little girl. Cheng Zhuo raised his forehead and scolded. What do you understand? This combat suit is poorly designed. If we face the enemy, how can we fight well if our teammates are distracted by your figure? Yes. Ruan Qinghe exchanged glances with Xiaochan and smiled lightly. Looks like Xiaochan was right. You definitely wouldn't allow her to wear this. How about this? As she spoke, she gently pressed a button on her arm. The combat suit suddenly emitted a series of rustling sounds. The originally tight-fitting suit instantly transformed into a loose state, although her graceful figure was still vaguely discernible. It no longer showcased her curves as vividly as before. Is this okay? Ruan Qinghe turned around again. Cheng Zhuo feigned indifference. It's passable. Just as he finished speaking, Ruan Qinghe leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Don't worry, I only wore that form-fitting style for you to see. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. As he processed her words, he realized that Xia Mo and Xia Chan had each acquired a set, smiling sweetly at him while showcasing their outfits. Unbeknownst to him, they had quietly made their purchases. One was black, and the other a light yellow. All right, he thought. These little girls were becoming increasingly bold, even teaming up to tease him. That night, within a high-end hotel, an inevitable chaotic scene unfolded, featuring 3 female hunters battling against a dragon-like beast. The danger of this scene was too great to elaborate on. For more than 10 consecutive days, Cheng Zhuo hardly stepped outside the hotel. During the day, he was engrossed in studying wilderness strategies, while at night he engaged in fierce encounters with the female hunters. During this period, he took the 3 girls back home, bringing gifts for each family member and discreetly giving some money to his stepmother, Wang Xiaolin. Although his stepmother had her share of petty thoughts, she had cared for them over the years, and Cheng Zhuo could not dismiss her contributions due to her somewhat materialistic nature. The fact that all 3 siblings had managed to stay in school indicated that their stepmother had not committed any fundamentally harmful acts. Conversely, his alcoholic father had surprisingly changed his demeanor, generously gifting each of his daughters-in-law a red envelope containing 9.99 coins. Such unusual generosity perhaps stemmed from a desire to improve their father-son relationship, Cheng Zhuo mused. As the fervor surrounding the superdimensional gate began to fade and reporters had ceased to linger at the entrance of the happy community, Cheng Zhuo finally brought the 3 girls back to their new home. However, that very night, an unexpected guest arrived. You really know how to hide. Handsome. As soon as he opened the door, Cheng Zhuo heard that familiar teasing voice. I wanted to invite you to form a team, but it seems quite difficult. It was the cyber girl who had sold him the tower stones. Initially on high alert, his expression faltered as he recognized the people standing beside her. And Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei. What a coincidence. We're in the same guild, the cyber girl said with a beaming smile directed at Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat astonished. Was the Wolfpack Guild truly a clandestine organization for organ harvesting? No. He realized he had been misled by his initial thoughts. Hello, Chenggu. Wei Qingfeng and Peng Wei greeted him somewhat awkwardly, their eyes betraying a hint of excitement. And Nio stepped forward and introduced, Cheng Zhuo, this is our guild's Tier 3 hunting team leader, Captain Catherine, and our instructor. We'd like to discuss a potential collaboration with you, if it's convenient. It's too crowded here. Let us talk downstairs, Cheng Zhuo suggested. Sound good. The 4 followed Cheng Zhuo to a stone pavilion in the community park. It was now evening, and a gentle breeze carried a comfortable coolness. Cheng Zhuo took the initiative to voice his curiosity. Why would a Tier 3 team leader like you work as a broker? These small towns offer too much, Catherine replied casually, tapping her mechanical prosthetic fingers. Who doesn't have a few side jobs in the hunter community? You'll understand once you've spent more time in the wilderness. The guild's share isn't enough to cover the cost of equipment. Cheng Zhuo nodded, momentarily setting aside his doubts regarding Catherine's cryptic threat from that alley. He then inquired, are you referring to forming a team for that stable dimensional gate in the Heiyuan forest? Good memory. Catherine's fingers danced across her cybernetic limb, and a pale, blue projection suddenly unfolded, clearly displaying the gate's coordinates and information. This gate emerged last month and has been identified as a stable multidimensional wasteland, rated at level 0 3 stars, designated as H0173. Cheng Zhuo was familiar with this type of gate. It was a stable, long-lasting, multifaceted gate that led to various types of small wastelands. Similar to parallel timelines, even within the same wasteland, only 2 or 3 teams might encounter one another. The types of wastelands within this gate were plentiful and highly sought after by hunters, making them a coveted prize for major guilds. Cheng Zhuo, you should also be preparing to venture outside the city to understand the ecology, right? Catherine smoothly shifted the topic, her finger gliding over the projection to display the Wolfpack Guild's collaboration terms. I believe you've received quite a few invitations lately. Why not consider ours? We only discuss cooperation, no bindings. You can join or leave as you wish. In terms of fees, we offer a guaranteed payment of 10,000 city coins per session, plus 30% of the team's earnings. How's that sound? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? This proposition seemed unappealing to Cheng Zhuo, who casually remarked, "It doesn't seem that enticing." His fingers tapped against the stone pavilion railing, his mind clear. He had no time to accompany newcomers. The impending 7-star gate a year from now loomed over him like a sharp blade. Just days ago, he had meticulously researched all the details regarding the disaster from 20 years ago, noting that lighthouses worldwide had been affected by the rampaging wastelands that year. If history were to repeat itself, even if he managed to escape to another city, he could not evade a cataclysmic fate. Every moment had to be spent enhancing his strength. This seemingly easy job of training others was merely a waste of time. Catherine had evidently anticipated his refusal and calmly shifted the conversation. What about the broken tier source core? Surely that piques your interest. You should understand that such items can only be utilized if defeated personally. You will undoubtedly advance in tier, and you'll need it sooner or later. Rather than searching everywhere later, why not prepare in advance? Cheng Zhuo, initially frowning, suddenly raised his brows, genuine interest flickering in his eyes. Are you saying there is one? Of course, otherwise, how could we, a small tier 2 guild, have the confidence to invite you, a rising star? A hint of pride flashed in Catherine's gaze. Moreover, currently, only a few members of our guild are aware of this. Seeing Cheng Zhuo hesitating, seemingly on the verge of relenting, and Nyo quickly interjected, Cheng Zhuo, the H0173 wasteland has a rich variety of types, ranging from 0 to 3 stars, making it an excellent choice for understanding ecology. While the Guild's invitation may seem like an attempt to leverage your status as the most prominent newcomer for publicity, we have genuinely considered your current needs. Perhaps you should give it some serious thought. Wei Qingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Cheng Zhuo, could you take us on a couple more flights? Cheng Zhuo slightly inclined his head, replying, All right, let me consider and get back to you. What are you thinking, Nyo? Do you believe this rising star will collaborate with us? On their way back, Catherine inquired with skepticism towards Nyo. It's a 50-50 chance, and Nyo mused, a reminiscent glimmer in her eyes as she elaborated. He always had a unique aura about him in school. He appeared affable and could converse with anyone. Yet, the walls he built within were thicker than anyone else's. Given his temperament, if he possesses the capability to stand alone, he would likely choose to be a lone wolf. However, he is inherently cautious. Until he thoroughly understands the wilderness, he wouldn't recklessly venture out alone. Catherine nodded slightly. Indeed, after all, the solitary realms that can be tackled alone are typically of medium to high danger, beyond the control of the city-states. And Nyo's gaze shimmered with anticipation. Thus, I hope that the 3 of us, despite our limited abilities, can catch his attention due to our past goodwill. Hey, Nyo Jia, Wei Qingfeng suddenly chimed in, a teasing smirk on his face. You seem to know Cheng Zhuo quite well. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him? And Nyo's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, No, don't say such things. He is merely my best friend's ex-boyfriend. We only know each other at most. We are somewhat familiar classmates. Catherine raised an eyebrow, her expression playful. Oh, just a bit familiar, and yet you know him so well. Interesting. And Nyo, flustered, stamped her foot in mock frustration, her tone laced with a hint of playful exasperation. Please, refrain from stirring up trouble. After sharing a light chuckle, Catherine's demeanor turned serious. Do you genuinely believe Cheng Zhuo possesses the strength to protect you in a first-tier realm? The internet is abuzz with speculation. Many assert that he only secured first place due to that gravity body. Without the mecha, he would be incapable. It is crucial to note that although the Hung-Tai multidimensional realms offer numerous advantages, one perilous aspect is that the distortion rate is significantly higher than that of ordinary realms. A realm that was once unranked could suddenly transform into a first-tier realm. Therefore, teams entering multidimensional realms must include members capable of combat across tiers. Peng Wei shared a contemplative look, echoing Catherine's sentiments. His surviving teammate, Li Mo, also mentioned that he and Huang Fu-bai were accidentally trapped. Otherwise, Cheng Zhuo and Ti have stolen the limelight alone. The gravity body is nearly ineffective in the wilderness. I believe that Li Mo is merely seeking fame to become an internet sensation. Wei Qingfeng scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Huang Fu-bai has not shown his face at all, and Cheng Zhuo has ignored these trivial matters. Meanwhile, Li Mo is out there daily giving interviews. One might think he is the strongest newcomer. One mere clown. Catherine turned her gaze toward Peng Wei. Do you doubt Cheng Zhuo's ability to handle first-tier distortions? Not at all. Peng Wei shook his head. The Guangguan is undoubtedly a genuine first-tier beast. My uncertainty lies in its classification within first-tier abilities. Why overthink it? Wei Qingfeng patted Peng Wei on the shoulder with conviction. Regardless of what you say this time, I am a steadfast fan of Cheng Zhuo and will not allow you to lead us astray. As the group of Catherine departed, Cheng Zhuo remained alone in the stone pavilion, deep in thought. Over the past few days, he had received numerous bounty invitations from guilds similar to the Wolf Pack. Some promising substantial shares, others offering high-tier source cards, all seeking to leverage his reputation as the strongest newcomer to promote their guilds. Until now, he had refrained from responding, intending to first grasp the wilderness's rules before making any decisions. According to his original plan, he envisioned either becoming a lone wolf or forming a team with his beloved ones, Ruan Qinghe and Xiamo, after their second awakening. After all, those by his side were all systems certified and trustworthy. Yet before that, he needed a team to familiarize himself within the low-risk ecological zones controlled by the city-states. In this regard, Enyo and her companions indeed made for good candidates. After all, familiarity was the primary concern, and their skill levels were of lesser significance. Unlike others who fled in the face of danger, they stood before him to confront Zhao Shishang's provocations, providing him with a sense of reassurance amidst unfamiliar teammates. As for the Saint Beast Guild's proposal to usher him into high-tier realms, Cheng Zhuo felt it prudent to postpone such considerations. His primary battlefield remained within the gentle embrace of the night. Whether in low-tier or high-tier realms, neither would bring a qualitative change to his cultivation at this moment. Regrettably, Huang Fu-bai had been silent. Both the gravity body and nano-combat suit remained in his possession, with no sign of him coming to collect them. If he could assemble a complete squad of Silver Knight gravity bodies, venturing into the wilderness would be exhilarating, given that such equipment rivaled the capabilities of third or even fourth-tier forces. Unable to enter the realms yet, he could easily dominate the low-risk ecological zones. Thus, he resolved to choose them. Cheng Zhuo made his decision, no longer hesitating, and pulled out his watch to send a message to Enyo. I agree to collaborate. What time? Within mere seconds, a response arrived. Great. See you tomorrow at 8. Accompanied by an excited fist emoji. They agreed on an early start and late return, perfectly fitting his schedule to ensure he could go home in the evening to accompany his wife. Satisfied, Cheng Zhuo restored his watch and made his way home. As he reached the bottom of the apartment building, he spotted Ruan Qinghe approaching with Guangguan in tow. In recent days, to prevent any repeat of the incident involving Xia Mo and Xia Chan being swept away by the Realm Gate, Cheng Zhuo had specifically arranged for Guangguan to accompany Ruan Qinghe to the Kexiu Academy as a study companion. According to Ruan Qinghe, Guangguan had become the beloved pet of their class. Its large, fluffy form had captivated many, who couldn't resist showering it with affection. Most students at the academy hailed from affluent backgrounds, and Guangguan had thoroughly indulged in its dairy cravings, enjoying an abundance of expensive milk daily. Occasionally, the instructor even provided Ruan Qinghe with funds to let Guangguan assist in practical exercises involving exotic beasts. As the presence of a beast companion proved to be the best educational tool for newcomers encountering such creatures for the first time. Spotting Cheng Zhuo from a distance, Ruan Qinghe's steps faltered momentarily. A faint blush crept onto her ears, and her fingers nervously twisted the strap of her canvas bag. As she approached Cheng Zhuo, her head hung low, resembling a girl who had committed a misdeed. What's wrong? Cheng Zhuo inquired, puzzled. I have something to tell you, but please don't get angry. Ruan Qinghe spoke softly. Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes playfully, teasing, "Did you secretly terminate the pregnancy? How could that be?" Ruan Qinghe exclaimed, her voice rising sharply like a startled cat. Realizing the curious gazes of passers-by, she quickly covered her mouth, lowering her tone in reprimand. "We've all been on medication, so it's impossible to get pregnant." With that, she grabbed Cheng Zhuo's wrist and urged him toward the hallway. "Let us talk at home. Let's talk at home." Once inside, Ruan Qinghe hurriedly locked the door. She cast a nervous glance at Cheng Zhuo before hesitantly reaching in her pocket. "Look, someone gave me this. Wow, epic." Xia Chan suddenly leapt from the sofa, dragging Xia and Mo to join them, curiously inspecting the object in Ruan Qinghe's hand. To their astonishment, it was a source power card radiating a purple glow. The insignia on it clearly indicated that it was a weapon card, a healing staff, worth no less than 5 million. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, eyeing her suspiciously. "Is there a wealthy suitor from the academy pursuing you?" No, of course not." Ruan Qinghe quickly shook her head. "Everyone in class knows I'm already married." Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow. For some, the fact that they were married only heightened their interest. Alas, it is truly not the case. Ruan Qinghe pouted her crimson lips and playfully shook Cheng Zhuo's arm, urging him to listen. It turned out that the deadline for equipping Source Force weapons at the academy had arrived. Although the academy placed great emphasis on theoretical studies and rarely engaged in practical combat, the necessary equipment was still essential. While Ruan Qinghe was contemplating which level of staff to purchase, an unexpected individual approached her and insisted on giving her a card, along with a message for Cheng Zhuo. When she attempted to return it, the person had already vanished without a trace. After some reflection, she decided it was best to bring the card back for Cheng Zhuo to make a decision. Cheng Zhuo, intrigued, asked who it was. Ruan Qinghe bit her lip and whispered, "It is Zhao Shishang." "What?" Cheng Zhuo's voice suddenly rose, filled with astonishment. "Isn't he dead?" Before he could finish his sentence, he recalled something and swiftly pulled out his smart wristwatch, his fingers dancing across the screen as he entered. "Thunderbolt Team, 1 rookie squad." The information that popped up caused him to break into a cold sweat. 5 members of the Thunderbolt Guild's top seed team have perished. High potential and high strength? A luxurious team with over 100 million in equipment has met their demise in the novice village, with only one survivor, leaving the Thunderbolt higher-ups in despair. Zhao Shishang, surprisingly, was not dead. How could that be? Cheng Zhuo was filled with disbelief. He had clearly scattered their ashes. After the absurdity faded, realization struck him. Since he possessed a card that could summon the dead, perhaps Zhao Shishang had similar means of survival. The abilities of source cards in this world were bizarre, and the emergence of a resurrection capability was not beyond reason. Cheng Zhuo's expression grew serious. He found himself puzzled. If Zhao Shishang was alive, why hadn't the Thunderbolt Guild sought him out? Did Zhao Shishang fear a lack of evidence, worried about losing face in the city? Was he planning to ambush him outside the city? Cheng Zhuo quickly turned to Ruan Qinghe, asking, "Did he send a message for you?" "Yes." Ruan Qinghe nodded eagerly. "He wants to meet you at the Moer Sky restaurant at 7 o'clock tonight, hoping to settle past grievances." Settle past grievances? Cheng Zhuo was filled with suspicion about what this individual was plotting. Could it be that he was intimidated by him? That seemed unlikely. Given the strength of the Thunderbolt Guild, Zhao Shishang would not be so easily deterred by the power Cheng Zhuo had displayed at that time. "Brother Zhuo, perhaps you should not go?" Seeing Cheng Zhuo's serious demeanor, Ruan Qinghe's expression turned anxious. "I will return the items to the Thunderbolt Guild right now." "No, I will go." A flicker of menace flashed in Cheng Zhuo's eyes. He was determined to discover Zhao Shishang's true intentions. After deciding to keep the appointment, he turned to Ruan Qinghe, who was clearly worried, and to the bewildered twin sisters. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed the voice of Cyber Lady Catherine. "Hey there, handsome. Did you miss me already?" A lazy yet alluring voice came through the phone. "Please do me a favor." Cheng Zhuo got straight to the point. "Say it. Sister will definitely serve you well. Can you escort 3 individuals out of the city?" As soon as Cheng Zhuo finished speaking, Ruan Qinghe and the other girls visibly panicked. "When?" "Now." "So urgent?" "All right, I'll come back right away." After Cheng Zhuo hung up, Ruan Qinghe immediately grasped his hand, tears brimming in her eyes. "Is the situation really dire? Did I cause trouble?" "It has nothing to do with you." Cheng Zhuo gently brushed away her tears with his fingertip, speaking tenderly. "Do not worry, it is not a big deal. I had originally planned to go outside the city with Enyo tomorrow, so it's perfect to take you along for a stroll. You all set off first, and after I meet Zhao Shishang, I will join you. Ruan Qinghe refused to believe him, her eyes turning red. Can't you come with us? Xiaochan leaned closer to Xiaomo, suggesting, Brother Zhuo. Weren't we supposed to go to Angxi Town to see the contract lighthouse at the end of the month? We could set off earlier. Cheng Zhuo gazed at the three worried girls before him, his heart warming yet tinged with guilt. He had intended to protect their peaceful lives, yet he had inadvertently drawn them into such turmoil. Do not worry, I will definitely meet up with you later. I promise, he assured them firmly. Ruan Qinghe lifted her face slightly, gazing intently at Cheng Zhuo. Really? Indeed. Cheng Zhuo nodded, ruffling her hair, and then turned to Xiaomo. Did you buy a hen to prepare for soup this afternoon? Xiaomo nodded in confusion, not understanding how a seemingly grave situation involved a chicken. Please bring it to me. After saying this, he took out the card for the mobile base and placed it in Ruan Qinghe's hands. This is a resource card for a mobile home, equipped with cloaking and defensive recognition systems. Xiaomo and Xiaochan know how to use it. Once outside the city, find a secluded spot to hide and wait for me. Understood. Ruan Qinghe nodded obediently, though she felt immense unease and wished to share the burden with Cheng Zhuo. She understood that following orders was the best way to contribute at this moment. At that moment, Xiaomo handed over the hen. Cheng Zhuo inspected it. The hen had already been plucked and gutted. He released a sense of source power and confirmed that summoning the dead would pose no issue. He then found a black plastic bag to wrap the hen and passed it to Ruan Qinghe, instructing, be sure to keep it with you. Regardless of what happens, do not open it. Okay. After a moment, Catherine and Inyo reappeared outside the door. Did the handsome Cheng offend someone? Catherine leaned casually against the doorframe, a playful smile gracing her lips. Are you afraid of causing trouble, Instructor Catherine? Cheng Zhuo countered. Ridiculous. Catherine waved her hand. Though my wolf pack is only a second-tier guild, that is simply because our leader is disinterested in political struggles. Otherwise, Star Iron City would surely have 5 major guilds. After a brief hesitation, Cheng Zhuo led the 3 girls forward. I would appreciate your help in escorting them outside the city. I will surely repay you. While he did not fully trust Catherine, he had no better options at this moment and had to rely on Inyo's judgment. Rest assured. Catherine stepped forward and naturally took Ruan Qinghe's hand. Protecting 3 delicate beauties is a trivial matter. Cheng Zhuo nodded in gratitude, his gaze shifting to Inyo. Carrying a hint of trust, Inyo stepped forward slightly, speaking sincerely and resolutely. Do not worry. Instructor Catherine has always been true to her word. What she promises, she will deliver. I have known Qinghe for quite some time. I will ensure she remains safe. Thank you. After sending Ruan Qinghe and the others away, Cheng Zhuo arrived at the Mo Sky restaurant at the appointed time. At the end of the gray outer city, the Mo building loomed like a colossal object from a bygone era, enveloped in a silver-blue exterior that gleamed with metallic luster. Sunlight fell upon it, gliding along the surface like scales of a living creature. Cheng Zhuo quickly reached the ground floor and followed the crowd into the elevator. The elevator cabin was entirely glass, with a red and white patterned carpet inside. As Cheng Zhuo stood within, it felt as if he were encased in a luminous glass sphere, rapidly ascending and capturing the contrast between the dilapidation of the outer city and the splendor of the inner city. Ding! He rode the elevator all the way to the top floor. Following the server's invitation, Cheng Zhuo's gaze fell upon the VIP seat by the window. There sat Zhao Shishang, clad in a well-tailored dark patterned suit, his fingers delicately gripping the stem of a goblet filled with slowly swirling crimson wine. His elegant demeanor was a stark contrast to the disheveled figure that had once begged for mercy in the wasteland. Brother Cheng, you arrived quite punctually. Zhao Shishang set down his wine glass and gestured to the seat across from him. Please take a seat. I have ordered the signature roasted meat here. Care to give a try? Cheng Zhuo sat down composedly, directly picking up a piece of roasted meat and placing it in his mouth. The meat was tender, infused with the aroma of truffles. After savoring it in just 2 bites, he casually wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. As he lifted his gaze, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Young master, Zhao actually possesses the ability to escape from the jaws of death. At that moment, your pitiful pleas almost convinced me. Zhao Shishang's smile momentarily stiffened as he raised his wine glass, signaling, your capabilities are truly unexpected. Let's not beat around the bush. Cheng Zhuo interrupted, reaching for the half glass of red wine on the table and downing it in one gulp. You lost a life because of me. Why didn't you extend an olive branch? Spare me the nonsense about being impressed by my strength. I do not believe it. Zhao Shishang paused, averting his gaze to the night view outside the window, and sighed. Truth be told, had you not come, I might have hesitated or even taken direct action. Alas, you chose to show up. He withdrew his gaze and scrutinized Cheng Zhuo. Even if I were to set someone upon you now, you would still have a chance to escape, wouldn't you? Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes slightly. So? Zhao Shishang spread his hands, saying, do not be anxious. If I truly wished to deal with you, I would not have waited until now. Cheng Zhuo poured himself another glass of wine. You must be eager to tear me apart then. No, no, no. Vengeance is a cycle that never ends. I'm a person who sees things clearly. Having more friends means more paths, while having more enemies means more walls. Though I have lost a few things, they are merely material possessions. Zhao Shishang seemed to recall something, chuckling. Those arrogant fools deserve to die. You have inadvertently helped me rid myself of some nuisances. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. Cheng Zhuo remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on Zhao Shishang. The look in his eyes seemed to say, continue your performance. Very well, do not look at me like that, Zhao Shishang said helplessly. I possess an item whose revelation has made me reluctant to remain your adversary. As for what it is, I am afraid that remains my secret. Such a thing exists? Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Zhao Shishang sighed, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance and frustration. Had you not come today, I would have had to take the risk of eliminating you. Now, in this world, I should be the one least inclined to become your enemy. With that, Zhao Shishang stood and bowed to Cheng Zhuo. Brother Cheng, I have wronged you in the past. I implore you to show mercy. I have died once. Let us bury our grievances here, shall we? Cheng Zhuo was genuinely taken aback by his solemnity. He had not anticipated Zhao Shishang would go to such lengths. This piqued his curiosity about the item Zhao Shishang possessed that instilled such trepidation in him. Could it be some forbidden object capable of foreseeing cause and effect? At that moment, a striking figure appeared at the elevator entrance, her bag falling to the ground with a thud. Her eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. How could it be that the usually aloof young Master Zhao was bowing to Cheng Zhuo? How could this be possible? Chapter 61. Do you need companionship? Su Wantung hesitated for a long time, too timid to approach. She could see the two engaged in a pleasant conversation, seemingly having reached some agreement. And they shook hands very earnestly. Moreover, Zhao Shishang appeared to be the one adopting a lower posture. How could this be? Su Wantung questioned herself repeatedly. Cheng Zhuo was merely someone who had relied on gravity to achieve the title of the strongest newcomer, an F-class summoner, while Zhao Shishang was the son of a Thunder Guild shareholder, possessing immense resources and connections. Why was he so accommodating toward Cheng Zhuo? Was it because of Huang Fubai? It wasn't until Cheng Zhuo stood and walked steadily towards the elevator that Su Wantung snapped back to reality and instinctively called out, Cheng Zhuo? What frustrated her was that Cheng Zhuo did not even pause, merely glancing at her with a side eye. There was no resentment, no anger, not even a ripple of emotion. It was as if he were seeing a familiar stranger. He simply nodded slightly and stepped into the elevator. In that instant, Su Wantung felt as if her heart had been washed with bitter melon juice, an indescribable bitterness and frustration flooding her. Hadn't he said not to seek him out again? Suddenly, Zhao Shishang's slightly displeased voice came from behind. Su Wantung turned sharply, the resentment stirred by Cheng Zhuo rising within her. Zhao Shishang, why did you deceive me? You said you would give me a B-class contract, yet the guild claims it can be terminated without any penalty. I merely asked you to wait a little longer. Why did you force me into a corner so ruthlessly? Hush! Zhao Shishang frowned, raising his hand in a shushing gesture, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The restaurant was already quiet, and several guests were now looking over, whispering to one another, causing Su Wantung's cheeks to flush. Do not behave like a shrew. Zhao Shishang said coolly, follow me. Su Wantung bit her lip, reluctantly following him. They took their seats. Zhao Shishang signaled to a waiter to pour her a glass of wine, then looked her up and down, suddenly chuckling. How strange. I never noticed before how different your aura and appearance are from Ruan Qinghe's. At that time, I felt you were the more beautiful one. Pausing, he seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that I have a taste for the unrefined? You. Su Wantung stood abruptly, about to explode with anger. But Zhao Shishang's words quelled her rage. Do you not wish to know why the guild terminated your contract? Su Wantung froze, slowly sitting back down. Her voice hoarse. Was it not your doing? Zhao Shishang shook his head. It was because of Cheng Zhuo. Su Wantung was taken aback. He has become strong enough to pressure your guild? Sometimes, you can be rather self-righteous, Zhao Shishang replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Cheng Zhuo never regarded you seriously. Otherwise, I would not have allowed you to sit here and converse with me. Su Wantung could easily detect the mockery in his words. She struggled to suppress her rising anger, her voice trembling. Why? Others may be forgiven, but why do you now side with him? Were your previous promises mere lies? Zhao Shishang quickly raised his hand to stop her. No. Do not speak to me in that tone. How much have I invested in you? How much energy have I expended? And what have you contributed? Just a series of empty promises, not even allowing me to touch your hand. I just take a while to warm up. Su Wantung's gaze faltered, her resolve wavering. Then go warm up somewhere else, Zhao Shishang scoffed. Standing up and adjusting his suit jacket, his gaze condescendingly fixed on her, filled with disdain. Do not act like a whore and expect to build a monument. As he turned to leave, passing by Su Wantung, he paused momentarily. His voice dropped to a low, undeniable warning. I advise you not to foolishly provoke Cheng Zhuo. If you dare run over and mention my name, you are as good as dead. With that, Zhao Shishang walked away without looking back. Su Wantung sat frozen in her chair, a chill sweeping over her. She could not comprehend how things had turned so drastically. The Zhao Shishang who had once obeyed her every command seemed to have transformed completely after a visit to the market realm. Meanwhile, the Cheng Zhuo she had pushed away had become an existence she now had to look up to. Your partner Ruan Qinghe feels nostalgia for you. Harmony value 5. Your partner Ruan Qinghe feels concern for you. Harmony value 10. Your partner Xia Mo feels concern for you. Harmony value 10. Your partner Xia Chan feels concern for you. Harmony value 10. In the taxi heading to the city gate, Cheng Zhuo glanced at the system notifications regarding the harmony values, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It seemed that deciding to venture out for a hunt during the day was indeed necessary. In this brief moment, the three of them had cumulatively contributed 135 harmony points, nearly matching the results of his late-night efforts over 2 to 3 hours. Over the past half-month, he had painstakingly tested the patterns, finally grasping the rules of harmony value. The most effective method, naturally, was the warmth shared at night. After the first round, Ruan Qinghe, Xia Mo, and Xia Chan each consistently contributed 30 points, though their effectiveness would diminish in the second round. He has accurately gauged the physiques of the three women, managing to maintain a perfect balance by engaging in their company twice each night, just shy of the threshold of excess that could lead to harm. During the day, Xia Mo would occasionally tease him, whether by performing intricate yoga poses in form-fitting yoga pants or donning only his t-shirt while bustling about in the kitchen. Of course, she would inevitably fall under Cheng Zhuo's stern admonition. Xia Chan would also suffer the repercussions. However, Ruan Qinghe, who attended the academy, contributed just as much, if not more, in terms of longing and resonance. In contrast, the patterns of gene unlocking seemed somewhat erratic. One thing Cheng Zhuo could affirm was that the probability of soaring to new heights was greatest, especially when the twin sisters engaged in simultaneous deep resonance. Therefore, for the sake of gene unlocking, excessive frequency might not be beneficial. This, of course, also depended on individual constitutions. Xia Mo's unlocking rate was notably faster than that of the other two, having already surpassed level 4. Such a figure would have likely led seasoned hunters, who constantly teeter on the brink of life and death, to a second awakening long ago. This urgency to familiarize himself with the wilderness ecosystem propelled Cheng Zhuo forward. With the card of Wangling Huanwei in hand, he could seek out ecological zones slightly above his prowess to push himself further. Glancing at the nearly 9-point value displayed on the panel, a flicker of urgency crossed Cheng Zhuo's eyes. At this rate, a few ventures into perilous territory should suffice to break through that barrier. As the taxi traversed a stretch of gray isolation, the silhouette of the outer city gates emerged. It was an imposing structure spanning 100 meters, constructed entirely of cold glowing mimicry alloy, with a gate towering 50 meters high, resembling the back of a slumbering giant. Its surface adorned with faint azure power patterns. This was Cheng Zhuo's first visit. Before he could fully appreciate the sight, he felt a slight disturbance in the air above him. A woman clad in a sleek black business suit descended gracefully, landing firmly before him. Cheng Zhuo, why haven't you responded to my messages? Her ethereal voice, devoid of emotion yet melodious, reached his ears. Cheng Zhuo focused his gaze and recognized this frigid woman as Mu Yanji, the recruitment manager he had encountered during his last visit to the B City. I've been waiting for you for many days. The teacher said that I must wait for others to reply before I can send more messages. She gestured towards his wristwatch. Please reply quickly. Once you sign with me, I can seek out Huangfu Bai. Cheng Zhuo looked puzzled for a moment before responding. Manager Mu, I did not intend to sign with Xingyun. Mu Yanji paused, seemingly unable to comprehend. Why? Were you not seeking a hunter contract? This is it, and it's still level C. Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow and replied, I plan to familiarize myself with the wilderness before making a decision. I see. Mu Yanji suddenly fell silent, resting her chin on her hand, her silver-framed glasses sliding down to the tip of her nose. The light from the gate's searchlight illuminated her black hair, accentuating the sharp beauty of her profile. However, her unconscious lip pursing and occasional head tilting revealed an unexpected childlike innocence. It became apparent to Cheng Zhuo that this woman, Mu Yanji, was not quite like others. Wait, Mu Yanji? Xingyun Guild? Could she possibly be the infamous Mu, known as the Lady of Death? It was said that her mastery of the sword intent of slaughter had nearly rendered her an emotionless killing machine. Even Deputy Director Huansong had mentioned her, stating she was the only one likely to ascend to the 7th tier within a year. Cheng Zhuo immediately activated his probe, and in the next moment, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The biological strength section for Mu Yanji displayed a series of question marks. Could it really be her? No. Why would such a freak come to be a recruitment manager? Is the Xingyun Guild that desperate for personnel? The teacher forbids threats, forbids knocking people out, and forbids the use of swords. Mu Yanji muttered softly, a hint of barely detectable annoyance in her tone. Please don't rush. Let me think of what other tactics the other managers have employed. Cheng Zhuo, drenched in cold sweat, recalled that the summoned zombie hen was nearing its expiration. If this killing machine suddenly lost her composure, he would have no chance to escape. Just then, Mu Yanji's dark eyes brightened suddenly. Do you need a sleeping partner? Chapter 62. The Wolfpack Guild base at her words. Cheng Zhuo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Am I courting death? He hurriedly waved his hands, his tone tinged with urgency. Please, do not jest. I genuinely wish to learn more about the Su realm before considering future matters. It is not a matter of your methods or contracts. All right. Mu Yanji pouted in mild disappointment. What a pity. If you had agreed, I could have reasonably used my sword on you. Cheng Zhuo replied. So you were planning to entrap me? Abruptly, Mu Yanji turned her head towards the outside of the city, swiftly removing her silver-framed glasses, her black pupils gleaming with excitement. In an instant, Cheng Zhuo perceived a blur. Mu Yanji's figure shot forth like a cannonball, leaving only a faint swirl of air in her wake. By the time Cheng Zhuo followed the sound to locate her, she was already soaring under the moonlight, darting out of the city. It was not the ability to fly, but rather an explosive leap propelled purely by her physical strength. Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but marvel at the level of her physical prowess. The departure of this Lady of Death allowed Cheng Zhuo to breathe a sigh of relief. Though she had released no oppressive aura, he was still drenched in cold sweat. It seemed something had captured her interest. Cheng Zhuo murmured to himself, hastily setting off towards the city outskirts. The pressure exerted by Mu Yanji had ignited an unprecedented desire within him to grow stronger. The controls for entering and exiting the city at night were quite stringent. Fortunately, thanks to Catherine's prior arrangements, Cheng Zhuo faced no hindrances. The flow of pedestrians and vehicles outside the city was considerable, most clad in various styles of combat attire, returning from the wilderness. A little further from the city gate, he could see scattered lights and bonfires, with low shanties haphazardly clustered together, constructed from discarded metal sheets and broken wooden planks, some even lacking roofs, merely covered with canvas. This was the shanty town, a refuge for the elderly, weak, ill, and homeless. Most people kept their doors tightly shut, with only a few hunched old men stumbling about in search of scraps. Following the main road, beyond the boundaries of the shanty town, lay the vast, desolate wilderness. The night was as thick as ink, enveloping the distance in darkness so profound that even moonlight struggled to penetrate it. Cheng Zhuo could vaguely discern shadowy figures flitting across the wilderness, some resembling hunched humanoids, others trailing long tails, swiftly darting through the gloom. These were low-tier, aberrant beasts, ceaselessly lurking in the night. It seems Cheng to handsome as handle matters quite smoothly. A feigned, playful voice broke through from beside him. Cheng Zhuo turned to see Catherine's alluring figure leaning against an exaggeratedly designed large motorcycle at the edge of the main road. She had changed into a snug combat suit. Her slim waist and curvaceous hips perfectly accentuated, especially her long, fair left leg contrasting with her metallic right leg, rendering her half-human, half-machine body irresistibly alluring. What gaze is that? Are you smitten with your sister? Catherine raised her finely arched brows, teasingly observing the approaching Cheng Zhuo. Is it not normal to be captivated by such a beautiful and alluring sister? Cheng Zhuo's mood lightened, and he playfully retorted, "Hee hee, at least you have good taste." Catherine's lips curved into a smile at his words. She turned, lifted her shining silver right leg, and mounted the heavy motorcycle, her slightly bent back accentuating her shapely figure. "Come on," she beckoned, patting the seat behind her. "Sister will take you on the expressway." As Cheng Zhuo climbed onto the back, reaching for the handlebars, Catherine seized his hand and wrapped it around her waist. "Steady yourself, sister. Your speed is quite exhilarating." With a click, Kai's Lin activated the power and twisted the handlebar, causing the heavy motorcycle to emit a resounding roar. For pale blue flames erupted from the rear exhaust, and as the tires crushed the gravel by the roadside, dust billowed into the air, propelling the bike forward with a sudden jolt. Cheng Zhuo quickly lowered his head, steadying her slender waist. The scenery around them sped by, the crooked shanty towns gradually fading into indistinct shadows under the night sky. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, they arrived outside a towering base wall. The motorcycle came to a thunderous halt before the base's entrance, where a colossal wolf statue stood sentinel. After a green identification beam swept over, the heavy alloy gates slid open with a mechanical click, revealing the brightly lit interior of the base. Cheng Zhuo was aware that many guilds had bases outside the city, but he had not anticipated the grandeur of a secondary guild stronghold. The space before them spanned several thousand square meters. Inside a glass building on the left, rows of source energy shooting ranges were meticulously arranged, with targets depicting low-tier source cores of various beasts, as numerous individuals wielded rifles glowing with crimson light. The adjacent sparring area was even more lively, where 2 burly men were engaged in a fierce, unarmed struggle, one sporting deep brown scales on his arms, his fist striking against his opponent's white-furred limbs with dull thuds. A crowd surrounded them, occasionally erupting into cheers and applause. To the right stood several semi-transparent, simulated beast training pods, emitting a soft, blue holographic glow, clearly displaying individuals grappling with projected iron shell wolf packs within. Kai's Lin reduced the motorcycle's speed, gradually arriving at the parking area. Nearby, a lanky young man with dark skin was donning headphones, using a mechanical arm to repair a massive armored vehicle. He bobbed his head, humming a discordant rock tune. "Oh, sister, you've brought a newcomer." Upon noticing their arrival, the young man promptly removed his headphones, his expression exaggerated as he gazed at Cheng Zhuo in the back seat. "What status do you hold to be seated in our queen's chariot? Focus on your repairs." Kai's Lin lightly tapped his mechanical arm, revealing a gentle smile. "You won't be hitting the road tomorrow. I might just break your legs." "Repair, repair, repair. Dear aunt, stop staring at my legs all day." The young man shrugged and returned to his work, shaking his head in resignation. "Ah, those in the mechanical department have no rights. Quit playing the victim. We're heading to H0173, and I'll help you retrieve a Tier 3 mechanical heart." Kai's Lin switched off the motorcycle, tossed him the keys, and instructed, "Make sure to check my beloved as well." The young man's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Tier 3 mechanical heart. "Really, sister? Do you mean it? When have I ever broken a promise?" Kai's Lin raised an eyebrow. "Last time you slacked off playing mahjong and delayed my ride. Didn't I threatened to break your legs on the spot?" The young man recoiled slightly. "I'll get to work now." Kai's Lin twisted her waist and gently patted Cheng Zhuo's shoulder. "Don't worry, sister was just joking. Follow me, and I'll introduce you to your beauties." With that, she led him along a corridor in the parking area, heading toward the rear. The atmosphere of the Wolfpack Guild seemed quite pleasant, as Kai's Lin guided him. Most faces were adorned with bright smiles, and greetings exchanged with her were sincere. They arrived at what resembled a dormitory area, stopping before a reinforced alloy door. They are inside, Kai's Lin gestured, then leaned closer to Cheng Zhuo's ear, teasing in a lowered voice, "Don't rush into anything. A few comforting kisses, and then come to the medical area to find me. Mayor Wang sent some items for you." Chapter 63, Rewards from Angshi Town, Zhaoji. As soon as the alloy door slid open a crack, hurried footsteps echoed from within. 3 figures rushed forward. Ruan Qinghe led the way, her pale hands grasping Cheng Zhuo's, scanning him up and down. Once satisfied he was unharmed, she sighed in relief, her voice still trembling slightly. "Did that scoundrel Zhao Shisheng trouble you?" "No, rest assured," Cheng Zhuo replied, reciprocating her cool grip. He turned and opened his arms to embrace Xia Chan, ruffling her hair. Finally, he glanced at Xia Mo, who stood a step back, and shared a knowing look with her. Xia Mo understood, and with deliberate steps, she approached, resting her silvery hair against Cheng Zhuo's chest, silently wrapping her arms around his waist. "I'm sorry for worrying you all." Cheng Zhuo softened his tone, reassuring his 3 partners, "It's nothing. Zhao Shisheng merely sought to win me over, not to create trouble. As long as you're fine." Ruan Qinghe leaned against Cheng Zhuo's shoulder, her heart still racing from anxiety. She had just heard from Xia Chan that the hunter team Cheng Zhuo had faced in the endless wasteland bore the emblem of the Thunder Guild. The RV had been sealed by Cheng Zhuo, leaving them oblivious to the events outside. However, Xia Chan's keen ears seemed to have captured sounds of battle. She speculated that their brother Zhao had likely annihilated that squad. Hearing Xia Chan's words, Ruan Qinghe grew even more anxious. After all, thunder was a formidable force that a mere mortal could not challenge. She was aware of Cheng Zhuo's growth, but could not help but worry. "Husband." Ruan Qinghe slowly raised her head, a determined expression settling on her face. "I won't go to Caxiu Academy anymore. I want to venture into the ecological zone and hunt beasts in the wasteland. My sisters and I have discussed it. We want to grow stronger, to undergo a second awakening, and to be your support, not a burden." Ever since leaving the new home and witnessing Cheng Zhuo disappear from view, Ruan Qinghe had vowed to herself that she would strive to become stronger. Should a similar situation arise again, she would never allow Cheng Zhuo to bear the brunt alone. She loathed the feeling of helplessness. Cheng Zhuo replied with a hint of tenderness, "Aren't you afraid, considering the trauma you suffered as a child in the wasteland?" "I am," Ruan Qinghe admitted honestly, gripping his hand tighter, "but nothing frightens me more than the thought of losing you." "Indeed, I feel the same." Xia Chan nodded vigorously beside them. Xia Mo also lifted her face, her silence betraying an unspoken resolve. "All right," Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly. "I had the same thought, since you all are willing. Let's strive together." "Oh, that is so cool." After a moment of warmth, Cheng Zhuo recalled Kai's Lin's instructions. He led the 3 women to the medical area. Upon reaching the entrance, they glimpsed Kai's Lin seated in a diagnostic chair, her fingertips pressing against the interface of her cybernetic right leg. The pale blue source energy patterns faded as she grasped the metallic edge of the prosthetic limb, gently pulling it off to reveal the reddened skin at the stump. Kai's Lin noticed their presence and waved them in. Ruan Qinghe was the first to enter. Moving closer to Kai's Lin and lightly touching the area where her right thigh was amputated, her brow furrowed. "Sister, does it hurt?" "I've grown accustomed to it." Kai's Lin smiled, skillfully donning a set of bioprosthetics that seamlessly matched her skin tone, making it nearly impossible to distinguish from her real leg at first glance. She casually removed her cybernetic eye and replaced it with a pair of thin-framed, gold-rimmed glasses, her dark yellow hair cascading over her shoulders, obscuring the faint marks of mechanical interfaces behind her ears. Without the various mechanical attachments, Kai's Lin appeared significantly softer, resembling a friendly neighborhood sister. "What if I reach Tier 7 in my training?" Ruan Qinghe suddenly looked up, her eyes glimmering with seriousness as she asked, "Is there a way to help sister restore her limb?" The books say high-tier priests possess healing techniques that can regenerate severed limbs. Kai's Lin's hands paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought as she whispered, "When I was first injured, one of our dedicated healers in the team asked me the same thing." "What tier is she at now?" Ruan Qinghe's eyes brightened. "Can I ask her some questions?" "I've decided. I want to become a hunter." She Kusa Lin lowered her gaze in silence for a couple of seconds, then lifted her head to meet the sincere eyes of Ruan Qinghe, unable to suppress a gentle smile. "The 7th-tier priest, huh? That should be possible. However, we do not have any 7th-tier hunters in Xing Tai Chung yet. so sister must strive hard. Ruan Qinghe, being a person of delicate thoughts, immediately understood her reaction. The little girl whom Sa Lin referred to as a dedicated healer might face dire circumstances. Nodding slightly, Ruan Qinghe replied, "Yes, I will definitely work hard. I'm looking forward to that day." Sa Lin smiled and grasped her hand, then turned her gaze to Cheng Zhuo. "Follow me." The four of them followed Sa Lin's footsteps, navigating through several corridors before arriving at a somewhat spacious room. As Sa Lin opened the door and raised her hand to invite them in, her gaze swept across the sofa, and suddenly, with an exclamation, she rushed in, hurriedly gathering a pile of disheveled clothes that were heaped on the sofa and tossing them into the bedroom. Please make yourselves comfortable." Sa Lin offered an awkward smile, while secretly picking up a black t-shirt that had fallen to the floor. The others pretended not to see, and each found a place to sit. The room was quite simple, furnished only with a set of sofas and a coffee table, along with a rack for drinks and a refrigerator that added a touch of liveliness. Sa Lin walked to the bookshelf, retrieving an unopened brown package from the top shelf, which bore the emblem of Hong Shizhen. This was sent by Mayor Wang of Hong Shizhen, and it just arrived. Sa Lin handed the package to Cheng Zhuo. He conveyed a message. "Thank you for bringing honor to Hong Shizhen. Everything inside is a gift for you, and your collection task for next month has been waived." Oh, Cheng Zhuo was somewhat astonished, not expecting such a delightful surprise. Chapter 64. The Abyss Hunter. Cheng Zhuo accepted the package and, without hesitation, opened it in front of Sa Lin. Inside was a leather box the size of a book, which emitted a click as he opened it, revealing a gentle purple glow. A source power card lay quietly on the velvet lining. Beneath the card was an envelope. Wow, when did Uncle Wang become so generous? Sa Lin adjusted her gold-framed glasses, examining the card. To gift an epic-level card, just for the title of the strongest newcomer? Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, his fingertips hovering above the card, feeling the faint tremor of source power flowing through its intricate patterns. It was indeed epic level without a doubt. The title of the strongest newcomer sounded impressive, yet with only 4 awarded each year, it was hardly a rare honor. While it might draw some attention to Hong Shizhen, for a town that could be swallowed by the ecosystem at any time, it held little significance. He had expected at most a reward of several thousand city coins. To his surprise, this Mayor Wang, whom he had never met, had directly sent him an epic level card. Upon closely examining the card's information, Cheng Zhuo's eyes brightened. Thunderstaff weapon card. Quality, epic purple. Effect, using the staff summons can instantly recall the summoned entity to its source card. The summoned entity will additionally learn the beast skill Thunder Punishment, the power of which is correlated with the strength of the summoned entity itself. Usage limitation, summoning type, description, crafted by an unnamed weapon master. The staff's patterns resemble those of an ancient deity's staff, but unfortunately, the source power capacity is insufficient, rendering it a subpar imitation. Thunder Punishment. Cheng Zhuo gently tapped the thunder pattern on the card, sensing that if Guan Guan were to unleash Thunder Punishment, the effects could be astonishing. Carefully storing the card away, his gaze fell upon the envelope still lying in the box. The envelope appeared quite special, sealed with a dark red stamp of Hong Shizhen. As he pinched the edge of the envelope, the unique heft of the paper conveyed a sense of rarity. In the current era, such envelopes were quite uncommon. Breaking the wax seal, he extracted a dark card. As the words Abyss in gold foil emerged, Cheng Zhuo's fingers instinctively paused. Sa Lin, taken aback, instinctively squeezed beside Cheng Zhuo, her face nearly pressed against the card, disbelief written all over her face. An Abyss Hunter card? Could it possibly be for you? Hurry. Check the back. Cheng Zhuo obeyed and flipped the card. In the blackened lower right corner, a line of gold letters boldly proclaimed Cheng Zhuo. This type of Abyss Hunter card, issued by the Tower Stone, was irreplicable and non-transferable. Obtaining this card signified officially stepping into the main battlefield of a particular faction, a qualification that countless hunters aspired to attain. Beside him, Sa Lin studied the dark card, stroking her chin. It seems that the town indeed lacks newcomers. You haven't even advanced yet you've received an Abyss card. Is it truly just because there are no newcomers? Cheng Zhuo repeatedly traced the card's enigmatic patterns, pondering. The Abyss Hunter card could be regarded as the ultimate goal for most hunters. Among the various Lighthouse factions, Only those with sufficient strength or potential could hope to acquire such a card. After all, Abyss Hunters represented the face of a faction. If the Outer Realms were akin to cooperative dungeon modes, then the Abyss was the endless solo mode. The names, ranks, guilds, and lighthouses of hunters would be bound to their kill scores, displayed in real time on the Abyss leaderboard. Being surpassed by a competitor of lesser strength would indeed be quite embarrassing. It was evident that this Mayor Wang held him in high regard. Don't be too nervous. Seeing Cheng Zhuo clutching the Abyss card in silence, Qu Lin assumed he was intimidated by the words Abyss. She gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Our Abyss Hunters in Hong Shizhen aren't as competitive as in other places. We've been at the bottom for many years. The townsfolk have long since grown accustomed to it. Besides, there is still over a month until the next Abyss opens. There's no need to ponder it now. Cheng Zhuo was taken aback. You are also from Hong Shizhen? Of course. Did I not mention it? Qu Lin raised an eyebrow. By the way, I also have something for you. Turning back to the bookshelf, she pulled down a canvas bag from the top shelf, and with a rustle, it spilled onto the table, revealing a pile of red tower stones from Hong Shizhen. Cough. Noticing Cheng Zhuo staring blankly at the tower stones, Qu Lin's ears turned slightly red as she scratched the back of her head with a dry laugh. I did take advantage of you that day. There really aren't many tower stones in other towns, but Hong Shizhen has more than enough. Once those 2,000 are spent, I'll pay you back with the money I get from selling goods tomorrow. No need to repay. Cheng Zhuo shook his head with a smile. You've helped a lot today. That amount of money doesn't need to be kept in mind. It must be repaid. Qu Lin shook her head. I never take advantage of my own people. Saying this, she took out 3 stones and handed one to each of the 3 girls. I heard you're going to sign a contract in Hong Shizhen. You can use these. You will pass through a medium danger zone on your way there, so it's better to have some self-defense capability before proceeding. Thank you, sister. The 3 girls gratefully accepted. Don't think too much about the Abyss for now. Qu Lin turned her gaze back to Cheng Zhuo, her tone becoming more serious. First, prepare well for tomorrow's entry into H0173. To be honest, my intention in bringing you in was merely a directive from above. I was actually quite uneasy about leaving Neo and the others with you. However, since Uncle Wang holds you in such high regard, I feel reassured. Are you quite familiar with Mayor Wang? Cheng Zhuo inquired further. Qu Lin nodded slightly. Yes, I grew up at the orphanage in town. He is the mayor and also the director. Cheng Zhuo and Qu Lin discussed the town's circumstances and then inquired about her methods of team coordination. As an instructor for the low-potential wolf pack team, her training methodology was straightforward, learned through combat. So far, and Neo and the others had only undergone practical training for just over a week. Much of it was still focused on mental fortitude. Therefore, there were no clear divisions or tactical training yet. They needed to overcome their fear of the outer realms before they could truly become viable hunters. The identity of Cheng Zhuo primarily belongs to some seasoned veterans within the guild who have yet to ascend in rank. However, due to the recent emergence of numerous long-term, medium-risk wastelands in the Hegu Valley, many of these veterans have been recruited as attendants, prompting an influx of wilderness hunters. This arrangement suggests that H0173 is relatively safe. Although the risk of mutation is present, the gateways allow for free entry and exit. Thus, Catherine assured him that he need not worry. The methods of hunting in the boundless wilderness would apply equally in H0173. As night deepened, Cheng Zhuo returned to his room. After a quick shower, he stood before the projection television for quite some time. The screen was looping footage of Mu Yanji, showcasing her recent slaying of a 5th-tier Overlord-level beast. Dressed in the professional skirt suit she had worn when meeting Cheng Zhuo, her expression was icy. In her hand, she wielded what appeared to be an utterly ordinary longsword. With a gentle flick, she unleashed no earth-shattering sword light, nor did she stir the air with any excess force. The beast, nearly 100 meters in length, was effortlessly cleaved in 2 from head to abdomen, as if sliced through butter with a hot knife. Tonight, a sudden 4-star gateway has ruptured at the Nanling ruins. Beasts ranging from tiers 3 to 5 have breached into the low-risk zone. The Overlord-level Heiji beast has been slain, while the others are currently being pursued. All low-risk zone units are advised to remain vigilant and report any sightings to the high-tier hunting teams without engaging recklessly. She is truly remarkable, came the envious voice of Ruan Qinghe, who then gently wrapped her cool arms around Cheng Zhuo's waist. You will become that formidable too. Cheng Zhuo pulled her closer, playfully ruffling her cheeks. Ruan Qinghe pouted. You're just teasing. I'm merely a priest. Who says a priest cannot wield a sword? Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Indeed. You're right, Ruan Qinghe replied, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she playfully lifted his chin with her fingertip. My husband, a summoner, enjoys wielding a heavy gun and thrives in 1-against-3. Cheng Zhuo paused, looking at the girl in his embrace with surprise. So you've learned some mischief, huh? Come, let's see how formidable your husband's heavy gun is. No, you have important matters tomorrow. With my MOMO around, it won't be a delay. Xiao Chan, help me. I want help. I'll have sister assist you. Woo. The next morning in the Heiyun forest, 6 heavy armored vehicles, each over 10 meters long, crushed the dry branches and decaying leaves beneath them. The roar of their engines echoed through the silent woods like 6 steel behemoths racing deep into the forest. Cheng Zhuo sat by the window, surveying the rapidly retreating morning scenery. It became clear how the Heiyun forest acquired its name. The black mist, thick as ink, enveloped both sides of the road, preventing sunlight from penetrating, making it feel as if they were traversing through flowing black clouds. Approximately half an hour later, the convoy gradually slowed, finally coming to a steady halt in a clearing. Cheng Zhuo disembarked with the team, the crisp air, heavy with the scent of damp leaves, greeted him. Before him lay a clearing the size of 2 football fields, its edges piled with freshly cut logs, the crooked stumps glistening with resin, indicating a temporary base recently established. The dense fog in this area had been dispersed. Numerous teams of varying appearances congregated from all directions, some bearing the insignia of major guilds, while others were unfamiliar smaller guilds. Scattered groups of hunters, likely formed independently, were also present. At the center of the clearing stood a gateway over 10 meters high, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. It was nearly imperceptible, if not for its water-like ripples. Cheng, big brother, try not to be nervous, Wei Qingfeng said, gripping his staff with knuckles turning pale, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yet he forced himself to approach Cheng Zhuo. In a hushed tone, he added, we will engage the peripheral beasts near the gateway. If anything seems amiss, we will retreat immediately. It will be safe. Look down at your trembling legs. Peng Wei leaned against the vehicle door, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes at Wei. You're quaking like a leaf, yet you dare to advise others not to be anxious? Perhaps you should heed your sister's advice and consider working in the kitchen. Laughter erupted among the group, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Cheng Zhuo, and you'll move closer to him. Are you nervous? Today, she donned a dark green combat suit that fit snugly, accentuating her graceful curves, with a defined waist that showcased her long legs, giving her a height of 170 centimeters. Cheng Zhuo glanced back, raising an eyebrow. Why would I be? I'm the strongest newcomer. Only the beast would be anxious upon seeing me. Enyo smiled softly, poking his shoulder with her longbow, teasing, oh, quite confident, aren't we? Her movement caught the attention of many young men in the group. Enyo, already striking in appearance, appeared even more radiant standing beside Cheng Zhuo. After his physical prowess had surged recently, his already handsome features gained a sharper quality, and at nearly 190 centimeters tall, he stood tall and elegant beside Enyo, creating an unexpectedly harmonious pair. The models in the ever-looping promotional videos for hunters could hardly compare to the visual of these two together. As a result, many gazes directed toward Cheng Zhuo now bore a hint of envy, even tinged with hostility. It seems I have become a thorn in the eyes of many, Cheng Zhuo remarked with a playful smirk. Enyo instinctively scanned the surroundings, her cheeks suddenly flushing with a faint red hue, her tone slightly flustered. No, I haven't paid them any mind. Cheng Zhuo, unaware of her unusual demeanor, focused on the transparent gateway of H0173, his tone turning serious. This multidimensional gateway allows for both exit and ascension to higher-tier wastelands after completing the task, correct? Yes, Enyo nodded slightly, then displayed a hint of shock. You wouldn't be thinking of, after we finish, you can lead them out while I explore the one-star wasteland. Cheng Zhuo's eyes gleamed with an unusual excitement. Enyo immediately grew anxious. The one-star wasteland here is entirely different from the incomplete, distorted newcomer wasteland. It is teeming with first-tier, enhanced bodies and overlords. And even second-tier bosses may appear. Moreover, the guild. She had intended to mention that the guild would not permit such actions, but suddenly recalled that Cheng Zhuo was not a member. Rest assured, Cheng Zhuo said, observing her tense profile, his tones softening. If danger arises, I will retreat. He nodded toward the gateway, indicating, let us proceed. The team, Cheng Zhuo led. Aside from Inyo, Wei Qingfeng, and Peng Wei, included a young couple named Li Xian and Fong Han. They were slightly older, appearing to be in their mid-20s, and were a couple. Having failed to awaken successfully for several years, they were part of the previous batch of awakeners. They viewed Cheng Zhuo's arrival with some trepidation. The guild's intentions to recruit this strongest newcomer were clear, taking positions meant for seasoned hunters and assigning them to a newcomer, thereby gambling with their lives. However, they had no authority over the team's composition and could only silently resolve to linger near the gateway, vowing never to venture deeper. Let us form a team, and Yo suggested, we'll be up soon. She was the first to release a pale, blue source energy that slowly extended from her fingertips like spider silk. Cheng Zhuo followed suit, allowing a light, gray source energy to flow forth. This represented a fundamental coupling that would bind the six of them together, preventing chaos during their entrance into the wasteland. As they stepped through the gateway, a bone-chilling cold rushed in through their collars. The temperature here was several times colder than the morning breeze in the Heiyun forest, mingled with a pungent stench of frost and decay that made them cough involuntarily. Cheng Zhuo halted, raising his gaze to assess his surroundings. Before them lay an expansive ice cave. The layers of rock and ice interweave, and icicles hang from the towering ceiling, some reaching lengths of 3 to 4 meters, shimmering with a pale blue light. At the tips of these icicles, spider webs glisten, adorned with tiny ice particles. As the wind blows, the webs sway gently, and the large spiders upon them appear as if they might fall at any moment. Once again, it is this icy cave, and that long-haired spider is quite the adversary. Wei Qingfeng sighed. No sooner had the words left his lips than a powerful voice, as coarse as if ground against sandpaper, echoed from behind them. You novices, step aside. If you can't handle it, just go back to the guild and drink milk. Don't lose your lives here. Anyo turned to see who had arrived, her brows knitting in displeasure. She quietly leaned closer to Cheng Zhuo and whispered, it's a team from the Jinsu Guild. The leader is called Lei Hu, and his subordinates are nearly at the next tier of hunters. We encountered them last time. They have a foul temper and always leave no room for others when hunting. They cleared out all the peripheral beasts last time, even taking those we had injured. Today, our spoils are likely to be significantly reduced. Chapter 66, Monster Clearing. Gazing at the backs of the 6 individuals moving toward the other side of the cave, Cheng Zhuo replied casually, it's not a big deal. He had just glanced at their profiles, noting that the strongest among them had merely D-grade potential and a body strength of less than 30. Far weaker than the giant corpses he had slain in the Shuiying realm. They could only bully Inyo and the others because they relied on being seasoned veterans of Tier 0. Moreover, the hints for this realm were straightforward. You have entered the survival realm, Ice Cave. Exploration progress, 751. Keywords, survival. Advancement task, eliminate the Ice Stone Ape. Finding the Ice Stone Ape would suffice. It was clear that Inyo and her group could not guide them, as they had not ventured far from the gate. Cheng Zhuo took out the thunderstaff he had just acquired. With a subtle movement of his source power, he summoned Guan from the source card. Meow. The little round creature appeared, lazily stretching like a cat, its rotund body exuding an endearing charm. Inyo could not resist and rushed forward to scoop it into her arms, affectionately rubbing its belly. Ah, little Guan, it's been so long. The slightly tormented Guan squinted its amber eyes at Cheng Zhuo, its little head filled with questions. Is this your wife too? If not, I'm going to scratch her. It had been feeling quite frustrated lately. Every time it emerged, it was held and petted with its belly being rubbed. Rubbing its belly was one thing, but they even claimed it was close to touching the ground. Did they think it couldn't understand? Wasn't that just a roundabout way of calling it fat? Cheng Zhuo suppressed a laugh, giving Guan a warning look, before his gaze shifted to the cave wall nearby. A series of scratching noises echoed as shards of ice cascaded down from the crevices between the ceiling and the rock walls. They were coming. Inyo quickly stood, her voice taking on a more serious tone. She lightly sprang onto a protruding stone platform, positioning her alloy longbow by her side. A pale blue source power flowed along the bowstring, swiftly coalescing into a glowing arrow. Peng Wei, Li Dexuan, maintain formation. Peng Wei grinned, revealing a hint of ferocity. Li Dexuan stepped forward, slamming his heavy shield onto the ground. Anyo's gaze fell upon Wei Qingfeng, her tone laced with caution. Wei Qingfeng, your fireballs are the nemesis of those eyeworms. Do not fear, nor be greedy for damage. Be mindful of your energy consumption. All right. Wei Qingfeng took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety as two orbs of orange-red flames ignited in his palms. Finally, Anyo waved to Feng Han behind her. Sister Feng, keep an eye on the beasts entangled with them. Their abdomens are their weak points. Strike and retreat, do not linger. Feng Han nodded slightly, retrieving a blue glowing dagger. In a flash, she entered a nearly invisible state, leaving only the faintest trace of air as she stealthily moved toward the shadows of the rock wall. Cheng Zhuo, feel free to act as you see fit, Anyo said, her tone softening a bit, but be careful not to get caught by their self-exploding eyeworms. They are corrosive. Cheng Zhuo nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the rock wall. He noticed a cluster of half-human-sized spiders scuttling along the stone, their bodies covered in fragile ice patterns. Their abdomens densely packed with eyes, all fixated on the group. Meow? Guan observed the tense atmosphere of the group, tilting its plump head, confused as it looked at Cheng Zhuo. Are they this nervous because of those big bugs? Should I join in? Cheng Zhuo focused on the large spider crawling down the wall. Thousand-eyed spider. Ice frost. Realm. Tier 0 derivative. Biological body strength. 185. Ability. Eye extraction. Can extract its own eye to initiate a self-exploding attack. Description. This peculiar spider thrives in frigid terrains, favoring the consumption of human eyes. Beware of the eyeballs it throws, as their explosions are highly corrosive. Despite its imposing size, the spider did not seem particularly strong. Cheng Zhuo immediately lost interest. Guan, let's end this swiftly. Upon issuing the command, Guangwen's amber eyes narrowed into slits, its round body tensing as it shot forth like a fluffy projectile. Its paws cracked the ice beneath it, and in an instant, it pounced upon the foremost thousand-eyed spider. Cheng Zhuo was not idle either. He flipped his fingers to extract the Silver Knight gravity body card. Channeling his source power into the card, he tossed it gently forward. A dazzling pale blue luminescence flickered. The metal components clicked together as if animated, rapidly assembling into form. Shoulder armor, torso, and limbs materialized in sequence. Within 3 seconds, a dark silver mech, towering over 3 meters, crashed down, its heavy feet striking the ice, causing shards to scatter. Cheng Zhuo leaped into the cockpit, and with a swift motion, an epic long spear, named Solitary Star, manifested before him. The spear tip gleamed like a chilling blade, and, as source power flowed into it, the dark patterns on the shaft began to glow, reminiscent of a slumbering purple-scaled dragon. Cheng Zhuo maneuvered the mech, forcefully kicking off the ground. The ice cracked like spider silk, and the Silver Knight surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the spear sweeping through the air with a sharp sound. Wow, this gravity body is actually in Cheng Zhi's hands. How cool is that? Wei Qingfeng exclaimed, momentarily losing focus as his flames extinguished. The gazes of the others also shifted back, entirely captivated by the stunning display of the gravity body. Cheng Zhuo refrained from using the heavy weaponry on the gravity body. Against foes of this caliber, employing source power weapons would suffice. He wielded the spear with grandiose flair. With a swift motion, a massive spider on the wall was cleaved in two as if made of paper. Guangwen's speed was even more astonishing as it leapt and dashed. Arcs of faint blue electricity occasionally flickered from its claws, a result of the Thunder Staff's enhancement ability, Thunder Punishment. Any thousand-eyed spider that came into contact with its claws would be instantly electrocuted, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, soon falling still. The speed of its hunting was so rapid that even Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but cast a few more glances. He intentionally brought up Guangwen's profile. Apart from the newly acquired Thunder Punishment enhancement, other statistics had not changed much. Its growth progress remained extraordinarily slow. Cheng Zhuo had previously scoured through the training materials for summoned beasts and knew that when a summoner advanced, their summoned beast would also advance in tandem. However, the growth and evolution during the growth phase required accumulation through beast food and source nuclei. Last time, in the Endless Wasteland, he had slain nearly half of the beasts, feeding Guan with half of the source nuclei, yet its growth progress had only increased by 0.1. At this rate, it would be a long time before it reached the juvenile stage. Nevertheless, Cheng Zhuo noticed that every increment in Guangwen's growth was markedly significant. The progress of 01 has brought about exceptionally significant enhancements. Guangwen's biological strength has surged by approximately 50 points, now reaching the impressive level of 1156. It is noteworthy that the biological strength of first-tier exotic beasts generally ranges from 50 to 150. Thus, Guangwen has surpassed the majority of its peers within the first tier. When in dragon form, Guangwen's bodily strength is unrivaled among first-tier entities. There are also some changes that Cheng Zhuo cannot fully comprehend, such as its source core. The system indicates that it remains at the first tier. However, he can vaguely sense that its source core strength far exceeds that of ordinary first-tier beast companions, as if possessing some extraordinary storage capability. It seems the system's enhancements and the mythical level breathing meditation card are gradually taking effect within it. As the duo dash forth, their overwhelming slaughter left Yo and the others utterly astonished. Is a first-tier beast companion truly this powerful? Where did the rumors about low-tier summoners being weak originate? You handle the source core, Guangwen, and I will locate the BOSS. Cheng Zhuo's mechanical voice broke through their reverie. And only then did they realize that the Qiantong spider within the stone cave had suffered catastrophic losses. On the other side, not far from this site, in an expansive stone cavern, Leihu unleashed a shockwave that sent the final wave of eye insects fired by the Qiantong spider lord flying. A malicious grin spreading across his face. Little brat, aren't you quite the sharpshooter? Go ahead, shoot again. With that, he hefted a hammer and leapt into action. The spider lord before him towered over 2 meters, its legs encased in a shell reminiscent of ice armor, precisely one of their targets. Before his hammer could strike the Qiantong spider lord, a gray shadow flashed past. In the next moment, the BOSS was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, slamming against the cave wall with a resounding thud, its legs twitching twice before falling still, leaving only a puddle of dark green liquid trickling down the rock face. What just zipped past? Chapter 67. Rose's grievance. Leihu stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shock of the Qiantong spider lord's swift demise. Suddenly, a low hum resonated from behind him. He instinctively turned around and locked eyes with a pair of cold, crimson orbs. Though they were clearly the optical simulation eyes of a mech, Leihu inexplicably sensed a profound warning emanating from them. Tiger, brother Tiger. A nearby man with a lizard tail approached, stammering. How can there be mechs here? With a furrowed brow, Leihu snapped back. You think I know? Who should I ask? Recently, the team that secured first place in the new tier Suja used a custom mech called the Shenkai Lieksa team. A woman from the team chimed in. The captain, Cheng Zhuo, is both wealthy and handsome. Many of my friends are his fans. I heard the captain's name is Huang Fu Bai. Another voice interjected. I'm not certain about that. The woman replied. I'm not interested in those young studs. They can't compare to our brother Tiger. Leihu felt a surge of satisfaction from her words, lifting his chin slightly as his gaze drifted towards the crimson mech, which was advancing with overwhelming force, accompanied by a fluffy, rotund creature resembling both a panda and a tiger, moving with astonishing speed. The Qiantong spiders they encountered along the way had no chance to react, becoming mere victims beneath its claws. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The lizard-tailed man, eyeing the Qiantong spider lord stuck to the cave wall, flashed a glimmer of greed and asked Leihu, Brother Tiger, should we pry off that icy shell? If you wish to die, be my guest. Leihu replied irritably, turning away. It's a wasted opportunity. The H0173 Suja 1T repeat itself. The lizard-tailed man was taken aback. Brother Tiger, where are you going? Changing the map, you fool. Are we just going to sit here and watch their performance? 2 hours later, outside the H0173 gate, a low rumble of engines approached from a distance. A silver and white source-powered aircraft descended slowly, its hatch sliding open with a hiss as several hunters, each with distinct styles but all bearing the phoenix emblem on their chests, emerged. The leading woman was particularly eye-catching, clad in a striking red, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her fair legs encased in matching tactical boots moved with a rhythmic grace, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. It was Rosa, the prodigious young woman from the Sacred Beast Guild and the daughter of the city lord, Rod. She had awakened for the second time a year ago, achieving the pinnacle of the 3rd tier in just over half a year. Her S-class potential was truly remarkable. Goodness, she is even more beautiful in person. Her physique is simply stunning. Soft gasps of admiration spread through the crowd. Rosa's name was well known throughout Xingyi City, not only due to her illustrious family background, but also because of her legendary journey from F-class to S-class after her second awakening, alongside the Phoenix team, which had consistently achieved remarkable feats in higher-tier Suja. Catherine was also drawn in by the commotion. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Rosa's long, powerful legs, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a deadly beauty. She unconsciously glanced down at her own cybernetic limb, which glimmered with a cold light. A fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through her eyes. It's a pity I'm not any less impressive. Sister, you're here quite early. Rosa called out from a distance, swaying her alluring waist with a bright smile as she approached Catherine step by step. Little minx, Catherine thought to herself, suppressing her disdain as she greeted her with a wide smile, linking arms with Rosa. Rosa dear, why are you so late today? I missed you a bit. Rosa's rosy lips curled up as she nuzzled against Catherine. Sister loves me so much. Why not come to our sacred beast guild? That one tea be necessary. I'm quite comfortable in the wolf pack, Catherine replied, shifting her tone. Perhaps you should come to our guild. We don't have as many convoluted rules as the 4 major guilds. Rosa raised an eyebrow. Aren't your rules still numerous? Forcing a 3rd-tier A-class shield master like you to lead those low-tier teams is merely a waste of your time. I volunteered to lead, Catherine shrugged nonchalantly. I was going to wait for the afternoon S 3-star gate. Didn't you bring a team as well? But mine is a high-potential team, Rosa replied, projecting a display of data before Catherine, revealing a hint of childish pride. Look, sister, my students just raised the exploration progress of the nascent Suja to 80 yesterday, surpassing many veteran hunters. Quite impressive, right? If you join us, I'll hand them over to you. Soon, you'll have a bunch of high-potential hunter students, and your prestige will be unparalleled. Just then, a nearby monitoring officer from the hunter army exclaimed in astonishment, Look, they VE cleared it. Rosa smiled brightly, turning to the monitor. Is it from our sacred beast guild? No, it's from the wolf pack. Look, ISNT it from the wolf pack. Rosa's voice faltered as she stared in shock at the monitor. What team did you say? Miss Rosa, it's the Grey Wolf 7 from the wolf pack. The monitoring officer reported. Upon hearing this, Catherine was momentarily stunned. She immediately moved to stand behind the monitor. The large screen displayed various monitor data from the Suja, and among them, the Frost Cave was marked as completed. Completed team name, Wolfpack Grey Wolf Team 7, 997, and the Jingsu Guild Tiger Howl, 03. Oh, it's that Cheng Zhuo, no wonder. Rosa, who had also gathered around, displayed a flicker of realization upon seeing the roster. However, her expression quickly darkened as she squinted, her anger rising. But why is he with you? That despicable fellow. Is my chest not larger than Sister S? Why hasn't he responded to my messages? Catherine replied, Do you want to consider what you just said? What do these two matters have in common? Chapter 68. Huangfu Bai's plan for gratitude in the Frost Cave. At the end of a dense cavern lay an extraordinary beast, its entire body covered in white fur. It measured over 5 meters in length, with muscles on its chest resembling frost-covered rock slabs, exuding an overwhelming sense of raw power. This first-tier, newly emerged body lord possessed a physical strength of level 1238, surpassing even the blind corpses of the endless wasteland. Cheng Zhuo gazed at the corpse of the frost stone ape, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Such pure strength-based beasts were ideally suited for his current necromantic summons. Not only could he perfectly replicate its strength from life, but the characteristics of the corpse puppet, which knew no fear and felt no pain, would further enhance its combat prowess. With a slight motion of his fingertips, Cheng Zhuo stored the ape's body within the system space. He had previously conceived this idea when using a zombie hen as an emergency measure. He could certainly prepare several beast corpses to keep in the system space for unforeseen circumstances. Corpses within his mental summoning range could be stockpiled. Time within the system space was halted, alleviating any concerns regarding decay. However, it was now time to increase intensity. Cheng Zhuo lifted his gaze towards the revelation of the domain after defeating the BOSS. You may choose to enter a 1-star domain, Forest of Death. Do you wish to proceed? In truth, those frost beasts posed a significant threat to Cheng Zhuo's main body. He had just tested engaging without using enhancement cards. Yet, perhaps due to the presence of Guan and various supports, Cheng Zhuo found it challenging to reach a state of tension despite his disarray. The second awakening required prolonged exposure to extreme conditions, ideally inducing a near-death sensation to facilitate its triggering. Cheng Zhuo clicked his tongue, no longer willing to squander time. He pressed on. With a flick of his finger in the void, a ripple surged through the space, and a one-person-high portal suddenly materialized, swirling with gray mist, from which eerie sounds faintly emanated. Cheng Zhuo maneuvered his mech and stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold, a blinding white light engulfed his vision, and an ominous roar echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Cheng Zhuo attempted to control his gravity body to block with his gun, but was met with an unsettling silence. What was happening? The mech had completely lost its responsiveness. As the white light dissipated, Cheng Zhuo discovered a towering, green-faced corpse charging toward him. It was a colossal corpse, standing 2.5 meters tall, its body shriveled and dark, tattered work clothes revealing bony protrusions. An orange helmet sat atop its head, and its eye sockets were hollow, swirling with ghostly green flames. How fortuitous! Another blind corpse. Yunjing Villa. Within a spacious room, the cold glow of monitors and various consoles filled the space. Bodyguard Lao Gao stood at the door, holding a silver platter, his gaze fixed on the figure almost embedded in the screen behind the console. His tone bore traces of concern and melancholy. "Young master, you haven't eaten today?" Huangfu Bai, seated behind the console, seemed oblivious, his fingers flying across the projection, bloodshot eyes appearing particularly fierce under the fluorescent light. He fixated on the flickering data on the screen, his murmurs laced with obsession. If I can't even handle a small blind corpse's force field, how can I claim to harness technology to destroy the domain? After a moment, he appeared to be drained of all energy, collapsing onto the cold metallic floor. Suddenly, he began to shake his shoulders and whimper. Initially, it was a gentle tremor, soft sobs, but within seconds, he unleashed a full-throat wail, sprawled on the ground, tangling his golden hair into a mess, crying out, "Wah, wah, wah. I aimed for first place, yet I couldn't even make it into the top 1,000. Half my team is injured or dead, and I was saved by an F-class guy, while I remain trapped in this dilapidated fortress. How humiliating!" Lao Gao rubbed his throbbing temples, inwardly lamenting. Another personality has emerged. Thankfully, this little Bai still remembers to eat. He crouched beside Huangfu Bai, gently coaxing, "Young master, your team did secure first place, achieving your goal. That Cheng Zhuo, without your gravity body as assistance, could hardly claim the title of strongest newcomer. Viewed from another angle, you are the true strongest newcomer." "Really?" Huangfu Bai popped a bubble of snot, wiping it on Lao Gao's tie, tearful eyes lifting to meet his gaze. "Absolutely, you are the strongest newcomer." Lao Gao nodded emphatically, lifting the lid of the platter to reveal a delicately arranged sandwich. "Have a bite. This gold leaf black caviar sandwich is your favorite." "All right." Just as Huangfu Bai reached for the sandwich, he suddenly pouted at Lao Gao. "But that Li Mo knows about all my blunders. We struggled for several days to escape." "Boo-hoo." Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself sharply. The hurt expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce glare, his tone icy. "I say, let us kill both of them. And in all." "That won't do," he lamented, his fierce demeanor collapsing once more, now sobbing. "But Cheng Zhuo is my savior." His expression grew cold again, admonishing, "What do you propose we do?" "Enough noise." Abruptly, Huangfu Bai's expression seemed to reset. He lightly twisted a wristband, tidying his disheveled golden hair, his demeanor suddenly regaining its former nobility. With a tone that brooked no argument, he commanded, "Xiao Bai, bring Kilswang back." With that, he stood, adjusting his collar, and resumed his intense scrutiny of the complex design schematics displayed on the screen. Lao Gao stepped forward, bending lower. "Young master, why not take a moment to eat something? You're not in good shape, and if they cause trouble upon their return, it would be difficult for me to intervene." Huangfu Bai paused, withdrew his gaze, and took a sip of the red wine from the platter. "What is the current situation outside?" "The fervor surrounding the ultra-distance domain has largely subsided. Several major factions with bases in Angshi Town have extended contracts to you. They have even tracked down your residence. And gifts are nearly piling up in the hallway," Lao Gao replied. "No need to concern ourselves with that." Huangfu Bai's lips curved slightly, draining the wine glass in one gulp, then inquired, "And those two fellows?" "Those guilds have also sent them contracts. Li Mo signed with Thunderstrike, while Cheng Zhuo has yet to sign." He has entered a short-term partnership with a small guild called Wolfpack, seemingly waiting to see how things unfold. Xiaobai is correct. I indeed owe Cheng Zhuo life. Huang Fubai suddenly declared. You haven't even reclaimed your gravity body. That suffices as repayment. Huang Fubai interrupted directly, raising an eyebrow. Those are mere trappings. How can they compare to my life? That makes sense, Lao Gao nodded. Then what do you mean? Since he saved my life, I shall create an opportunity to save his in return. Huh? Lao Gao was taken aback. Prepare for it. Huang Fubai turned to leave, his golden hair swaying with each step, his voice lazily drifting back. Confirmed Cheng Zhuo's location. Bring the anchoring device and mimic bait. I will set up a trap for him and then save him in turn. An eye for an eye. What a splendid idea, Lao Gao remarked. Is that truly how an eye for an eye is meant to be applied? It seems that what appears most ordinary is, in fact, the most absurd. By the way, don't forget to gather a few auxiliary teammates. I'm a person of principles, Huang Fubai added. Lao Gao hurried to catch up, carefully considering his tone. Shouldn't we let Killswong level up first? If we encounter another blind corpse. Has your brain also been muddled by Xiaobai? Huang Fubai shot him a sidelong glance. If Cheng Zhuo hasn't leveled up, how can I anchor him first? Rest assured, I'm not that unlucky. Encountering a blind corpse even once in 100 domains is improbable. How could I meet one consecutively? Chapter 69, An Unexpected Change. In the Forest of Death. At the edge of the portal, a blind corpse staggered through the mist. Its speed was undiminished. As it lunged towards Cheng Zhuo, he felt his source power stir, instantly retracting the incapacitated Silver Knight. As the momentary brush of his dark green nails grazed the tip of his nose, Cheng Zhuo distinctly detected a putrid stench of decay. He refrained from summoning the jar. Using the momentum from his sideways motion, he twisted his waist, and with a swift grasp of his right hand, a faint violet source energy abruptly coalesced, manifesting into a solitary star, which he then wielded with a flourish. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The blind corpse instinctively raised its arm to block. At the moment of collision between the gun barrel and the withered, skeletal arm, Cheng Zhuo felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, as if he had slammed against a steel column. He was pushed back half a step, carving 2 deep grooves into the decaying leaves and muck at his feet. The blind corpse possessed a physical strength of level 873, slightly superior to his own. The recoil from the strike left a dull ache in his wrist, yet the power of the epic long spear revealed itself at that instant. The pale violet spear light spread from the point of impact, carving a visible gash across the blind corpse's dark green nails, from which a viscous, black-brown fluid oozed, dripping onto the fallen leaves with a hissing sound of corrosion. The eerie green ghost fire within the corpse's cranium flickered violently, perhaps in response to the pain. With a growl, it lunged once more. Its movements remained unsteady, yet swifter than before, its dark claws reaching for Cheng Zhuo's vital points. Each assault accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, forcing him to retreat continuously. However, his gaze remained cold and focused, locked onto the blind corpse's chest, the position of its core and its life source. Upon retreating approximately 10 steps, Cheng Zhuo suddenly changed his strategy. No longer merely evading, he leapt back with great speed, propelled by the ground, and surged forward with vigor. The long spear spun in his grasp, its tip aimed directly at the blind corpse's cranium. The blind corpse instinctively raised its claw to protect its head. Yet, Cheng Zhuo's wrist sank, his left hand pressed down, and the spear light surged half a foot, piercing directly into the blind corpse's chest. By the time it realized, the pale violet spear light was already within inches, and it could not evade in time. The spear tip precisely piercing the gap in the blind corpse's chest, the very location of its core. Upon impact, the spear tip erupted with a blast of pale violet light. The blind corpse's movements abruptly froze, its dark claws suspended in midair. The eerie green ghost fire in its eyes flickering violently a few times before swiftly dimming. With just a feint, it had been successfully vanquished. Indeed, low-tier zombies lack intellect. A normal person, with a physical strength exceeding his by several dozen points, would not be so easily dispatched. In dealing with a first-tier derivative entity, it posed no significant challenge without the use of enhancements. Cheng Zhuo felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance, and his gaze soon swept the surroundings. Beginning to survey this desolate realm, the forest was dense with foliage, shrouded in layers of mist that enveloped the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. leaving a sticky sensation on exposed skin. Named the Forest of Death, its title hinted at the presence of numerous undead beasts. How peculiar. Could it be influenced by his second source? Having entered this realm 3 times, he had encountered such entities on 2 occasions. Summon undead. The low chant echoed through the woods, carrying with it the chilling essence of undead source energy. The blind corpse, its ghostly green fire just extinguished, suddenly ignited with a flicker of eerie blue flames and slowly rose once more. The command corpse awaited at the realm's entrance, and Cheng Zhuo followed a relatively clear forest path deeper within. As he ventured further, the mist thickened. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous undead beasts, dispatching them with ease and subsequently resurrecting them. He retained a dozen or so to guard him while storing the rest in his spatial inventory. There were towering corpses, some 5 meters high, wielding rusted iron hammers, skeleton archers armed with crossbows firing emerald flames, and slender lantern corpses carrying jade-green oil lamps, similar to those he had seen in the endless wasteland, capable of producing blind cores. However, the majority remained blind corpses. With such creatures present, the use of source-powered firearms in this desolate realm would undoubtedly be impractical. Fortunately, that Huang Bai had not arrived. Otherwise, he would have to hide in a metal shell. Cheng Zhuo mused quietly. To this day, he remained uncertain about Huang Bai's circumstances. The several 100 million in Silver Knight gravity units lay dormant in his system space. Yet the other party had not even inquired, though such generosity aligned with his character. Since the other party did not ask, Cheng Zhuo had no intention of returning them voluntarily. The gravity units were quite useful. Although the consumption of source cores was somewhat high, he could fully sustain them now. Had he not been unaware of Huang Bai's whereabouts, he might have sought the other party to upgrade the gravity units. After all, they were still in a limited version, and he felt the firepower was nearing insufficiency. Time passed silently during the hunt. Along the way, Cheng Zhuo did not deliberately pursue extremes. For beasts that could be dealt with by his undead puppets, he refrained from intervening personally, merely observing their combat methods. Occasionally, he sent a few back to the entrance as a precaution. He wished to be on the brink of death, but not truly dead. Approximately 2 hours later, nearly 1,000 various types of corpses lay in his system space. Were it not for the forest fog limiting visibility, the number would likely have been greater. Just as he wondered why he had not encountered a lord yet, a series of eerie sounds suddenly emanated from the dark thicket to his right, raspy and reminiscent of rusty metal scraping against metal. Cheng Zhuo's heart sank, and he stealthily approached. Passing through a dense thicket, his view suddenly opened up. A corpse creature, the height of a normal person, entirely black and wielding a bone knife engulfed in green flames, leaned against a decayed tree root. The moment Cheng Zhuo appeared, the bone knife corpse creature immediately lifted its head, its crimson eyes wild with frenzy, howling as it charged at him. How swift! Cheng Zhuo was startled, barely catching a glimpse of its afterimage. Had it not been for a nearby giant hammer blocking its path, he might have activated his dragon form instinctively. Why did such a fierce creature suddenly emerge? Cheng Zhuo pondered, focusing intently. Corpse demon assassin, undead, realm, first-tier derivative entity, biological body strength, 885, 1760, talent fog concealment, can hide within dense fog, delivering a lethal strike to enemies. Description: when it appears, keep your distance from the fog. This creature is in a state of overexertion. In a fleeting glance, Cheng Zhuo noticed a neat bloodstain on its forehead, with remnants of dried black blood at the edges, resembling the day when Demeng's skull had been cracked open. Cheng Zhuo scrutinized closely. Indeed, the frenzied red in the corpse creature's eyes and the furious aura accompanying its movements bore a striking resemblance to Demeng's uncontrolled state back then. Could it be that the one named Ruan Qinghe was not dead after all? How absurd! Are resurrection items of such a powerful nature so commonplace? Or was it merely a hunter with similar abilities? Cheng Zhuo remained skeptical, gazing at the corpse demon assassin easily slaughtering his undead puppets. His eyes narrowed as he activated his source technique. A layer of dragon scales suddenly emerged from his chest, rapidly spreading like a tide. Outside the H0173 realm gate, a swarm of low-altitude flying vehicles arrived one after another, transforming the previously open temporary base into a crowded space. The first to land was a standard aircraft from the hunting bureau. As the cabin door slid open, a military officer clad in a black uniform, accompanied by several fully armed troops from the hunting bureau, strode out. His square face was as rigid as iron, and his gaze swept across the gathered crowd as he solemnly declared, Lingzi has detected abnormal source energy fluctuations within H0173. All personnel are to evacuate immediately. Following this, the flying vehicles of the four major guilds descended in succession. Several high-ranking officials emerged one after another. Ruan Qinghe, upon hearing the urgent warning, approached the officer with a grave expression. Colonel Liang Yi, could it be that the Shadow Society has infiltrated, causing the anomaly at the stable realm gate? Indeed. Liang Yi responded with a hint of skepticism, his gaze sweeping over the senior members of the four major guilds. You seem well informed. You specifically came to offer assistance? AOC adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and explained, No, we are here for Huangfu Bai. He has just entered H0173. Liang Yi's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing more serious. The S-class newcomer that the deputy director values greatly? Indeed, several replied in unison. Just then, a colossal figure suddenly burst forth from the treetops at the edge of the stronghold. As its hooves hit the ground, leaves scattered in disarray. It was a towering azure wolf, standing nearly 2 meters tall, its fur smooth as silk, but at that moment, it was panting heavily as it approached the boundary gate. A dark-skinned elder with graying hair was seated atop the giant wolf. He glanced at the four major guilds and the members of the Hunters Guild with a dismissive snort, ignoring them entirely as he made his way directly toward Catherine. Oh, boss, what brings you here? Catherine hurried to greet him. Mind your manners. Address me as Grandpa. The elder shot her an annoyed look and got straight to the point. How many of our people are still inside? Sensing the tension, Catherine dropped her playful demeanor and promptly replied, Only 10 new teams entered this morning. Currently, team number 7 has exited, while the others remain inside. The elder sighed in relief. That Cheng Zhuo is in team 7, right? It's good that he has come out. Lao Wang has instructed me to ensure that Cheng Zhuo and Huangfu Bai are safely delivered to him. He hasn't come out. He switched teams? No. He leveled up and went to the Death Forest. Catherine hesitated before adding, Moreover, Huangfu Bai just entered as well. What? Chapter 70. The unfathomable bodyguard. In less than half an hour, the once crowded stronghold at the boundary gate had emptied significantly. Only the members of the Hunters Guild in black uniforms and a few guild personnel responsible for oversight remained, quietly conversing with Liang Yi. Gradually, more members of the Hunters Guild emerged, only to be ordered to evacuate immediately. After issuing a series of commands, Liang Yi approached several high-ranking guild members and accessed a document on his wristwatch. The pale blue projection displayed the prominent golden seal of the Hunters General Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Director has just issued an emergency summons. All 3rd and 4th tier hunter teams from the guilds are to be deployed to the first Beast Tide defense line, 20 kilometers from the city outskirts. Is it that serious? Could it be that the Shadow Guild plans to create chaos again? Those lunatics are capable of anything. Recently, there have been reports of hunters' organs being harvested. It's undoubtedly their doing. Murmurs erupted among the crowd. Better safe than sorry, Liang Yi urged, his brow furrowed. I kindly ask everyone to leave this area promptly. The Hunters Guild will take over. We will ensure that the teams from each guild are evacuated swiftly. The group exchanged glances, but ultimately chose to comply. As they boarded the aerial vehicle, He quickly approached Ruan Qinghe and lowered his voice. Old man Ruan, what are your thoughts? Ruan Qinghe stroked his goatee, his gaze scanning the patrolling members of the Hunters Guild. They won't allow us to fortify nearby, yet they arrange for us to retreat 20 kilometers to the outskirts. This isn't about defending against the Beast Tide. It's about keeping us out of sight. He's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could they be after something valuable? Hard to say, Ruan Qinghe replied, glancing at several nearby teams. Look at their personnel. They're all 3rd-tier hunters. If they're truly concerned about a breach at the boundary gate, why not send in higher-tier hunters and heavy infantry? Are you suggesting they intend to enter? He queried, his expression turning serious. Most likely, Ruan Qinghe confirmed. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Are we just going to leave? What? Do you think you can snatch treasures from the deputy director? Ruan Qinghe teased as he looked at He paused, his face reflecting regret. If it's something that the deputy director is competing for with the Shadow Guild, it must be something extraordinary. Ren Tianxing ran his fingers through his goatee, speaking with a knowing tone. Don't be hasty. You still don't understand those lunatics in the Shadow Guild. If they can't obtain it, they'll certainly resort to desperate measures, triggering a breach. At that point, there may still be opportunities. That seems unlikely, Song, he remarked, clicking his tongue. Last time, when something forbidden appeared in the endless wasteland, we didn't even know what it was before the deputy director confiscated it and pretended to be oblivious. I wasn't lying to you. That item truly never appeared. Hey, Xianing clarified. I have an old friend researching the God of Death's secret cache for the deputy director. According to him, it vanished that very night, as if it had never existed. Is that so? Song Hie's eyes widened. Aren't they supposed to retrieve the cache only after remnants appear? Who knows? Humans still know too little about such top-tier forbidden items. Ren Tianxing shook his head. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly halted. Oh, who is that? He lifted his gaze in suspicion. Song, he followed his line of sight, his heart racing. On the treetop to the west of the stronghold stood a middle-aged man in black attire, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with his hands clasped behind his back. Song Hie's attention was drawn not to the man, but to the branch beneath him. It was a slender twig, no thicker than a finger. It supported the weight of an adult without bending more than half an inch. Not a single dried leaf at its edges fell. More astonishingly, as Song He focused his entire energy to sense, he could detect no trace of the man's presence. It was not a matter of energy concealment. He was genuinely void of any essence, as if he were a mere illusion. It was Huang Fu Bai's bodyguard. A look of realization crossed Song Hie's face. I saw him that day outside the boundary gate. I initially thought he was just an ordinary person. Such an unfathomable bodyguard. Ren Tianxing narrowed his eyes, sighing. What is Huang Fu Bai's true background? In the Death Forest, Cheng Zhuo surveyed his dragon form with satisfaction, as his attributes continued to strengthen. The effects of his dragon form also enhanced. He lifted his gaze to the corpse ghost assassin that was slaughtering the Iron Hammer corpse puppet, his slit pupils flickering. The decayed leaves beneath him erupted violently. Cheng Zhuo launched himself like a cannonball, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy collisions erupted in the forest. Cheng Zhuo's fists, adorned with dragon scales, struck the corpse ghost assassin at an almost ethereal speed, exchanging dozens of blows. After entering a berserk state, the corpse ghost assassin's biological strength surged to level 176, nearly matching Cheng Zhuo. Moreover, it was clearly agile, keeping pace with Cheng Zhuo's punch speed. However, the issue was that the hardness of Cheng Zhuo's dragon scales was extraordinary. The corpse ghost assassin's green flame bone blade shattered after only a few strikes, forcing it to rely on its thin arms just to barely block Cheng Zhuo's heavy punches. Crack! After a powerful blow from Cheng Zhuo, the corpse ghost assassin's wrist emitted a sharp crack as it bent at a 90-degree angle. The corpse ghost assassin, with its eyes glowing crimson, tilted its head to examine its bent arm, seemingly unable to comprehend why its hand had twisted so. Cheng Zhuo's slit pupils narrowed, a trace of mockery escaping his lips. Boom! He shot forth again, delivering a punch directly. The corpse ghost, instinctively raising its hand to block, was shocked to find that its right hand, which should have intercepted the punch, hung limply toward its own head. Bang! Crack! Cheng Zhuo's enormous fist struck its face unimpeded, producing a sharp sound as the corpse ghost's head immediately contorted, dark blood mixed with shattered bones splattering everywhere. In the next instant, its emaciated body was sent flying as if struck by a heavy truck, crashing into a nearby tree trunk and embedding itself into a hollow. Its withered limbs twitched a few times before falling still. Cheng Zhuo stepped forward and extracted its source core, shaking off the filth before casually tossing it into his spatial storage. The body of the Shi Gui assassin was largely incapacitated, yet he remained undeterred, casually casting forth a dozen or so colossal hammer corpses to continue his path. The bizarre rampage of a Shi Gui assassin heightened Cheng Zhuo's vigilance, prompting him to maintain his dragon form. After his second ascension to the source level, he was no longer the man who could be defeated in 5 minutes. The dragon form could be sustained for nearly an hour. Within the system's space, an ample supply of source recovery cards lay in wait, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding the depletion of his source power. Suddenly, As Cheng Zhuo summoned the heavy hammer corpses, a scarlet firework ignited in the distant sky. A signal flare? Cheng Zhuo paused momentarily before deciding to investigate. This distress signal might lead him to encounter formidable otherworldly beasts. Approximately 20 minutes later, he found himself perched on a horizontal branch of a colossal tree, gazing at a parched river valley about 40 to 50 meters deep. Strangely, the side he occupied was a humid rainforest with streams abundant along the way. In stark contrast, the opposite side of the valley resembled a desolate stony expanse, littered with grotesque rocks and withered grass, resembling a lifeless world. The commotion below was deafening. From his vantage point, he could see dozens of blind corpses huddled together, incessantly tearing at something. Judging by the trajectory of the earlier signal flare, it was likely that the person who launched it was nearby. With a firm stomp, Cheng Zhuo broke a large branch beneath him and leapt down, seizing a horizontal branch to hurl toward the horde of blind corpses. The sudden assault caused the masses to scatter in disarray. A silver knight? Upon discerning what was ensnared in the center, Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishingly the customized silver knight belonging to Huang Fu Bai, now kneeling amidst the corpses, its body marred with mottled scratches and exuding an aura of death. Without hesitation, Cheng Zhuo grasped his spear and dashed forward. In dragon form, the blind corpses were as fragile as paper before him, easily felled by his strikes. And soon the valley was littered with their remains. After the last blind corpse fell, Cheng Zhuo approached the gravity suit. With a decisive click, he unlatched the cockpit of the Silver Knight. Within, indeed, sat Huang Fu Bai, slumped against the interior, his eyes heavy-lidded, a swollen bruise on his forehead, seeping blood. Cheng Zhuo reverted from his dragon form and shook his shoulder, attempting to rouse him. "Hey, Huang Fu Bai, can you hear me?" Huang Fu Bai's eyelids fluttered. Upon focusing on Cheng Zhuo's face, his pupils constricted, and he displayed a flicker of what seemed like embarrassment and anger, weakly uttering, "Why are you here in Yixing?" Before he could finish his sentence, his head drooped, and he fainted. Just as Cheng Zhuo was about to shake him again, Huang Fu Bai suddenly jerked his head up, his peach blossom eyes wide with surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, Cheng Zhuo, it's really you." With that, he nimbly vaulted from the cockpit, grasping Cheng Zhuo's arm, and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, I'm so moved. You've saved my life again." He appeared exuberant, speaking rapidly as if he had consumed a machine gun. "Was that armor your meditation technique? Wow, so cool. I always said you were extraordinary, but they wouldn't believe it. By the way, why are you in Yixing? Didn't they say you were with the rookie team? Why is a summoner like you using a gun? Where's your beast companion?" Observing Huang Fu Bai's frenzied chatter, Cheng Zhuo's eyes twitched slightly. Could it be that he had lost his mind? He regarded him with skepticism. "Are you really Huang Fu Bai?" "Yes," Huang Fu Bai replied, tugging at Cheng Zhuo's arm and bouncing in front of him. "You can also call me Xiao Bai or Xiao Bai Bai." Cheng Zhuo's body bristled with goosebumps, a chill racing down his spine. He hastily attempted to withdraw his arm, but Huang Fu Bai held on tightly, blinking expectantly as if awaiting him to call him Xiao Bai Bai. A strange sensation washed over Cheng Zhuo, leading him to wonder if Huang Fu Bai had suffered some sort of head injury. A hint of doubt crossed his face. "You are Huang Fu Bai?" "Indeed," Huang Fu Bai affirmed, still holding on to Cheng Zhuo's arm. "You can also call me Xiao Bai or Xiao Bai Bai." Cheng Zhuo's hair stood on end, and he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As he tried to wrench his arm free, Huang Fu Bai's next words halted him. "Ah, I owe you another life. I don't know how to repay you. How about I transfer you 10 billion to use for now?" "Huh?" Cheng Zhuo paused, his hand suspended in midair, letting out a dry laugh. "Oh, that's too generous." He extended his left hand, revealing a payment code. At that moment, Huang Fu Bai abruptly let out a cold snort, releasing Cheng Zhuo's arm and displaying an expression of urgency and distress. He frantically shook his hand and began wiping it on his combat suit. His disdainful demeanor suggested that even touching something unpleasant would not be worse. Cheng Zhuo was bewildered. Was this person unwell? "Why are you in Yixing?" After wiping his hands for a considerable time, Huang Fu Bai suddenly glared at Cheng Zhuo, seemingly harboring inexplicable resentment as he spoke with a tone of restrained anger. "Do you think just because you've taken down some weak first-tier beasts after becoming the strongest rookie, you can hunt in Yixing? Foolish. Do you not realize that second-tier beasts can appear in Yixing? Are you seeking death?" Considering the gravity suit, Cheng Zhuo suppressed his annoyance, his tone growing serious. Captain Huang Fu-bai, we are not formal teammates. You seem to be overstepping. Huang Fu-bai paused, quickly regaining his composure. He took a deep breath, repressing the anger simmering beneath the surface, and resumed his previous aloof demeanor. Apologies, I lost my composure. Thank you for your assistance, but your intervention was unnecessary. I could have handled it myself. Cheng Zhuo rolled his eyes internally, silently mocking. Is this how all wealthy individuals behave? He had no desire to engage with this eccentric character further and turned to leave. However, Huang Fu-bai suddenly called out to him. Where are you going? I'm going to find a second-tier beast to meet my demise, Cheng Zhuo retorted. Huang Fu-bai paused momentarily, raising his voice with an air of command. Come with me to search for something. Cheng Zhuo ignored him, continuing to walk forward without looking back. I'll give you 10 billion. Huang Fu-bai's voice rose again. Cheng Zhuo halted in his tracks, feeling as if his feet had been nailed to the ground. A wave of inexplicable shame surged within him, and he spun around to glare at Huang Fu-bai. Is wealth so impressive? Do you think money can buy everything? Don't you want it? Huang Fu-bai inquired. Puzzled. Yes. No, I don't want it for free. Cheng Zhuo declared without hesitation, displaying his payment code. Unfazed, 10 billion ISNT enough. Anything that can entice someone like you must be perilous. In return, upgrade my Silver Knight to its complete form. Not a problem, Huang Fu-bai replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his collar. Money can indeed buy everything, can it not? Please, Cheng Zhuo scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. If you're so capable, buy me a second awakening. Not a problem. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily stunned, staring at Huang Fu-bai in disbelief, his expression growing serious. Captain Huang Fu-bai, are you serious? Of course, Huang Fu-bai said nonchalantly, pulling out a mirror from seemingly nowhere to fix his hairstyle. But we'll discuss it after we get out. I may not be able to, but my bodyguard can. Cheng Zhuo found it hard to believe. Yet the arrogance displayed by Huang Fu-bai led him to consider the possibility that he might be truthful. Where's the item you seek? Chapter 72. The collapse of the ruins. Huang Fu-bai did not provide a direct answer, but instead countered. Do you know what happened here? Cheng Zhuo surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over several hunter corpses covered in dust not far away. He asked suspiciously, did your teammates perish again? Huang Fu-bai's lips twitched, the veins on his pale forehead bulging slightly. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, damn it, did you not notice that the environments on both sides are completely different? Is there a problem? Cheng Zhuo asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't it normal for a place like Sujie to have such bizarre environments? Huang Fu-bai cast a subtle sideways glance at Cheng Zhuo, patiently elaborating. Even Sujie must adhere to the laws of the world. Don't you feel that the two sides resemble two entirely different realms merging into one? Cheng Zhuo certainly noticed this aspect. The environment on either side of the valley exhibited an extreme sense of disconnection. One side was a dense rainforest, while the other was a lifeless, arid wasteland. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The sky was also different. On the rainforest side, the leaden gray clouds hung low, as if about to unleash a torrential downpour. In contrast, the wasteland side was shrouded in a dark crimson hue, the sky appearing as if stained with blood, and the wind carried a dry, searing heat. It was as though someone had drawn a straight line across the heavens and the earth. However, Sujie had always been enigmatic, and he had assumed these phenomena were merely normal occurrences within Sujie. What I need is called the Jieshur, a product that only emerges when Sujie merges. Huang Fu-bai gazed intently at the bizarre boundary line in the sky, a flicker of excitement illuminating his bright peach blossom eyes. I have a feeling that if we can integrate the Jieshur into the mimetic armor, we might resolve the interference issues caused by various force fields, and even bypass the rules of the boundary gates, allowing free passage. Cheng Zhuo's pupils constricted sharply. Are you saying that a Tier 3 or 4 source power device can freely enter low-tier Sujie? Precisely. Huang Fu-bai raised his chin with a sense of pride. If successful, even hunters with only a minimal foundation in source power could wield heavy weaponry within Sujie, rendering low-tier Sujie a negligible threat to humanity. Cheng Zhuo pondered for a moment, unable to suppress his skepticism. Are you certain that this Jieshur can be mass-produced? Huang Fu-bai faltered, his tone noticeably weakening. Well, that's a matter for later. He waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, I will first address the shielding force field issue. The collapse of Sujie has already begun. They must have started collecting the Jieshur, Collapse of Sujia? Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. What does that entail? Huangfu Bai regarded Cheng Zhuo as if he were a simpleton, arching an eyebrow. What were you doing in school? This is all fundamental knowledge regarding Sujia. Cheng Zhuo bristled at this comment. I was the top of my class. Just because I don't know doesn't imply that it's in the textbooks. Humph. Huangfu Bai clicked his tongue, a peculiar expression crossing his face. But he still brought up a holographic image. In the footage, what appeared to be a water-like barrier in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing various strange whirlpools. He pointed at the image, explaining, the collapse of Sujia refers to the disappearance of the Sujia barrier across different dimensions, triggering a series of chain reactions. Some may give rise to entirely new Sujia, while others may simply vanish. And there is also the possibility of breaches leading to beast tides. Is that so? Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. The textbooks from Xing Tai Chang seemed to lack many details. Even the online accounts of Sujia he had perused did not mention such claims. Sensing Cheng Zhuo's bewilderment, Huangfu Bai casually remarked, perhaps your small city is deliberately concealing this information. After all, your city's defense capabilities are rather mediocre. The collapse of Sujia can be artificially induced, and those in power may wish to prevent such occurrences. Artificially induced. Cheng Zhuo was even more astonished. What kind of power would that require? It's not as difficult as you might think. Huangfu Bai's eyes gleamed with intensity. It's primarily restricted, not something a few individuals can manage, and it requires sacrifices. So, you're saying they have collected the gesture? Cheng Zhuo's expression grew serious. Who are they? Are you suggesting we should steal something from others? Of course not steal. Huangfu Bai shook his head. We merely need to borrow a bit. The gesture isn't particularly vital to them. They merely use it as a medium. Huangfu Bai spoke lightly, yet Cheng Zhuo remained cautious, considering that this individual seemed to have a high mortality rate among teammates. Cheng Zhuo cast a pitying glance at several nearby corpses before taking a step closer. Hey, what are you doing? Huangfu Bai looked perplexed as he observed Cheng Zhuo rummaging through the corpses. Cheng Zhuo nonchalantly stuffed a pile of cards and source cores into his backpack, standing up only after confirming there was nothing of value. I just don't want the wealth they fought for to go to waste. You. Huangfu Bai's expression faltered. Astonished. I've already given you 10 billion, and you're still scavenging from the dead? You, with your wealth, how could you understand the joy of looting? Cheng Zhuo shook his head with a sigh, then called out, what are you waiting for? Let's go find your gesture. Reluctantly, Huangfu Bai stowed away his gravity device, wearing an expression of distaste for being associated with Cheng Zhuo, though he had no choice but to endure. Cheng Zhuo was indifferent to his attitude, having received 10 billion. Along with a promise to upgrade the gravity device and the potential for a second awakening, he was unconcerned about Huangfu Bai's demeanor. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above the valley. Hey, you two over there. There's trouble. Quickly find a boundary gate and get out. Cheng Zhuo turned in the direction of the voice. 6 individuals stood on the opposite side of the valley, clad in deep black combat uniforms, with silver stripes on their shoulders unmistakably identifying them as members of the Lu Su army. Exchanging a glance with Huangfu Bai, they silently agreed to retreat, promptly turning to head into the forest. After a moment, ensuring no one was around, Cheng Zhuo finally spoke. What do you plan to do? It seems the Lu Su army has intervened, and they are not particularly amicable. Would you like to use your financial influence? Huangfu Bai appeared momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Cheng Zhuo rubbed his hands together. Since it's not something particularly important, why not just spend some money to buy a few pieces from them? Huangfu Bai immediately shook his head. The members of the Shadow Society won't sell casually. Wait a moment. Cheng Zhuo interrupted, looking at Huangfu Bai with suspicion. Why are we involving those fanatical cultists? Huangfu Bai cleared his throat, lowering his head to mask his embarrassment. What they do isn't important. We just need to acquire our gesture. Cheng Zhuo narrowed his eyes, pressing further. Is the gesture important to them? After they use it, it becomes irrelevant. Huangfu Bai's voice dropped, his fingers nervously fidgeting with the seams of his combat uniform, unable to meet Cheng Zhuo's gaze. Once they use it, can you still utilize it? Cheng Zhuo persisted. Oh no. Cheng Zhuo scrutinized him for 3 seconds, feeling somewhat speechless, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. After taking a few steps and noticing no movement behind him, he turned back, frowning as he urged, what are you still doing? Are we just going to wait for them to finish with the gesture before we scavenge? Huang Fubai pointed behind him. They are in that direction. Cheng Zhuo immediately halted, hastily returning to Huang Fubai's side. Lead the way, hurry. Don't dawdle. Huang Fubai subtly rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. Why are you so fierce? He then reached into his combat uniform pocket, pulling out a card that shimmered with a purple glow and tossing it to Cheng Zhuo. This is a mimetic stone armor. It can shield biological signals and source power fluctuations, preventing them from detecting your presence. Given by a wealthy benefactor, it must be a fine item. Cheng Zhuo accepted it without hesitation, immediately activating the source power sensing. In an instant, the card transformed into flowing gray stone, rapidly enveloping Cheng Zhuo's entire body, forming a suit of armor resembling rock. Are you not using it? Cheng Zhuo's voice resonated through the stone mask, questioning Huang Fubai. I have something better. Huang Fubai lightly tapped his wrist, revealing a watch that almost blended into his sleeve. As his fingertip moved slightly, the watch emitted a soft glow. In the next moment, a layer of undulating water-like waves enveloped his combat uniform, transforming it into a deep green, nearly indistinguishable from the rainforest foliage. A flowing substance emerged around his neck, swiftly forming a snug hood that concealed his exquisitely enchanting visage. To Cheng Zhuo's astonishment, even his physique underwent a transformation. Previously standing at a modest height of approximately 175 centimeters, he now towered nearly as tall as Cheng Zhuo. His shoulders broadened significantly, presenting the striking appearance of a masked giant. How cool! Does my set of nano-combat armor possess such capabilities? Cheng Zhuo expressed with a hint of envy. Huan Fubai merely snorted dismissively, ignoring him and turning towards the canyon. The forest was shrouded in dim light. After taking just a few steps, a sudden, guttural roar echoed ahead. A bizarre creature, its body a mottled grayish-blue and adorned with the head of a deer, charged forward with a mouth that opened like petals. Although Cheng Zhuo had dispelled his dragon form armor, he maintained the attributes of the dragon, and his heightened senses allowed him to react almost instantaneously. With a resounding boom beneath his feet, he twisted his lance, slicing through the air with a swift, cold gleam. A sharp noise pierced the silence as the creature's four hooves came to an abrupt halt, its massive body collapsing limply to the ground. A second-tier newborn, Huan Fubai observed, somewhat astonished as he watched Cheng Zhuo sheath his lance and begin extracting the source core with a dagger. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Recalling how Cheng Zhuo had decisively dealt with the blind corpses in the river valley, he sighed, your legendary meditation technique seems to surpass mine by quite a margin. Initially, Huan Fubai merely required assistance, but witnessing Cheng Zhuo's level of skill bolstered his confidence in acquiring the Realm Stone. Cheng Zhuo, however, was momentarily taken aback. Your breathing meditation technique is also legendary? Yet, as soon as the question left his lips, he realized the truth. Given Huan Fubai's financial resources, possessing a mythical-level technique was entirely plausible. Huan Fubai sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. I intended to purchase a mythical technique, but the seller provided one that was ill-suited for me. Cheng Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Did not the chronicles of the Suja state that only one mythical technique has ever appeared? Huan Fubai regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Are you a bookworm? Do you believe everything you read? 20 kilometers south of Xingtai City, where the wasteland met the ruins, a continuous defensive line snaked through the landscape like a colossal iron python. Every few hundred meters, one could observe heavy source artillery emplacements, with concrete platforms rising from the ground, equipped with various heavy source weaponry. On one of the towers, Song He, after receiving a phone call, leaned close to Ruan Qinghe. Raising his eyebrows conspiratorially, I've figured it out. Want to know what's going on? Go ahead, Ruan Qinghe replied. Song He flicked his bangs. You need to beg me. Noticing Ruan Qinghe's indifference, Song He continued. Do you remember the beast boss that killed the captain of the Mo Gene hunting team in Tianji City 20 years ago? Ruan Qinghe paused, a frown creasing his brow as he reminisced. The quasi-eighth tier by Mian Jiawei? Of course, I remember. If it hadn't been a juvenile, Mo Gene might have faced total annihilation. He looked at Song He, his expression growing serious. What does this have to do with that creature? Indeed. Song He raised an eyebrow, then leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed, mysterious tone. Do you recall the strategic weapon plan from 3 years ago? Before Huian Song became the deputy director? Yes, he wanted to refine the Bai Mian way into a puppet forbidden object, but the city lord vetoed it. The plan was too dangerous and could potentially trigger another beast tide, risking countless lives. Ruan Qinghe shook his head in regret, then abruptly changed the subject. Fixing a penetrating gaze on Song He, you don't mean to suggest that the recent disturbances with H0173 are related to the deputy director? Not at all. Song He shook his head. The deputy director is a bit too stubborn, but he wouldn't defy the city lord's orders. Do you know where the corpse of the Bai Mian is? Isn't it the research office? That's the problem. Guess what? Stop with the theatrics. Fei Xianing snapped impatiently. Song He grinned, his expression suddenly turning cold. The corpse of the Bai Mian has been stolen by those lunatics in the Shadow Society. It seems they aim to turn it into a puppet forbidden object. Ren Tingxing's pupils dilated, his beard trembling. What? We cannot allow them to succeed. What is the deputy director doing? Why hasn't he sent anyone? Is he planning to intercept them? Who knows? Song He shrugged. According to the reports from those young recruits, the collapse of H0173 has already begun. It's too late to stop it, but trying to intercept them is incredibly dangerous. Ren Tingxing's eyes twitched slightly. If they complete it, it could very well reach the 7th tier. If we cannot seize control immediately, the consequences would be dire. Deep within the H0173 realm, black rock walls loomed like the backs of slumbering giants, jutting into a slowly flowing river of lava. Above the molten stream, a stone platform nearly 100 meters in diameter floated mysteriously in the air. Around its edges, faint gray ripples of spatial distortion shimmered, pulsating with the lava's movement. At the center of the platform, a ring of semi-transparent, pale golden prisms stood about half a meter tall, their surfaces flowing with intricate, star-like light patterns, supporting a massive ice block that towered 2 meters high. Beneath the ice surface, shadowy forms curled, resembling both foxes and wolves, with glimpses of furry tails flickering into view. At the edge of the platform, dozens of figures cloaked in dark red robes formed a circle, their heavy hoods pulled low. Each held a card emanating a soft purple glow. Their fingertips traced patterns in the air, and a raspy chant akin to dry parchment being rubbed together emerged from beneath the hoods. As the chanting grew louder, crimson beams of light surged from the lava river below, slowly wrapping around the ice block. Before long, a member wielding a bone staff stepped out from the crowd. He approached a tall man, kneeling respectfully. Master Shepherd, we may begin. Chapter 74. They've stolen everything. What an elaborate spectacle. What are they up to? On a steep cliff, Cheng Zhuo and Huanfu lay concealed behind a massive rock, gazing at the suspended stone platform hundreds of meters away. They likely require the power of the realm's collapse to refine forbidden objects, Huanfu whispered. Forbidden objects can be artificially created? Cheng Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment, feeling utterly out of his depth. Indeed, Huanfu replied solemnly. Do you remember what I just told you? After acquiring the realm stone, position yourself where I can see you. If even a single piece is missing, it will disrupt their spell casting, and you must not delay for even a moment. Rest assured, I value my life highly, Cheng Zhuo assured him. When the energy of the realm stone forms a barrier obscuring our view, I will transmit you inside before it is fully obscured. Prepare yourself. Cheng Zhuo signaled with an gesture, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He had only just learned during their journey that Huanfu possessed the ability to teleport over short distances. The teleportation must occur within his line of sight and without any obstruction. They had already conducted tests on their way here, and Cheng Zhuo could only advise those prone to motion sickness to refrain from attempting it, as they might vomit. Moments later, the enigmatic floating stone platform began to tremble violently. The entire sky shifted dramatically, alternating between dense clouds and clear blue skies, then between the bright glow of a full moon and utter darkness. Amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow, the dark red energy enveloping the ice crystal thickened, and the realm stone beneath the ice gradually brightened, with countless tiny particles of light dispersing like fireflies, only to be forcibly drawn back by an unknown power. A curved light shield began to form around the ice block. Now, at the moment the light shield was about to complete, Huanfu called out, his eyes gleaming with suppressed excitement. Remember to gather as much as you can. With that, he softly murmured, Shao Bai, and as his words faded, His eyes sparkled with delight as he suddenly reached out and patted Cheng Zhuo on the back. After a brief moment of darkness, Cheng Zhuo was suddenly enveloped in a blinding radiance. After a fleeting moment of blindness, the scene before him gradually came into focus. Indeed, he had arrived on the floating stone platform. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the towering pile of crystal-like boundary stones and stuffed them into his backpack with abandon. Almost instantaneously, as he disturbed the boundary stones, the brilliance at the top of the arcane light screen visibly began to wane. Once his backpack was filled, with a flicker of thought, he summoned all remaining boundary stones into his system space. In the interim, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the corpse of a strange beast encased in a massive block of ice. It was a fox-like creature with a pale visage, its body cloaked in dark golden fur, and its two tails flowing gracefully behind it, almost as though it were alive. The biological strength level of this entity was also marked by 3 question marks, indicating that its physical capabilities were at least 10 times superior to his own. Stealing one item was theft, but stealing them all was still theft. Resolutely, Cheng Zhuo decided to seize the fox-like beast's corpse and hastily stowed it away in his space. At that moment, the top of the light screen had begun to show significant gaps, and he heard a furious roar. Not good. Thieves. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhuo quickly repositioned himself to ensure he remained within the line of sight of Huang Fubai. In an instant, a towering shadow flashed down from above. A hand, resembling an iron claw, clutched his neck, and Cheng Zhuo could even smell the intense stench of blood emanating from it. Just as his pupils contracted, the radiance before him abruptly vanished. After a dizzying whirl, Cheng Zhuo's back collided forcefully against the sheer rock face, and he heard Huang Fubai's urgent voice. Hurry! Get on the vehicle! Regaining his senses, Cheng Zhuo decisively took a seat on the rear, tightly wrapping his arms around Huang Fubai's waist. Huang Fubai furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort as he forcefully twisted the handlebar. The hovering motorcycle emitted a deep rumble, and azure flames erupted, propelling them forth like an arrow released from a bow. By this time, the light screen on the stone platform had nearly vanished. Dozens of hooded figures stared in terror at the center of the platform, which was now eerily empty. The chief shepherd stood motionless, his black robe billowing without wind, trembling with rage as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice a chilling howl. Who dares to ruin my plans? Master Shepherd. One of the hooded figures pointed towards the direction Cheng Zhuo and Huang Fubai had fled. There are people over there. Moments later, the members of the Shadow Society, driving various vehicles, surged forth in pursuit of Cheng Zhuo and his companion. How infuriating! Why aren't these fools hunting for the boundary stones to replenish the formation? Why are they all chasing us? Huang Fubai couldn't help but complain. Hold on tight. Cheng Zhuo replied. Huang Fubai snapped, slamming a card onto the vehicle. A series of mechanical assembly sounds ensued, and 2 jet devices suddenly materialized beneath the hovering motorcycle. With a resounding boom, the motorcycle surged forward, and Cheng Zhuo felt as though his soul had momentarily lagged behind. He gripped Huang Fubai's combat suit tightly, his peripheral vision filled with the heart-stopping chaos of destruction. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the meaning of the collapse of the boundary realm. The cliffs along their path appeared to be torn apart by an unseen giant hand. The rock layers twisted and deformed, debris flying everywhere. The hovering motorcycle sped along the relatively smooth mountain road, and before long, they found themselves in a snowy expanse. Several colossal beasts, standing over 10 meters tall, emerged from behind the snowdrifts, their crimson eyes locking onto them as they unleashed a series of thunderous roars. Cheng Zhuo glanced casually and was astonished to discover that the physical strength of these beasts was astonishingly rated at 700 or 800. Before the giants could pounce, a dark rift suddenly opened in the sky above the snowfield, and cascading crimson lava poured down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the group of giants. Their piercing screams mingled with the steam rising from the melting snow, and Cheng Zhuo could even smell the scent of charred flesh. Moments later, the scenery before him shifted dramatically once more. The snow beneath their feet transformed into scorching yellow sand, the sunlight glaringly bright. As dozens of towering black scorpions emerged from the sand, their pincers glimmering coldly and their tails raised high as they rushed towards them. Fortunately, after the modifications, the motorcycle's speed was astounding. The giant scorpions could only futilely claw at the sand behind them. As they continued their frantic escape, it became evident that this dimensional realm, with its 0-3-star boundary, had descended into utter chaos, an amalgamation of various environments and beasts. Nearly an hour later, the only pursuer capable of keeping pace with them was the tall figure in the black robe. Unlike the others, this individual relied solely on his legs to sprint, his footsteps becoming a blur, clearly a formidable speed-type Casio. He clung to them like a tenacious leech. This was untenable. The environment was becoming increasingly unstable. Huang Fu suddenly slammed the motorcycle to a halt, turning to face the rapidly approaching crimson figure. His gaze flickered with a murderous glint. Chapter 75. The fish has been sent out. Cheng Zhuo suddenly felt a chilling aura enveloping him. Huang Fu leaped up, drawing a sword of considerable length from seemingly nowhere, and swung it down at the dark figure. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to collapse. A cold sword light, imbued with unparalleled killing intent, struck heavily atop the figure's head. The black-robed man instinctively attempted to evade, but his body abruptly faltered, seemingly ensnared by some force, and he could only hurriedly conjure a layer of crimson light shield before him. With a thunderous crash, the sword light collided with the shield, resulting in an explosive sound. The crimson shield dissipated into nothingness, and the black-robed man was sent flying nearly 100 meters away, resembling a torn sack. Cheng Zhuo's pupils widened in shock. That individual was a third-tier hunter. Cheng Zhuo instinctively envisioned himself in the black-robed man's position. He sensed that even if he activated his dragon form and employed his abilities, he would still be unable to alter the outcome of being sent flying. He couldn't help but silently marvel at the fact that the seemingly delicate Huang Fu, who appeared incapable of lifting a finger or shouldering any burden, was merely feigning weakness. With teleportation and sword skills, what exactly was Huang Fu's true essence? After successfully executing his strike, Huang Fu returned to the motorcycle without looking back, twisting the handlebar to accelerate. "Aren't you going to finish him off?" Cheng Zhuo inquired, glancing at the struggling black-robed man not far away. "That fellow is merely slightly wounded. I could only manage a single strike," Huang Fu replied. Just as he finished speaking, an eerie chill radiated from him, his voice tinged with a weak coldness. "If you had allowed me to ascend earlier, that strike would have ensured his death." "Enough chatter. Let us get moving." Huang Fu's tone returned to normal. Cheng Zhuo, taken aback by the internal conflict evident in Huang Fu, recalled his earlier demeanor and began to comprehend the situation. He tentatively asked, "So, you have multiple personalities?" The playful little Bai from before and the current one who calls himself the sovereign are both facets of your personality? You could say that. Now remove your filthy hands. If you touch me again, I shall sever them. Cheng Zhuo instinctively withdrew his hands from Huang Fu's waist, shifting back. Unable to find a handhold, he resorted to gripping the edge of the seat. This personality was troublesome, with quite the foul temper. He boasted of being able to slay a third-tier foe with a single sword strike upon ascension. Cheng Zhuo silently scoffed. However, reflecting on the power of that earlier strike, it seemed this individual was not exaggerating. The hovering motorcycle roared back to life, transforming into a streak of light as it sped away. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and stood up, casting a cold glare at the retreating figures of the two, his mind filled with uncertainty. That sword strike had been beyond his ability to evade. Soon, several black-robed individuals arrived one after another. "Master Shepherd, are you unharmed?" The black-robed man, addressed as Master Shepherd, narrowed his eyes, suppressing his fury as he inquired, "Have you found the corpse of the white-faced nine-tailed beast, or any other boundary stones?" A trembling red-robed figure lowered his head and replied, "Not yet. Continue searching. That brat only took a bag of boundary stones. The rest should still be nearby." The black-robed Master Shepherd gritted his teeth and commanded, "Understood. Moreover, investigate those who can afford that particular jet ski and possess the ability of Huanhua Shijia." The dark-robed Master Mu gazed at the direction in which Cheng Zhuo and his companion vanished, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall tear you to shreds." Amidst the chaotic environmental shifts, the two managed to escape for approximately an hour. At last, they stumbled upon an exit to a boundary gate. Huang Fu exhaled deeply, halting the motorcycle and gesturing towards the boundary gate. "You go first. I will follow shortly." It's too conspicuous for both of us to be together. While I am not afraid of the Shadow Society and their ilk, I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble for now. Understood, Cheng Zhuo replied, handing his bulging backpack to Huang Fubai. Before he could inquire further, Huang Fubai added, "You return to the Wolfpack base first. I will seek you out regarding the gravitational body and the second awakening matter." Cheng Zhuo raised an hand gesture and turned towards the boundary gate. A soft azure glow flickered, completely engulfing his figure. The scenery before him shifted abruptly. Cheng Zhuo found himself once more at the entrance of the boundary gate in the Heiyun forest. No sooner had he exited the gate than armed members of the Luoxiu army approached him, brandishing rifles and sweeping a detection device over him. From the wilderness, "You go over there and wait." He pointed towards a gathering of more than 20 individuals, dressed in a variety of worn battle attire, most carrying bulging packs and an array of unusual weapons. Cheng Zhuo furrowed his brow as his gaze swept over the armed Luoxiu soldiers. A rough count revealed nearly 100 of them, each exuding a steady aura, with many at the 3rd tier or above. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He suppressed his doubts and quietly moved to the edge of the crowd. Just as he positioned himself, a man with a snake tattoo on his neck sidled up to him, asking in a low voice, "Hey, brother, what was the situation when you came out? Is the Shadow Society really causing trouble inside?" "I'm not sure." Cheng Zhuo shook his head slightly. "Why is the Luoxiu army holding us back?" The leader mentioned it was to investigate cultists from the Shadow Society. The tattooed man spat on the ground, his tone filled with indignation. "I heard that others were released. Yet they detain us who just exited. This is truly outrageous." Cheng Zhuo's heart sank, and he pressed further. "How long have they been blocking us?" "The people from Sandy Town were among the first detained. It's been about an hour," the tattooed man replied. "An hour? What a coincidence." He and Huang Fubai had managed to shake off their pursuers and emerged roughly around the same time. A flicker of doubt arose in Cheng Zhuo's mind. Were the Luoxiu soldiers lurking nearby at that time? If so, why did they not intervene against the Shadow Society? Would they perhaps try to use them for their own ends? Or could it be that they are in cahoots? Moments later, a squad of 3rd-tier Luoxiu soldiers approached the crowd, commanding in a deep voice, "Everyone, display your original skills and lay all source cards on the table." "What? On what grounds? Are you going too far? We are not from your city." "Indeed, this is an invasion of personal privacy. You preach freedom and democracy. Yet this is your interpretation of liberty?" The crowd erupted in complaints. Few among those who roam outside can boast clean hands. Who can withstand such scrutiny? Suddenly, a deafening gunshot shattered the noise, silencing the crowd. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. A hunter, attempting to escape a few meters away, collapsed in agony, clutching his mangled right leg, blood gushing through his fingers as a pool formed beneath him. His calf had been shattered by a bullet, smoke still rising from the jagged edge. There's a heavy sniper. The previously raucous crowd fell silent. Several Luoxiu soldiers advanced slowly, searching him and his backpack. An astonishingly unearthed standard-issue weapon cards and battle attire from the Luoxiu army. This man must have killed members of the Luoxiu army. No wonder he attempted to flee. "We are merely investigating members of the Shadow Society. We do not interfere with unrelated matters," a shadowy-faced officer stated as he stepped forward. His elongated eyes scanned the crowd, and a deep voice laced with menace echoed, "But anyone who dares to escape shall meet this fate." This man is known as the Hyena, Colonel Liang Yi of the Luoxiu army. Cheng Zhuo recognized him at once. Liang Yi frequently appeared in the news as one of the high-ranking members of the Luoxiu army, always associated with tags like ruthless extermination and thunderous methods. It is said that Liang Yi, in pursuit of his objectives, disregards the means. Once, in a shanty town plagued by parasitic beasts, he ordered the entire area sealed off and executed indiscriminate cleansing, leaving less than 30% of the population alive. Following this gunfire meant to serve as a warning, coupled with Liang Yi's intimidation, the crowd's spirit of resistance was extinguished. They promptly revealed their abilities and source cards for inspection. Cheng Zhuo also displayed his canister and casually produced a few low-tier cards. As the inspections concluded, a Luoxiu soldier pointed to a nearby transport vehicle, loudly proclaiming, "All wilderness hunters below D grade, board that vehicle over there. It is unsafe here. We will transport you to the first line of the beast-hide defense, where you will be free." Cheng Zhuo's brows furrowed instantly. Was the Luoxiu army truly so benevolent? A glance at the surrounding wilderness hunters revealed several faces etched with hesitation. Yet, with a heavy sniper aimed at them, no one dared to defy the order. Cheng Zhuo, along with a dozen low-tier hunters, silently boarded the transport vehicle. As a metallic door clanged shut, a blue energy shield flickered to life. It remained uncertain whether this was to guard against beastly ambushes or to prevent the occupant from escaping. At the boundary gate, watching the low-tier, low-potential wilderness hunters enter the transport vehicle, Liang Yi tapped his wristwatch and dialed a number. Dr. O, the bait has been sent out. Remember to send someone to pick it up. Chapter 76, Estiro weekend, Sion top. Outside the office of Deputy Director Huyen Song, hurried footsteps echoed. Deputy Director, good news. His plump secretary stumbled in, breathless. Huyen Song rose abruptly, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Is it news from Colonel Yang? Did he manage to acquire the forbidden item, the white-faced nine-tailed beast? The secretary's expression stiffened. No. Huyen Song appeared slightly disappointed. Then what is it? The secretary chuckled nervously. I have two pieces of news, one good and the other even better. Which would you like to hear first? Huyen Song shot him a bewildered glance. The secretary shrank back, sheepishly presenting a document and pointing to an image. I have found information on Huangfu Bai. Huyen Song raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he glanced over. However, upon reading a line, his expression darkened visibly. Are you suggesting I am losing my faculties? This clearly depicts a woman, yet the secretary's face radiated excitement. Could it be that Huangfu Bai is disguised as a man? A wealthy young lady who has run away from home? Please don't jump to conclusions. Let me finish. The secretary produced a relationship chart, pointing at the girl. This girl is named by Luao Ei, the little princess of the Bai family, the foremost consortium in Tianji City. From a young age, she exhibited extraordinary intelligence. It is said that many of the source-powered weapons developed by Bai Technologies are her creations. Just think of the customized silver knights belonging to Huangfu Bai. They are not available on the market. Huyen Song's interest peaked, but he still shook his head. That does not prove she is Huangfu Bai. Please be patient. Let me finish, the secretary urged, pulling the relationship chart upward. There are rumors that Bai Luao Ei is actually an illegitimate child, her mother being Huangfu Qin. Moreover, the Bai Consortium recently dispatched numerous Luoxiu teams to various cities, reportedly in search of Bai Luao Ei. I believe someone will reach out to you soon. Huangfu Xing, with his eyes slightly narrowed, pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Lingzi, retrieve all information regarding Bai Luao Ei of the Bai Family Consortium. Received. Esteemed Deputy Director Huyen Song, came the ethereal electronic voice in the office. However, the next moment, a glaring red warning flashed on the projection. Apologies. You do not have authorization to access information concerning Bai Luao Ei of the Bai Family Consortium. Deputy Director, there is no need to inquire further with Lingzi. The plump secretary confidently pointed to the sketch he had created, stating, the information about Bai Luao Ei is undoubtedly a top secret in Tianji City. You will understand why shortly. Observe, these are all recent news articles related to the Bai Family Consortium that I have gathered from netizen comments over the past 10 days. I meticulously filtered them for accuracy. Huyen Song cast a skeptical glance at him and began to browse through the information projected. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Are you trying to pack up and leave? It states here that Bai Luao Ei was among the awakened in the fourth quarter of last year. Have you forgotten that Huangfu Bai just entered the newcomer marketplace? The secretary, unfazed, chuckled and replied, It is true that the hyperdimensional marketplace has initial restrictions for newcomers. But what if she has not entered during these past few months since her awakening? Huyen Song paused in surprise. Are you suggesting she intended to become an academic? Not quite. The secretary stroked his chin based on the available information. I speculate that Bai Luao Ei likely delayed her entrance into the marketplace by 2 months to create a custom version of the Silver Knight. After all, such a gifted individual would want to achieve everything on her own. Noting that Huyen Song did not refute this, the secretary continued, Of course, there is another possibility. She may have been preoccupied with her innate abilities, leaving her no time to enter the marketplace. Huyen Song shot him a sideways glance, questioning the implication. The secretary's expression grew even more animated, his cheeks quivering with excitement as he said, This Bai Luao, her origin might not merely be S-grade, but rather the exceedingly rare divine seal origin, commonly referred to as SSS grade. Huiyuan Song's pupils widened in shock. He quickly stood, intently examining the materials compiled by the secretary. Murmuring, the whisper of the gods, the same origin as the first lord of Tianji City. The secretary nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is the whisper of the gods. A defiance of nature that allows one to gain various formidable abilities through self-hypnosis. If she were to convince herself that she is a deity, then she would indeed become one. However, such backlash could prevent her from living even a millisecond. Huiyuan Song shot a disapproving look at the secretary, shaking his head. Moreover, the limited information displayed by Huangfu indicates an S-grade origin. The secretary quickly countered, if she can fabricate an identity as Huangfu with the assistance of Lingzi, creating the facade of S-grade potential should not be overly difficult. You make a valid point. Huiyuan Song nodded and returned to his seat, instructing. Much of this information is based on your conjecture and requires further consideration. However, we certainly need to elevate the level of our attention. Please contact Director Wang. Regardless of whether Huangfu is by Luao Ei, we cannot allow him to venture into a perilous place like Angshi Town. Understood. The secretary nodded in agreement. You mentioned 2 pieces of good news. What is the other? Huiyuan Song inquired again. With a grin, the secretary's flesh quivered as he projected another holographic image into the center of the office. The scene depicted a communal dining hall. The camera focused on a young girl, approximately 18 or 19 years old, clad in a faded yellow t-shirt, gripping the edge of the table tightly as if enduring immense suffering. Suddenly, her body began to tremble violently, convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy. In less than a moment, an invisible pulse of energy erupted from her, sending nearby hunters flying. Chairs and tables crashing, creating chaos. Even more bizarrely, the ground around the girl began to rapidly crystallize, taking on a rocky hue. Tables, chairs, walls, and even the dust floating in the air visibly turned to stone. Within mere seconds, a massive, semicircular rock formation had formed around her. The surface of the rock seemed almost alive, rhythmically contracting and expanding. High potential second awakening. Huiyuan Song sprang from his seat, his eyes filled with incredulous excitement. Indeed, the secretary responded, equally exhilarated. Based on her performance, she may be S-grade. Huiyuan Song hurriedly interjected. Where is this? Who is she? The secretary pulled up another page of information, explaining, the footage is from the Wolfpack's dining hall. Her name is Xia Chan, an F-grade potential petrifying gazer, but sadly, she's blind. Huh? Huiyuan Song paused, then waved his hand dismissively. It does not matter. If she achieves a second awakening to S-grade, her eyesight will surely be restored. After a moment's thought, he pressed on. Does she have a contract? The secretary's expression faltered slightly. Her contract information is in Angshi Town. Huiyuan Song appeared somewhat taken aback. Again with Angshi Town? This won't do. I must visit the Wolfpack base. Deputy Director, wait. The secretary quickly stepped forward to stop him, his face displaying hesitation. There is something else you may need to consider. What is it? This Xia-chan is married. Huiyuan Song shot him an irritated look. So what if she is married? I have no romantic intentions. The secretary chuckled awkwardly. That is not my point. Her husband is someone you know well, Cheng Zhuo. Huh? Huiyuan Song's steps came to an abrupt halt, his brow instinctively furrowing. Before I arrived, I conducted some research. He may soon plan to take Xia-chan and his other 2 wives to Angshi Town. The secretary hesitated before continuing. Given that you previously punished Cheng Zhuo by sending him to the wild for a contract, he might not have a favorable opinion of the giant city. Shouldn't we? Huiyuan Song contemplated for a moment before asking, is Cheng Zhuo also at the Wolfpack base? UNH-0173 today, the secretary promptly replied. But there's been no news of him yet. Then contact Colonel Liang Yi swiftly. If he comes out, bring him over immediately. Yes, I will take care of it. Moments later, outside the gate of H0173, Liang Yi hung up the communication and called for his deputy, checked to see if anyone who just exited is named Cheng Zhuo. F-grade, summoning system. The deputy flipped through the information and replied, indeed, there's one. Liang Yi waved his hand. Find out which vehicle he is in and send him to the deputy director. The deputy's expression stiffened, leaning in to whisper to Liang Yi, Colonel. That vehicle is transporting fish. Liang Yi's face instantly registered surprise. Then he urged, go, immediately contact the driver to change the route. We cannot let him encounter the fish collectors. The deputy nodded, understood. Wait, Liang Yi called after the deputy, narrowing his eyes as he spoke with barely concealed severity. Send someone reliable to run an errand. If the fish has already been collected, let him assess the situation. If it becomes exposed, we cannot leave anyone who might be investigated. Understood. Chapter 77. The skeleton hunter. The heavy transport vehicle swayed as it traversed the black cloud forest. Cheng Zhuo leaned against the wall of the compartment, casting his gaze around. Including himself, there were 18 individuals in the vehicle, most of whom wore serious expressions. Few fools survive in the wilderness. Those who do are rarely naive. They claim to be returning them to a safe zone. Yet they insist on separating them by origin potential for transport. Was it truly necessary? Hey, where you from, kid? A gruff voice shattered the silence. A tattooed man leaned over, offering a rolled-up herbal cigarette, while scrutinizing Cheng Zhuo. You look too clean to be from the wilderness. Cheng Zhuo accepted the cigarette and casually replied, Angshi Town. Huh? The tattooed man raised his eyebrows, his tone growing more familiar. What a coincidence. I'm also from Angshi Town, but you look unfamiliar. I haven't been there yet. I just used a Tower Stone contract, Cheng Zhuo explained. The tattooed man appeared enlightened. Oh, I see. You were forced out to wander because you couldn't get by in the city. But these days, not many from the giant city come to contract in our Angshi Town. Cheng Zhuo casually tucked the grass cigarette behind his ear, remarking that the treatment in Angshi Town was indeed superior. The tattooed man, slightly proud, replied, I can't say much, but in our Angshi Town, the benefits are quite generous. And we are very united. As he spoke, he activated his wristwatch, swiping his finger to project a card-like image in front of Cheng Zhuo. With a grin revealing his glistening white teeth, the tattooed man exclaimed, I'm getting married next month before the clear-out event. Since we are so fated, if you happen to be in town then, do come have a drink at my wedding. Cheng Zhuo lifted his gaze. The card was a digital wedding invitation, showcasing the tattooed man grinning broadly, surrounded by a woman with sun-kissed skin holding a bouquet of wildflowers, her eyes filled with tenderness. All right, Cheng Zhuo accepted the invitation, offering his congratulations. The tattooed man extended a calloused right hand. Huaming. Cheng Zhuo shook his hand, introducing himself, Cheng Zhuo. However, after their handshake, Huaming suddenly sighed, leaning back against the wall of the carriage, a hint of worry clouding his eyes. I only hope nothing goes awry. The enthusiasm of the Lu Xia army feels a bit sinister. Cheng Zhuo felt an unease settle in his heart. He glanced out the window. They had already exited the Heiyun forest and were heading towards Xingyi City. Everything seemed fine, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it was not so simple. Before boarding, he had discreetly discarded a black-shelled beetle carcass under the vehicle, a small beast he had discovered while scavenging in the wasteland. Its hard shell and compact size made it ideal for casting the spell of necromantic transposition. I hope everything goes smoothly, Cheng Zhuo whispered, tapping his wristwatch, where 2 messages from Ruan Qinghe and Xia Mo awaited. Xia Chan has awakened for the 2nd time. This news both thrilled and surprised Cheng Zhuo. He had never expected that among the 4 of them, Xia Chan, with the lowest genetic awakening rate, would be the first to achieve such a feat. Moreover, according to Ruan Qinghe, Xia Chan had not undergone any particular stimulus. She simply found the braised pork in the cafeteria delicious and indulged a bit more. You think they plan to use us for experiments? Suddenly, a rough voice shattered the tranquility of the carriage. A burly man in the corner sprang to his feet, panic lacing his tone. I've heard rumors of people using the living for experiments, turning them into emotionless killing machines. Do you think we might be the subjects of such experiments? His question caused the faces of those present to pale. Surely not. The Lu Xia army is the official military of the city-state. Exactly. Using living beings for experiments? Aren't they afraid of inciting public outrage? In the eyes of those within the city, we who live in the wilderness are no different from the beasts. Public outrage? As long as they can protect the great city, the citizens would applaud. So what do we do? Just sit here and wait to die? What do we do? Do you think you can break through the shield of this armored transport? Just then, a deafening crash resounded from the rear of the transport, as if something heavy collided with it, causing the entire carriage to jolt violently. Everyone was thrown about, with items flying chaotically within. After a moment, the turbulence ceased. The rear door of the carriage was abruptly yanked open from the outside, and a booming voice called out, "Get out now. Hands above your heads. Where I can see them. If you don't want to die, don't make any sudden moves." Cheng Zhuo looked up. At the entrance stood several individuals clad in mismatched combat gear, clearly reminiscent of wasteland marauders. Their faces were obscured by skull masks, and the blue glow emanating from the barrels of their energy rifles pointed directly at the doorway of the carriage. The crowd dare not move, each person hugging their heads as they exited the vehicle in turn. Cheng Zhuo walked in the middle, quickly scanning the area beside the vehicle, where the driver of the Lu Xia army lay sprawled on the gravel, his neck at an unnatural angle, evidently lifeless. How strange. Could they truly just be wasteland bandits? Cheng Zhuo had previously assumed these individuals were sent by the Lu Xia army. "It's you, the Skull Hunters," the burly man who was the last to disembark suddenly exclaimed. "Everyone run. They've been cutting open hunters' bellies in the wasteland lately." With that, he was enveloped in a cloud of yellow dust. Just as he was about to flee, a loud bang echoed. The dust settled, and he collapsed instantly. Before him, a gun barrel the size of an arm emitted a wisp of smoke, and the hunter holding the weapon coldly warned, "Anyone who dares to move, go ahead and try." The crowd fell silent. Cheng Zhuo quickly assessed the situation. There were only 12 of them, with the leading red-clad hunter being a second tier, while the others were all first tier, and their weapons appeared remarkably advanced. However, for Cheng Zhuo at this moment, they were not overly formidable. Just as he contemplated how to act, a distant sound of an aircraft engine suddenly approached. Everyone looked up. In the sky not far away, a silver-gray figure raced toward them, the emblem of the Lu Xia army gleaming in the sunlight on its fuselage. It was a single-person aircraft from the Lu Xia army. "Wonderful, it's the Lu Xia army." An excited voice emerged from the crowd of captives. Cheng Zhuo and Huang Ming exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The reactions of these skull hunters were suspect. Chapter 78. The terrifying canister in full condition as the military aircraft landed steadily. The hatch slid open with a hiss, and a dark-skinned officer from the Lu Xia army stepped out with measured strides. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, wearing a black combat uniform adorned with a silver star emblem of a third-tier hunter. His cold gaze sweeping over the crowd with the disdain of someone looking down upon ants. Upon seeing the newcomer, the red-clad hunter's expression instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile as he bowed. "Lord Qi, why trouble yourself with such trivial matters?" Qi cast a sidelong glance at him, and then surveyed Cheng Zhuo and the others behind him, muttering, "Quick actions, but unfortunate for you." A swift sound pierced the air as a crimson beam shot from the back of the red-clad hunter's head, trailing a slender shadow toward the remaining 11 hunters. In the blink of an eye, all 12 skull hunters collapsed. Cheng Zhuo's pupils dilated in response, instinctively activating his dragon form attributes. Biological strength, 4965 level. The officer named Qi Ying was at a third-tier level. Even in his activated state, Cheng Zhuo still fell slightly short. "Excellent, we are saved. Thank you, officer. Thank you, my lord, for saving us." The surviving wasteland hunters bowed in gratitude, deliberately ignoring the unusual familiarity the red-clad hunter had displayed toward this officer. Qi Ying's gaze roamed over the faces of the crowd before finally resting on Cheng Zhuo's face. "You are Cheng Zhuo? What is the matter?" Cheng Zhuo retorted. "We want. Come with me. The deputy director wishes to see you," Qi Ying replied in an authoritative tone. "I'm not interested in meeting him." Cheng Zhuo responded flatly. "Do you think I'm consulting you?" Qi Ying's expression darkened as he reached out toward Cheng Zhuo. To his surprise, Cheng Zhuo swiftly dodged his grasp with ease. Qi Ying exhaled in mille surprise. In an instant, Cheng Zhuo's form expanded, transforming into a humanoid beast over 2 meters tall, covered in dark green scales. Without hesitation, Cheng Zhuo activated the ING auxiliary card. 48,865 level. The status card only amplifies the main body and source techniques. This is the sum of ING and dragon form, not a multiplier after dragon form. Qi Ying tapped his earpiece, a glimmer of realization and greed flashing in his eyes. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It seems you possess a treasure. Such an effect, could it be a forbidden item? However, you likely misunderstand the barriers of rank. They cannot be simply overcome by biological strength." With that, he flicked his fingers. The crimson radiance re-emerged with a swift whoosh. This time, the flash was 3 times faster than when he had vanquished the hunter, accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced the air, aimed directly at Cheng Zhuo's brow. Cheng Zhuo's pupils constricted suddenly, his dragon-scaled arms tensing with muscle as he swiftly produced his spear, raising it before his forehead. Clang! Sparks flew. The relentless clashing echoed painfully in one's ears. Cheng Zhuo staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Run! A voice cried out, and the previously encircled wilderness hunters scattered like frightened birds. Oof! Qi Ying scoffed coldly, the crimson glow erupting once more. Be careful! Cheng Zhuo managed to push Huan Ming aside just in time, while the remaining 16 wilderness hunters fell one after another, unable to utter even a scream. Huan Ming scrambled back to the transport vehicle, his voice muffled and trembling as he said, Cheng, hold on. I'll call for help. What a nuisance. Qi Ying's expression darkened upon spotting an escapee, and he stepped forward to confront Cheng Zhuo. Even though Cheng Zhuo had entered the ING state, he was still no match for the speed of a third-tier hunter. Cheng Zhuo merely perceived a shadow flash before a fist imbued with source power collided with his chest. Bang! In that instant of overwhelming force, Cheng Zhuo was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing into distant rocks with a thunderous boom that sent shards of stone scattering. The spear slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the sandy ground with a resonant hum. As he landed, Cheng Zhuo swiftly rolled over and regained his feet. Feeling his chest in astonishment, a flicker of joy crossing his brow. It didn't hurt too much. The dragon armor's defense was astonishingly formidable. Truly a mythic-level source skill. Cheng Zhuo lifted his gaze, a fervent battle spirit igniting within his eyes, and shouted once more as he surged forward. The two were soon embroiled in a chaotic melee. Initially, Cheng Zhuo was frequently struck by Qi Ying's piercing strikes and fists, suffering a one-sided onslaught. However, after nearly 100 exchanges, Qi Ying began to sense something amiss. Why does this kid feel as if he is treating me as a sparring partner? He distinctly noticed that Cheng Zhuo's punches, initially sluggish and awkward, gradually became fluid and agile. At times, his strength was miscalibrated, nearly sending him off balance. Yet, as the exchanges continued, his movements became increasingly fluid, his footwork growing ever more elusive, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Despite being at a disadvantage, there was no sign of despair. Instead, he appeared to thrive under pressure. Bang! After delivering a powerful punch, Qi Ying's lips curled into a fierce smirk as he leaped back several dozen meters. Your armor is indeed surprisingly strong. But this should be the end of it. Let me show you the true power of a third tier. Qi Ying growled, raising his hands with great force. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, hundreds of crimson long needles materialized, densely packed like a net, exuding a horrifying aura. Kid, you still have time to kneel and beg for mercy. I'm not lying. The deputy director truly wishes to see you. As long as you keep quiet about what you've witnessed today, I guarantee you one can't harm. Even, however, just as Qi Ying was threatening Cheng Zhuo with his incessant chatter, crack. A purple arc of lightning struck down without warning, accurately hitting Qi Ying atop his head. Qi Ying's body stiffened instantly, the electricity racing along his spine and throughout his body. Before he could break free from the paralysis, a searing pain surged from behind. Bang! He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the sand. Dust billowed around him. Qi Ying was horrified to see a massive beast, clad in dark green and black dragon scales, with dark purple horns striding forth. Its muscles rippled beneath the scales like cast bronze, its amber vertical pupils glowing with violet light, and the spines at the end of its tail crackled with electricity. A deep, thunderous roar erupted. I forgot to mention, I'm actually a summoner. Cheng Zhuo's voice, laced with playful sarcasm, echoed from a distance, and Qi Ying suddenly felt a series of intense electric shocks coursing through him, rendering him rigid in place. The power of the lightning strikes wasn't fatal, nor could it injure him. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming, raining down incessantly upon his chest. Before long, he felt completely numb, truly numb. How could this be? That was clearly just a low-tier beast pet. How could it possess such a level of continuous casting ability? Even with a high-tier card enhancement, it seemed unreasonable. Unreasonable. Qi Ying was engulfed in a mix of shock and rage. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the unrelenting barrage of lightning. At that moment, he was stunned to see Cheng Zhuo leap before him, spear raised high. Qi Ying's pupils widened in horror. You can't kill me. I am a lieutenant of the Hunter S Guild. Next time you unleash a big move, save the chatter. Whoosh! The spear, glowing with a blinding purple light, descended with a thunderous crash, piercing directly through Qi Ying's skull. To witness both the dragon form and the ing state of Ajar, you've met a fitting end, Cheng Zhuo remarked as he gazed at Qi Ying's corpse, quietly reflecting. He suspected that the jar in the ing state was indeed far stronger than himself. Originally, he had intended for the jar to crush the opponent with sheer force. However, he had not anticipated that after acquiring the lightning punishment skill, the jar would transform into a magical electric cat, unleashing a relentless stream of lightning without a moment's pause. The jar's formidable casting ability and seemingly limitless source power reserves genuinely astonished Cheng Zhuo. Instantaneous casting and continuous spell casting were abilities typically possessed only by hunters or extraordinary beasts of 6th tier or above. The system's initial modification of the jar had far exceeded the shock brought to Cheng Zhuo by the mythic level meditation card. Chapter 79, The Resurgence of Overwhelming Power. Qi Ying's charred corpse curled up in the flames, and Cheng Zhuo fixed his gaze on the pyre, repeatedly using the system to inspect the remains. Only when he confirmed that the system indicated a corpse did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. As he began to collect Qi Ying's belongings, he was approached from behind by the sound of soft footsteps. Turning, he saw Huan Ming approaching, trembling as he carried a pile of packages and cards. Cheng Ji, here for you. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. That was quick. He hadn't even noticed when this fellow had gone to loot the packages. Hey, haha. Huan Ming scratched his head sheepishly. My source skill is material collection, so the higher-tier brothers always like to take me along as their attendant. You have that ability too? Cheng Zhuo replied, slightly astonished. As he glanced at the assortment of items Huan Ming had brought over, most notably were some blue cards. He waved his hand generously. Consider this a wedding gift for you. Huh? Huan Ming froze in place, his hands trembling as he held the packages. These are worth at least 1,000,000 city coins. You've already saved my life. Huan Ming was taken aback. Stop being sentimental. Just take me out for drinks when you're in town. Cheng Zhuo urged. Quickly take it away. This area has been unstable lately. You should return to town early and prepare for your wedding. All right, thank you, Cheng Ji. But Huan Ming ceased being coy, realizing that Cheng Zhuo wouldn't value these items. However, gazing at the charred remains of Qi Ying, he couldn't help but speak gravely. Cheng Ji, Qi Ying is a lieutenant of the Hunter-S Guild, a rank not to be underestimated. If this gets found out, it could be troublesome. He was clearly colluding with the skeletal hunters and indiscriminately killing innocents. I can go to the city as a witness to help clear your name. No need. Cheng Zhuo shook his head, his expression growing somber. Have you forgotten who sent us here? He asked just a small pawn. The real players might be that Colonel Yang Yi or even the deputy director. Do you think your testimony would be of any use? Huan Ming was no fool. He recalled the earlier confusion about how everyone had been diverted onto different vehicles. He nodded, extending his wristwatch. Let us exchange contact information. While I may be a minor character, I have some connections in town. Several high-tier brothers have a good rapport with me. If you encounter trouble because of this, I'll help you rally support. We from Angshi Town cannot allow outsiders to bully us. Cheng Zhuo observed the earnest demeanor of the man before him, a warmth blossoming within his heart. The wilderness hunter was not as villainous as the tale suggested. All right, let's keep in touch for future matters. Cheng Zhuo nodded in agreement. As he watched Huan Ming depart, he collected the bodies and vehicles of all present, including the flying apparatus of Qi Ying, into his spatial storage. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked in the surroundings, he released the battlefield RV, setting the destination and activating the autopilot mode. He needed to swiftly reunite with Ruan Qinghe and her companions, distancing themselves from this place of turmoil. The attempts by Qi Ying to silence him confirmed the collusion between the hunting army and the skeleton hunters, perhaps due to the illicit nature of his actions. Qi Ying's smartwatch was offline at the time of his demise, leaving no record of their confrontation. However, Cheng Zhuo understood that his act of killing Qi Ying would not withstand scrutiny. As for Qi Ying's mention of the deputy director seeking him out, it was likely true. The motives were easy to surmise, undoubtedly concerning the awakening of Xiachan. That deputy director, cloaked in a facade of righteousness, would likely employ grand rhetoric about the city-state community to persuade him to bring Xiachan back to Xingtai City for its protection. After all, while the activities of contractors were not affected by the lighthouse, the tasks and rewards associated with it required one to collect them at the contract lighthouse. Especially for abyss hunts, The accumulated enhancements could only benefit the contract lighthouse. Qingtai City would undoubtedly not allow a high-potential newcomer to slip away. Yet, with Cheng Zhuo's current abilities, he had no desire to become anyone's tool. Seizing the opportunity during the RV's autopilot, Cheng Zhuo retrieved a card emanating a purple glow from his pocket. This was the sole high-tier card discovered on Qiying, rather peculiarly. It appeared he only carried one weapon card for defense. Crimson Sleeve Arrow Weapon Card. Quality, Epic Purple. Effect, can release telekinetic sleeve arrows. The number of arrows can be adjusted based on mental strength. Total quantity 1,000. Usage restriction, above, level 1. Description, miniature arrows crafted from certain mental source core. Moving at will, sharp and unstoppable. The mental strength linkage sparked a glimmer of excitement in Cheng Zhuo's eyes. His necromantic essence inherently emphasized the enhancement of mental attributes. This card was tailor-made for his ambush tactics. It seemed Qiying favored a mental type source as well. Logically, having only used the weapon card, Qiying must have had a hidden source skill yet to be unleashed. Had he unleashed all his powerful moves from the outset, even in Cheng Zhuo's state of activation, he would have emerged battered, if not dead. Complacency was indeed a grave error. Cheng Zhuo reminded himself that even a fierce tiger must exert its full strength against a mere rabbit. At all times when facing an adversary, one must never let down their guard. Stowing away the crimson sleeve arrow, Cheng Zhuo's gaze shifted to the boundary stones within the system space. Boundary stone, Death Forest, quality, 1 star, description, the foundational stone of the world barrier in the Death Forest. Possessing formidable rule power. Hint, consuming 100 harmony points allows for refinement. Upon successful refinement, the corresponding domain can be reconstructed, reopening the gateway to the Death Forest, allowing the owner to hunt within the system's Death Forest domain at will. Would you like to proceed with the reconstruction? By the gods! Cheng Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment upon viewing the boundary stone's prompt. He hastily clicked on the detailed introduction regarding the reconstruction of the domain, and he had to admit, the system's capabilities were indeed extraordinary. The reconstructed Death Forest would mirror the previous domain exactly, enabling him to hunt within and absorb source power, potentially yielding source cores as well. Cheng Zhuo assessed the quantity of boundary stones in his spatial storage, totaling 132. Perhaps due to H0173 being a parallel, multidimensional domain, most of the boundary stones were duplicates, rendering it unnecessary to utilize harmony points for all of them. Categorically, there were 6 0-star stones, 11 1-star stones, 5 2-star stones, and 2 3-star stones. Moreover, the surplus boundary stones from the same domain could be refined into a second gateway. This realization sparked a glimmer of excitement in Cheng Zhuo. If he positioned the boundary stones in different locations, did it not imply he could achieve cross-distance teleportation within the domain? To test the validity of this notion, Cheng Zhuo immediately expended 200 harmony points to refine 2 of the Death Forest boundary stones. He placed one in the control area at the front of the RV and the other in the rear bedroom. With a mere thought, 2 gateways opened simultaneously. Cheng Zhuo stepped through the front gateway, and the familiar thick, foul odor greeted him. He had indeed arrived in the Death Forest, with the domain's revelations identical to before. Cheng Zhuo turned back, retracting the boundary stone at the front. As he anticipated, the gateway did not vanish. He promptly returned through the gateway to the RV's interior, successfully arriving in the rear bedroom. Success! Cheng Zhuo felt a surge of joy. He had previously worried about how to bring the 3 women out if the Wolfpack base was under the control of the hunting army. With this gateway, allowing for the traversal of real distances, who could possibly confine him? Chapter 80. 7th Level Living Forbidden Object. Tao Yao Yao, the battlefield RV rolled over a pile of rubble and came to a halt amidst the ruins. Towering, crumbling concrete and steel frameworks cast distorted shadows in the setting sun, revealing that this place had once been a bustling city. However, it now lay in ruins. Cheng Zhuo scanned the area, locating a concealed underground entrance. He inserted the boundary stone into a wall recess, covering the traces with yellow sand and debris, ensuring that no anomalies were visible from the outside. He then dusted off his hands and turned to leave. The distance to the Wolfpack base was still 70 to 80 kilometers. As a second gateway exit, it should suffice. Upon returning to the RV, the autopilot continued its journey. Cheng Zhuo did not rush to refine the other boundary stones, but but instead focused his attention on the corpse of the two-tailed fox. It lay quietly encased in ice, seemingly in a state of peaceful slumber. Corpse of the white-faced nine-tailed fox. Quality: 7th level forbidden object. Semi-finished product. Description: this is the corpse of a young white-faced nine-tailed beast, its form distorted by the rules of the corroded realm. Having just entered the initial phase of forbidden object refinement. Hint: this semi-finished product can be refined using 100 harmony points for a special system version of refinement. You may choose from the following refinement paths. 1. Refine it into a 7th level exotic beast forbidden object with formidable combat capabilities. Note: the owner's current level is insufficient for control. At least level 3 is required. 2. The system can reshape its enlightenment, preserving the core of the 7th level forbidden object, granting it new life and a humanoid form, allowing it to autonomously wield 7th level strength with growth potential, ultimately capable of evolving into a 9th level being. Note: the intelligence of the new being will be low initially, and it may not fully master its own power at the outset, requiring long-term guidance. Note: all refinement options can recognize a master. Cheng Zhuo realized this corpse was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated it to be of 7th level caliber. The two refinement methods proposed by the system plunged him into brief contemplation. One offered the immediate use of 7th level forbidden object power upon reaching level 3, while the other provided a growth potential, but with initial intelligence limitations that could lead to unstable power. Choosing the future seemed prudent. Cheng Zhuo resolved that the growth potential of the 9th level was indeed more enticing. Furthermore, the instability indicated it still possessed 7th level strength, albeit requiring additional effort and guidance. I choose option 2, Cheng Zhuo silently declared. No sooner had he spoken than the icy surface began to crack at a visible pace. The once dull fur of the fox beast began to shimmer with a pinkish-white hue, starting from its brow and rapidly spreading across its entire body. In the next moment, the system automatically transported it to the external space, gently floating before Cheng Zhuo. Refinement and reshaping enlightenment in progress. Detected residual rules. The system automatically purifies. Purification complete. The new being is cleared of contaminating factors while retaining forbidden object core characteristics. 7th level growth type, forbidden object. White-faced nine-tailed fox, young beast form, is about to take shape. Recognizing its master. A series of prompts from the system followed. In merely a matter of seconds, the once stiff form of the fox beast underwent a remarkable transformation. Its chest began to rise and fall gently, while its drooping ears quivered delicately, followed by a flash of crimson light. The silhouette of the fox started to contort and elongate, as the once half-formed body gradually morphed into the figure of a small girl. The pale pink fur faded away, replaced by smooth, fair skin. As the red glow dissipated, a girl of approximately 2 or 3 years floated serenely before Cheng Zhuo. Her face was round and porcelain-like, with a complexion as translucent as snow, adorned with a pair of pinkish-white fox ears atop her head. The system, displaying its user-friendly nature, had even crafted a light blue dress for her, modestly covering her knees and revealing her chubby little legs, which were clad in a pair of red leather shoes. She slowly opened her eyes, her large, round orbs filled with the innocent bewilderment of new life. After timidly surveying her surroundings with her golden eyes, they finally settled on Cheng Zhuo's face. The system notifications chimed in, announcing the completion of the transformation. Refinement complete. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the 7th tier growth type forbidden creature. By Mian Jiawei, young beast form. Unnamed forbidden item, customizable, has successfully recognized its master. Quality, living forbidden item. Growth stage, young beast form. Innate skill, nine-tailed resonance. For each fox tail generated, a new skill can be unlocked. Fox tail skills. 1. Void traversal. 2. Illusionary form. As the system notifications faded, an inexplicable bond began to form. Cheng Zhuo gently touched the fox ears atop the little girl's head. The texture is soft as cotton warmed by the sun. The little creature did not shy away. Instead, she tilted her head slightly back, rubbing her cheek against his fingertip, emitting a soft, melodic hum from her throat. Did this small creature possess 7th tier power? Observing the chubby little girl before him, Cheng Zhuo couldn't help but harbor doubts. Let us give you a name. M. You're all pink and plump. How about calling you to Z? Upon saying this, he immediately shook his head. No, that is too casual. Since you're a little fox spirit, let us call you Dao Yao. Cheng Zhuo affectionately ruffled the little one's head. How does that sound, Dao Yao? Dao Yao tilted her head in confusion. Oh, how delightful. She can even speak. Cheng Zhuo's eyes sparkled. Dao, tell me, what can you do? Dao Yao Yao. After a brief exchange, Cheng Zhuo felt a tinge of helplessness. The little fox could indeed speak, but alas, she had only mastered her own name. Her intelligence seemingly akin to that of a newborn. Why don't you give me a simple demonstration, so I can grasp what your skills entail? Cheng Zhuo attempted to communicate. Dao. The round, glistening eyes of Dao Yao brimmed with questions. Seeing Cheng Zhuo gesture with his fist, she seemed to understand his intent. Her eyes suddenly lighting up. With a spring in her step, she took a step back. She then raised her chubby little fist and swung it towards the rear of the vehicle. Bang! Crackle, crackle, sizzle. System detected damage to the blind core product, costing 100 Ming value to repair. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Cheng Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the power of the 7th tier? He was both shocked and delighted. The sturdy battle caravan had been obliterated at the rear by the pure force of Dao Yao's punch. Dao Yao stared in bewilderment at the vanishing rear section of the caravan, her round eyes filled with confusion. She then glanced timidly at Cheng Zhuo. Seemingly aware that she had caused a mishap, Cheng Zhuo comforted her as he ruffled her hair. It's all right, just watch me. Outside the H0173 gateway, Liang Yi's aide approached him with a grave expression, whispering, Colonel, it seems there has been a problem. Liang Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. What is it? The aide hesitated. The personal signals of Qi Ying, as well as those of the aircraft and transport vehicles, have all vanished. I dispatched a drone to the vicinity. There are signs of struggle, but all personnel and vehicles have disappeared. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes. What do the fishmongers say? Were there people? They were dispatched. But we've lost contact, the aide reported. Moreover, I investigated, and there were no unusual energy fluctuations nearby. They likely weren't consumed by the Ghost Gate. I speculate that perhaps the Shadow Society has made their move. Unlikely, they lack the resources for that now. Liang Yi shook his head, coldly commanding, continue the investigation. We must locate the living or the dead. Understood, the aide replied, then asked, how should we respond to the Deputy Director's request for personnel? Be truthful. Inform them that Cheng Zhuo's vehicle may have been attacked by hunters, resulting in all personnel and vehicles disappearing. Liang Yi remarked casually. The aide acknowledged his command and was about to depart when he suddenly paused, staring at the message on his wrist in astonishment. What's going on? Liang Yi questioned, his brow furrowing. The aide, still in shock, replied, the Deputy Director's people have relayed that Cheng Zhuo has returned to the Wolfpack base. Chapter 81. Does she want milk? As Cheng Zhuo arrived at the entrance of the Wolfpack base, a plump man in an ill-fitting suit blocked his path. The man, perspiring and with a crooked tie, clutched a wrinkled briefcase, speaking with urgency. You must be Cheng Zhuo? The Deputy Director is waiting for you in the reception room. He specifically sent me to fetch you. Cheng Zhuo glanced at him. All right, let him wait. The plump secretary paused for a moment, thinking he had misheard, and hurriedly pursued Cheng Zhuo, his voice growing more frantic. I'm referring to the Deputy Director, Lord Hu Yin Song. He is waiting for you in the Wolfpack's reception room. I heard you, Cheng Zhuo replied, his tone growing serious. Even if the city lord himself arrives, please have him wait until I meet my wife. With that, he cradled Dao Yao and strode into the base without looking back, leaving the secretary bewildered in his wake. Just moments ago, Cheng Zhuo had encountered a pressing dilemma. Dao Yao was not classified as his beast companion, unlike Guan, who could be stored in the source card SB space. Moreover, she was not an inanimate object, making it impossible to place her in the system S space. Being a newborn, she was curious about everything, and Cheng Zhuo feared that allowing her to wander freely would result in her inadvertently creating several holes in the Wolfpack base. Thus, he had no choice but to carry her inside. Fortunately, her current form was a product of the System S transformation, alleviating concerns that anyone might notice anything amiss. As he carried the inquisitive Dao Yao, her eyes wide with curiosity, Cheng Zhuo made his way directly to the dormitory area. He had previously arranged to meet with Ruan Qinghe, and the three girls were waiting for him. Upon entering, Ruan Qinghe was the first to rush forward. Just as she began to greet him, her gaze was suddenly captured by Dao Yao, her voice softening. Wow, who is this little girl? She is so adorable. The sounds of summer, Xia Mo and Xia Chan, also drew near, and upon seeing Cheng Zhuo, they were instantly captivated by Dao Yao in his arms, surrounding him eagerly. The sudden onslaught of attention startled Dao Yao, causing her to burrow deeper into Cheng Zhuo's embrace. Her small hands clutched tightly at his clothing, her fox ears drooping, her golden eyes filled with trepidation. Cheng Zhuo gently patted her back, speaking in a soft tone. Don't be afraid, Dao. These are the 3 beautiful sisters I told you about. They are our friends. You will need to protect them in the future. Encouraged by his words, Dao Yao lifted her head, curiously observing the 3 girls. Is her name Dao? Where did she come from? Wow, those cat ears are so adorable. They even move. Ruan Qinghe was completely enchanted by Dao Yao, her eyes glued to the little girl. Yes, her name is Dao Yao, Cheng Zhuo replied with a hint of pride. It's derived from the phrase Tao Ji Yao Yao. What do you think of the name? You came up with that. Xia Chan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Hee brother Zhuo. She isn't your hidden illegitimate child, is she? Of course not. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Cheng Zhuo gently set Dao Yao down, allowing her to explore the room while cautioning her not to cause any damage. After closing the door, he pulled Xia Chan closer. Now we can finally see clearly without needing to hold on to Xia Mo. Yes. Xia Chan nodded vigorously, raising her empty hands and pushing her face towards Cheng Zhuo. I can see clearly now. Cheng Zhuo cradled her face and planted a heavy kiss on her crimson lips, teasingly remarking, well, did I deceive you? Engaging in more exercise can indeed lead to a second awakening. Xia Chan's cheeks instantly flushed a deep scarlet as she abruptly broke free from his embrace, swiftly drawing in Ruan Qinghe and Xia Mo, grinning mischievously. Then you all better put in some effort. Ruan Qinghe shot her a reproachful glance before turning to Cheng Zhuo, her expression growing solemn. Zhuo, the deputy director sought us out earlier. Oh, what did he say? Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow, casually brushing a stray lock of hair from Ruan Qinghe's ear. Ruan Qinghe recounted, he mentioned that he could arrange for us to have luxury villas in the inner city, with each of us receiving an epic grade source card, and both Xia Mo and I, including you, will be offered contracts that far exceed our potential. He hopes that Xia Chan will switch back to an inner-city contract after her ascension. What are your thoughts? Cheng Zhuo surveyed the 3 women. Of course. We will heed Zhuo Ji's advice. You have no idea how serious Qinghe Jia was at that time. Xia Chan interjected eagerly. Suddenly, she adopted a serious demeanor, clearing her throat and mimicking Ruan Qinghe's reply to the deputy director. Dear deputy director, I apologize, but you need not waste your time with us. We will not provide any response until her husband returns. My words reflect Xia Chan's sentiments. Her feigned seriousness elicited a chuckle from Cheng Zhuo, who inquired with a smile. So, do you wish to go to the inner city? I used to desire that, Xia Chan replied suddenly, her playful demeanor vanishing as she spoke earnestly. But now it matters not. Wherever Zhuge and the sisters are, that is home. I don't find any significance in becoming S rank. I still wish to hide behind my husband and sisters, being a silly girl. What about you? Cheng Zhuo turned his gaze towards Xia Mo. The girl remained silent, merely rising on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and kissing him directly. Her soft lips were warm, and their breaths quickened until they nearly gasped for air. Only then did she release him, her ears a vivid shade of red. Yet her gaze unmistakably conveyed her commitment to him. How embarrassing. Xia Chan covered her eyes, but peeked through her fingers, teasingly adding, Sister must be thinking that even if living in a small grove, she would gladly lean against a tree, lifting her rear end for Zhuge. Xia Montak, blushing, grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at Xia Chan, as if intending to gag her with it. Ah, sister, don't pinch me. My petrification is quite formidable right now, we of you. Ruan Qinghe leaned against Cheng Zhuo, laughing as she watched them chase one another. Cheng Zhuo noted that Xia Chan's biological strength had risen to level 375 due to the attribute rewards from recent days and the enhancements from her second awakening. With such a physique, Xia Mo could no longer catch up to her. Before long, Tao Yao was also inspired, scampering behind them with her little legs, her tinkling laughter filling the room. As they ran, Tao Yao suddenly paused, walking slowly to Cheng Zhuo's side, extending her little arms to hug his leg, looking up with her small face and calling Yao. Ruan Qinghe looked at Cheng Zhuo suspiciously. What did she say? Cheng Zhuo shrugged. I have no idea. Tao Yao Yao gazed up at Cheng Zhuo, desperately trying to communicate something, but after much effort, all that came out was Yao Yao. Ruan Qinghe's eyes brightened as she noticed her drooping little ears. Hey, I see she has little cat ears. Why not let the jar out? It might understand her. Cheng Zhuo initially had fox ears, but he paused, thinking that being mistaken for cat ears was not too bad. Although he suspected the jar might not comprehend anything, he still released it. Meow. As the jar emerged, it blinked sleepily, glancing around. Yao Yao. Upon seeing the large cat that had suddenly appeared, Tao Yao Yao leaped 2 meters high, landing on all fours like a puffed-up little wild beast, her pigtails standing on end. The jar seemed to sense Tao Yao Yao's formidable aura, its soft fur bristling as it emitted low growls from its throat. Hey, don't get carried away. The tension between the two little creatures startled Cheng Zhuo. If they were to fight, their dormitory would surely be reduced to ruins. After much coaxing and confirming that they both bore Cheng Zhuo's scent, the two little beings finally calmed down. They approached each other, the jar nudging Tao Yao Yao's hand with its head. She reciprocated with a gentle touch, and they quickly became familiar with one another, seemingly speaking in a shared language of babble. In no time, the jar was carrying Tao Yao Yao around the table. Yao Yao. After a brief play, Tao Yao Yao drooped her ears and nestled next to Cheng Zhuo. He attempted to inquire the jar, do you know what she wants? Meow. The jar looked at Tao Yao Yao with interest. Its large eyes twinkled as it communicated telepathically with Cheng Zhuo. She wishes to drink milk, preferably the Inyo 18-liter, small, fresh yogurt flavor. After a moment, the jar was contentedly cradling a large bucket of milk, happily drinking. Tao Yao Yao lay on the bed, fast asleep. It turned out she was merely tired. Cheng Zhuo and the 3 women gazed at the 2 adorable beings with affectionate eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility, filled with warmth. Who would have thought that the true strength of their household lay with these 2 little ones still drinking milk? Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Cheng Zhuo frowned, somewhat impatiently making his way to the entrance. He truly did not wish to converse with the deputy director. Were it not for the prior agreement with Huang Fu to wait here, he would have already departed through the portal. That fellow had been unresponsive for some time now. Had he perhaps been unable to come out? Cheng Zhuo felt a twinge of concern as he approached the door and opened it. Cheng Zhuo, we meet again. Standing outside was a middle-aged man clad in a crisply ironed black suit, his appearance unremarkable, the kind that would be hard to distinguish in a crowd. Cheng Zhuo recognized him immediately, having seen him only once before. He was the bodyguard beside Huang Fu. Chapter 82. Ancient Martial Arts Source Stream. Upon recognizing the man, Cheng Zhuo's eyes lit up. You were sent by Huang Fu, weren't you? He distinctly recalled Huang Fu by mentioning that his bodyguard could assist him with his second awakening. Indeed. Without further pleasantries, the black-clad bodyguard replied in a deep voice, My surname is Gao. Let us find a quiet place to talk. There are some matters I must clarify beforehand. Very well, Uncle Gao. Cheng Zhuo responded and promptly contacted Catherine to reserve a quiet room. Just as they turned the corner of the dormitory corridor, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The newcomer had waist-length, wavy red hair, fair skin, and an eye-catching voluptuous figure clad in a tight, fiery red combat suit that accentuated her seductive curves. Despite her youthful visage of 20, she exuded a captivating mature charm. It was the noble daughter of the city lord, Rosa. Cheng Zhuo, it's quite difficult to meet you. Her voice bore a slightly husky quality, laced with an air of feigned seduction. Cheng Zhuo halted, slightly nodding. Miss Rosa, have you considered signing with our sacred beast? I can take you to grind in high-star level ruins. Rosa got straight to the point. Cheng Zhuo shook his head. I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to sign with the guild. Rosa persisted. With an A-grade contract, I can take you to grind in high-star level ruins. Upon hearing this, even the previously silent old Gao turned his head slightly, his mind racing with questions. Does she know I am here to help Cheng Zhuo with his second awakening? Cheng Zhuo raised an eyebrow, genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. He was well aware that the online assessments of him predominantly stated, reliant on enhancement potions and legendary meditation techniques for combat power, lacking potential, merely capable of making a splash in beginner-level challenges. I am truly curious. Cheng Zhuo tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with inquiry. Miss Rosa, How did you discern that I am worthy of an A-grade contract? Intuition. Rosa suddenly leaned in closer, a wave of enchanting fragrance wafting towards him. She leaned almost against Cheng Zhuo, squinting her watery eyes as she stared intently at his face, as if trying to unearth an answer from the depths of his gaze. To be honest, have we met somewhere before? The tactic of déjà vu seemed more suited for a sea king's fishing endeavors. Cheng Zhuo's lips curled into a faint smile, given Miss Luo Sha's illustrious reputation. I have certainly encountered you in many places. However, you likely have not seen me. Thank you for the invitation, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he gestured to Lao Gao, and the two continued toward the quiet room. Luo Sha furrowed her brows slightly and pressed further. Are you truly not considering it? The signing fee for Class A is a staggering 100 million. Perhaps I may contemplate Class S, but Class A is out of the question. Cheng Zhuo's voice drifted back to her. Puzzled, Luo Sha embraced her delicate chest. Gazing at Cheng Zhuo's retreating tall figure, murmuring to herself, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? She paused, then dialed a number saved under Shangui Leshi. Teacher, I've encountered Cheng Zhuo. What should I say? Is he willing to sign a contract for Xiachan with our guild? An elderly voice responded from the other end. He declined. Luo Sha pouted. Suddenly shifting her tone with a hint of tentativeness, she inquired, do you think there is a possibility for us to offer both of them an S-class contract? Child, Class A is already the highest authority I can grant you. Do not act recklessly. The voice on the other end grew somber. Class S involves more than just fees and resources. It encompasses various city-state privileges and abyssal duels, impacting the guild's overall standing. Oh, just let it go if others find out. Stop nagging, Luo Sha interrupted impatiently, then hesitated. Tell me, why did I feel such an uncanny familiarity when I first saw him on video? It seems as if we have known each other for ages. Is there truly no way for you to help me recover my memories from the Zhongyuan realm? I feel like I may have seen him there. Foolish child. The voice on the other end carried a note of helplessness. You are mistaken. Cheng Zhuo only recently entered the newcomer realm. How could you have encountered him in last year's realm? Ah, that is true. Luo Sha sighed. Is it possible he is a Long Qinghe? We only lack one of the 4 practitioners. But wait, the Sacred Bee Secret Vault has shown no response. Laughter, tinged with mischief, echoed through the receiver. Little girl, it seems you have reached an age where you ought to consider romance. Not to mention, this boy named Cheng Zhuo is indeed handsome. You must have taken a liking to him. Teacher, do you know how weapon card come about? In the quiet room, as the two took their seats, Lao Gao posed a question about the foundational knowledge of middle school source cards. Cheng Zhuo promptly replied, in the 7th year of the hunting realm, Master Mo Shan crafted the first source weapon embedded with a card. Since then, weapon cards began to appear in blind cores and lighthouse rewards. In the 35th year of the hunting realm, Master Mo Shan researched the principles of weapon cards, leading to the official advent of artificial weapon cards. Then tell me, what is the principle behind the creation of artificial weapon cards or material cards? Lao Gao inquired again, although Cheng Zhuo was uncertain of its connection to the Second Awakening. He recalled his studies and answered earnestly. They're crafted by stripping spatial source cards from the source master profession to create blank cards, which are then guided by card makers to couple the source weapon with a blank card. Well said. Whether it is the original weapon cards or the later material cards, the Lighthouse or the hunting realm seems to possess a force that monitors humanity's every breakthrough with source cards. With each advancement, it updates the cards in Lighthouse rewards or blind cores and can easily replicate any new cards created by humans. Lao Gao continued along Cheng Zhuo's train of thought, then abruptly shifted the topic, his tone laced with an inexplicable pride. However, there's one type of card that humanity has yet to successfully replicate after its creation. Cheng Zhuo was taken aback. What card? The ancient martial meditation card. Lao Gao announced a card name that Cheng Zhuo had never heard before. Is it a card that integrates ancient martial arts techniques, allowing one to master skills like the Ling Bo Wei Bu and the 18 dragons subduing palms? Cheng Zhuo asked, excitement evident in his tone. That is one way to understand it. Lao Gao nodded slightly, explaining, the ancient martial meditation card, like weapon cards and material cards, is also formed by stripping source cards into blank cards and coupling them with a form of ancient martial inheritance. However, unlike the others, the ancient martial meditation card strips the breathing meditation card. So the ancient martial meditation card, like the breathing meditation card, can be integrated into the source. This power stimulates the second awakening? Cheng Zhuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That is one way to interpret it, but it is not entirely accurate. Lao Gao shook his head, lightly tapping the table as he organized his thoughts. To be precise, within your source card, a new cultivation system merging ancient martial arts and source power is integrated. It can alter your source card's potential, but your foundational skills and potential remain unchanged. The potential exhibited by your source card reflects your potential in ancient martial arts cultivation. This is what I wish to convey. The awakening referred to by the young master is not the same as your second awakening. He paused, then added, this cultivation system is known as the ancient martial source stream. Chapter 83, Second Awakening, Part 1. Ancient martial source stream? Cheng Zhuo repeated these 4 words softly, taking a moment before lifting his gaze to ask, are there any restrictions with this school? If there is such a method of awakening, why is it not widespread? The fusion of ancient martial arts with source power sounds remarkable. There are many reasons, such as the difficulty of fusion, which requires substantial cultivation from the practitioner. Lao Gao's voice grew somber. Moreover, the ancient martial source stream has only existed for about a century. This extraordinary act of consuming one's own cultivation to elevate another's potential certainly comes with significant limitations, which is why the ancient martial source stream follows a master-disciple system, with apprentices being few and far between. I see. Cheng Zhuo nodded in understanding. So, if I wish to obtain this inheritance, I would need to become your disciple? Let us set aside the matter of discipleship for now. Lao Gao waved his hand dismissively. What I must remind you is that the integration of the ancient martial meditation card offers but one opportunity. If you were to receive my inheritance, it may only elevate you to Class A, and thereafter you would be unable to accept the inheritance of other source martial artists, being limited to practicing the techniques I pass on to you. Of course, if you possess the ability to create your own, then that would be impressive. I seem to lack the ability to find another master. The young master can. When mentioning Huang Fu Bai, a hint of pride crept onto Lao Gao's lips. If you can wait a year or two until the young master completes his grand designs, he may introduce you to a grandmaster who could potentially elevate you to Class S. You are aware that there is an S-Class ancient martial arts inheritor in Xingtai City, are you not? Who? The girl named Mu Yanji. Her strength is quite commendable. Mu Yanji peaks 6th tier, and this esteemed figure's evaluation of her was merely quite commendable. Cheng Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a moment before asking, Uncle Gao, I have just one question. Will the inheritance of the ancient martial source stream affect my source's second awakening? Not at all. Lao Gao glanced at him, his tone tinged with confusion. But considering your low awakening rate, why do you ponder such matters? Do you truly expect a second awakening? Then that is good. Confirming that there were no lingering concerns, Cheng Zhuo promptly stood, mimicking a respectful bow. Master, please accept your disciple's homage. I do not intend to take on disciples at this time. Lao Gao looked at him, raising his finger as a gentle yet irresistible force lifted Cheng Zhuo. He then solemnly stated, this school is named Liang Yi, emphasizing the balance of yin and yang, and is one of the 7 major schools of the ancient martial source stream. Since the young master has agreed to you, I can make an exception to grant you this inheritance. As for discipleship, we shall discuss it later. Cheng Zhuo nodded. Thank you, master. This Uncle Gao was reluctant to accept disciples, whether due to lack of time or a lack of regard for him. After all, this inheritance was a gift. Cheng Zhuo held no objections. Not pursuing discipleship also spared him some formalities. However, he felt it necessary to address him as master, for he was indeed a formidable figure who regarded Mu Yanji's strength as merely quite commendable. Perhaps he is akin to a character reminiscent of the sweeping monk. I have but one request. Lao Gao's voice suddenly deepened. Under no circumstances shall any harm come to the young master. I consider myself a comrade in arms with Huang Fuxiong. I have saved him twice, so you need not worry. Cheng Zhuo declared solemnly. What a joke. A tycoon capable of transferring 10 billion at a whim would have to be out of his mind to offend anyone. Follow me. Lao Gao rose and strode outside. Is this the beginning? Cheng Zhuo hurriedly followed. Shouldn't we prepare a high-level breathing technique or something? I have a blank meditation card ready. Without glancing back, Lao Gao explained that the ancient martial arts lineage is dependent on the cultivation of the teacher, unrelated to the level of the source card. The two exited the wolf pack's base. At this moment, the sun had set, leaving only a last trace of crimson in the sky. The wilderness began to chill, and distant, eerie howls from strange beasts occasionally pierced the silence, while the wind stirred the sands, creating a soft, rustling sound. It was not until they reached a barren expanse of gravel that Lao Gao came to a halt. This will do. Cheng Zhuo felt a twinge of anxiety. What must I do? Remain calm. It may be somewhat painful, but you must endure, Lao Gao advised. Understood. Inside the wolf pack base, in a spacious conference room, a cold white ceiling light hung directly above the elongated conference table. And even the aroma of coffee in the air carried a sense of repression. Deputy Director Hu Yensong sat at the head of the table, his fingers lightly tapping on the black wooden surface as he spoke in a low voice. If anyone has any thoughts, please share them. Regardless, we must ensure that the S-class talent remains within the city, even if nearby towns are safer than Angshi Town. Who among you has the capability to persuade them to stay? If all else fails, shall we confine them to the base? A bespectacled council member in the corner suggested in a hushed tone, immediately retracting his neck as the words left his lips. Foolish. Song He from the Jingsu Guild suddenly scoffed, his tone laced with flippant sarcasm. An S-class hunter, and you wish to force her into becoming an enemy of the city-state? The council member's face flushed crimson as he retorted, What else can we do? We cannot simply watch them leap into the fire, can we? I believe the deputy director need not be overly anxious. Song He leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs in a nonchalant manner, asserting that women typically prefer the strong. Once Xiachan realizes that Cheng Zhuo is merely a decorative pillow, it won't be long before she casts him aside and obediently returns to the city-state. How come I have not seen your admiration for such a strong predecessor? A cold female voice suddenly interrupted, her tone icy and scornful. The assembly turned to see Rosa from the Sacred Beast Guild, her fingertip resting against her red lips, her eyes glinting with cold light. This star hunter, the daughter of the city lord, who typically valued etiquette, was visibly irked, clearly provoked by Song He's dismissive remarks. Little Rosa, that was not my intention. Song He's previously carefree expression stiffened, and he forced a chuckle in an attempt to salvage the situation. With your talent, you certainly need not covet anyone else's. Rosa chose to ignore him, turning her attention to Hu Yin's song. If we wish to retain Xiachan, we must first secure Cheng Zhuo. I inquired of him today. If offered an S-class contract, he would be willing to sit down and negotiate. If not, let them leave. Is that such a difficult decision? Why must we convene meetings so frequently? I fail to grasp the significance of gathering this group for such discussions. What a farce. As her words fell, the conference room erupted in chaos. Having been ignored by Cheng Zhuo and Xiachan for a lengthy period, the attendees were already simmering. And upon hearing the mention of an S-class contract, they erupted with derision. Winning a Best Newcomer award and acquiring a legendary meditation card does not grant one a seat at this table. Cheng Zhuo is truly laughable. Indeed, gluttony can lead to one's downfall. Using one's woman as a bargaining chip, just wait when his level falls far behind Xiachan's. Let's see if she will still be with him. At that moment, the door to the conference room was flung open with a bang. A plump secretary rushed in, breathless, his flesh quivering, his voice trembling. Deputy Director. Outside, someone is undergoing a second awakening. The signs are stronger than Xiachan's. Outside the Wolfpack base, on the barren expanse of sand and stone, dark red source energy surged like bubbling magma. Within a radius of nearly 100 meters, debris was lifted by an unseen force, forming a massive scarlet vortex in midair. Even the night wind was tinged with heat, pressing against their faces. At the center of the vortex, Cheng Zhuo was enveloped by two intertwining energies. How peculiar! What triggered the second awakening? Lao Gao's brows furrowed, his expression one of hesitation as he regarded the enigmatic state of Cheng Zhuo. According to his previous understanding, Cheng Zhuo's rate of second awakening was less than 0.01. How could this happen? Cheng Zhuo, can you hear me? Master, I can. This is indeed strange. The source energy within Lao Gao's palm flowed like a gentle stream, gradually surging toward Cheng Zhuo as he continued to promote the fusion of the ancient martial arts meditation card, hesitatingly stating, "It seems the ancient martial arts fusion has triggered your second awakening." Cheng Zhuo felt a surge of anxiety. Has this type of fusion triggered a second awakening before? Is there a risk involved? The danger is manageable. The fusion of the ancient martial arts meditation card does indeed produce slight stimulation to the source, but that force, even if your unlocking rate is less than 0.01, would only elicit a minor response, perhaps like that of a Tier 1 potentialist, and at Tier 10 it would be more substantial. Lao Gao's tone was filled with confusion. It should not manifest in you. Is that so? Cheng Zhuo glanced at the second gene awakening rate, which was nearing 9, and offered a slightly sheepish smile. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Focus and concentrate. Lao Gao spoke with sudden seriousness. The next phase may be quite challenging. Be prepared. If your potential for a second awakening is high, I may be able to elevate your ancient martial arts potential to S-class. All right, Cheng Zhuo replied earnestly. Perhaps due to his relatively high mental capacity, he did not feel an overwhelming pressure. As the pure white ancient martial arts meditation card gradually fused with his source card, the red glow intensified, and he could distinctly feel the source card trembling violently, a mysterious force yearning to break free from its restraints. At that moment, the perimeter of the Scarlet Vortex was already crowded with onlookers. It is indeed the source energy star Xian. What a remarkable awakening signal. Huyan Song shifted his gaze from the swirling crimson to his secretary beside him. Who is inside? The plump secretary hastily accessed the holographic panel, projecting a video before Huyan, deputy director. According to the entrance surveillance, the individual approaching from this direction is Cheng Zhuo, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a black suit. Cheng Zhuo? Huyan Song furrowed his brow. That cannot be him. I recall his unlocking rate. And there is no possibility for a second gene unlocking. Is there a more precise image? My subordinate has already arranged to retrieve surrounding footage. It will be available shortly. The plump secretary replied. What about the source fluctuation index? Has it been measured? Huyan Song inquired, his gaze returning to the swirling crimson star Xian. He could sense that at the center of the star Xian, there existed a formidable presence. That cannot possibly be Cheng Zhuo. The plump secretary fixated on the fluctuating values on the panel, his voice tinged with excitement. It continues to rise. The current index has surpassed the B-class threshold, but the influence range of this star Xian exceeds our database records of S-class awakenings. We cannot accurately predict the final potential at this time. Could it be that Cheng Zhuo is experiencing a second awakening from F-class directly to S-class potential? Just like Miss Rosa? I'll see Sudani him market. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glimmer of calculation flashing behind the lenses. If that is the case, our Thunder Guild must seize him. Previously, only our guild offered a B-class contract. Perhaps he is the one with the greatest opportunity. Song He, unable to contain himself, scoffed. What are you thinking? Is there any possibility of a second awakening with such a low unlocking rate? Don't speak so definitively. Hey, Xianing Skindle. His fingertips caressing the tips of his goatee as he sighed. That kid's luck is extraordinary. He even managed to unlock a legendary source card from a blind hedgehog. A low unlocking rate does not equate to a lack of opportunity for a second awakening. At that moment, a staff member clad in a Wolfpack uniform rushed over. Panting, Vice Director, it has been confirmed that the individuals inside the Xingxian are Cheng Zhuo and a middle-aged man. Two people? Huansong's pupils constricted sharply. How could there be two individuals? Are you certain both are within Xingxian? Absolutely. The youth hurriedly handed over his wrist detector, displaying a biological imaging of the center of Xingxian. I switched to the mechanical detection mode. It clearly shows two life signs at the center. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astounded. Even an F-level awakening to E-level would have the source energy repulsion force around them propelling ordinary people away. With the source energy of Xingxian affecting an area of 100 meters, none could step inside, let alone remain at its center. Suddenly, a booming, hearty laughter quelled the clamor. The crowd turned to see a colossal azure wolf charging through the flames, atop which sat an elderly man with dark skin and white hair, his black cloak billowing in the wind, exuding the wild spirit of a wilderness hunter. The giant wolf halted steadily outside the crowd, and the old man leaped down. Who would have thought our little base would attract so many esteemed guests? He exclaimed. Ah, President Yang Tianlang, it's good to see you again. Song He's eyes brightened as he feigned familiarity and approached. To recruit people from Angshi town, this individual was indispensable. Yang Tianlang glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Could you possibly trim that unruly hair of yours? At your age, Dressing like a girl from the red light district is quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Song immediately became displeased. Hey, you old man, why is your mouth always so foul? I am an artist. This is called artistic flair. Do you understand? Yang Tianlang, uninterested in further banter, turned his attention to Huyan Song, whose face was grave. He cast a glance at the crimson vortex, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. If that kid Cheng Zhuo truly undergoes a second awakening, it will be quite entertaining. Some people previously forced him into the wilderness contract while coveting his wife. If he becomes an S level, will those individuals have to beg him to return to Xingdi City? This scenario is more dramatic than the soap operas of Xingyun. Huan Song looked at him with a hint of resignation. President Yang, there is no need for such sarcasm. Oh, it seems the vice director is present. Yang Tianlang feigned surprise upon noticing Huan Song, his lips curling slightly, though his tone turned icy. Huan Song, you need not waste your efforts. Old Wang stated that as long as Cheng Zhuo and Huangfu do not inadvertently return to the city contract, he will not permit anyone to set their sights on them, and that includes Xiachan. Huan Song's expression remained inscrutable as he replied slowly, President Yang, you should know better than anyone that Angshi Town cannot last a year. And what of it? Yang Tianlang stepped closer to Huan Song, his eyes betraying undisguised contempt. Until the final moment, how can you be certain that it will be Angshi Town that falls? Huan Song turned his head, seemingly disinterested in further debate, and merely stated, We shall see. Chapter 85, Second Awakening, Part 3, in the Black Cloud Forest at the temporary base H0173. Colonel, I have found it. Holding a holographic projector, his posture slightly more deferential, his tone imbued with caution. This is the surveillance footage retrieved from the vehicle transport center. Before the transport vehicle lost contact, there were some recordings, but we can only hear the audio. Some of the content is uncertain, so I thought it best for you to listen for yourself. Liang Yi raised his hand, inhaling deeply, and coldly commanded, Play it. The audio flowed forth, beginning with a sycophantic male voice, laced with intentional flattery. Lord Qiying, is this trivial matter worthy of your personal attention? Just instruct your subordinates to handle it. Are you Cheng Zhuo? What is the matter? Follow me. The vice director wishes to see you. Sorry, I have no interest in meeting him. Do you think I am consulting with you? Kid, it's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. A crackling sound interrupted. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am a summoner. Why you can't kill me? I'm a lieutenant of the Hunting Ruins Army. Next time you unleash a big move, spare the chatter. Brother Cheng, this Qi-Ing is a lieutenant of the Hunting Ruins Army. He is clearly colluding with the skeleton hunters and has been killing innocents. I can testify in the city-state to help clear your name. Let us exchange contact information. Huaming, may be a minor character, but all right, we can connect later. As these words faded, the audio was completely swallowed by static, and a holographic image followed suit, plunging into darkness. The aide swallowed hard. A hint of confusion in his eyes. The scene exhibited strong electrical interference, causing the signal to be intermittent. However, it can be confirmed that Lord Qiying was undoubtedly killed by Cheng Zhuo. It's quite strange. How could that kid possibly kill Lord Qiying? Liang Yi's brows knitted tightly as he replayed the recording multiple times. A chilling killing intent gradually seeped from his eyes. Cheng Zhuo, Huaming, must not be left alive. As for Huaming, my subordinate has already been dispatched to investigate. The aide responded, What about Cheng Zhuo? His wife has now awakened to S level. The vice director is quite concerned. We cannot act against him lightly. Liang Yi narrowed his eyes, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, What the Wolfpack base? Has the vice director met with him? Not yet. The aide shook his head. Our personnel report that Cheng Zhuo is rather arrogant, rejecting all invitations. But he did leave the base with an unidentified middle-aged man. At this point, he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. Speak, Liang Yi coldly urged. The aide's expression turned peculiar, uncertainty creeping in as he said, Reports from the scene indicate that Cheng Zhuo may have undergone a second awakening. Judging by the signs from Xingxian, he might even be S level. What? Liang Yi's pupils widened in shock. Well, it might not necessarily be him. The aide, startled by Liang Yi's reaction, hastily added, I heard there are two individuals inside Xingxian. One is Cheng Zhuo, and the other is that unidentified middle-aged man. Are you aware of what you're saying? Liang Yi shot him a look with the awakening signs from Xingxian. How could there possibly be anyone else? The aide's face reflected confusion. I am puzzled as well, but our sources state that the detection device recorded 2 life signs right at the center of Xingxian. After a pause, the aide's expression shifted to one of malice as he suggested, Colonel, we must not let the collaboration with the hunters be exposed. Should we cut the beginning of the video and retain the latter content to solidify Cheng Zhuo's guilt in the death of the Hunting Ruins army? Once Huan Ming is dead, he will have no way to defend himself. With this audio, regardless of whether he is S-level or not, he will have to heed our commands. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi fell into contemplative silence. His fingers repeatedly grazed the edge of the projector, weighing the pros and cons. After some thought, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Rising to his feet, his military boots thudding heavily against the ground, it settled. Let us go to the Wolfpack base. Outside the Wolfpack base, the crimson awakening Xingxian spun in the air, its dark red light trails unfurling like living tendrils, enveloping Cheng Zhuo and Lao Gao at its center. As the fusion progressed, time slowly passed. Cheng Zhuo felt as though his consciousness was being drawn away by an invisible force, entering a state of ethereal ambiguity. In an instant, the scarlet Xingxian abruptly vanished, replaced by a vast arena suspended in the void. Beneath the pitch-dark, profound starry sky, layers of dark stone stands rose, with countless indistinct figures cheering from above. The thunderous applause reverberating, leaving his eardrums somewhat dazed. At the center of the arena, a colossal dragon was entangled in combat with an 8-limbed creature. The colossal dragon, adorned with dark purple scales that shimmered with a cold luminescence, unleashed a torrent of violet flames from its maw, igniting the ground in a blaze of ethereal blue fire that warped the very air around it. The 8-clawed creature, a silvery entity reminiscent of both a serpent and a lizard, bore razor-sharp claws that glinted like blades. Each swipe cleaved the atmosphere, sending forth translucent blades of energy. With a thunderous clash, 2 formidable forces collided, sending ripples through the air. Clearly, the 8-clawed serpent lizard was no match for the dragon. Yet whenever the dragon's claws sought to pierce its opponent's body, the shackles around its neck would suddenly illuminate with dark golden patterns, an unseen force yanking it back, causing a few dragon scales to tear away, with droplets of dark purple blood falling to the stone ground, evaporating into wisps of white smoke. Subsequently, it was compelled to retreat, confined within a gilded prison at the side. As day turned to night, the 8-clawed serpent lizard reemerged. Cheng Zhuo observed their fierce combat. The dragon triumphed in battle after battle, only to be once again ensnared. Eventually, the 8-clawed serpent lizard grew stronger while the dragon waned in vigor, ultimately succumbing beneath its claws. Infuriated, Cheng Zhuo clenched his fists, sensing that the dragon's prime had long since passed. It should not have fallen in such a manner. He could not contain his outrage, shouting for them to release its shackles. Yet, in response, only the deafening cheers from the spectators filled the air. When the dragon finally collapsed, the arena began to dissolve gradually. The dragon seemed to sense something, slowly lifting its eyelids, gazing as if into the starry sky. Or perhaps at Cheng Zhuo himself. Rise. Cheng Zhuo felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Yet, the scene that had endured for nearly a century, ephemeral in its existence, abruptly vanished, leaving him in a void. A wave of profound heat surged through him. Lao Gao could not help but display a joyous expression. He had indeed cultivated an S-class potential ancient martial arts inheritor. Moreover, the source of his second awakening was also S-class. Lao Gao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his typically stoic face now illuminated with delight. However, before this exuberance could linger for even 3 seconds, his smile froze, his pupils dilating as if witnessing an unimaginable sight. Leaning closer, his fingertips hovered before Cheng Zhuo. He distinctly sensed that alongside Cheng Zhuo's source card, there floated another card exuding an eerie chill. Dark patterns entwined with wisps of gray mist, emanating an S-class source power. How could there be another? For a moment, Lao Gao doubted his own perception. How could an S-class source card appear in Cheng Zhuo's essence without warning? Something was amiss. Almost instantaneously after discovering the second source card, a powerful suction erupted from Cheng Zhuo's body. Lao Gao felt his source power being violently pulled away, as if severed from a raging river, pain tearing through his essence. This was dire. He was on the verge of losing control. Lao Gao recalled the clan records detailing the chaos of three sources, powers beyond human mastery, where the bearer would ultimately succumb to the corruption of the void realm, becoming a vessel for calamity, the ensuing disaster unimaginable. He urgently called out, Cheng Zhuo, wake up! Don't be led astray by your essence. Yet, Cheng Zhuo seemed unresponsive, his gaze wandering, his lips moving incessantly in a whispering fervor. Rise, rise, rise. Outside the Xingxian, the gathering crowd suddenly shuddered collectively. Within the once fervent source power, a chilling cold seeped in. Some instinctively recoiled, pointing toward the edge of Xingxian, screaming, Look! What is that? Is something crawling out from the earth? The crowd turned in unison. From the crimson glow's periphery, countless pale, skeletal hands clawed their way from the soil, followed by an array of skulls with various shapes. A hunter's face turned ashen, retreating 2 steps. Someone is invoking necromancy. As the skeletal horde, radiating a faint blue glow, surged from the edge of Xingxian, a cacophony of cracking sounds sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The crowd erupted into chaos, instinctively retreating. Particularly those seasoned hunters who had faced the beast tide 20 years prior turned pale, memories flooding back of their fierce battles against the necromantic summons. These entities felt no pain, knew no fear. As long as their core remained intact, they would pursue relentlessly. The necromancer, though only of the 6th tier, had wreaked havoc during the beast tide's onslaught on Xingdi City. Deputy Director, does the Death God's repository respond? Ren Tianxing pushed through the throng, hastily approaching Hu Yinsong, frowning with concern. Several high-ranking guild members gathered around, fully aware that necromancers were a rare breed of summoners, not inherently dangerous. Only those who utilize forbidden artifact from the repository will be tainted by the void realm, unleashing chaos. The Death God's repository would respond to all necromantic artifacts in the present world. This was the paramount concern for them all. Hu Yinsong turned to his secretary at his side. What is the situation? The plump secretary, not daring to delay, swiftly swiped his wrist to activate the holographic display, revealing real-time surveillance of the Death God's repository. A massive, dark gold tome, imbued with an ancient aura, floated within a specially designed energy shield, its surface calm and undisturbed. Not a glimmer of light flickering upon it. Switching perspectives, the source power fluctuations around the repository remained as stable as a straight line. Deputy Director. The secretary wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone resolute. The Death God's repository shows no response. This should merely be an ordinary necromantic awakening. Ordinary awakening? The words stunned the crowd, who turned in unison to gaze at the skeletal horde. Thousands of skeletal figures and corpses crowded around Xingxian, some dragging broken spines, scuttling across the ground with alarming speed. This hardly resembled a mere ordinary awakening. Everyone remained calm. Hu Yinsong's commanding voice cut through the chaos. These necromantic summons are not exhibiting any aggressive tendencies. Everyone fall back. All hunters stand by. Establish a perimeter and enter a state of alert. Without my command, do not attack. As his words fell, the hunters, already on standby, swiftly mobilized. The synchronized footsteps shook the ground, and the azure shields closed in unison, quickly forming a protective barrier of source power while their weapons were aimed at the skeletal horde. Gradually, the tumult subsided. Just as he had stated, the necromantic summons near Xingxian were merely wandering aimlessly. Occasionally, some strayed too close and were crushed to dust. They appeared rather unintelligent. At that moment, the previously swirling crimson tempest suddenly shifted color. Waves of ghostly purple flames erupted from its center, resembling living vines that climbed along the tempest patterns, swiftly enveloping the entire Xingxian in a conflagration of purple fire. Is this truly an awakening sign? Someone murmured in disbelief, their tone filled with uncertainty. I have lived for 60 years and never witnessed such an ominous sign. It must be S-Class. Each S-Class sign is unique. The question remains, will it be Cheng Zhuo or that middle-aged man who awakens? There is no doubt if the middle-aged man were to awaken a second time. With Cheng Zhuo's meager strength, he would have turned to ash long ago. But the intensity of this Xingxian, someone lowered their voice, laced with reverence, among the 6th-tier experts present. Who has the confidence to endure within for so long? The awakening signs are intertwined with the power of the Lighthouse's rule. This is no trivial matter. I believe this individual, must be a 7th-tier car master. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, a sudden thud resonated as a dark figure was propelled from the Huixing. His garments flapped violently in the rushing air, and just as he seemed destined to crash to the ground, he twisted in mid-air, lightly tapping his toes to land gracefully. This man was the enigmatic middle-aged figure who had previously accompanied Cheng Zhuo into the Xingxian. Hu Yinsong and his companions hurried forward. "Sir, may I inquire what transpired?" Hu Yinsong asked with a respectful tone. "Oh, you are the bodyguard of Huang Fubai, that esteemed gentleman?" exclaimed Song He in astonishment. During his invitation to Huang Fubai, it was this very individual who had rebuffed him. He had initially thought of him as merely an ordinary bodyguard, only to discover he was an unparalleled master. Upon hearing the name Huang Fubai, Hu Yinsong's expression shifted as understanding dawned upon him. No wonder Ling, she was unable to retrieve even a morsel of information. He was affiliated with Huang Fubai. Lao Gao's gaze was intently fixed on the swirling purple flames of the Xingxian, his tone grave. "I was imparting the legacy of ancient martial arts to him." Ancient martial arts legacy? Ren Tianxing's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He was all too familiar with this mysterious method of inheritance. His student Mu Yanji had experienced a meteoric rise in her realm and strength due to receiving the ancient martial inheritance. Had her mysterious master not been missing, she might have already ascended to the 7th tier. The surrounding individuals, seasoned veterans of the hunting realm, were acutely aware of the significance of the ancient martial arts legacy, especially Hu Yinsong, who began to breathe more rapidly at the thought of Xing Tai possibly producing another prodigy like Mu Yanji. What level is Cheng Zhuo's ancient martial inheritance? S level. Lao Gao's voice was calm, yet it detonated like a thunderclap among the crowd. The ancient martial inheritance was so remarkable that any random bestowal was deemed to be S level. However, his next words plunged everyone into disarray. But there has been a complication. He is a dual source possessor, and the ancient martial source I guided triggered the secondary awakening of his F-level source. With 3 sources converging, he is now ensnared in a state of source chaos. Source chaos. Yang Tianlang, who had remained silent, murmured in disbelief, his complexion changing rapidly as he stepped forward to inquire. "Do you mean he might be tainted by the realm's malevolent spirits and turned into a puppet?" Given his earlier state, this possibility loomed large. Lao Gao's brow furrowed with concern, his gaze still fixed on the Huixing. However, the ancient martial source is an artificial source that even the Lighthouse cannot replicate. I've already expended 30% of my cultivation to stabilize it. If he can endure this trial, he paused, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Perhaps he will become the first hunter in history to possess 3S level sources. Now, it was a matter of whether this young man's willpower could withstand the ordeal. 3S level sources? Song He exclaimed, bewildered. I have heard of the SSS level divine seal sources, but this is the first instance of 3S level sources, which is stronger. This is no longer a matter of strength, Hu Yinsong interjected, his face ashen. If Cheng Zhuo cannot endure and succumbs to source chaos, becoming tainted by malevolent spirits, the level of awakening triggered will likely not be below 6 stars. With that, he bowed slightly to Lao Gao, lowering his posture significantly. Mr. Gao, may I issue an emergency combat readiness order? If a high-star realm gate is triggered, the proximity to the city could lead to catastrophic consequences. Indeed, Lao Gao nodded slightly, about to consent, when suddenly he waved his hand. No need. It appears he has succeeded. The crowd was taken aback, following his gaze. The once flaming Huixing had suddenly dimmed, revealing a faint red light at its center, akin to a sun breaking through dark clouds. 3 minutes earlier, at the heart of the Xingxian, Cheng Zhuo felt as if he were adrift in an endless sea of ink, his consciousness alert, yet unable to grasp any tangible reality. He distinctly recalled Lao Gao's parting admonition. I have done my utmost. From here on, it relies on your own willpower. Never lose yourself amidst the chaos of the source. Always remember, you are you. Source chaos. When Lao Gao mentioned this term, Cheng Zhuo was utterly bewildered. He heard the discussions outside clearly. If tainted by malevolent spirits, it could indeed trigger a high-star realm gate. This was absurd. Others experienced their secondary awakenings smoothly. Why did a situation entail such significant turmoil? However, at this moment, Cheng Zhuo was less concerned with the potential for a high-star realm invasion than with how to confront the soul of the colossal dragon before him. Above in this void, a massive dragon, shimmering in purple and gold, circled ominously. Its scales glinted with a ghostly violet sheen, each scale resembling meticulously forged armor. Its deep crimson eyes seethed with rage, emitting scorching breath that warped the surrounding darkness. Human, the dragon's voice boomed like thunder. Laced with overwhelming hatred, surrender your body to me. I seek revenge. I seek revenge. This dragon was indeed the same one Cheng Zhuo had encountered in that void arena. Cheng Zhuo truly wished to inquire of Lao Gao. Are you suggesting that relying on my willpower entails vanquishing this dragon's soul? Roar. The dragon did not grant Cheng Zhuo the chance for dialogue, transforming into a blinding purple light, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it charged towards him. In a moment of peril, a milky white shield suddenly materialized before Cheng Zhuo. Within the gentle glow, he could faintly sense Lao Gao's presence. Yet, just as he ignited a flicker of hope, the shield began to crack with a sound like breaking glass, shattering into a myriad of luminous particles. In the face of the overwhelming dragon's might, that shield was as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. It was likely that even Lao Gao had not anticipated the terrifying nature of the malevolent spirits summoned by Cheng Zhuo's chaotic source. Almost instantaneously, a bone-deep agony surged through Cheng Zhuo's mind, making him feel as though he were a leaf in a tsunami on the brink of obliteration. It was over. Only two words lingered in his mind. What the hell is willpower? Is there truly anyone capable of surviving before such a creature solely through will? Just as Cheng Zhuo's consciousness teetered on the edge of darkness, the system's ethereal prompt erupted like a beam of light piercing through the curtain of despair, detected an intrusion of unidentified entities on the system-created Undying source card. The cost to repair is 100 Himing points. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Cheng Zhuo, like a drowning man grasping at a final straw, nearly shouted in his mind. Repair? Quick repair. Himing points, 100. Repair of the Undying source card in progress. Detected imbalance in Master S source. Automatic adjustment in progress. Detected a small dragon's soul. Attempting cultural persuasion. Is somewhat obstinate. Persuasion failed. Initiating physical persuasion. Successfully subdued. Acknowledging master. Acknowledgement successful. Successfully integrated into the Master S summon source. A series of notifications exploded in his mind, so rapid that Cheng Zhuo barely had time to comprehend. He vaguely heard a reluctant dragon's roar emanating from the darkness, and then a warm force enveloped his consciousness. The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. Before him, the Zihua Xingxian was gradually dissipating. To his astonishment, a throng of skeletons surrounded him, their large eyes fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting his command. Oh no! What did I summon you? Cheng Zhuo flusteredly waved his hands, lowering his voice. Go back, go back. All of you retreat underground. The skeletons turned with clattering sounds, one by one disappearing into the ground, leaving behind a scattering of bone fragments, which were swiftly burned to ash by the residual waves of the Xingxian. Cheng Zhuo, how do you feel? A figure appeared before him almost instantaneously, betraying a hint of unmistakable anxiety. Though he claimed not to care, Cheng Zhuo was his first inheritor, and he had expended 30% of his source. How could he truly be indifferent? Cheng Zhuo steadied himself, his tone imbued with genuine gratitude. Master, I feel excellent. My source is stabilized. There are no issues. Release your source. Let me see, Lao Gao urged. Cheng Zhuo surveyed the encircling crowd, a hint of uncertainty gracing his features. Do not worry, old Gao remarked, his typically gruff voice softened, a rare smile of reassurance illuminating his usually stoic countenance. With your master here, you need no longer conceal yourself. With that, he unfurled his fingers. A brilliant white radiance erupted from his palm, swiftly transforming into a pulse that spread outward like ripples in water. Where it passed, the assembled throng abruptly halted in their tracks. Thud! Thud! The sounds echoed as individuals either knelt or prostrate themselves, lowering their bodies in reverence. The most fortunate among them, such as Yen Song and Song He, managed to adopt a half-kneeling position, their faces etched with terror. They recognized old Gao's formidable strength, but were astonished by the sheer magnitude of his power. This was not merely the aura of a Tier 7 practitioner. It was likely that of an 8. Old Gao's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his hand and waved his sleeve, causing the blinding light to vanish and the suffocating pressure to dissipate. He patted Cheng Zhuo's back, his tone laced with pride. This technique is called Qi Tun Shan He. I have taken the liberty of teaching it to you. It is particularly effective for intimidating the unscrupulous. Only then did the onlookers dare to breathe freely, their gazes filled with trepidation as they regarded old Gao's retreating figure. Cheng Zhuo, however, remained rooted in place, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Master? Had he truly acknowledged him as a disciple? Overwhelmed with joy, Cheng Zhuo knelt and expressed his gratitude fervently. Thank you, Master. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must treat the illustrious Huangfu Bai with utmost respect. Rise, old Gao instructed, helping him to his feet. Let your master examine your source energy for any issues. Cheng Zhuo nodded respectfully, promptly projecting his source energy outward. 3 distinct waves of source energy manifested along his arm, swiftly coalescing into 3 uniquely shaped cards within his palm. 1 black, 1 white, and 1 purple, swirling gracefully around him, their presence radiating a faint crimson glow indicative of S-rank potential. According to his master's earlier explanations, the artificially created ancient martial source should have integrated seamlessly into his source card, akin to the breathing meditation card. Yet, it appeared that the system, in a bid to maintain equilibrium, had extricated it, forming an entirely separate source card. Remarkable, a balance achieved in such a manner. How intriguing. Your necromancer source card, however, eludes even my understanding, old Gao remarked, his eyebrows arching in surprise. It is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon to possess 3 source cards, and to maintain stability as well. This young man is clearly not an ordinary talent. The astonished praises from Song he reached his ears. Old Gao cast him a sidelong glance. That is merely a reflection of your long hair and short sight. Song He's smile faltered momentarily, sheepishly rubbing his nose, unwilling to retort. After all, an 8-tier master was always right. Old Gao's gaze returned to Cheng Zhuo's palm, fixating on the summoning source card enveloped in purple flames. What changes have transpired with your second awakening of the summoning source card? Cheng Zhuo, upon hearing this, focused his thoughts. As he did, a faint purple luminescence surged forth from the card, swiftly coalescing into form before him.